Chapter 92 is definitely fake. Beating like a police officer. In 1978, Liang Kuan led a team to attack De Quanzai and Nantian and repelled the Chongqing gang. In 1983, the club asked him to take down the Sha Pai of Dongxing and reclaim the fish market of Ringang-zai, which was also something Liang Kuan went to fight for. However, this time, the heavy burden fell on Liang Kuan again. After I finish cleaning up Qinchi, I'll play with this guy slowly. The commotion is so loud, I don't know how much longer I can live. Young people are really too young. Kuan Gu is right. How could that guy have your cunning? Resourceful. Unlike the members of the club who act recklessly, the police are much more reckless in their actions. As soon as the Crown Prince walked out of Chen Mei's villa, a car stopped in front of him. Hello, Mr. Chen Tailong. I am Chen Jiqiu, a senior inspector from OJ. I suspect that you are organizing a triad activity. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. A middle-aged man in his 30s, who was short in stature and more than a head smaller than the Crown Prince, held his identification and stared fixedly at him. After LV Jinda was transferred, he was transferred from the serious crime unit to the anti-black unit. As a newcomer, he was very eager to establish his authority and become famous overnight, so he set his sights on the Crown Prince. Just as the police car stopped, within a minute, several engine roars could be heard around. Immediately afterwards, 5 cars drove out from all directions, directly surrounding the car of the strip in the middle. Step by step, the car door opened, wearing a neat uniform and carrying an electric device. Security personnel wearing motorcycle helmets on their heads and metal armor underneath their uniforms directly surrounded a few strips. Crackling sound. Turning on the safety of the electric baton in my hand, a loud crackling sound immediately echoed around me. Even with guns attached to my waist and ribs, this sound made a few stripes feel scalp tingling. They only have 5 people, while there are at least 50 people around them. Plus, with such a close distance, they can only kill a maximum of 5 to 10 people, and then they will be overwhelmed by the crowd. This is still the most ideal situation. If their movements are a little slower, they may not even be able to kill 5 people. What are you going to do? Are you going to attack the police? Everyone retreat. Except for the senior inspector standing in front of the Crown Prince, the remaining 4 police officers all pulled out their guns, their faces filled with nervousness, and even their hands trembled slightly. The Crown Prince raised his right hand and gently waved it backwards. The security personnel around neatly and instantly put away their electric batons, then stood at attention waiting for orders. You deliberately chose a time when I was out to block me, and you guys put in a lot of effort. I don't know. Do you have an arrest warrant or a wanted notice that you want me to assist with the investigation? If not, I have to refuse. Wow, sir, don't be so fierce. It's so scary. Crown Prince, you've taken in so many people all at once, and now Hongtai has a total of 2,000 to 3,000 henchmen. What do you really want to do? This is not the world of gangsters. Do you think a dwarf mule can do whatever he wants? Now come with me to the bureau and explain the situation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Wow. It seems that this person, who I don't know if, has a deep prejudice against members of the club. However, as the saying goes, do you have an arrest warrant or a wanted notice? If not, don't waste my time. Toasting without eating is a penalty. In fact, Chen Jiqiu is now in a difficult situation. He has already requested help from the headquarters, but it takes more than 10 minutes to come from the Kowloon police station. Now they can only face the Crown Prince's subordinates alone, afraid of not being able to intimidate them, and afraid of being forced too harshly, really forcing the other side to take action. The Crown Prince's ears suddenly twitched, and he heard some sounds coming from afar. After a while, Chen Jiqiu also heard it, and his tense expression suddenly relaxed. My support is already on its way. I'm sure you've heard the sound, so there's no need for me to waste my breath. Come with us. Sir Chuan is really domineering in his work. What if I say no? Before Chen Jiqiu could speak, the Crown Prince's figure flickered and his fist landed on Chen Jiqiu's stomach. With one punch, his internal organs trembled and he couldn't help but bleed internally. As soon as the Crown Prince took action, the surrounding subordinates rushed forward. Chen Jiqiu's 4 subordinates were about to shoot, but they saw a flash in front of them and their guns were thrown away by a huge force. How dare you impersonate, sir, and carry a gun in broad daylight? I have already called the police. You should wait for legal sanctions. Yes, that's right. When they first appeared, the Crown Prince's subordinates had already called the police. Only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent thieves? Don't teach the police a lesson. He will have to be followed every day when he goes out. Today he came to Chen Mei's villa, firstly to deal with those allies, and secondly to see what he could catch. He thought it was LV Jinda and Zhong Qiuyue, but he didn't expect that they had already changed people. From beginning to end, these guys did not show any arrest or wanted warrants, only presented their documents vaguely, and then proceeded to shoot them. The procedure was not in compliance, and the Crown Prince dared to fuck them. 3 directions and 3 angles are recording their every move, including recording what they say. Compared to the story of a gangster, various news still prefer the violent law enforcement by the police in Hong Kong, such as breaking the law knowingly. At the moment the gun was taken off, each of those few strips had at least 3 or more electric batons on them. Almost instantly, the 4 of them rolled their eyes, trembled all over, and felt weak in their legs. Kneeled down on the ground. Damn it, dare you attack? Ahahaha. Optoelectronics, you don't have electricity, do you? The Crown Prince proved with facts that within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast, and this criterion still needs to be divided. At least in front of him, within 7 steps, he is still faster. A few minutes later, 4 police cars drove in and surrounded the scene. Then, more than a dozen police officers got out of the car and immediately pulled out their waist-mounted guns. Prince, raise your hands and have your men lay down their weapons and surrender immediately. Sir Bai, we meet again. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to point so many guns at the police officer, does it? We are all legal citizens, taxpayers who pay taxes on time, and also victims of reporting to the police. Are you in cahoots with these people who carry guns and act as fake police officers? Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Mr. Bai and the others looked down at the several people lying on the ground. Is that Mr. Chen? Chapter 93. Ensure your subordinates adhere to decorum. Your Highness, instruct your men to lower their weapons. Let us converse calmly and prioritize the safety of those few individuals first. Sir Bai, as a victim, shouldn't my safety be the foremost concern? Is it merely because of my origins as a Triad member that you hold me in disdain? Triad members too possess a kind heart. We aspire to be good people. Must I be condemned to a life of crime simply due to an unfortunate background? The prince's performance was rather theatrical, yet if one disregarded his countenance, his voice resonated with genuine indignation. Sir Bai found it perplexing that a Triad leader, who had expanded his organization significantly, would now speak of benevolence. I shall reiterate, disarm yourselves at once. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to take necessary measures. Sir Bai, these individuals are my legally hired bodyguards, and the defensive weapons they possess are entirely lawful. Your actions seem rather unwarranted. Enough with the pleasantries. This is your first warning. Immediately lay down your arms. Sensing the timing was right, the prince gestured to his subordinates, who gradually lowered their electric batons. The officers besides Sir Bai, witnessing this, surged forward like a tide, with recent intelligence on the prince at their disposal. The prospect of capturing him spurred them into a frenzy, as this could lead to significant accolades and promotions. 2 robust officers attempted to restrain the prince's hands, but found his limbs unyielding, no matter how much force they exerted. I demand to see my lawyer. Wishing to see your lawyer? That is permissible, but first, you must accompany us to the precinct. Call for a vehicle and take them away. Moments later, the prince and his entourage were escorted back to Kowloon police station, with Chen Mei remaining silent throughout the ordeal. Once the commotion subsided, Chen Mei slowly emerged from behind the villa's door. That young man dared to strike even a senior inspector. He possesses remarkable audacity. Chen Mei held no concern for the prince's safety, as the latter had informed him not to intervene, stating that his arrest was merely a pretext for negotiations with the officers. While a gathering of 30,000 may not be insignificant, it certainly provided the prince with substantial leverage for discussions. Should his subordinates cause a ruckus on the streets, even if it resulted in the demise of an innocent civilian, the officers would find themselves in an untenable position. Kowloon Police Station. Sir Bai felt a throbbing headache encroaching. Have you finished reviewing the footage? I have several copies. How many do you require? It's not that I'm criticizing you, but when inviting someone for tea, one should adopt an appropriate demeanor. There is no need for such hostility, as we are all merely trying to earn a living. We are all human. Who is nobler than whom? Your colleague's procedures were unlawful. He presented no documentation, and displaying his identification was merely a ruse. Threatening my security personnel with a firearm, does that not warrant my right to self-defense? My security staff merely employed measures to thwart their criminal actions without inflicting further harm. All actions were compliant with regulations. Observing the prince leisurely reclining in his chair, Sir Bai was at a loss for words. Why must a Triad member, instead of contemplating violence, delve into legal intricacies? Brother Prince, Chen Sir is merely somewhat impatient. I have viewed the footage, and he did display his credentials therein. According to regulations, if there is suspicion of a serious crime committed within the past 12 months, merely showing identification suffices to warrant your return for questioning. Organizing Triad activities typically incurs a minimum 3-year sentence. Thus, procedurally speaking, Chen Sir's issues are not overly significant. However, since you are here, we shall set aside previous matters and discuss some pressing issues. In a room filled with numerous individuals, if you wish to open a window but face opposition, you might as well aim to dismantle the roof. They would then acquiesce to your request for a window. The same principle applies to other matters. In comparison to the numerous subordinates the prince commands, today's confrontation with the officers pales in significance. Sir Bai might as well be forthright, as he preferred directness. Should the prince speak too obliquely, he might not comprehend. Very well, let us dispense with the niceties. Since that is the case, I shall be blunt. With your recent recruitment of so many subordinates, what precisely are your intentions? Subordinates? Sir Bai, I fail to comprehend your words. I see no lackeys. Only a group of unfortunate youths led astray and abandoned by society. Hearing the prince's pretentious words only exacerbated Sir Bai's headache. Prince, you are acutely aware of what I mean. Spare me the circumlocution. What conditions would lead to the dissolution of those individuals? Dissolution? Why must they be dissolved? My company pays its taxes, and I employ them with clean money. I ensure they do not cause disturbances on the streets. Am I in the wrong? My security firm is poised to receive several substantial contracts requiring manpower. The construction company requires workers, my factory in Saigon needs laborers, the transportation company needs staff, and my newly opened stores require employees. I am in dire need of workers everywhere. I recruit marginalized individuals, providing them with opportunities and alleviating societal burdens. Tell me, where have I erred? The prince's voice resonated with conviction as he ascended to the moral high ground, launching an offensive against Sir Bai. Prince, cease your disjointed arguments. We all understand your motives. Let me be clear, Kowloon must maintain order. Should you incite chaos, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. Sir Bai's authoritative tone nearly drowned out the voices of the common people. I can still maintain control over them, but should my company falter or I face misfortune, I may no longer be able to do so. Moreover, the current state of affairs is already quite precarious. If any disruption occurs, and my factory is unable to operate, resulting in a break in the funding chain, I will be powerless to restrain them. Sir Bai, you too desire an ever-improving security situation in Kowloon, do you not? Sir Bai discerned the prince's blatant threat, but found himself powerless against him. The princess attorney was formidable, making it difficult to act without evidence. And should the precinct face litigation, they would be at a disadvantage. The prince's actions existed in a nebulous realm. Whether he was hiring for his company or factory was debatable, as his qualified subordinates indeed received pay, signed contracts, and paid taxes. The rumors circulating in the underworld about the organization hiring were merely that, rumors. The notices within the industrial park consistently stated that the prince's security company and various associated enterprises were hiring. Sir Bai, grant the Triad members an opportunity. We too aspire to engage in legitimate endeavors. Should individuals be pushed to their limits, they may easily resort to extremities. Prince, my people will keep a close watch on you. I sincerely hope you refrain from causing any disturbances. Kowloon must remain orderly. That is the bottom line. Rest assured. I too am a businessman. Chaos serves no benefit to me. By the way, ensure your subordinates adhere to decorum. When one engages in such dealings, one must uphold decorum. Chapter 94. Liang Kuan unleashes his fury. Chaos reigns in Yao Mati, opening a store. Sir Bai, are we simply allowing him to depart? What other option do we have? How can you hold him accountable? One must act with evidence. If you possess incriminating evidence against him, I would be the first to apprehend him. How could he possibly be so brazen? He is now affluent and accompanied by a cadre of attorneys who assist him in legal matters. Any hint of discord prompts him to lodge complaints, file lawsuits, or seek media attention. The most troublesome characters in the underworld are precisely those who behave in such a manner. Were it not for his desire to avoid trouble, Achio and his associates would undoubtedly find themselves embroiled in legal disputes. Honestly, can't you conduct your affairs with a modicum of intelligence? Complete the necessary procedures. If one adheres to the rules, others will follow suit. How difficult can it be? When everyone abides by the regulations, others are willing to engage. Otherwise, with so many subordinates at his disposal, he could easily draw 2 names from a hat and drag your entire family into ruin. Inspector Bai's subordinates were left in bewilderment. Anyone capable of reaching his position naturally understands how societal rules function. Chen Jichio's leadership was tacitly approved by him. A newcomer who disregards protocol cannot be allowed to operate unchecked. Without imparting a lesson, how can he effectively lead his subordinates in the future? Repeating something 100 times yields no results. One must learn through experience. It has been a week since the Kowloon police station departed, and the prince suddenly realizes that he seems to have faded from public attention, merely due to a significant event in the underworld. The flamboyant Quan of Hung Hing has eliminated the formidable Chen Chi of the Number Gang, thereby doubling Hung Hing's territory in Mongkok. Simultaneously, alongside the war god Kan Zitai of Tsim Sha Sui, he has absorbed the Number Gang's domain in Tsim Sha Sui, solidifying his rightful claim as the boss there. In the Yao Tsim Mong area, a core battleground for the East Star, Hung Hing, and Lianxing, intense conflicts are rampant. The East Star primarily occupies the northern region, while Hung Hing has its origins on the southern shores of AP Lei Chao. Now, Quan's actions signify an aggressive expansion of Hung Hing's influence across the sea, leading to fierce clashes in Yao Tsim Mong. As the 3 factions engage in relentless combat, It is the smaller forces in the conflict zones that suffer first. Several territories held by the Prince's side have been swiftly taken over in Yao Tsimong, and faced with the frenzied assaults of the three major factions, no one dares to utter a word. In stark contrast, the previously quiet prince has become virtually invisible, with the attention of law enforcement largely diverted to those three gangs. With the heavens on my side, I am firmly established, the geographical advantage is mine, and I have united a multitude. With all elements aligned, success is assured. All the shops have been nearly refurbished. The five uncles have hardly spent any money, but each contributed 5 or 6 establishments. The prince, having borrowed funds through their connections, has prepared to launch 80 self-service box lunch restaurants simultaneously, establishing a catering group. The shops span the entirety of Sai Kung, Kun Tong, and Wong Tai Sin, with additional locations near Sham Shui Pua and Kowloon City, effectively covering all of Kowloon except for the core Yao Tsimong area and the self-contained Kowloon City. Hong Tai and Quan Hing have already merged, and with the involvement of Long Yi Lao Ma, Hong Lu Piao Go, Hong Ye Bao, and in Lu Jianshu, along with Sun Shu from Lianing, the 6 gangs are more than capable of supporting the princess ventures, especially with Hong Tai. The new elite gang's reputation has spread through the underworld, and the younger members take pride in their association, showing no fear towards the subordinates of Hung Hing and East Star. The Princess Catering Group has officially commenced operations at the entrance of the Quan Hing International Building. All the leading figures who have partnered with the prince have gathered, along with their respective subordinates, creating a sea of people. Were it not for the ample security present, one could only speculate what chaos might ensue. Today marks the grand opening of the Prince's Catering Group, with the office still located in the Quan Hing International Building. The previous operations of Quan Hing have been segmented, reorganized, and planned by the prince, with the second floor now designated for the catering group, or rather, the Prince Group's catering department. The employees of the former Quan Hing International Group have been integrated, with some improvements in their compensation, as those previously associated with the catering business have been directly assimilated under the Prince Group's banner, which posed no significant challenge. Besides the office staff, each of the 80 establishments is equipped with 5 chefs, 5 servers, and 5 security personnel, with basic salaries around $6,000 each, leading to a monthly labor cost of approximately $100,000. However, the chefs and servers are accounted for under the catering group's budget, while the security personnel fall under the Prince's security division, thus not forming a single system. With these 80 establishments, over 1,000 of the prince's subordinates have found legitimate employment, and it is entirely legitimate. The prince has never regarded his subordinates as mere muscle. Such a perspective is far too narrow. These gangsters, after undergoing some training, possess commendable physical capabilities and being loyal, understanding of rules, and obedient to their leader. They represent excellent human resources. Assigning them tasks that require intellect may not yield the best results. But when it comes to exerting physical effort and being part of a gang's identity, they excel remarkably. For instance, if they were to work as chefs or servers in a tea restaurant, they would naturally feel embarrassed and reluctant. Yet, if selected internally within the gang, their roles transform from mere chefs and servers to overseeing operations and managing the gang's enterprises, and suddenly they are eager to take on such responsibilities. Coupled with favorable compensation and the competitive atmosphere fostered by the prince among his subordinates, aspiring for these positions necessitates internal competition and assessment. Moreover, the prince has indeed treated them well. This income is already double that of office white-collar workers, and with provisions for meals and lodging, it is undoubtedly a desirable occupation. Given that the shops are not particularly large, they can accommodate a maximum of 400 patrons daily, with an average expenditure of $20 per person, excluding beverages. Financial projections estimate an average consumption of around $30 per person. However, the unique nature of the shops alters their operating hours, as establishments offering benefits to gang members. They must cater to the nocturnal lifestyle of the gangsters, who primarily emerge at night. Thus, the prince has decisively opted for 2 shifts, ensuring 24-hour operations. Consequently, the capacity for patrons doubles, increasing from 1,200 to 2,400. The anticipated daily revenue also doubles, reaching approximately $24,000. With a daily income of $24,000, the monthly total amounts to $720,000. Given that most supplies are smuggled, the costs are exceptionally low, allowing for a profit margin exceeding 70%, with each shop generating over $500,000 in profit monthly. After deducting $20,000 in labor costs, the net profit stands at $300,000, leading to a total of over $20 million across 80 establishments monthly. Chapter 95. The path is clear. Even if the profits are split 50-50 with the uncles, the monthly revenue exceeds $10 million. Most importantly, this arrangement secures employment for over 2,000 of the prince's subordinates, which is his primary objective. As for why the prince is so confident that these shops will undoubtedly be profitable, it is primarily due to the collaboration with the uncles. Each of the 5 gangs boasts over 3,000 members, summing to around 15 to 16,000, not including the peripheral members. If one includes the newcomers who have yet to fully integrate, the baseline easily exceeds 30,000. Even with the shops operating 24 hours a day and accommodating 700 to 800 patrons each, the total capacity, at maximum efficiency, would only amount to around 50 to 60,000. The 5 gangs can contribute over 30,000 members, and combined with the prince's own subordinates, he can fully absorb the patronage of these establishments. It is precisely because of this confidence that the prince dares to open 80 shops at once. A greater flow of customers would be advantageous, but even without it, attracting members from other gangs would be a bonus, and it would remain inconsequential otherwise. This scenario assumes that each subordinate consumes merely 1 meal per day, should they indulge in 2 meals. The influx of customers would undoubtedly surpass the capacity of the 80 establishments. As for the prince distributing money to his subordinates for expenditure within his enterprises, does it carry significance? Certainly, it does. Even if the money circulates back into his hands, the process enhances the quality of life for his subordinates, elevates their incomes, and provides them with stable accommodations that is meaningful. Moreover, it establishes a reliable channel for the retail of smuggled goods, ensuring a consistent market for the illicitly acquired vegetables and meats, which holds its own significance. Upon opening these establishments, the prince secured ownership of the properties. Some were purchased, while others were obtained without expenditure. In no time, the intrinsic value of these shops would soar, and therein lies the significance. Numerous shell companies associated with import and export of food have also emerged. The abandoned factories and tenements in the Prince's Industrial Park in Kowloon have transformed into a multitude of legitimate enterprises, coupled with labor dispatch contracts. These hundreds of companies can accommodate at least 3,000 subordinates. At least until the imminent collapse, these subordinates can ostensibly maintain the operation of the companies legally, engaging in legitimate import-export trade. The profits generated by these companies would subsequently flow back to the prince's conglomerate through security contracts, rent, service fees, and the like, ultimately leaving behind mere shells. Once the prince's financial company operates smoothly, these shell companies would serve as prime resources, with their legal representatives being the aged parents of some subordinates. With substantial cash flow and favorable business conditions, they could secure significant loans from foreign banks. At that juncture, transferring funds back to the prince's conglomerate would be a mere matter of shifting assets while awaiting bankruptcy. Should the foreign banks choose to litigate, they could pursue the parents of the subordinates. After all, they possess neither assets nor stable incomes and are burdened with loans. Engaging in such dealings would undoubtedly benefit the subordinates, culminating in a collective prosperity. Furthermore, the prince's outsourced transportation company employs subordinates who run the ships and those who transport goods overland, providing employment for at least 1,000 to 2,000 individuals. The fleet of modified vessels at the prince's disposal now totals 60, with the majority contributed by village leaders. The transportation sector is lucrative and requires investment for expansion, a concept they grasp. These modified vessels operate around the clock, shuttling between the mainland and the harbor, completing round trips in under an hour, and with loading and unloading. They can make over 10 trips a day, each vessel generating daily profits exceeding 300,000. Salaries for the subordinates, along with dividends for the village leaders and residents, ensure that even a single vessel can yield over 3 million in monthly returns. An astonishing cash flow of 180 million a month is formidable. During this era, the market sales of vegetables, fruits, and meats in the harbor amount to approximately 800 million, with the prince consuming a terrifying 1/5 of that share. If someone else were to attempt to gather such a volume on the mainland, it would be a cumbersome task, easily attracting the attention of authorities. Yet the prince operates differently. Many of his vessels do not sail to the mainland empty-handed. The harbor is not only a financial hub, but also a smuggling epicenter, with countless vessels transporting an array of goods clandestinely. If one desires something, it is nearly impossible to find nothing. The prince procures scarce machinery, materials, and pharmaceuticals for the mainland at virtually no profit. He merely charges the cost price, even covering fuel expenses. In return, when his ships reach the opposite shore, the finest quality vegetables, fruits, and meats await, with minimal inspection. This route has been stable for nearly half a month without a single mishap, and with a multitude of customs declarations. Even if intercepted by the water police at the harbor, the prince remains unfazed. As the instances of interception increase, the water police gradually lose interest in halting the prince's vessels. His subordinates grow bolder, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Each time they are stopped for inspection, only vegetables, fruits, pork, and other legal goods are found, never any contraband. The prince refrains from engaging in high-risk activities and does not allow his subordinates to do so either. With a stable and substantial revenue stream, dabbling in such matters would be ill-advised. Once the goods reach the shore, there is no fear of sales. Trucks transport the items to markets, produce stalls, and butcher shops controlled by the syndicate, ensuring swift consumption. These perishable goods, provided they are priced affordably, will always find buyers, as they are consumed daily. It is this formidable cash flow that emboldens the prince to recruit freely. Otherwise, he would struggle to pay wages and subsidies, rendering his words mere empty rhetoric. Once the funds acquired from smuggling are in hand, they are distributed through the syndicate to the subordinates still engaged in street gang activities, allowing for consumption that resolves their wage and subsidy issues without the complexities of money laundering. The remaining funds circulate through several hundred shell companies before flowing into the prince's conglomerate through legitimate business channels, effectively completing the money laundering process. This cash flow is the true foundation of the prince's audacity to expand and serves as a vital pathway for his eventual transition to legitimacy. Patriotism is not solely determined by words, but also by actions. The prince believes that every endeavor he undertakes will be recorded. The intricacies of smuggling, the operation of shell companies, and the logistics of transportation are not fully grasped by Uncle Ma and Uncle Piao. They simply recognize that they can procure abundant, affordable vegetables, fruits, and meats from the prince without bearing any risk. Should they attempt to operate their own vessels, their costs would likely exceed the prices offered by the prince, rendering the arrangement absurd. They might even perceive it as the prince's way of ingratiating himself by selling them goods at a loss. After all, they can only operate their smuggling activities at night, making only a few runs each day, eking out a meager income, nowhere near the scale of the prince's operations. Thanks to the connections forged through the buffet restaurant, the prince has established supply agreements with 5 other syndicates, tightening their ties considerably. Congratulations, my dear nephew. Atai, I have reviewed the situation of the shops, and you truly have vision. It is indeed the youth of today. Opening shops and companies, Atai. You are increasingly resembling an entrepreneur. Not merely resembling. It is indeed my role. Uncle May is truly remarkable. He has raised an exceptional son. He has indeed taught him well. If my son were half as capable, I would be awake even in my dreams. Several uncles showered praise upon the prince and Chen Mei. For each of them could extract nearly 1 million from the prince's shops monthly, a lucrative arrangement that no one could resist. Should they also factor in the goods supplied by the prince, their earnings could reach 2 to 3 million monthly. And now they regard the prince with the reverence one accords to a deity of wealth. Primarily, the funds in question are either entirely legitimate or ambiguously so, allowing for an unrestricted approach to spending. One could easily deposit them in a bank without fear of scrutiny. Is that the heir of Hong Tai? It seems rather unimpressive. I could do it too. In this world, the key is to use one's intellect rather than resorting to violence. Perhaps one should learn from others. Shindang, your words only serve to bolster others' resolve while diminishing your own stature. I, Hong Lufei Quan, shall never be outdone by anyone. Very well. You are the most formidable, but refrain from causing a ruckus today. Otherwise, the boss will not let you off easily, nor will the heir of Hong Tai. With a tall, robust physique and a sun-kissed complexion, his aura blends ruggedness with subtlety, exuding an abundance of masculine vitality. A glance reveals him to be a seasoned veteran of the nightlife. Shindang took a few puffs of his cigarette, his gaze complex as he observed the heir from a distance. Once, he was a formidable fighter for Hong Lu, capable of taking on a dozen adversaries. Yet now he is merely an ordinary man who has amassed some wealth and has grown weary of the world, on the verge of retirement. Having already lost due to my lack of foresight, I wonder how far you might go. Truly impressive. Had I possessed even a fraction of your vision back in the day, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Discarding his cigarette, but Shindang melded into the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Similar scenarios unfolded all around. The gang leaders, the Red Stick Masters, gazed enviously at the heir. When speaking to him, their leaders wore smiles, while they themselves lacked even the chance to engage in conversation. First, there was the company ribbon cutting, followed by a meal at a restaurant. The few who entered the establishment were primarily minor leaders under the command of Lao Ma and Piao Go, while the average street-level thugs were not even deemed worthy of entry. To prevent misunderstandings, the heir directly informed Inspector Bai of the Kowloon police station about today's banquet, considering the large number of gangsters present, which appeared quite intimidating. When Inspector Bai received the heir's call, he was somewhat bewildered but promptly consented. Regardless of his approval, the heir would dine and drink as planned. Yet, after Inspector Bai's notification, he felt as though he had assumed the role of protector. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, the gathering did not disperse. The heir, Chen Mei, Lao Ma, and Piao Ge then proceeded to inspect several newly opened buffet restaurants. They soon arrived at their destination. The 7 of them sat in a vehicle, with the heir serving as the driver, pointing to a nearby establishment adorned with floral arrangements at its entrance. Looking around, The interior was bustling with patrons, and a moderately lengthy queue formed outside. For $20, one could enjoy a variety of dishes, meat, rice, and over 20 types of food, predominantly rich in oil and salt, making them quite delectable. Braised pork knuckles, braised meat. Stir-fried meat, fried meat. Perhaps those of higher status might not appreciate such fare, but for ordinary individuals, particularly laborers, a few bowls of hot rice accompanied by a couple of pounds of roast meat would be more than sufficient to entice them to patronize the establishment. While my chefs may not craft culinary masterpieces, their offerings are certainly not unpleasant. At $20, even with the addition of a soft drink or beer, the total would barely reach $30, a far more economical option compared to the simple meals and milk tea at the ice room. Listening to the air, the gang leaders understood. They had all clawed their way up from the bottom, enduring hardships where their meals consisted solely of cold water and steamed buns, lacking even pickled vegetables. Back then, the thought of having a few pieces of braised meat would have been unimaginable. Let us move on to another place. After switching between 5 or 6 restaurants, all were packed. Many gangsters were dining inside, but the number of ordinary patrons far exceeded the heir's expectations. It seems my understanding of the ordinary people's attitude towards gangsters in Gao Gang might be somewhat flawed. I shall observe for a while. If this holds true, there is potential to open several establishments. Initially, the heir had anticipated that only his gang members would ensure the revenue's stability, not foreseeing such enthusiasm from the local residents. With 5 fully armed security personnel maintaining order, everything proceeded smoothly. As the establishments lay within the territories of Lao Ma and Piao Go, their subordinates had already been informed not to cause trouble, and the local gangsters behaved themselves. Observing the thriving business, the gang leaders in the back seat all smiled. "Uncles, I have another plan." "What plan? Pray enlighten us." The gazes of the gang leaders fell upon the heir. The recent business collaboration had already proven that the heir had a knack for generating profit. As long as they partnered with him, financial gain was assured. What are we all in this for? Merely for a handful of silver coins. After all, as long as the heir can continue to lead us to prosperity, everything is negotiable. Since you esteemed uncles have faith in your young nephew, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. You all know I possess an industrial zone in Lantian, which I have been organizing. Originally, my plan was to accommodate my subordinates, but given our enjoyable collaboration, I believe some profits should not be mine alone. My proposal is for a large-scale complex comprising a food street, shopping street, and entertainment avenue. A large-scale food street, shopping street, and entertainment avenue? Not only Piao Gu and Lao Ma, but even the heiress father, Chun Mei, furrowed his brow upon hearing this, struggling to comprehend its meaning. "Dear nephew, there are no outsiders here. Please elucidate your thoughts." Gue Laosun was also a businessman, having expanded his ventures significantly, so he possessed a keen eye, at least sharper than others. Upon hearing the heir's proposition, he immediately recognized its potential. Food streets and shopping avenues already existed in Gao Gang. They simply had not been consolidated into one. As you all know, Gao Gang is neither too large nor too small. The core areas are quite limited. For food, one would head to Temple Street; for clothing, to Ladies Market; for footwear, to Sneaker Street; and for electronics and gaming consoles, to Sham Shui Pa. However, while the Yao Ma Ti, Mongkok, and Sim Sha Sui areas are bustling, they are also closely monitored by various gangs. Currently, East Star, Hongxing, and Lian Sheng are embroiled in chaos there, leaving everyone bewildered. Since these businesses are lucrative, yet we cannot compete with the 3 major gangs. Why not carve out our own niche and establish a commercial street, merely selling snacks, clothing, and electronics? The snacks of the food street are not difficult to master. Many of my subordinates come from families that already run stalls. I have factories for clothing, and I can source sneakers easily, so supply is not an issue. For electronics, we can handle a portion legitimately while acquiring the rest through less formal channels, offering affordable prices. I have already secured the location in the Kuntong Lantian Industrial Zone. The entire area is mine, and now I merely seek the support of my esteemed uncles. Upon hearing the heir's elaborate plan, the gang leaders were not naive. They understood that he had laid out the entire proposal, leaving them to wonder where they fit into the picture. "Atai, you've set the stage. It seems inappropriate for us to reap the rewards at this juncture." Indeed, as old-timers, it would not reflect well for us to snatch a business from a younger generation. Lao Ma and Piao Gu were not wrong. While their words were pleasant, their eyes were fixed on the heir, clearly intrigued by his business proposition. If they could seize the operations from Temple Street, Ladies Market, Sneaker Street, and Sham Shui Pa, even if it were just a fraction, it would amount to a significant sum. Primarily, although the Lam Tin industrial area in Kuntong does not fall within the territories of the few influential figures, it is nonetheless encircled by their domains, rendering it remarkably easy to control. However, they remain oblivious to the true desires of the prince, and lacking awareness of the potential costs they might incur. They hesitate to voice their thoughts. The prince, unencumbered by formalities, directly articulates his requirements. I require the minibuses and taxis from each of you, esteemed uncles. Including those vehicles under the auspices of Hung Tai, we shall consolidate them into a singular transportation company. Rest assured, based on the number of vehicles and their routes, the rightful dividends will be distributed in full to each of you. Upon hearing the prince's request for these two types of vehicles, the brows of several leaders furrowed slightly. Although seemingly inconspicuous, these vehicles represent a highly stable and legitimate source of cash flow. Typically, such ventures are entrusted to the inner circle of the leaders, effectively constituting their own businesses. For instance, as of today, a total of over 14,000 taxi licenses have been issued in the entire region of Hong Kong, with prices still remaining manageable at approximately 30,000 per license. The licenses are categorized by color, red, green, and blue, each serving different operational areas, with red licenses for the urban district constituting the majority at around 12,000. The scarcity of taxis translates into substantial income, with a single vehicle capable of generating between $1,500 to $2,000 in a day. After deducting the driver's $300, the $600 for 2 shifts, and $200 for fuel, insurance, and miscellaneous expenses, a taxi can yield a daily profit of around $700 to $1,000, amounting to $2,000 to $3,000 monthly. Renting out a license alone can still provide between $9,000 to $12,000 monthly, akin to a golden goose. For their association, acquiring 30 to 50 taxi licenses is not an insurmountable challenge. When dispersed, their numbers remain modest. However, if the 7 associations were to combine their efforts, they could amass 300 to 400 licenses. With such consolidation, they could easily establish a company generating close to $10 million monthly. This does not even account for the minibus routes. Within the territories of these 7 associations, there are approximately 700 minibuses, with a small fraction managed by the respective associations, while the remainder belongs to public and corporate fleets. Minibuses are categorized into 2 types, red and yellow. The red minibuses, primarily controlled by the associations, operate on flexible routes, with no fixed stops or schedules, allowing for immediate service. In addition to regular passenger transport, they are often utilized during gang confrontations or hasty retreats. These minibuses are typically modified Toyota coasters with low costs, yet decent returns. Depending on the remoteness of their routes and the density of passengers, daily earnings can range around $1,500 to $2,000. After accounting for 2 drivers' wages, fuel, and other expenses, each vehicle can generate a monthly income of $1,000 to $2,000. The significant advantage is that these vehicles do not require special licenses. Even decommissioned vehicles can continue to operate, albeit subject to fines from law enforcement if caught, but the cash flow remains remarkably stable. Conversely, the green licensed minibuses operate on strictly regulated routes with fixed stops and schedules, primarily owned by legitimate companies or public entities, yielding minimal profit for the associations, often just a few $100s in protection fees monthly, rendering them rather inconsequential. Chapter 97, Minibuses and Taxis. The prince saw no need to negotiate with the leaders regarding the green minibuses. He could simply establish a company and apply for the necessary permits himself. However, his objective is not to acquire merely a fraction, but to exert control over the entire public transportation system in the region. His strategy has always been clear: to dominate the essentials of daily life. This transportation company must cater to both freight and passenger services. Yet, forcibly seizing these assets from the 5 associations would inevitably lead to conflict. The prince's developmental strategy has consistently prioritized minimizing confrontation. After all, should discord arise, he would have to find a way to eliminate the opposition to secure his interests, a burdensome endeavor. There is no need to mention Chen Mei. Her father would undoubtedly provide assistance whenever he was asked. As for Chuanxing, it is clear that Wang Fingyi holds little sway. She merely serves as a symbolic figure, and her claims of Chuanxing being her dowry are merely for appearances. Thus, this segment of minibuses and taxis would also fall into the prince's hands. What remains are the assets held by the 5 associations. Each association possessing 30 to 50 taxi licenses could yield around $700,000 to $800,000 monthly, coupled with 4 to 5 dozen minibuses generating an additional $500,000 to $600,000. Such a stable cash flow is not something they are willing to relinquish for the sake of a new venture. Indeed, it could be said that each leader is loath to act without seeing tangible results. Observing the silence among the occupants of the vehicle, the prince understood that without further persuasion, these seasoned individuals would be reluctant to part with their lucrative assets. Esteemed uncles, I understand that you all have much to consider, but to achieve substantial profits, mutual trust is essential. We now live in a society governed by law, and I am a man of my word. You all are aware that I would never take what belongs to you without due cause. Based on the number of taxi licenses and minibus routes in your possession, I will augment your existing revenue by an additional 30%. My intention in acquiring these minibuses and taxis is solely to ensure a steady influx of passengers to the industrial park. Although it may appear that these vehicles are being consolidated under one company, in reality, their operation will remain akin to when they belong to you, continuously generating reliable income each month. I will not only formalize contracts with each of you, but also assume responsibility for tax obligations, ensuring that the funds you receive are entirely clean. What say you? The conditions proposed by the prince were undeniably enticing. Managing their own minibuses and taxis not only demanded significant manpower and resources, but also involved navigating various conflicts and potential clashes with other associations, which could lead to violence or fines from law enforcement, alongside the risks posed by aging or modified vehicles that could break down unexpectedly. In truth, for the prince, these vehicles were not of paramount importance. Rather, it was the routes that the associations would transfer to him that held true value. Each association had its own designated area and routes, and any deviation would likely result in confrontation. Should a vehicle be damaged, it could spark conflict between two associations. The prince was effectively purchasing a passport that would grant him unobstructed access across the territories of these 7 associations, with each minibus route serving as a vital artery interwoven within their domains. Mastering this network would not only facilitate profit generation, but also provide a swift means of mobilizing his subordinates to various locations. Furthermore, should these associations willingly entrust this resource to the prince, they would forfeit the right to privately establish additional minibuses, thereby relinquishing their operational authority. Any attempt to do so would breach their agreement, thereby justifying the prince's actions according to the rules of the Underworld. 30%. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by the crown prince, several influential figures felt a stir of temptation. They were no longer in the bloom of youth, each approaching their 50s, or even having crossed that threshold. A decade ago, or even 5 years prior, it was highly improbable that they would have acquiesced to the crown prince's demands. However, the tides had shifted. With advancing age came a burgeoning weariness towards the brutalities of the underworld, or perhaps a latent fear of violence, exacerbated by their declining physical prowess. The specter of aging loomed before them. In a few years, or perhaps a decade hence, they might find themselves too frail to wield a blade. Before that eventuality, if they failed to amass sufficient capital, their twilight years would be fraught with hardship. They had witnessed too many elder gangsters leading desolate lives, driving cabs, scavenging for scraps, washing dishes in restaurants, ultimately perishing in obscurity. If the crown prince were merely offering them money, they would not have been overly concerned, as their organizations could also procure wealth. Yet, the crown prince's proposition was one of legitimate, untainted funds, readily available for expenditure without the need for laundering, which held significant weight. Money laundering incurs fees. With each transaction, a third is lost, and as time passes, the yield diminishes further. When all is accounted for, the crown prince's offer transcended a mere 30% markup. Atai, Xiaoba, and the taxi drivers posed no issues, yet those brothers required livelihoods. Otherwise, their lack of income would incite unrest. Lao Ma, the one closest to Chen Mei, spoke up first. As long as the crown prince arranged suitable placements for their younger brethren, he believed the venture was feasible. Even if the crown prince offered them only 3 to 5 years of returns, they would recoup their investments, and by then, they might find themselves comfortably enjoying their later years. Certainly, that poses no problem. These individuals are professionals. They can seamlessly integrate into the transport company, and I shall handle their salaries. Rest assured, they remain your loyal subordinates. Think of it as your esteemed uncles assigning personnel to oversee the company's operations. However, let it be understood that they must perform diligently. Failure to comply will result in penalties. With the crown prince's words resonating, the assembly deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement to invest in his transport company. As before, they would not be contributing cash. This time, their investment consisted of minibuses, their operational routes, taxis, and taxi licenses. Upon the establishment of the company, the crown prince would not only be responsible for the salaries of these individuals, but would also distribute dividends at a rate 13 times the previous minibus revenues. Both parties felt they were gaining an advantage, and purely from a financial perspective, Piao Gu and his associates indeed secured a favorable deal. Yet, the crown prince had never been one to shy away from expenditure. His concern lay in the inability to spend it. By judiciously allowing for some profit sharing, more benefits could be brought to the surface, effectively obscuring the deeper implications from prying eyes. Perhaps they recognized the underlying risks, but, upon weighing the pros and cons, deemed the crown prince's conditions more valuable than the potential hazards, ultimately opting for the lure of profit. Human nature often leads one to remain oblivious to pain until it strikes personally. I find Atai's proposal commendable. Unified management would indeed simplify matters. If we could consolidate the snack street, sneaker street, clothing street, and gaming street, it would undoubtedly yield greater profits. A few minibuses and taxis are hardly a burden. Atai has shown great sincerity, so let us not be stingy. Asen's assertion was astute. Business requires investment, and we shall participate in this transport company. Agreed. 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 Negotiating with decision-makers is refreshing. As long as the terms are suitable, decisions can be made promptly without prolonged back and forth. This also stemmed from the fact that the Crown Prince was Chun Mei's son. Should they suffer significant losses, there was a certainty that Chun Mei could not evade responsibility, and the funds would eventually be recovered. Profit would bring joy to all, while losses would have someone to cushion the fall, stability assured. Atai, let us temporarily set aside the transport company matters. Please elaborate on your proposed business for that street. How shall we proceed? Not an issue, since everyone is here. Allow me to take you to see the location I have prepared. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Crown Prince executed a U-turn, his convoy following suit. While he may not have appeared to be accompanied by many in public, it was certain that his subordinates were nearby, ready to communicate via walkie-talkies, poised to respond at a moment's notice. The journey from Kowloon to the Lantian Industrial Park seemed distant, yet it was merely within the same district, approximately a 15-minute drive. For minibuses, the travel time varied between 15 to 25 minutes, contingent on traffic conditions. After a brief span, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The bustling commercial landscape filled with shops and people gave way to a quieter scene populated by workers, surrounded by various industrial sites. Nearby, dense residential areas predominated, primarily public housing, situated within a 10 to 20-minute walk from the industrial zone. This was the heart of the syndicate's operatives, a hub for smuggling connections and logistical support. Many of the Crown Prince's subordinates hailed from this area, including some notable figures from the Hengqin and Dongxing gangs. Despite being a source of manpower for the syndicates, few placed significant emphasis on this region due to its lack of lucrative opportunities. Arrived, with a firm brake, the vehicle came to a halt, revealing an imposing gate that immediately caught the attention of those within. The entrance, styled like a traditional gatehouse, exuded an ancient charm, albeit constructed from concrete rather than solid wood. Connected to the gate were vast stretches of fencing. Unlike walls, fencing required less stone, was more cost-effective, and could be erected rapidly. Surrounding the enclosure were expansive, meticulously leveled grounds, their asphalt surfaces appearing pristine. The Crown Prince had even constructed a wide road leading directly to the main thoroughfare, ensuring a smooth ride upon arrival. Esteemed uncles, please accompany me to witness our future comprehensive entertainment street. The Crown Prince expressed satisfaction with the results achieved by his subordinates over the past 10 days. Although the gangsters were not professional builders, they possessed strength and numbers. The Crown Prince had invested significantly in hiring a contingent of legitimate construction workers, coordinating with his security personnel to guide the younger members in their tasks. Those who failed to comply faced immediate repercussions, and with prompt payment and adequate provisions. The initial instability dissipated, leading to a stable large-scale construction site. Various departments under the Crown Prince began to pull personnel from this site, and as the workforce diminished, the project's pace accelerated. His security team extracted over 4,000 individuals, complemented by an additional 1,000 recruited from the original Hengtai syndicate and nearby villages, leading to a security company expansion to 7,000 members. Rather than continuing work here, they were relocated to various construction sites in Saikong, where they simultaneously built factories and underwent training, integrating some recruits from the nearby villages. The Crown Prince aimed to prevent the emergence of significant factions among his subordinates, ensuring that everyone adhered to corporate regulations. At least until he solidified his position, these factions could not impede his growth. Recruiting from the various villages in Saikong was a pre-arranged agreement with the village heads, who were apprehensive about their enterprises. The Crown Prince welcomed their members into his organization, fostering mutual benefit. Human beings are remarkably susceptible to influence. Although the power of clans is considerable, they are acutely aware of who provides their sustenance. Once the prince's control over resources surpasses a certain threshold, the village chiefs find themselves unable to instigate trouble, as this would contravene the collective interest. To challenge the prince would equate to shattering the livelihoods of the entire village, and at that juncture, it remains uncertain whose authority will prevail. Moreover, individuals from other villages can be conveniently utilized to incite internal conflicts. Should one village cause unrest, personnel from another can be dispatched to manage the situation. Over time, these tensions will inevitably arise, with the prince acting as both mediator and referee. How could he possibly lose? Previously, members of the Hengtai society were allocated to relatively advantageous positions, such as in fast food establishments, earning stable wages that allow them to distance themselves from violence. Simultaneously, they enjoy reliable avenues for advancement. Those who perform well can be promoted to store managers, and with a bit of capital, may apply to open branch stores, reaping dividends. The prince remains generous towards his subordinates. Those who yearn to immerse themselves in the underworld, aspiring to become gangsters, are reassigned to the society, continuing their roles under the guidance of seasoned veterans, maintaining both gray and black business operations. However, as the prince's enterprises transition largely towards legitimacy, the demand for such personnel has diminished significantly. Consequently, the Hongtai Society's membership has expanded to approximately 4,000, but after various reallocations, fewer than 10,000 remain actively employed. Excluding those eliminated as miscreants, the prince's loyal followers number around 25,000. The majority of these workers on construction sites will soon transition into laborers, despite their rough exterior. Under the leadership of their older brothers, they are indeed capable of hard work. After all, failing to work results in punishment, and once they pledge allegiance to their elder brother, fleeing is not an option. Chapter 98, a transformative industrial park. This area is destined to become a parking lot, with part allocated for the drop-off and pickup of small buses and taxis, and another section designated as a paid parking facility for those who drive themselves. Surrounding the park, I will establish 8 entrances, creating nearly 2,000 standard parking spaces, 1/3 of which will be for our own use, while the remainder can be monetized. Charging $10 per night amounts to hundreds of thousands in parking fees monthly, effectively covering the basic maintenance costs of the park. Upon entering the main gate, one is greeted by a bustling scene, with uniformed personnel patrolling, those adorned with white helmets directing operations, while the remaining subordinates are diligently toiling. Most of these individuals were compelled by circumstance to join the ranks of gangsters. Each harbors a yearning for a stable life. While there are many gangsters, not all wish to live a life of violence. Their recent experiences within the Prince's Park have starkly severed their ties to the past, contrasting the turbulent existence of gangsters with the stable income and regular meals enjoyed by the society's workers, merely required to expend some physical effort. This juxtaposition has ignited a fervent desire within them, an opportunity generously provided by the Prince. These individuals have not formally joined Hongtai. Officially, they are the Prince's subordinates. Yet in reality, they are his employees. However, providing insurance for such a large number of people strains the Prince's current finances, necessitating a vague approach for now. Once his funds are sufficient, he will promptly integrate them into the Prince's organization. The Prince has never lost sight of this group. The next 30 years are poised to be a golden era for real estate, a lucrative opportunity he cannot afford to forego. These subordinates represent exemplary laborers. Although they may not possess advanced skills, they are more than capable of constructing buildings, especially under professional supervision, as the demands on workers are not overly stringent. The Prince is confident that once the construction company is established, it will swiftly commence operations. The Full Prosperity International Group still possesses several small parcels of land. It would be a shame to sell them, so it is perfect for establishing a construction company to hone their skills. Accompanied by several leaders, I entered the park, where a vast expanse of land has already been leveled and paved. In pursuit of efficiency, the Prince eschewed unnecessary embellishments, focusing instead on establishing water and electricity systems before laying asphalt. The internal area of the park is treated as a major thoroughfare, and with an ample workforce and heavy machinery, the park has been constructed in a remarkably short time frame. In truth, building a structure would take much longer than 10 days, even up to 3 months. What do you think, gentlemen? The location is quite satisfactory, is it not? Once the transportation routes for the company are operational, access to this area will be convenient, offering numerous routes for city dwellers wishing to visit. This section will serve as a food street, accommodating at least 200 stalls. I not only intend to replicate the culinary delights of Temple Street, but have also dispatched individuals to the mainland to seek out various regional delicacies. To expedite construction, I plan to implement stalls sized like shipping containers, 1 stall per container, with water, electricity, and waste disposal set up accordingly. I've arranged for 200 containers to arrive in 2 days, and within 5 days, this area will be completed. This section will feature color steel houses, interconnected, primarily selling affordable clothing, shoes, and bags, everything one could desire. There will be an electronics district dedicated to electronic products, including gaming consoles, VCDs, and electronic watches, providing both shopping and entertainment. I intend to establish an amusement area specifically for children, where parents can leave their kids to enjoy themselves while they indulge in food and entertainment, with personnel overseeing the little ones to ensure their parents can relax. This area will serve as an entertainment zone. The outdated rides in traditional amusement parks are far too dull and costly. Our focus will be on interactivity, coupled with rewarding activities, such as the simplest ring toss, $1 per toss, with prizes like cars, mobile phones, and watches to entice participation. The Prince articulates his vision for the park to the leaders, who nod in agreement. As for the old factory buildings, they hold significant potential. A simple renovation of their facades can rejuvenate them, transforming them into management offices or retail spaces. The food street will feature a culinary plaza. The clothing area will become a fashion center selling upscale attire, and the electronics district will showcase high-end electronic products. Once people enter, they will be encouraged to stay all day. As he shares these ideas, the prince's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Although the park appears rather rudimentary at a glance, it marks a substantial stride forward for him. Undoubtedly, this park will generate significant revenue, and the job opportunities within it, along with the various supporting roles in the surrounding area, will allow him to employ at least 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. Furthermore, as the park's influence grows, so too will the prince's own. When the factories in Saigon commence operations, the threat posed by the authorities will diminish considerably. Thousands of workers may take to the streets in protest, but thousands of gangsters would never dare to engage in such actions. With an equal number of subordinates, the treatment and attitude of the authorities towards him must differ drastically. In fact, there exists a simpler solution. Should the prince command hundreds of taxis and minibuses, he could incapacitate traffic at critical moments, sending shivers down the spines of the authorities. However, this seemingly inconspicuous business is directly proportional to the strength of the gang. The more formidable the gang, the greater the number of taxis and minibuses at their disposal. Conversely, if the gang's power is insufficient to maintain their routes, they cannot hope to paralyze the entire traffic of Hong Kong. Dear nephew, I wonder what assistance we might offer here. Listening to the Crown Prince's introduction, the several heads of the organizations, not being foolish, immediately discerned the potential for significant profit. Their inquiry was essentially about the division of interests, as they understood that perpetually taking advantage of the Crown Prince was unfeasible. The snack street is populated by my people, and some of the recipes originate from the mainland, which cannot be easily learned in a short time. I possess several clothing and shoe factories in the apparel sector that can provide supplies, but my resources are lacking in the electronics area. Esteemed uncles, what are your thoughts on this matter? In the previous chapter, the offspring selling grandfather's fields without regret. I have some connections with the frog suppliers, and I can procure electronic watches and similar items. I also own a pirated VCD company, capable of supplying any type of disc, whether legitimate or not, with a plethora of female employees under my command. I maintain relationships with numerous film companies and can arrange custom productions of any genre. Very well, you are impressive. I will not contest you over VCDs. However, can your ladies manage to produce the VCD players? Absolutely not. I have my own channels. I can supply a sufficient quantity of gray market beepers and mobile phones. Previously, the demand was not substantial, and I had not procured much stock, but I can provide as many as you desire. I can also acquire computers and game consoles from Sakura Country, ensuring they are genuine, albeit at a somewhat elevated price. The heads of the organizations engaged in a spirited exchange, directly entering into a business negotiation. It must be said that having been in their positions for many years, they possess a significant foundation. Certain businesses are inaccessible to the Crown Prince, and even inquiries about them would be difficult, yet these individuals can supply goods in bulk. This includes a considerable number of electronic components and equipment required by the mainland, showcasing a diverse array. Therefore, esteemed uncles, discussing such matters under the scorching sun is detrimental to our health. The building over there has been renovated. It was previously the office of my security company. Let us proceed to the office for a more detailed discussion. Accompanied by my younger brother, the group entered the office building that had once served as the Crown Prince's security training ground. The old fellows finally revealed their secrets. Observing the animated discussion among the heads, the Crown Prince nodded in agreement, not for any other reason, but for the valuable channels and connections these seasoned individuals possessed, which he needed to cultivate. With their resources, the Crown Prince could establish solid relations with the mainland and, when the time for investment arose, directly cross the sea as a Hong Kong investor. That region is a vast blue ocean, essentially a gold mine. Following this, the atmosphere was lively, and the Crown Prince delegated the electronic street area to them, taking charge only of personnel management and collecting rental and management fees, while he would not claim any share of the profits. However, similar to the transportation company, the Crown Prince's group would initially collect the fees with a monthly settlement, allowing them to audit the accounts at any time. The Crown Prince had painstakingly set up such a grand scheme, and naturally, he relinquished a substantial portion of profit, which the heads readily accepted. For them, this money was nearly a windfall, akin to simply expanding their sales channels without bearing the associated risks. They merely needed to transport the goods. As the heads departed, a gratifying exchange of interests came to a temporary conclusion. With both parties feeling immensely satisfied, one secured financial gain, while the other obtained their desired goods. Most importantly, the previously merely nominal alliance had now genuinely coalesced. The Crown Prince harbored no illusions about brotherhood, whether it be Hongtai or Chuanxing, in times of real crisis. Members of other gangs would surely distance themselves as far as possible, showing no inclination to assist. Yet, the situation had changed. Should a crisis arise before the Crown Prince's complete downfall, these old-timers would at least be compelled to exert some effort, for if the Crown Prince recovered, their losses would be considerable. This marked a qualitative transformation for the alliance. According to the Crown Prince's plan and their supply situation, the park could officially commence operations in approximately 10 days. Consequently, the Crown Prince found himself compelled to work overtime. The snacks he mentioned sourcing from the mainland indeed existed, yet they were not genuinely derived from there. Snack streets had already proliferated during the Crown Prince's previous life, with various delicacies competing until the most popular kinds homogenized, resulting in a striking similarity across the majority of snack streets and night markets nationwide. Hand-grab pancakes, grilled cold noodles, meat skewers, fried stinky tofu, grilled squid, and takoyaki, alongside the widely circulated beef offal and curry fish balls from Hong Kong, could easily fill 200 stalls. Moreover, many of these were unfamiliar to local residents. And human curiosity is notably potent. People are always eager to sample the unknown. For several consecutive days, the Crown Prince was extraordinarily busy, even neglecting his visits to nightclubs. Thankfully, the likes of Xiaojia, Maridana, and Ruby were always available, or else he would have struggled to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, Wang Fengyi assisted him in organizing the various operations of Chuanqing International Group, facilitating his integration and acquisition efforts. In the face of familial bonds, once the Crown Prince allowed her to meet Wang Dong and assured her that he was well cared for, Wang Fengyi fully committed to supporting the Crown Prince. Caring for Wang Dong was not particularly challenging, as Hong Tai already had influence in Stanley. It was merely less extensive than that of Hung Hing and Dongxing. However, in the prison, sheer numbers do not equate to power. Endurance is contingent upon the external connections and financial contributions. The guards at Stanley are notoriously corrupt, engaging in business with inmates, where cigarettes serve as hard currency and instant noodles hold similar value. Yet, if one is willing to spend, they can have extra chicken legs, steak, and eggs during meals, far exceeding the standard portions. The casino the Crown Prince had won from Sang Bo had attracted numerous guards from Stanley, as well as from Kowloon Police Station, who not only gambled but also borrowed money. Establishing contact with them was exceedingly simple. A few small lending companies were temporarily set up, specifically tailored to provide interest-free loans for them. A manager overseeing the entire prison, part of the frontline management, supervised several correctional directors and assistant directors responsible for specific area control, earning a mere $5,000, insufficient for a couple of days' entertainment. The Crown Prince's monthly stipend of $20,000 sufficed to ensure they assisted in caring for others. Currently, the Crown Prince had 5 high-ranking correctional directors under his command, with numerous lower-ranking correctional directors, assistant correctional directors, and correctional aides, collectively numbering in the hundreds. Maintaining these personnel cost less than $1 million per month, providing exceptional value. With financial resources flowing in, the living standards of Hong Tai's brothers and Stanley soared. Some faced sentences of 10 to 20 years with little hope of release, while others would be out in 3 to 5 years. The Crown Prince's expenditure was not for naught. It was aimed at fostering cohesion, ensuring that the Hong Tai brothers and Stanley understood that their leader would not abandon them. Upon discovering that her father was well cared for, Wang Fengyi, who already harbored tendencies towards self-destruction, directly assisted the Crown Prince in dismantling the Chuanqing International Group, which had caused her considerable suffering. The prince is fervently engaged in his endeavors, yet the other factions have ceased their activities. Although the Lantian industrial zone is not particularly prosperous, it does not imply the absence of other syndicate influences. Both Hung Hing and Dongxing maintain their own establishments here, along with their respective minibus routes and taxi services. Brother Yu, the investigation has clarified the matter. It is that prince from Hung Tai who is orchestrating the mischief. Hung Tai's prince. Elaborate further, if you would. The speaker is Tang Deyu, the authoritative figure of Hung Hing in Kuntong. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, he possesses a formidable physique, with a prominent scar running from his brow to his jaw on the left side of his face, a remnant from an ambush by thugs during his youth while seizing territory from Sun Yan. Despite his advancing years, he dons a black Zhongshan suit, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck. His gaze is steady and commanding, exuding an air of authority that is anything but ordinary. Brother Dayu is a native of Lantian Estate in Kuntong, having started his career as a dock worker. Known for his loyalty and combat prowess, he caught the attention of Hung Hing's leader, Jiang Tianqing, and 7 years ago assumed the role of Kuntong's enforcer, primarily overseeing operations in the more colorful sectors. His enterprises include a myriad of establishments such as bathhouses, funeral homes, horse stables, and more, totaling over a dozen. When his younger brother heard the inquiry from the elder, he promptly relayed the intelligence he had gathered. That so-called prince from Hung Tai has acquired a vast expanse of land in the Lantian industrial zone. Recently, he has been consolidating many individuals in that area, rumored to be developing an entertainment street. Not long after, Chang Yi, Hung Lok, Hung Yi, and Enlok, along with the original minibus and taxi services from Chen Hing, have all come under his control, supplemented by Hung Tai's own vehicles. Presently, in the vicinity of Kowloon, there are about 700 to 800 minibuses. Aside from the public fleet of over 300, the majority have fallen into his hands. We still possess over 40 vehicles, and Dongxing likely has a similar number, leaving only our 3 factions in the minibus business in this area. The prince has established a transport company, repainted the minibuses uniformly, and refurbished their interiors, giving them a polished appearance. Coupled with their large numbers, this has resulted in a significant diversion of our clientele towards their services. Moreover, each of their vehicles is staffed with 2 uniformed enforcers who, should they encounter pickpockets, employ electric batons and mete out punishment, even demanding compensation from those they assault. In a matter of days, local residents have begun to praise the prince's transport services for being reliable, safe, and clean, with many passengers willing to wait longer just to ride with them. Recently, our brothers have seen a decline of over a third in minibus patronage. The discontent in my brother's words regarding the prince's transport company is palpable, alongside confusion over the presence of 2 security personnel in each vehicle. Yet again, the prince appears indifferent to the profitability of these ventures. A stable cash flow alongside the provision of employment for our brothers suffices, even if it means incurring losses, though profit would certainly be welcome. Primarily, it is worth noting that despite the shabby condition of these minibuses, the business remains legitimate. While the minibus licenses may not be as costly as taxi licenses, they still require a considerable investment, especially due to the imposed limits. The prince has directly acquired the licenses and vehicles from the other 5 factions, sparing him considerable hassle. If he were simply maintaining the status quo, it would be one thing, but now the prince's transport company is evidently encroaching upon the businesses of other factions, severing their financial lifelines. Akin to a grievous offense against one's kin, how could they possibly acquiesce? Hung Tai's prince? Gonzitai has already been vanquished, and now he dares to encroach upon my territory? Daiyu's management philosophy is encapsulated in a single word: stability. He avoids dealings in illicit substances or arms, prohibits harassment of ordinary citizens, and focuses solely on cash flow businesses, never engaging in reckless investments. His ventures in the more colorful establishments are collaborative efforts with the prominent figures of Sham Shui Pa. They provide manpower while he offers the venues, ensuring the safety of those involved, akin to collecting protection fees, and subsequently collecting fees from factories, minibuses, and taxis. As industries migrate to Southeast Asia, Daiyu's income has notably diminished. After all, the factories have been abandoned, and the workforce has dissipated. It is unreasonable to continue collecting protection fees under such circumstances. Now, with others attempting to encroach upon his minibus and taxi enterprises, it feels like an assault on his very lifeblood. Ajong, Yu Fei Bo, and De Tian Air should discreetly assess the prince's movements, identify his patterns, and create some friction. Seize the opportunity for us to confront him. Understood, Brother Yu. Brother Yu's subordinate departed to uncover the prince's secrets, while De Tian Air, specifically mentioned by you, is indeed a brother of Chun Haonan from Causeway Bay. He is responsible for scheduling the red minibuses while also overseeing the smuggling operations for Brother Yu. Fierce in combat, he excels in close-quarter knife fighting, displaying a vigorous enthusiasm albeit with a tendency towards impatience, an archetypal young hoodlum. Given the relatively peripheral nature of their territory and the scant profits to be gained, Brother Yu's men number less than 1,000. Not to mention, he is not in a position to confront the prince's alliance of 7 factions, let alone contend with Hung Tai alone. The state of the territory is inconsequential. What truly matters is how long the prince can sustain his financial resources. The sheer figure of 30,000 recruits following Hung Tai's expansion is already intimidating. Hung Hing's territory is vast, with countless lucrative sectors, yet they muster only about 30,000 subordinates, and when excluding the leadership, there are 12 enforcers, each with their own agendas, akin to a scattered group of misfits. In contrast, Hung Tai, with only Chun Mei and his son making the decisions, poses a formidable challenge, and the outcome is anything but certain. However, in the presence of rivals, one cannot afford to remain complacent. Although the prince has not directly targeted him, his inaction would amount to a slow form of self-destruction. A remarkably similar conversation unfolds within the territory of Dongxing. Brother Tang remarks on the situation. Hung Tai, the prince? How intriguing. After creating such a stir, he not only fails to lay low but dares to emerge boldly. His audacity is remarkable. Were it not for everyone's focus on Yao Mati, someone might have dealt with him by now. Not only is he seizing my business, but he is also encroaching upon Daiyu's operations, simultaneously offending both Dongxing and Hung Hing. This prince exhibits considerable bravery. The speaker, known as Black Boy Tang, oversees Dongxing's operations in Kowloon. Unlike Hung Hing's structured hierarchy, Dongxing's territory division is more fluid, with each member claiming their own domain. The most formidable faction is the Five Tigers of Dongxing, of which Black Boy Tang is not a member, placing him in the second tier of strength within Dongxing otherwise. He would not be relegated to such a remote area of Kuntong. Nevertheless, he possesses a robust confidence in his capabilities. Keep a close watch on the prince's movements. Since he dares to encroach upon my finances, I shall ensure he repays me with interest. Both he and Dayu independently opt for a decisive course of action. Recognizing the substantial numbers of the prince's followers, should a confrontation arise, they harbor their own apprehensions. Chapter 100, A Fortuitous Opportunity Approaches. The prince remains oblivious to the fact that he is under scrutiny, as such matters are inherently unpredictable. However, he has instructed his subordinates to monitor Dayu and Black Boy Tang's activities, not out of fear, but due to the proximity of their territories, as the prince is certain that an opportunity to strike will present itself. After all, one cannot afford to let others rest easy in their own domains. And the prince is well aware of this. Maintaining distant alliances while attacking nearby threats is a sound strategy in the early stages of development. Today, the prince is in particularly high spirits, having successfully acquired an associate while simultaneously seeing another incarcerated in Stanley. In the afternoon, the prince, for once, granted himself a reprieve. Although Ruby remains at his beck and call, he recognizes the necessity of attending nightclubs to accumulate experience for future ventures. Such prime locales are not to be overlooked. At the Grand Fortune nightclub, the prince, accompanied by Xiang Di, Ahu, and Chang Mao, indulges in revelry amidst the intoxicating atmosphere. Relishing the experience, a stark contrast to the confines of an office, company lounge, or living room. Your Highness, please call Axie over. I cannot endure this alone. All right, just hold on a little longer. Half an hour later, the prince, with Ruby in his embrace, made his way from the restroom to the private booth. On the other side, in the back of the nightclub, was a space where the club's girls rested, changed clothes, and freshened up. Some of the higher-ranking girls had their own small lounges, but most were in a communal area. Susanna, I've just received word that the prince has arrived today. I will find an opportunity for you two to meet. Whether you can seize it depends on you. I understand. Thank you, Sister Annie. No need for such formality among us. Sister Annie gazed at Susanna, her eyes filled with envy. Though Susanna's beauty was not extraordinary, it certainly surpassed that of the average person. However, her figure was simply astonishing. While others merely boasted the typical hourglass shape, she seemed to possess the physique of two volleyballs, coupled with a slender frame that made her all the more striking. Had she not just been notified to come, her figure alone would have certainly captured the attention of other patrons days prior. As for Susanna, despite her attire and demeanor radiating a certain worldly air, a closer inspection revealed a spirited determination in her brow, indicating she was far from ordinary. Just days ago, Susanna was training with the Valkyrie Special Forces when she received an urgent directive to be reassigned to the Anti-Organized Crime Unit for a special mission. She was personally selected by Sir Bai to serve as an undercover agent for the prince. The Valkyrie Special Forces is a unique unit composed entirely of women, originally established to protect elite female officials coming to Hong Kong, each one a beautiful and capable fighter, having cost a significant amount to train. However, after some time, opportunities for their deployment were scarce. In the event of any major incidents, the Flying Tigers were typically called upon, leading senior officials to realize that this initiative seemed somewhat superfluous. Thus, when Sir Bai requested an undercover position, his description of the need immediately brought the Valkyrie Special Forces to mind. This not only provided a chance for mission execution to assess their training outcomes, but also left a potential avenue for future operations. If the Valkyrie Special Forces accomplished their task flawlessly, it would demonstrate their value, justifying continued funding. Conversely, if their performance was mediocre, interest would wane, allowing funds previously allocated to them to be redirected elsewhere. Should the mission fail entirely, the unit would be disbanded, and resources could be conserved for other uses, a favorable outcome nonetheless. The higher-ups, driven by profit, deemed only ventures that yielded financial returns as worthwhile, leaving the ground personnel to believe they were genuinely significant. After a selection process, Susanna emerged as the top candidate. Sir Bai possessed detailed information on the prince and had conducted multiple specialized meetings to analyze him comprehensively. It was evident from the prince's subordinates that he was a man of clear rewards and punishments. Yet he maintained a strong sense of vigilance towards his underlings. Those promoted by him had spent at least 3 years within the Hongtai organization, some even having been there for 7 or 8 years. None were truly newcomers. To infiltrate the prince's circle as an outsider, one would have to take an unconventional approach, utilizing a female operative. Fortunately, the prince's weakness in this regard was glaringly evident. He had established connections with 4 women, Madonna, Ruby, Little Stutter, and the recently acquired Wang Fengyi. Sir Bai had yet to ascertain how many more he was involved with privately. However, this information was already sufficient. Analysis indicated that the prince had little resistance to feminine charms, as evidenced by Ruby. who had quickly ascended to a high-ranking position within the nightclub shortly after being brought into his fold. Madonna, having arrived from the countryside, soon became his personal secretary due to her striking appearance, thus securing her own high-ranking status within the prince's group. Little Stutter, Axie, for reasons unknown, had not been involved in management, yet her treatment indicated that the prince was spending quite a sum on her. Moreover, despite the apparent collapse of the Quanjing society, Wang Fengyi continued to maintain control over the Quanjing International Group, implying the prince's leniency towards her. All signs pointed to the notion that once a woman caught the prince's eye, she was likely to ascend to a respectable position by his side. Consequently, Serbai reached out to his informant, a minor manager at the affluent nightclub, and for a sum of money, arranged for Susanna's entry. The amount, while not insignificant, 20,000 yuan, was presented with a note claiming it to be 50,000, yielding a profit of 30,000. Annie felt no moral burden regarding this. After all, the hustle was all about making money, whether from customers or through notes. It was still revenue for her. As for considering the prince's interests, that was out of the question. Figures like him, who were entrenched in the nightclub scene, were indifferent to the fate of the girls as long as their business remained unaffected. What? The prince is our big boss. She found it inconsequential. Even if the nightclub changed owners, her earnings would remain unchanged, with no loss to her share. Serbai's 20,000 yuan was far more enticing. Sitting before a makeup vanity in the corner, Susanna scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. You can do this. Stay strong. Straightening her posture, she nodded in satisfaction at her reflection. Chapter 101. Confidence is indeed confidence. Half an hour later. Hurry, Susanna. The prince is heading to the hall. Seize the opportunity. Sister Annie was genuinely committed to her role, promptly calling out to Susanna as the prince exited the booth. Upon hearing the commotion, Susanna dashed out of the lounge. Sister Annie guided her through the corridor, even thoughtfully pointing out the prince. That asked the prince, good luck. Thank you, Sister Annie. After smoothing out her dress, Susanna confidently approached the prince. Normally, one would arrange a reasonable opportunity for their meeting, such as orchestrating a heroic rescue scenario. However, her self-assurance was so profound that she felt she could effortlessly captivate a man like the prince, rendering any elaborate planning unnecessary. As anticipated, the prince's attention was drawn to her as she approached. Several security personnel surrounding him also shifted their gaze, but a mere gesture from the prince halted their movements. As Susanna reached his side, she unexpectedly stumbled, her left foot catching on her right, causing her to lurch forward, directly towards the prince seated on the sofa. How intriguing. Observing the woman rushing towards him, the corners of the prince's mouth curled into a slight smile. Her intentions were patently clear, evident even to the most oblivious of observers. Yet, it must be said, in terms of physical allure, she ranked first among the many he had encountered in both this life and the last. A striking superiority that even Madonna could not rival. Moreover, in the dim lighting of the surroundings, the less than stellar facial features of a woman like Susanna, whose figure was undeniably exceptional, were greatly enhanced. Alas, Susanna let out a delicate exclamation, immediately enveloped in a warm embrace that was remarkably strong. Accidentally, her hand pressed against the prince's chest, and she felt the power of his well-defined muscles. To add to the intrigue, the notion of lust is not exclusive to men. Women possess it as well. The dim ambience aside, the prince's striking features were undeniable, and his physique undeniably enhanced his allure. If he were to shed his shirt and leap into the dance floor of a nightclub, he would undoubtedly captivate the surrounding women, leaving them in a frenzy of admiration and excitement. Are you all right? The prince leaned slightly closer, scrutinizing the woman in his arms. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Susanna had her flaws. Her enchanting eyes, though alluring, paled in comparison to Ruby's, and her features lacked the refinement of renowned beauties like Madonna or Wang Fengyi. Nonetheless, she could still be deemed a beauty. However, as his gaze drifted lower, the prince's eyes trembled slightly. Viewing her from a distance was vastly different from this proximity, especially as Susanna's form pressed against him, causing a slight distortion. Yes, I apologize. She stammered. No harm done, as long as nothing is broken. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the prince, the proprietor of this nightclub. May I know your name and how you came to be here? Prince? She replied, surprised. Have you heard of me? I have indeed. It is said that the prince is a man of honor, benevolent towards his subordinates, and quite formidable. Ha ha ha, you certainly have a way with words. Whom do you associate with? I am affiliated with Sister Annie. I just arrived today. Oh, how fortuitous. Dong. Please inform Sister Annie that there is no need to arrange her schedule for the future. What is your name? My name is Susanna. From now on, there is no need to schedule Susanna for the stage. Prince, What? Are you unwilling? Not at all. It's just that my family situation is challenging. My father is a gambler, my mother is ill, and my brother is still studying. If I don't take on this role. Susanna's acting was rather unconvincing. Her reasons a tired litany, a gambling father, an ailing mother, a studying brother, and her own shattered dreams. Yet, among the women in the nightlife scene, such tales were common. Without a tragic backstory, how could one end up in such a place? So unfortunate. Allow me to offer you 50,000 a month, and I will arrange accommodation for you. You need not endure such hardships any longer. Really? Thank you, Prince. Thus, Susanna entered into a tacit agreement with the prince, officially becoming his in a moral sense. As for who had sent her, be it the authorities or another organization, the prince was indifferent. A delectable opportunity presented itself to him. It would be foolish not to seize it. With her beauty, she was someone he would rarely encounter otherwise, and to have her delivered to him was indeed a stroke of fortune. Susanna's eyes glimmered with a hint of unexpected intrigue. The prince's generosity was beyond her expectations. To claim that she was wholly virtuous and willing to combat evil was a stretch. Her willingness to undertake this task stemmed from the promise made by Officer Bai. If she could gather incriminating evidence against the prince and secure his imprisonment, she would be elevated to inspector upon her return. Should she manage to collect evidence against the entire Hontai organization and dismantle it, a promotion to senior inspector awaited her. Tempted by the allure of advancement and increased salary, Susanna had resolved to go undercover. Her self-awareness was keen, her abilities and strength were average, her looks passable, yet her charm was boundless. The ideal outcome for her was to marry a wealthy man. To interact with affluent individuals, she needed a respectable identity. Thus, the police force became her target. The subsequent emergence of the flower of the Overlord plan presented her with an opportunity. If a grand mission were to arise, and she encountered influential figures, would she not soar to new heights? Yet, contrary to her expectations, her time in the Special Operations Team was filled with arduous training, leaving her no chance to undertake missions or meet notable personalities. Thus, she accepted Officer Bai's invitation to go undercover, aiming to escape the confines of the flower of the Overlord and ascend further. However, with the prince's generosity, her earnings now exceeded tenfold that of her police salary, prompting her to reconsider her ambitions. This prince, upon closer inspection, was rather handsome, with an admirable physique and a generous disposition, yet the perils of a life in organized crime loomed large. Nevertheless, before delving too deeply into that world, it was wise to gather as much as she could. If only he were a billionaire. For a few thousand, she would risk her life, even if she couldn't become the main wife. Being a concubine would still be immensely profitable. 50,000 a month, alongside the prince, would amount to a year's salary in the police force. Should the prince's fortunes decline in the future, she could always return to the authorities. Even if promotion was unattainable, a fallback remained, with options to advance or retreat. The advantage lay with her. Contemplating this, Susanna's gaze towards the prince grew increasingly tender. The prince continued to embrace her, shifting her into a more comfortable position as he began to drink with his subordinates. Brother, your charm knows no bounds. Even while drinking, you managed to attract such a beautiful lady. Ahu, initially eager to speak bluntly, was mindful of the situation. Now that Susanna was with the prince, things were different. It was common knowledge that the prince preferred to bring women home, and thus, the women around him were discreet in their words. Despite the prince's kindness to them, his ruthlessness was well known among his inner circle. Who among them had not faced the consequences of crossing him? Brother, who is right? A toast to the prince and his lady. In the distance, Ruby received word from her subordinates about a new woman in the prince's company. However, she refrained from making a scene. With four already in the mix, one more would not alter the balance. Once a person's boundaries were crossed, many things became easier to accept. Had the prince been exclusive to Ruby, any newcomer would have stirred jealousy. Yet, with the prince's reputation as a rogue who pursued women through various means, often monetary, the emotional stakes were low. At least, he treated them well. Moreover, the prince was formidable. They could not fathom how he trained. One-on-one, they were no match. Often, even two against one resulted in their defeat, forcing the prince to seek a new battlefield for his enjoyment. Ruby was indifferent, but her subordinates were not. They admired her kindness and maintained strong relationships with her. Ruby, once the prince departs, I will lead the sisters in confronting that vixen. She clearly had her sights set on the prince from the start, likely a premeditated scheme. I had never seen her before. Where did she come from? I know. I saw that loudmouth Annie speaking with her in the lounge. She must have brought her in. How dare she pursue the prince, who is clearly Ruby's? Let us go teach her a lesson. Enough. Do not act rashly. The prince has his own arrangements. I will handle the rest. Ruby swiftly intervened, silencing her subordinate, the young lady. While having a crowd was inconsequential, provoking the crown prince would spell disaster. She currently managed several nightclubs, effortlessly raking in 200,000 to 300,000 a month. And the prince often provided her with money. There was no need to jeopardize that financial relationship. Observing Susanna, Ruby instinctively sensed something amiss. And the same unsettling feeling extended to Annie, who had accompanied her. She needed to have a word with the prince. He must not encounter any trouble. It was precisely this clarity of mind that the prince admired in Ruby, her ability to discern the intricacies of situations. In the private booth, the prince and his entourage reveled in their drinks, indulging heartily. However, for the prince, the potency of such liquor was akin to water. He remained unaffected. In stark contrast, Susanna had been restricted from alcohol during her special forces training. Her tolerance amounted to merely a few cans of beer. Now, having sampled various beverages, lagers, whites, reds, and imports, she was quickly losing her strength within mere minutes. The prince could distinctly feel her body sagging in his embrace, on the verge of collapsing onto the table. With such a limited tolerance, did she truly expect to infiltrate a nightclub? In this brief moment, the prince had already discerned the true nature of the woman before him. Her measurements, 36, 24, 36, were extraordinary. In a past life, the prince had driven a G-class, but he had never imagined he would find himself in such a situation now. Her speech and demeanor were overly formal, betraying her lack of experience in the nightlife. It was immediately clear to him that she was not a streetwise individual, but rather an undercover operative. The longer he gazed at her familiar face, the more he recognized her. Although the resemblance was not exact, it was strikingly similar, and her physique was a perfect embodiment of his expectations, perhaps even exceeding them. Such an operative was more than welcome. The more, the merrier. Sensing the moment was ripe, the prince decided to withdraw. After all, a lavish meal could provide greater satisfaction than mere drinking. Continue enjoying yourselves. Tonight's expenses are on my tab. Take care of yourselves, and don't overindulge. There are still many matters to attend to. Understood, big brother. You too, take care. Amidst the knowing laughter of the crowd, the prince rose, assisting Susanna as they made their exit. Even in his own territory, the prince ensured security measures were in place, not for any other reason than to deter troublemakers and simplify matters. As a leader, he would not tolerate being harassed by petty criminals. That would be beneath him. Handling such situations was a necessity. Being assaulted was a humiliation and a waste of time. Therefore, despite his superior strength compared to his subordinates, he still chose to make a show of camaraderie. Jean, the prince has emerged. Should we follow? Let us not alert him. The boss instructed us to gather intel first. Damn, he is cautious, going out for drinks with so many subordinates? Observing the prince's entourage, Zhang felt a sense of relief for having restrained Tian. Wait, there's more. After the prince entered his vehicle, Zhang noticed his subordinates boarding a sea lion, followed closely by 3 additional sea lions, indicating that someone had been covertly monitoring the nightclub entrance. This guy is exceedingly careful. How afraid is he of danger? Cursing under his breath, he urged, keep up, let us see where he is headed. Not long after the Hongxing vehicle departed, another vehicle began to tail it. Upon reaching the Kuntong Industrial District, the 2 vehicles gradually slowed down, finally stopping in an inconspicuous location. He returned to his compound. So cautious even with a woman? This is going to be troublesome. Impossible. There must be a flaw. The task assigned by Yugu must be fulfilled. Watching the prince drive into the compound, the Hongxing and Dongxing members reluctantly departed. In the compound, the former security office of the prince was located. Indeed, he resided here. Despite the chaotic exterior of the site, bustling with work around the clock, his lounge was specially designed for soundproofing, providing a serene environment. Most importantly, everyone there was loyal to him, offering a sense of security. Not to mention, even if rival gangs attempted to apprehend him, they would require 1,000 men. Helicopters and special forces would have to contend with his subordinates first. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed Susanna onto the mattress, her state of inebriation evident. Chapter 102. Must not be led astray. I can still drink. Hee. Is it you? I am utterly captivated. I executed Officer by S mission flawlessly. Money, so much money, ha ha ha. A promotion, a salary increase. Becoming a general manager, assuming the role of CEO, marrying into wealth, hee. So hot. Your physique is quite impressive. Come, let me have a look. Shy. What is wrong with having a look? Be good, let me see. The alcohol had taken its toll, rendering Susanna unable to rise. Her incoherent mumblings betraying her lack of discretion. Sending someone of such low caliber as an undercover agent was akin to courting death. She was fortunate to have encountered me. Observing Susanna floundering, mumbling about the heat, the prince thoughtfully helped her remove the fabric clinging to her. This body was truly a divine gift. Indeed, in a crowd, all manner of people could emerge. Gently lifting Susanna, he proceeded to the bedroom, the aroma of alcohol still lingering, somewhat detracting from the ambience. In the bathroom, the following morning, a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility. Beside the prince, Susanna tightly wrapped herself in a blanket. Why you? What have you done to me? Done? We feasted on roast suckling pig. Last night, you promised to be my girl. Are you having second thoughts? Last night, Susanna began to recollect the events of the previous night. Under the influence of alcohol, Her memories were fragmented, but suddenly, the urgency of her mission resurfaced. Gazing at the prince, who was now so close, Susanna swallowed hard. His chiseled chest was solid and full, his abdominal muscles sculpted with precision, and his V-shaped torso seamlessly transitioned into his waist. The prince's physique was undeniably powerful, every contour exuding strength. With his broad shoulders and narrow waist, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, none of the men she had encountered could rival his appearance. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Susanna felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She had never experienced such a scene and was astounded by the array of techniques he had employed. Suddenly, the prince tugged at the blanket, catching Susanna off guard as she tumbled out of bed. "What do you intend to do? You woke me up early. I'm quite irritable." It wasn't until noon that the prince finally emerged from his lounge. Breakfast and lunch had already been prepared. He casually grabbed a few items before retreating to the lounge once more. Seated at the dining table, the prince pondered his next move while eating. This woman was an undercover agent sent by Officer Bai. How could he best utilize her? Although the police had conducted themselves in a rather unscrupulous manner, undercover agents could sometimes prove invaluable. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, the prince devised 9 distinct ways to employ an undercover agent. A mere mixture of truths and half-truths would suffice to manipulate the police to some extent for his benefit. Susanna's existence was akin to placing the launch button of a missile directly in the prince's hands. Before the bugs were fixed, he intended to make full use of her. Of course, this use was distinct from others. It was dual purpose. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and the prince casually picked it up to answer. "Your Highness, this is Fat Uncle. There has been an incident. Our men have clashed with those from Dongxing." "Dongxing? What transpired, Fat Uncle?" "It was a minibus. The people from Dongxing believe we have encroached upon their business. Thus they frequently cut off our vehicles on the road. This time, due to an unfortunate miscalculation, our driver collided with one of their cars, leading to a confrontation. The Dongxing crew arrived swiftly and vandalized our vehicle. And soon after, our men arrived, resulting in a brawl. Did we emerge victorious or suffer defeat? We triumphed. Our security team is formidable. And we managed to subdue the Dongxing faction. They fled. Don't let them escape. Pursue them." Hearing the news over the phone, His Highness furrowed his brow. He had been making every effort to avoid conflict with Hongxing and Dongxing, yet trouble had found him nonetheless. Encroaching on business, are they? If they seek trouble, they cannot blame me. Saigon, Kuntong, and Wang Tai Sin are all mine. Even the formidable D from Lianxing can only dominate Sunwan. While Dongxing's crows occupy Yuanlong, why should Hongtai not claim Kuntong, Wang Tai Sin, and Saigon in their entirety? In truth, His Highness had already established a de facto dominance over Saigon, and in Kuntong and Wang Tai Sin, aside from the influence of their Seven Society alliance, there were not many other powers, just a dozen or so small gangs, alongside some branches of Hongxing and Dongxing, leaving little competition. Moreover, in these areas, even major gangs like Hongxing and Dongxing wield limited influence. Otherwise, these second-tier factions would not even have a voice here. Ding ling ling. His Highness's phone rang once more. "Your Highness, it's me again. The Hongxing people have also arrived. Both factions are besieging us. We need immediate support." On the other end, Fat Uncle provided a location before hanging up. Listening to the busy tone, His Highness frowned. The location Fat Uncle mentioned was near a small, abandoned industrial area. While minibus routes occasionally passed through, they were infrequent. If Hongxing and Dongxing had indeed laid an ambush, it would be challenging to gather a significant number of men in a short time. If others were scheming, where would the opportunity for a counterattack arise? Something feels amiss. 8 out of 10 things are not right. Regardless of the situation's accuracy, His Highness knew that upon stepping out, he must be flanked by numerous men for protection, both overtly and covertly, to feel a semblance of security. Now, irrespective of the truth behind the matter, if his subordinates were in distress, he must send someone to investigate. No. My thoughts have strayed. Why should I follow their lead? Whether or not Hongxing and Dongxing have targeted my convoy, regardless of Fat Uncle's situation, it is evident someone is plotting against me. Not knowing who the target is, I shall launch a comprehensive strike, using this incident as a pretext to eliminate all forces in the area. Having come to this realization, His Highness immediately picked up the phone. "Xiangdi, take your men. A Hu, you lead your crew, and Long Mao, a Xiong, a Hui." One command after another was dispatched. And though His Highness's subordinates were not the most exceptional, they were far from incompetent. The small gangs near the Kuntong industrial area rarely numbered more than 300 to 500, with the largest boasting around 700 to 800. Armed with 800 fully equipped subordinates, they were more than capable of overwhelming these gangs. As for the situation with Fat Uncle, His Highness planned to personally assess it. Chapter 103. Armored and ready for battle. Mobilizing 800 security personnel, His Highness also began to change his own gear. Previously, due to the urgency of the situation, he had donned armor made from metal plates, which, while decent in defense, was primarily chosen for its affordability and ease of production, making it suitable for mass deployment. However, for the sake of his own life, it was evident that an upgrade was necessary. Layer upon layer, His Highness donned 3 layers of armor. The innermost and outermost layers were crafted from high-carbon steel, each 15 millimeters thick, with the 2 layers of scale armor weighing a total of 30 kilograms. Sandwiched between the 2 layers of high-carbon steel was a layer of aluminum scale armor, designed to enhance resilience against potential large-caliber bullets. The aluminum scale armor was significantly lighter, weighing around 5 kilograms. Including the scale armor on his forearms, each weighing 10 kilograms, the total weight of His Highness's armor amounted to an impressive 55 kilograms. The skirt of the armor just managed to protect his most vital areas, as the armor was intended to be worn underneath. Wearing full armor would severely restrict movement. With His Highness's current physique and strength, this 100-plus pounds of equipment felt almost weightless on him, having little impact on his agility. The armored His Highness radiated an entirely different aura compared to his unarmored self. He now exuded a fierce and imposing presence, akin to a valiant general from ancient times, capable of leading 1,000 troops into battle. In his storage space, he had prepared a larger shirt and coat. Donning the dark outerwear concealed the scale armor beneath, making him appear significantly bulkier, almost unrealistically robust. Each piece of armor was cushioned with compressed cotton structures to absorb impact, allowing for minimal sound when he moved. Shortly after he finished donning his gear, the training grounds below were filled with assembled subordinates. His Highness felt an inexplicable affinity for the number 800, as if it harmonized perfectly with his own title. The subordinates he led were all official employees of the security company. Some were seasoned veterans, while others were recent recruits. Nevertheless, their spirits were high, their eyes gleaming with hope as they gazed at His Highness. "Brother loyal." Upon His Highness's appearance, everyone uniformly shouted their rallying cry, fists clenched against their chests, pledging to forever keep His Highness in their hearts. Although their equipment could not compare to His Highness's, it was still quite impressive compared to other gang members. They wore 1 millimeter thick high-carbon steel scale armor, along with 2 high-carbon steel forearm guards, totaling around 10 kilograms. After a period of training and nutritional supplementation, they could easily bear this weight. On their left arms were shields produced by a toy factory, made from high-density plastic, approximately 2 centimeters thick and diamond-shaped, capable of protecting vital areas like the chest or head in critical moments. They carried a rubber baton over a meter long on their backs, while a slightly shorter high-voltage electric baton hung from their waists. Additionally, some wielded tall, high-density plastic shields, while others stood nearby with spear-shaped electric tridents. The equipment of His Highness's security team was continually being updated and upgraded. Some ideas were proposed by His Highness himself, while others were existing equipment that had merely not been considered for use. For instance, the subordinate wielding the electric trident, though it appeared unassuming, its power surpassed that of their high-voltage batons. Even a rampaging wild boar would be rendered unconscious with a single strike from this device. Moreover, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, it offered an extensive attack range and was crescent-shaped at the front, ideal for keeping enemies at bay. "Brothers, you have worked hard. Move out." His Highness wasted no time with unnecessary words and led his subordinates out of the compound. As for the safety of the park, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. Within his territory, there was no place more secure than this. If someone were to manage a complete takeover here, he could abandon his endeavors altogether, for a head-on confrontation would surely not favor him. Kowloon Tong, the Lam Tin industrial area, the final stretch of coastal road. This segment was considered quite remote, surrounded by numerous vacated factories, with the roads in disrepair and the sea breeze carrying a scent of rust. Few dared to traverse this path, leaving only 4 or 5 factories still in operation. This transport was specifically designated for that portion of factories. "Brother Yu, do you think that the so-called Prince Hantai will truly come? He won't bring too many people, will he? Should I borrow some men from Brother B as well? My brother is Brother B's top aide. With just a word from me, he would certainly come to our aid." Listening to De Tion Heir's words, Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly. To borrow men from other leaders in the gang for such matters, or even send his subordinates to seek assistance from the other gang's underlings. Was he to Yu to lose face in such a way? Furthermore, he had discreetly contacted the black-clad Tang from Dongxing, preparing to strike at the prince together. Could he possibly share this plan with his subordinates? For the lower-tier members, Dongxing was unequivocally an enemy. Collaborating with them would equate to betraying the gang and their brothers, marking him as a traitor. Yet, in reality, for the upper echelons of Hongxing, whether it be Dongxing or Lianxing, as long as there was profit to be gained, they would cooperate without a shred of psychological burden. Only the lower-tier members would cling to notions of stance, principles, and loyalty, whereas for these leaders, interests were paramount. Otherwise, they would never attain their positions. Similar to his situation, while the black-clad Tang from Dongxing might utilize certain channels to appear legitimate, yielding slightly higher income. The minibus and taxi services were likewise crucial sources of revenue for him. The crux was that these transport routes were utilized by the black-clad Tang for cargo. If too much business were to be snatched away, his targets would become glaringly obvious. Should he attract the attention of the authorities, the discovery of his goods would complicate matters further, especially since the vehicles under the prince's command appeared exceedingly legitimate, with fresh paint, internal renovations, and arranged security. His old minibuses, lacking such services, stood out like a sore thumb. Were he an officer, during an investigation, he would undoubtedly begin with their vehicles before pursuing trouble with the prince's transport company. After discussions with the black-clad Tang, Yu concealed 500 of his subordinates on the eastern side of the road, while Dongxing also dispatched 500 men to the western side. Chapter 104, Cooperation. The conflict involving the prince's rescue of the minibus hinged on speed. Thus, to ensure the rescue, he would certainly not bring too many people. A conclusion reached through discussions between Yu and the black-clad Tang. Combining their forces, they numbered over 1,000, and with a calculated ambush in mind. Even if the prince brought a similar number, they felt the advantage lay with themselves. Although the prince's park appeared to be bustling with activity, their observations indicated that most of the individuals within were laborers, not resembling gangsters or the prince's uniformed subordinates. Hence, regardless of their speculations, they believed the prince would not come with a substantial entourage. Indeed, as they had surmised, the prince's contingent was indeed fewer than theirs. On the Dongxing side, Fat Uncle was bound like a pig ready for roasting, wearing a sycophantic grin as he sat beside 10 or so disheveled subordinates of Hongtai, one of whom was even a woman. Tengu, do you really think the Prince of Hongtai will come for this fat guy? Of course. It's well known in the underworld that Prince Hongta values loyalty and camaraderie, and to maintain such a reputation, he will certainly come. Isn't it a bit unseemly to eliminate him like this? Eliminate him? What nonsense are you spouting? Who said we intend to kill him? The corners of the black-clad Tang's mouth curled into a slight smirk. Remember, we are all from Hongxing, subordinates of Brother Yu. It is Hongxing that will take down the prince, not us from Dongxing. What's that to us? Ha. Just the thought of Hongxing and Hongta clashing violently over this matter delighted him, for he, the black-clad Tang, could profit from the chaos. If he could devour the prince's influence entirely, perhaps even swallow the entirety of Hongxing's assets, he would ascend to a position surpassing the 5 tigers of Dongxing. For him, this was not a mere daydream, but an actively unfolding plan. Once the opportunity arose amidst the turmoil to eliminate the prince, he would immediately place the blame squarely on the shoulders of Hongxing's Diu. At that point, even if he wished to remove that burden, it would no longer be within his power. Time is of the essence. No one would wait for him to prove himself. The prince, being the only son of Hongtai's leader, would surely go mad if he were to perish. The moment it became known that Hongxing was behind the attack, Chen Mei would undoubtedly wage war against them. The black-clad Tang was utterly confident in his reasoning. Compared to the more temperate Diu, he exhibited a greater arrogance. Tengu, if that's the case, what purpose do these people serve? And what about this girl? Should we let everyone? These individuals serve as our contingency. One must think of defeat before victory. While I am confident in myself, what if? What if that Diu fellow turns out to be useless, and we fail to eliminate the prince? Then this fat man and these Hongtai subordinates become our lifelines. We can afford to fail in our endeavors, but we cannot afford to lose our lives. There's no starting over from that. As for the girl, she is quite lovely. But we are on the brink of a fierce battle. What if you all get weak in the knees? With the captives already bound, once the prince was dealt with, the elder brother would ensure they all had a grand time together. Each would be provided with 2 women. The black-clad Tang had no qualms about handing over the female driver from the prince's convoy to his subordinates for their amusement. Yet he was unwilling to let such trivial matters compromise his men's combat effectiveness. If a failure were to arise from such minor details, the losses incurred would far exceed the value of these few individuals. He was well aware of the distinction between what was trivial and what was significant. Tengu, a vehicle is approaching. It should be the prince. Good. Everyone hold your positions and await my signal. 1, 2, 3, 4, over 10 vehicles? Damn it. How many people has that prince brought along? The water buffalo sea lions are not expensive, although the prince's primary smuggling operations have shifted to vegetables, fruits, and meats. Acquiring vehicles is not difficult. With such a vast market in the port, if he doesn't take them, others will. These second-hand sea lions, sourced from Southeast Asia or Sakura country, cost about 10,000 each. At Tunmun or Yuanlong, adding a fake license plate would run an additional 3,000. Much like a shell company, the prince's fleet also comprises a mix of legitimate and illegitimate vehicles, using overlapping license plates as long as no 2 vehicles in the same fleet share the same registration. The minibus and taxi parking lots of the transport company have now been relocated outside the park, but these sea lions are usually scattered everywhere. as the subordinates must return home after work. Each of the prince's vehicles accommodates around 10 individuals, but in the eyes of other gangs, a single sea lion typically represents a baseline of 20 individuals, potentially 30, or even 40 or 50. Generally, they estimate around 30 per vehicle, as counting each one individually is impractical. Keep your voices down, remain still for now, and wait for an opportunity to ambush from behind. It's best to take down the prince in one fell swoop. At the end of the street, the members of Hongxing had also spotted the prince's convoy and similarly felt that the prince was accompanied by an excessive number of individuals, thus opting to remain momentarily inactive. On the thoroughfare, "Prince, look quickly. That is our vehicle." The company vehicles belonging to the prince were distinctly recognizable, boasting a brand new paint job that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated minibus beside it. What a cursed place. How could two of our vehicles arrive here simultaneously? The prince furrowed his brow as he regarded the two company minibuses parked by the roadside alongside the battered minibus. One of his company's vehicles had collided with the worn minibus, indicating that the opposing party had executed an interception. The other vehicle, however, appeared unscathed, clearly having arrived without incident. Send a few men to assess the situation. Several underlings opened the car doors and cautiously approached the minibus. Now's the time. Observing that the prince's convoy had come to a halt, He Zitong issued a command, leading his subordinates to charge forward. Throw them. Crash. Crash. One glass bottle after another shattered in the vicinity of the convoy, an overpowering scent of gasoline instantly permeating the air. Not good. Molotov cocktails. Although the prince's convoy was lengthy, fire is indiscriminate. With fuel tanks aboard, a blaze could be deadly. The prince and his subordinates reacted swiftly, flinging open the car doors and leaping out. Fortunately, there was ample seating within, and with two doors on either side plus the trunk, they exited in mere seconds. Boom. Almost simultaneously, flames erupted from the rear of the convoy, engulfing several vehicles in an instant. Damn it, are they resorting to such lethal measures? The prince had not anticipated that this group would commence their assault with such tactics, mirroring his own methods. Ah, help me. Someone save me. A few of the underlings at the rear, unable to escape in time, were caught in the explosion of the gasoline bottles, flames igniting upon their bodies. Everyone, stay calm. There are fire extinguishers on the vehicles. As a seasoned fire safety expert, the prince would certainly not be without fire extinguishers. He took the lead, grabbing two extinguishers from a nearby vehicle, shoving past his men, and rushing towards the burning subordinates. FSSHH, the white smoke from the extinguishers enveloped them, and the other underlings quickly responded, soon extinguishing the flames consuming their comrades. Thanks to their helmets and armor, only the exposed skin of the few suffered burns. Though the area was considerable, if luck were to abandon them, an infection could very well claim their lives. Get the injured aboard and move forward. Dongxing had only set fire to the rear of the convoy, clearly intending for the prince and the frontline Hongxing to engage in a deadly confrontation. Chapter 105. Actions speak louder than words. Damn it. With no further Molotov cocktails hurled their way, the prince understood the intentions of the adversaries. Having just faced a fiery assault, he felt a pang of panic. Fire is exceedingly merciless, indifferent to one's identity, as the overwhelming inferno, unbearable heat, choking smoke, and dehydration all present fatal outcomes. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to use fire in such a manner during this confrontation. For while losing 10 or 20 in a clash was trivial, having 700 or 800 perish in flames was an entirely different matter, poorly managed. It could lead directly to the emergence of a terror organization. In his previous encounters with fire, he had only dared to employ it in small-scale scenarios against desperate foes. Gang confrontations predominantly aimed to incapacitate the opposition. Indeed, this had been a valuable lesson. Moving forward, regardless of the circumstances, even in emergencies, he must deploy scouts akin to ancient armies. No, he would cultivate a dedicated corps of reconnaissance soldiers. Having learned from his missteps, the prince, despite his myriad thoughts, acknowledged that some experiences were simply unavoidable. Turning to his nearby underlings, he bellowed, "Bring the injured. Move away from the convoy and advance. Leave a group to guard the injured. Relocate the vehicles away from the fire." While the prince's men had not previously encountered such a situation, their reliance on their leader allowed them to continue functioning. Upon receiving the prince's orders, they swiftly sprang into action, loading the drivers, who had been forced from their vehicles by the flames, into cars positioned a safe distance from the fire, along with a dozen injured comrades. The prince, leading the remaining 700 men, advanced to the front of the convoy, eager to ascertain the intentions of their adversaries. At the rear, Dayu of Hongxing glared at the approaching forces of the prince, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Damn Dongxing, you scoundrel, how dare you set me up?" After the flames erupted, Dayu sensed something amiss. The prior plan had not included arson, particularly in such a strategic location, as the inferno severed the prince's retreat. forcing him to confront them head-on, a battle for survival. Indeed, as the prince's men drew near, Dayu felt an overwhelming aura of hostility wash over him. The terror of the fire had sent the adrenaline of the prince's subordinates soaring, resulting in a cadre of warriors already primed for combat. "Boss, the Hongtai men are coming. What should we do?" Observing the uniformed motorbike helmets of the Hongtai faction, the underlings of Hongxing began to falter in their resolve. While few knew of Hongtai's penchant for armor, it was common knowledge that their members favored helmets. Some thugs even mocked Hongtai's men for their fear of death. However, when faced with adversaries donning motorbike helmets, they quickly realized that even a mere helmet could have a significant impact on the battlefield. Those armed with machetes felt confident, but those wielding iron rods and clubs began contemplating a change of weapon. After all, a club could only incapacitate an opponent if it struck the head, and simply striking the body would not yield immediate results. Damn it! Dayu glanced at the nearby abandoned industrial complex. The terrain was complex, and while not overgrown, it was still difficult to navigate. If he led his men to flee, the formation would undoubtedly scatter. If the prince's forces were to pursue, they would have no opportunity to fight back and would be forced to surrender. However, engaging in combat would clearly benefit Dongxing's men, unable to flee yet unwilling to fight. He found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of hesitation, Dayu retrieved his phone and called Mr. Jiang, the leader of Hongxing. He was no mere petty criminal. He had backing, and sensing the situation spiraling, he sought assistance, not only for himself but for the many brothers behind him. "Hello? Who is this?" "Mr. Jiang, it's me, Dayu. There's been an incident. I've been set up, and I'm about to clash with the Prince of Hongtai." "What? The Prince of Hongtai? Do not engage yet. Is there room for negotiation?" "Perhaps not much. Tell me your location. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately. I'm at the Bluefield Industrial Zone at the end of Haiban Road." "All right. Stall for time. In 15 minutes, I will send Liang Kuan and his men to assist you." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." The closest ally to Dayu was Liang Kuan from Mongkok. Given the urgency, Mr. Jiang could hardly concern himself with Liang Kuan's rebellious nature. "Brothers, hold on for 15 minutes. Mr. Jiang is on his way. Charge." Dayu boldly stepped forward, flanked by a throng of underlings, some wielding machetes, others brandishing iron rods, chains, and even wooden clubs studded with nails. Most individuals donned vibrant attire, their heads adorned with an array of dyed hair colors, their expressions a cacophony of defiance and indignation. Striding with an air of bravado, eager to broadcast their identities as street thugs. In stark contrast, the prince's faction, once assembled, moved with a synchronized cadence. Apart from the frontline lackeys wielding riot shields and cattle prods, those behind them carried shields in their left hands and electric batons in their right. Were it not for their uniforms and motorcycle helmets, one might be reminded of ancient soldiers on the march. The disparity between the two sides was glaringly apparent. And Dayu, not one to be foolish, felt his brow twitch uncontrollably as the two groups drew closer. Damn it, what is this prince up to? A military operation? Are those foreigners blind? How can they allow such a situation to unfold? Dayu was perplexed by the foreigner's mindset. The security company under the prince was merely numerous, lacking in proper weaponry, having hardly applied for any firearms. To the foreigners, this was merely a ragtag mob. As for their metallic armor plates, there was no law in the harbor prohibiting personal ownership of such gear. To the onlookers, it was equally laughable. Amidst the chaos of street thugs and law enforcement, the prince managed to carve out a niche. Perhaps one could term them as a half-step special forces unit, or a budget version of the Flying Tigers. Yet, the authentic Flying Tigers were outnumbered by them, while the ordinary street thugs lacked their strength, emphasizing a distinct advantage for both sides. "I am from Hongxing. Attack." Dayu's command was abruptly interrupted by the prince's order. The prince, currently ablaze with fury, had no patience for idle chatter. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his underlings to charge forth with fervor. "Damn it, let us go, brothers." With the arrow drawn, it must be released. Dayu gritted his teeth and led his lackeys into the fray. Chapter 106. Whether life or death remained uncertain, but the thrill was undeniably exhilarating. Fueled by discontent, this time the prince did not assume the role of a commanding general suppressing the formation, but rather took the lead as a general in the charge. He opted not to wear the motorcycle helmet, as it would obscure his vision and offered little additional protection. His own head could withstand blades and bullets. Aside from a few vulnerable spots, his flesh proved more resilient than any helmet, making it a hindrance rather than a help. Is that the leader? Dayu's positioning had revealed his status, thus drawing the prince's attention. With a burst of speed, the prince surged ahead of his lackeys. And Dayu's eyes lit up as he spotted the lone figure among the sea of helmets, the prince without a helmet, sensing a turning point in the battle. "Follow me, take down Hongtai's prince." Amidst the cacophony of Hongxing's raucous cries, Dayu, accompanied by a dozen men, surged towards the prince. Closest to Dayu was the Tian heir, a brother of Chen Tailong. "Damn it, Cut him down. Altogether, brothers. With a numerical advantage of 10-1. Du anticipated that the outcome would mirror his past experiences, where the prince would be felled, leading to their victory announcement. However, the unfolding events far exceeded his expectations. In an instant, Du felt the world spin, and before he knew it, his face was pressed against the cold ground, devoid of strength to rise. To onlookers, the prince resembled a bulldozer, plowing through Hung Hing's vanguard. Du and De Tian were flung to the sides, landing several meters away, motionless thereafter. The prince dispatched foes with a single punch, rendering their bravado meaningless. Amidst the chaos, a few strikes landed on the prince, but with the sound of clashing metal. He remained unfazed, while those who struck him felt their hands go numb. The main forces soon collided, though the circumstances were not quite as outrageous as the prince's. The Hung Tai lackeys, armed with riot shields and cattle prods, pushed Hung Hing's men back, leading to a cacophony of sounds as the frontline Hung Hing lackeys began to tremble, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. With so many bodies in play, it was unclear how many electric prods struck them, but it was evident that the threshold of safety had been surpassed. Whether they would survive remained uncertain. But they were undoubtedly experiencing a thrill. After merely 3 to 5 minutes, Hung Hing's forces collapsed entirely, their machetes, clubs, and chains proving ineffective against Hung Tai's men. The moment their movements faltered, an electric prod would jab them, rendering them incapacitated. In a fleeting moment, Hung Hing's ranks disintegrated, while Hung Tai's forces pursued relentlessly, shocking each one they caught, a delight to behold. Almost there, just over that wall, and they won't catch us. A chorus of cries erupted from the fleeing Hung Hing lackeys, many already nearing the abandoned industrial zone, with some even attempting to scale walls. Yet, in that brief pause, the pursuers closed the gap, an electric prod striking a Hung Hing lackey's thigh, causing him to fall from the wall after a brief moment of rigidity. Damn it! Still trying to escape? A Hung Tai lackey dragged the fallen Hung Hing member back towards the main force. On the other side, the Hung Hing men lay strewn across the ground, most unconscious, their bodies convulsing involuntarily from the electric prods. Prince, we have a total of 462 Hung Hing members, with some faster ones who got away. We can't catch up. All right, call everyone back. No need to chase anymore. Being a street thug requires the innate talent for fleeing. Those with superior escape skills tend to survive longer, especially in complex terrains. Sometimes, even 100 individuals cannot catch a single adept runner. In places like tenement buildings, alleys, and narrow streets, it is not uncommon for 200 to 300 pursuers to fail to catch a single exceptional escape artist. Even the so-called parkour masters would pale in comparison to them. After all, if they were caught, they could easily meet their demise. In the survival of the fittest, not being fast enough simply wouldn't do. Hung Hing, this time, you are bound to suffer greatly. Previously, the prince had to pay $1 million in compensation to various factions due to his separation from Brother Leopard, a debt that still lingered in his mind. Now that Hung Hing sought trouble and had so many of their members in his grasp, it was clear they would lose their foothold in Kuntong, and compensation would be inevitable. The victors take all, while the vanquished are left with nothing. Almost simultaneously, as the battle raged on for the prince's side, Ah Chung, Ah Hu, Chung Mao, Ah Hyong, and Ah Fai each led their men to charge into the territories of other factions near Kuntong, including Hung Hing and Dongxing. With the majority of their lackeys ambushed for the prince, they faced rapid defeat compared to the other intact smaller factions. In the same unprepared state, they fell swiftly. Other factions could at least hold their ground or retreat while leveraging their knowledge of the terrain to maneuver against the prince's men. However, Hung Hing and Dongxing were too few, with a mere 200 against 800, unable to escape, pressed to the ground, nearly beaten to submission. After organizing the subordinates of Hongxing, the prince left about 100 men to guard them. He then adjusted the formation with the remaining 600 followers, preparing to confront the group that had just set the fire. With no additional Molotov cocktails being thrown, the flames had diminished considerably. The 4 vehicles at the rear of the prince's convoy had been reduced to charred shells after an explosion during the earlier skirmish. Judging by the intensity of the fire, it would likely extinguish within 10 to 20 minutes. Bring over the fire extinguishers from the vehicles and put out the flames. I want to see who is behind this mischief. Yes, boss. Most of the vehicles on the prince's side remained intact, each equipped with fire extinguishers. With over 100 extinguishers combined, the relatively minor flames were quickly subdued. White smoke billowed around, resembling a thick fog, as a gust of wind swept through. The haze dissipated, revealing the men of Dongxing behind the veil of smoke. The Hongxing crew is utterly pathetic. Had I known they were so inept, I would have seized their territory long ago. Now that the visual obstruction was gone, Haizai Tang of Dongxing could clearly see the situation on the opposite side. From the orderly motorcycle helmets on the prince's side, it was evident that the ground was strewn with members of Hongxing. Just then, as Haizai Tang was about to speak, the ringing of his mobile phone interrupted him. Hello, what is it? His carefully crafted lines to appear impressive were disrupted, leaving him irate, and the consequences could be severe. If the caller's news was trivial, or if their status did not surpass his own, he would soon face grave repercussions. Tang, Boss Tang, trouble has arisen. Our territory has been invaded by Hong Tai's men, and the brothers can't hold out any longer. You must return at once. Click. Beep beep beep. As the busy signal echoed in his ears, Hai Tang's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes blazing as he glared at the distant prince. It was you. You sent someone to invade my home. Damn it. You've conspired against both me and that worthless Hongxing. Hongtai Prince, what a formidable foe you are. However, you have underestimated the fact that I am here to ambush you today. If I can eliminate you here, all your efforts will be in vain. Kuntong will be mine. Your territory will be mine. Hongxing's territory will also belong to me. Brothers, kill him. Whoever takes down the Hongtai Prince will receive a reward of 300,000. I'll personally reward you. Compared to the members of Hongxing, Hai Tang of Dongxing was far more pragmatic, offering cash incentives to unleash the potential of his subordinates. From the phone call, it was clear that his territory had likely fallen, as most of his men had been brought out, leaving only a handful behind who could not possibly withstand the premeditated assault from the prince. If he wished to turn the tide, he could only eliminate the prince here. In the ensuing chaos, the blame could be placed on Hongxing's Du, leaving Dongxing the ultimate beneficiary of the conflict. Having just clashed with Hongtai, both sides were human, and their stamina was limited. Even though their numbers were comparable, Hai Tang believed the advantage lay with him. Kill him. Du still harbored hopes of capturing the prince alive, but Hai Tang was solely focused on eliminating him. With these differing mindsets, the ferocity displayed by both sides would naturally diverge. Form ranks. Charge. The prince's men quickly organized themselves, maintaining their front line of riot shields and cattle prods to meet the initial wave of assault. The prince stretched his limbs slightly. The minimal exertion had merely served as a warm-up, and even if he were to continue for another 2 hours, his stamina would remain intact. He had not realized until now just how substantial his strength had become while leading so many subordinates. After the skirmish, the system should reward him with a significant number of evil points, allowing him to further upgrade his Iron Shirt technique. He could only wonder just how powerful he might become. It would be a remarkable feat to single-handedly dominate the entire underworld of the port. Then the prince would not need to deal with such complexities. No more industrial manipulation or tentacles reaching into every sector. He could simply feast without concern. The foreign forces were limited in number and heavy firepower, as long as the mainland could withstand the pressure. He could stand alone and eliminate all the upper echelons of the foreign forces. However, the prince was self-aware. For the time being, he could still fend off small-caliber firearms. But against the heavy artillery capable of devastating the city, he was utterly defenseless. Iron Shirt was merely Iron Shirt. It did not grant him the powers of a Kryptonian. Invincible under the sun, while he could not withstand missiles, he was currently impervious to the small blades in the hands of Dongxing. Kill! Slash him! In an instant, Dongxing's men charged forward, yelling, while the prince's men resembled heavily armored infantry, holding their ground against the light infantry's onslaught. The foremost Dongxing thugs instinctively wanted to slow their pace upon seeing the array of riot shields, but the men behind them pushed them forward, leaving them no choice but to advance. Damn it! In the midst of the collision, the foremost Dongxing subordinates bore the brunt of the attack, thrust forward by those behind them, only to find themselves confronted by the riot shields. In a flash, many of them vomited the contents of their stomachs. The fate of their ribs and internal organs unknown. The front line, while managing to halt the Dongxing charge, had their formation shattered, leading to close-quarters combat as both sides clashed. Damn it, I'll kill you. The Dongxing subordinates gritted their teeth, swinging their machetes with all their might, landing heavy blows on the shoulders of the Hongtai men. Under normal circumstances, such a strike would at least sever half of the shoulder, leaving the victim unable to continue fighting, if they survived at all. With a sharp clang of metal, the Dongxing thug felt a numbing sensation in his right hand, causing his machete to fly from his grip and vanish into the chaos. He stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he looked at the motorcycle helmet opposite him, where he detected a glimmer of mockery in the eyes peering from behind it. This time, the Hongtai thug did not merely stun the Dongxing subordinate with his electric baton. Instead, he swung it in a wide arc, striking the Dongxing thug on the forehead. This was not a breach of the prince's orders to avoid lethal force. It was simply because their batons had run out of charge. The sounds of metal clashing reverberated, followed by the anguished cries of the Dongxing subordinates. What on earth is happening? Why can't we kill them? Not only the Dongxing thugs, but even Boss Tang was now in a panic. The blade of his machete struck the Hongtai men's bodies, producing sound but no effect, as if he wielded a mere toy rather than a weapon. Damn it, boss. They're wearing armor. Armor. Finally, someone tore away the outer clothing of the Hongtai thug, revealing the scale armor worn underneath. The upper body is clad in scaled armor, and on each arm are protective gauntlets of the same material, yet atop his head rests a motorcycle helmet, presenting a rather incongruous sight. However, under the cloak of night, this bizarre appearance evokes a sense of despair. Damn it, you disregard the unspoken rules of the Underworld. Since when does one don armor in a shootout? Chapter 108, The Unmatched Mower. What a thrill. Fishing in a helmet, armored in a brawl. Surely, these are the fundamentals of street survival? The prince is now less than 5 meters away from He Zitong. At such proximity, even the words spoken can be heard with crystal clarity. Damn, kill them. Strike at their necks. I refuse to believe their necks can withstand a cleaver. Where are they? Having momentarily diverted his attention, He Zitong failed to notice that a significant portion of his subordinates had already fallen. The men of Hongtai operate by a singular standard: abandon unnecessary defense and ensure the enemy is incapacitated at the earliest opportunity. When the electric batons are charged, they strike directly, one after another, conserving time and effort, with minimal exertion during the fray. It is only when pursuing fleeing foes that stamina becomes a concern. Alternatively, one might wield a non-electrified baton or the rubber stick on their back, swinging it down upon the head. Without a helmet, unless exceptionally gifted, one would likely be rendered unconscious. In fact, during a skirmish, the least lethal weapon is the cleaver. It is ill-suited for thrusting, making it difficult to inflict internal injuries. Surface wounds are typically non-fatal unless a major artery is severed, and many who sustain numerous cuts can still manage to flee. Furthermore, while hacking someone into a bloodied mess appears terrifying, it is less likely to result in death, making the cleaver a preferred choice for gangsters. In contrast, those skilled in the use of daggers are truly intent on taking lives. The rapid motion of a dagger, primarily for stabbing, poses a significant risk of striking an artery in the torso, thigh, or neck, yielding an alarmingly high fatality rate. Compared to such weapons, the Hongtai subordinates wielding electric batons and rubber sticks exhibit a measure of mercy. Even a blow to the head with a rubber baton, provided it is not delivered with lethal intent, would at worst result in a concussion. Cease your cries. It is late at night in this desolate wilderness, and your wails are disturbing the peace. Just now, you set my convoy ablaze with incendiary devices, which has left me quite displeased. My displeasure can have grave consequences. Do you understand? Are you mad? He Zitong finds himself bewildered by the prince's demeanor. Amidst the chaos of battle, the prince rambles nonsensically, uttering words that would be deemed inappropriate even before combat. Capture him. 100,000 for the one who slays the prince of Hongtai. Witnessing the majority of his men already incapacitated, while the number of the prince's subordinates remains largely unchanged, He Zitong's resolve hardens, and he elevates the bounty on the prince to 1 million. Moreover, the prince is isolated, surrounded by the men of Dongxing. For the subordinates, this million is tantalizingly within reach. 1 million, a staggering sum that could alter the fate of any ordinary gangster, should they succeed in eliminating the prince. Their squandered lives could be transformed in an instant. This opportunity ignites a frenzy, clouding the minds of all. Even in the face of certain defeat, adrenaline surges, rendering fatigue, pain, and fear forgotten. As the words leave his lips, He Zitong perceives a flicker before his eyes, and the silhouette of the prince vanishes. Where did he go? Have I grown taller? At the moment of the prince's disappearance, He Zitong feels his perspective shift upward, revealing a world previously unseen. No. A sensation of suffocation grips his neck, and as he strains to look downward, he finally comprehends the cause of his newfound height. The prince has him by the collar, effortlessly lifting him. Upon witnessing the prince's grin, a premonition of doom washes over He Zitong. In the next instant, the world spins violently, akin to being strapped to a roller coaster, as he endures the most exhilarating of experiences. Following several violent impacts, He Zitong's vision fades to black as he loses consciousness entirely. He is hurled like a bowling ball, sending over a dozen Dongxing subordinates sprawling. Yet the prince does not relent. With a powerful leap, he dives into the fray. Ahahaha! Yura! With a single punch for each hapless foe, those thugs appear as fragile as kindergarten children before the prince. At last, the prince experiences firsthand the legendary prowess of the unmatched general mowing through the grass. No weapon is necessary, merely with his fists. The prince exceeds the limits of what these men can withstand. Caught up in the excitement, he seizes 2 Dongxing subordinates by the ankles, employing them as makeshift flails. Those unfortunate souls struck by the prince soar up to 3 meters away, with others flying 4 or 5 meters, unable to withstand the force. This is merely him holding back, for had he unleashed his full might, their necks would be as fragile as those of chickens. Who else is there? With a final toss of a hapless victim swung 3 times, the area within 10 meters of the prince is devoid of any standing adversaries. The remaining Dongxing subordinates number fewer than 100, and as they gaze upon the prince, who resembles a god of war, the few still conscious tremble in fear. At the prince's shout, those who meet his gaze instinctively recoil. Losing their balance, they collapse to the ground, scrambling to escape. Before they can rise, a series of whooshing sounds pierce the air, and 3 hapless bodies crash down upon them, rendering them incapacitated. All of you, kneel before me. Anyone attempting to flee shall meet their end. The Dongxing men, now realizing they are mere projectiles, understand the futility of escape after witnessing several comrades felled. The prince operates like a living trebuchet, though the distance is less than 10 meters, who would use another's body as a sandbag. Brother Prince, I was wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. I was merely passing by. It has nothing to do with me. I surrender. Please, don't strike me. The Dongxing gangsters finally crumble. Unable to flee and unable to fight back, they are unwilling to face death, leaving them with no choice but to surrender. Those who comply discard their weapons and kneel, hands on their heads. Losing a skirmish is hardly a grave matter among gangsters. Typically, those who lose would flee. But with no avenue for escape, they resort to surrendering, awaiting their gang to negotiate their release. Generally, when such a large number are captured, the prince would not seek their lives. However, if only 3 or 5 individuals were surrounded, they would likely fight fiercely to escape, as the chances of death upon capture are alarmingly high. Chapter 109, an eraser? Very well, consider this an eraser for you. Consolidate the enemy forces and clear the battlefield. Yes, Brother Prince. In the midst of a fierce gang clash, the prince's interference rendered the situation utterly chaotic, resembling opposing armies in battle. However, the younger brothers under the prince's protection seemed oblivious to any impropriety, instead reveling in the exhilaration of the moment. For these foot soldiers, who had fought their way up from the depths, there was little distinction between their current plight and that of ancient soldiers. They idolized the strong, the one who could lead them to continuous victories. If that leader exhibited qualities such as treating his men as family, maintaining a clear system of rewards and punishments, and sharing in both hardships and triumphs, they would instinctively pledge their unwavering loyalty, ready to fight to the death at his command. Presently, the prince fulfilled all these criteria, demonstrating remarkable personal valor, leading them to successive victories, providing monetary rewards, arranging jobs for their families, offering insurance, and even personally overseeing their training. Despite the grueling exercises that left them sore and unable to rise the next day, they understood that the prince's intentions were for their benefit. They adored him. He was their esteemed elder brother. Swiftly, they gathered the members of East Star, both those who had fainted and those who had not, into a single heap. The men of Hongtai began to assess their casualties before they could contemplate the losses suffered by Hongxing and East Star. The more battles they endured, the more they cherished their protective gear. Remarkably, after 2 intense skirmishes, Hongtai had sustained only 1 fatality, a misfortunate soul who had fallen during the melee, unable to rise amidst the throng and ultimately trampled to death. Aside from this, most of Hongtai's injuries were superficial, primarily affecting unarmored areas such as the arms and legs. While the likelihood of injury to the neck, a vital target, was significantly lower, as individuals instinctively defended against such blows unless taken by surprise. The 3 most severely injured had suffered broken legs from blunt force, likely inflicted by East Star's members upon realizing that Hongtai wore armor. As he gazed at the bloodied and lifeless form of a brother, the prince felt an indescribable turmoil within him. Previously, he had perceived his efforts to win hearts as mere tactics, yet now he sensed something amiss. The death of a comrade weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, he was human, and with prolonged interactions with his men, he had developed genuine emotions. The brothers were no longer mere statistics or symbols. They were flesh and blood individuals he knew intimately. While it is said that a general's success is built upon countless corpses, those who ascend to power by stepping over the bodies of their subordinates are often iron-hearted. The prince had once thought himself to fit this mold, but now he recognized a significant disparity. Brother Atai, we found Uncle Fei and the others. Upon hearing this name, a dangerous glint flickered in the prince's eyes. His hasty arrival with his men was deeply intertwined with this old rogue. According to Uncle Fei's report, they were embroiled in a fierce conflict with East Star and Hongxing, having repelled an initial wave of assault, but now ensnared in a stalemate. The prince's hurried journey carried a sense of urgency, had he not felt the need to assist. His reckless entry would have been out of character. Even under duress, the authenticity of their predicament suggested a measure of voluntary involvement. Otherwise, their actions would not have appeared so natural. Bring them up. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Fei and a dozen of Hongtai's younger brothers were brought forward, accompanied by a woman. Atai, you finally made it. I was so worried. Those bastards from East Star actually kidnapped us. Thank goodness for your brilliance and valor. Who knows what would have happened otherwise? Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Uncle Fei approached with a sycophantic grin, rushing over to express concern as if he genuinely cared. Uncle Fei, it seems you've easily turned traitor. You don't appear to have been tortured by them. Your acting is commendable. You even deceived me. You've certainly given me a lesson. Truly a seasoned veteran. Atai, please don't say that. I was left with no choice. Look, you're unscathed. The East Star scoundrels were dealt with. Let us simply erase the past like an eraser, shall we? Of course, you favor erasers, do you? I shall indulge you. The prince beckoned to one of his subordinates. 8 Song. Take a few men, escort Uncle Fei to international waters, loosen him up with rubber sticks, and treat him to a couple of pounds of erasers before letting him swim back. Yes, brother prince. Zhong Jitsong accepted the order without hesitation, leading 4 younger brothers to take Uncle Fei away. Titles such as uncle meant nothing to them. In their eyes, there was only the prince. If he commanded, even Chen Mei would be cut down. What is Uncle Fei? He is nothing. Atai, you can't treat me like this. I am your uncle. I've followed your father for decades. Wawa. Uncle Fei's mouth was silenced, his words stifled. In truth, the prince did not harbor any ill will toward his father's old subordinates. He even wished to move forward with them. Yet, as time passes, the elderly often become stubborn, resistant to new ideas, and when changes occur around them, they can become obstacles to progress. As the prince embarked on sweeping reforms, even with Chen Mei's staunch support, internal resistance was not absent, particularly from individuals like Uncle Fei. Nevertheless, the prince opted for isolation rather than purging, delegating certain businesses that were manageable now but might prove troublesome later. Yet, they remained ungrateful. Uncle Fei's actions had already transgressed established norms. Betraying the heir of his own gang left no justification for his survival. If the prince did not deal with him, he would appear indecisive. In this world, one must be resolute. Showing weakness invites others to swarm like flies drawn to blood. As the prince's gaze swept over them, the 10 or so younger brothers from Hontai, along with 2 drivers, instinctively trembled, as if they were prey before a fearsome predator. None of you are injured, right? Well done. You didn't bring shame to Hontai. Once this is over, I'll prepare a red envelope for you, and you can take a few days off to relax. In contrast to those similarly apprehended, the prince wore a warm smile and spoke with genuine concern, a stark contrast to his demeanor moments ago. These younger brothers included security from the vehicle, Uncle Fei's subordinates, and the drivers. The prince had no desire to make life difficult for them. They had lost, not committed a crime. Instead of punishment, he sought to reward them. However, he was puzzled by the presence of a particular woman among the younger brothers. How beautiful! As dusk settled and his thoughts had been elsewhere, the prince had initially overlooked her beauty. But now, upon closer inspection, he was utterly captivated. Though traces of time can be discerned upon her visage, she possesses an enchanting almond-shaped face and peach-like cheeks. Her eyes resemble autumn waters. Her pearly teeth and delicate nose are striking, and her fair skin, cascading hair draped over her shoulders, still reflects a hint of the purity of youth, intertwined with the maturity forged by life's tribulations. The prince, having lived 2 lives, possesses an exquisite appreciation for beauty. He perceives both the vibrant allure of youth and the sophisticated charm of maturity. It is only the naive who are choosy. He, as an adult, embraces it all. What is your name? How did you come to be here? I am Luo Huiling, a minibus driver. As the prince approached, Luo Huiling instinctively took a half-step back, feeling an innate resistance towards the gang leader, wishing to avoid any contact. In her youth, she once experienced happiness, but it was shattered by someone intimately connected to the gang, thus her instinctive aversion to such associations. Yet, living at the bottom of the society in Kowloon and supporting several other children, she could not escape her dealings with the gang. The minibus she drove was registered under the gang's name, though not within Hontai. After the prince consolidated the minibus resources, both the vehicle and its driver were transferred to his transportation company. A minibus driver, Luo Huiling. In this grand era, even this exists? Upon scrutinizing her face, the prince indeed detected a familiar allure in her features. Judged purely on beauty, Luo Huiling, just over 30, even surpassed Wang Fengyi and Xiao Jiabai. Her countenance was refreshingly exquisite, charming yet not lascivious, utterly captivating. As for her age, it posed no issue. Time had left little mark upon her face. The slight roughness merely a consequence of hard labor, easily remedied with some care. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Tailong, the owner of the prince's transportation company. These are my security personnel, and I sincerely apologize for today's incident. To express my remorse, I would like to invite you to a meal, so we may discuss compensation. How does that sound? Then it is settled. Once I resolve these matters, I shall make arrangements. Luo Huiling wished to decline, but the prince offered her no opportunity. For someone like him, this approach sufficed for most women. With a mixture of allure and coercion, how many could truly evade? Not only women, but men too would yield under such circumstances, for there always exists a vulnerability waiting to be exploited. Dingling. The prince's phone rang. He answered with alacrity. Brother Prince, this is Ashiang. We have secured Hongxing's territory. Good, well done. Are the brothers unharmed? All is well. We faced minimal resistance. Proceed as planned. Understood. Shortly after hanging up, the prince's phone rang again, this time from Ahu, reporting that Dongxing's territory had also been taken. In the ensuing minutes, the prince's phone rang incessantly. The plan to seize Homs was a resounding success. With those small gangs expelled and their leaders scattered, the lowly henchmen either fled or were absorbed, leaving no chance for resurgence. Meanwhile, Hongxing and Dongxing had about 600 to 700 men under the prince's command, including 2 significant bases. With such manpower, they were the ones to dictate terms, placing the prince in a position of advantage. Dingling. Hello? Who is this? The prince answered once more, having finished with his subordinates' calls. Uncertain who was on the line. It's me, your father. Ah, what is it, Dad? Upon hearing his father's voice, the prince immediately grasped the situation. Chen Mei. This master of phone calls must have received another call, as those small gangs likely had some connections, leading them to seek out Chen Mei. What kind of commotion have you stirred up now? Why did Mr. Jiang from Hongxing call me to say you clashed with them? Where are Hongxing's people now? Yes, indeed. Rest assured, we are in the right. Hongxing and Dongxing's people ambushed me, but I managed to turn the tables. Furthermore, aside from the territories of other uncles, I have seized all the remaining land in Kuntong. If anyone calls you again, you can confidently retort. By the way, Fat Uncle has betrayed me. The prince succinctly briefed Chen Mei on the situation. Understood. Give him a swift resolution. After all, he has been with me for so many years. Chen Mei hung up. Letting out a deep sigh, his son's audacity left him momentarily at a loss. After managing the gang for so many years, he had never witnessed such a transformation in a single year as he had with the prince, making him acutely aware of his own advancing age. Yet, with the prince's bold maneuvers, he also worried for his son's safety. However, he recognized the prince's ambition and the means to realize it, vowing to support him rather than hinder his progress. Setting aside other matters, given his standing in the underworld, he could manage calls for the prince and alleviate pressure from the old-timers. Just then, Chen Mei's phone rang again. Hello? Who is this? Almost mirroring the prince's tone, it was evident why these two were father and son. I am Luatu from Dongxing. He Zitong was a major player in Dongxing, and now their territory had been claimed. Luatu, as their leader, was naturally informed. Ah, brother Luatu, how have you been lately? I am well, but we can reminisce later. What is your son up to? Why has he taken our Dongxing territory? You owe me an explanation for this. Oh, regarding that matter? I shall provide you with an explanation shortly. However, it seems that Dongxing must first offer me an account of why your people and Hongxing have become so chummy, ambushing my son together? Do you take us for easy prey? What? On the other end of the line, Luatu's voice rose several octaves. Your Dongxing's He Zitong and Hongxing's Dayu captured our hall master and ambushed my son. They were outmatched, and now my son has turned the tables. You expect me to provide an explanation? Chapter 110. Chen Mei. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Are you certain you are telling the truth? Haha. Your Dongxing's He Zitong and Hongxing's Dayu are now in Atai's hands. Would I have any reason to deceive you? Upon hearing Chen Mei's words, Luatu fell silent. Having chosen to engage at the table, they were bound by the rules of the game. If Dongxing instigated the conflict and Hongtai merely defended, the resolution would not be straightforward. Uncle Mei, grant me a favor. I will provide you with an explanation. With Luatu's request, Chen Mei felt compelled to oblige. He assured Luatu that the safety of He Zitong and Dongxing's underlings was guaranteed. Thank you. Upon hanging up, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Mei's mouth. Delightful. Ha ha. Absolutely delightful. Ha ha ha. His hearty laughter echoed through the villa, after years of entanglement. Chen Mei had never felt so invigorated as he did today, when Luatu came seeking his favor. It felt akin to quenching his thirst with a bottle of ice-cold cola on the hottest summer day. With Luatu from Dongxing having already called, when would that Jiang from Hongxing arrive? Compared to the seasoned rogue camel, Chen Mei held a greater disdain for the arrogant Jiang Tiansheng, who perpetually wore a smirk that suggested he was anything but virtuous. Over the years, as the Hongxing Triad grew formidable, interactions between them and Hongtai had been relatively infrequent, often leaving them to merely observe Jiang's pretentious displays. However, this time, Hongxing had suffered a significant setback. Not only had they lost their territory in Kuntong, but their leader had also been apprehended, and more importantly, they found themselves lacking moral standing in the underworld. If that were all, Hongxing might have attempted to retaliate forcefully, disregarding the principles of the underworld, but such an endeavor would be fraught with challenges. In the current climate, Hongtai was not easily intimidated. Any attempt to bully them would require careful consideration of whether they were indeed a soft target. In a true confrontation, Hongtai, as a local power, boasted a similarly sizable force of 20 to 30,000, with their territories interconnected and their influence concentrated. The security personnel under the prince were well equipped, and as Hongxing's main force crossed the sea, the outcome of such a clash was far from certain. Moreover, given the scale of potential violence, the authorities would likely intervene swiftly, making it improbable for such a confrontation to even unfold. Previously, 1,000 or so men might have instilled fear in Hong Tai, but now? They would be more apprehensive about the absence of any challengers. Ringing once more, the phone interrupted Chen Mei's thoughts, and he rubbed his hands together in anticipation as he answered. Hello? Who is this? Uncle Mei, it's me, Jiang Tiansheng. Oh, it is Mr. Jiang. I wonder what brings you here. Uncle Mei, let us dispense with the jests. I am aware of the situation concerning to you, and I acknowledge our wrongdoing. Unlike Dongxing, many of Hongxing's subordinates had fled due to their precarious position. After Cheng Cheng reported back, the news reached Jiang, who was thus informed enough not to demand an explanation from Chen Mei right off the bat. Oh, Mr. Jiang is already informed. In that case, how do you intend to address this? How about this? I will set a table at the Chong Lu restaurant to formally apologize to Uncle Mei on behalf of DU. We can discuss the specifics when we meet. What do you think? Jiang Tiansheng's tone was exceedingly courteous, and the arrangement of a banquet implied a serious negotiation. Chen Mei, recognizing the significance of the gesture, was inclined to entertain the discussion. Since Mr. Jiang has extended such an invitation, I would be remiss not to accept. However, I must confer with Atai first. Allow me to return your call shortly. That would be much appreciated, Uncle Mei. Too kind. After hanging up, Chen Mei felt a surge of satisfaction. The leaders of the 3 largest triads in the harbor were now compelled to apologize to him, a notion he had never dared to entertain before. Yet now he did. With grand ambitions, he mused about arranging a banquet with Uncle Deng from Lianxing as well, envisioning a complete resolution to these matters, and realized he needed to encourage Atai in his endeavors. Ha ha ha. Chen Mei reflected, at times, one could toil a lifetime without achieving as much as a fortunate son. It was akin to some individuals soaring to great heights, while their offspring barely resembled anything more than a piece of char siu. Meanwhile, Diyu of Hongxing had awakened, and as time passed, the flicker of hope in his heart gradually transformed into despair. He had sought aid from Jiang Tiansheng, who had assured him that reinforcements would arrive in mere minutes, yet he was defeated before any support materialized. As the clash unfolded between Hong Tai and Dongxing, Diyu, whose physical condition was relatively robust, began to regain consciousness. The Hong Tai subordinates assigned to guard them had refrained from further incapacitating him, leading Diyu to believe that Hongxing's assistance was imminent. Although they had suffered defeat, the numbers of Hong Tai were finite. Having already engaged in a skirmish with Hongxing and another with Dongxing, he was convinced that if Hongxing's reinforcements arrived, they could decisively overpower the prince. Regrettably, as time wore on, the window for Jiang Tiansheng's promised aid passed without a single soul appearing. The alliance between the 2 leaders of Hongxing and Dongxing might have caught the prince off guard, but he was astute enough to anticipate the potential for reinforcements from either faction. Given the decision to encroach upon their territory, it was only prudent to prepare for possible reinforcements. In the entirety of the Kuntong area, most of the minibuses and taxis were under the prince's control, making it exceedingly simple to impede the transport of troops for Hongxing. A mere pair of minibuses stationed at critical intersections would suffice to block their passage. The distance of several kilometers was neither particularly close nor distant. In a vehicle, it would take about 10 minutes to traverse, but if Hongxing's men opted to run, it would be a far more arduous endeavor, potentially exhausting them before they could regroup. As support was hindered, Jiang Tiansheng began receiving reports from his subordinates, piecing together the unfolding events, and discovered that their position was far from advantageous. If Hong Tai could easily manipulate and bully them, the opposing forces were evidently no ordinary adversaries, prompting him to reconsider the importance of maintaining decorum. Causeway Bay. Brother B, do not stop me. I must go rescue him. The Tian heir has been captured. Haonan, remain calm. Mr. Jiang will handle this matter. The Prince of Hong Tai is renowned for his adherence to principles. The Tian heir will be unharmed. The Prince of Hong Tai. Chapter 111. Clean up. Chen Haonan etched this name into his memory, his eyes ablaze with fury as he was restrained. Do not be deceived by the notion that this individual was any kind of sharp-witted genius. In reality, Chen Haonan acted impulsively, often without regard for the consequences. Lacking a coherent plan, aside from his striking appearance, which may have suggested intelligence, he epitomized the archetype of a gangster. Among their group, the most astute was Zhao Shanha, nicknamed Mountain Chicken. Apart from his carnal desires, Mountain Chicken possessed a clear mind, acted with composure, and was both courageous and loyal, qualities that stood in stark contrast to the impulsive nature of the younger generation, whose minds were clouded by hormones. Fortunately, Bigby managed to restrain them. Otherwise, these young men might have hastily attempted to cross the sea in search of the prince for a rescue. Following the capture of numerous members from both Hongxing and Dongxing, the prince's confidence surged. Rather than being overly ambitious, It would be remiss not to seize a substantial portion of the spoils from both triads in recognition of the dedication of his subordinates. Brother Prince, how shall we deal with the Hongxing and Dongxing captives? Have the transportation company send over some trucks to haul them away. We'll find a place to bury them for now. The prince had ample access to abandoned industrial parks, and as long as he had a bit of spare cash, he could easily secure some. Aside from the already developed 150 acres in Bluefield, several scattered acres of dilapidated industrial areas were also under the prince's control, albeit not contiguous, making development challenging. However, the prince was persistent and confident that he could gradually acquire the entire area, envisioning future development opportunities. Industrial land was convertible to construction land. With sufficient funds, there was nothing unattainable in the harbor. Understood, Brother Prince. Shortly after, several large trucks rumbled into view, and Hongxing and Dongxing's members were herded onto them like ducks. The prince had numerous construction sites under his command, particularly in the Saikang area, where many factories were under construction. A few trucks were hardly a challenge. He could effortlessly arrange for a dozen or more. In truth, the large trucks laden with cement and rubble are quite impressive. They can accommodate an astonishing number of people, fitting in up to 200 individuals without a hitch, albeit rather tightly like sardines in a can. While transporting one's own men may not be wholly appropriate, it is exceedingly suitable for the conveyance of captives. Beyond the people carriers, 2 more flatbed trucks arrived on the scene. The few Sea Lion vehicles that had been destroyed were now extinguished, with remnants of exploded fuel tanks strewn across the ground. At present, the underlings of Hongtai are swiftly clearing the area. The charred vehicle frames are being loaded onto flatbeds to be disposed of directly upon arrival in Saigon, while various debris littering the ground is being loaded as well, including fragments of the scorched pavement that have been shattered and removed. Shortly thereafter, a truckload of asphalt is poured down, allowing the underlings of the prince to conveniently pave a road here. By the time dawn breaks the following day, aside from a segment of the dilapidated road that has been renewed, there will remain no trace of the previous chaos. Standing beside the prince, Luo Huiling observes him as he adeptly manages various matters, yet her heart swells with an ever-increasing sense of dread. Her tragic life stems from a brutish, low-born thug with a fierce disposition. She once believed Ding Xie to be the epitome of wickedness, only to discover that true gangsters are on an entirely different plane than Ding Xie. Years ago, she had fallen in love with the stock market genius Fang Jinxin, who, though a widower with 1 son and 3 daughters, was kind-hearted, successful, handsome, and possessed an admirable demeanor, a veritable paragon of manhood. Though he was older and burdened with 4 children, they were well-behaved and not a burden at all. Then Ding Xie appeared, reducing Fang Jinxin to a fool and leading him to bankruptcy, leaving him with nothing. Unwaveringly, Luo Huiling worked 3 jobs to support the family while caring for the now mentally impaired Fang Jinxin. Just as Fang Jinxin began to recover, Ding Xie resurfaced, this time taking Fang Jinxin's life. After Fang Jinxin's death, Ding Xie fled to Taiwan, leaving Luo Huijin amidst a sea of chaos, fostering a deep disdain for individuals of his ilk. However, life compelled her, a woman in her 20s burdened with 4 children, against her will to seek a decent job capable of providing for them, resorting instead to arduous work that inevitably brought her into contact with gangsters. Ultimately, she ended up driving a minibus, a business affiliated with the gang, and her neighbors, aware of her situation, ensured her safety through the protection of several small leaders. This was the utmost extent of what Luo Huiling could accept. The thought of becoming entangled with a gangster like the prince was utterly unwelcome to her. When the prince turned around and fixed his gaze upon her, Luo Huiling instinctively tensed her body. Let us go. Things are nearly wrapped up. I'll take you out for a meal. Prince. There's really no need for a meal. I have matters to attend to, so I'll just matters? What matters? Rushing home to cook for Fang Jinxin's children? Don't worry, I've arranged for someone to deliver food. They want to go hungry. Besides, they're all in their 20s now. You needn't be so concerned. Luo Huiling began caring for the 4 siblings of the Fang family in her early 20s, and now, over a decade has passed. The children who were once merely in their early teens have grown up. Luo Huiling, appearing not much older than them, is addressed as Sister Luo rather than Auntie. You. Upon hearing the name Fang Jinxin, Luo Huiling's eyes widened in shock. It had been over a decade since she had heard anyone mention that name. Do you know Ajin? That's impossible. You look to be in your 20s. How could you possibly know him? Then don't concern yourself with it. Come, let us go have supper. The prince naturally took hold of Luo Huiling's hand. Unlike Wang Fengyi's soft and tender hands, Luo Huiling's were calloused, a testament to her lifelong caretaking. First of Ding Xie's 4 sons, then of Fang Jinxin's 4 children, she was nothing short of a superwoman. In contrast to the prince's simple lust for the beauty of Mary, Su Axi, and Ruby, or Wang Fengyi's interest in her family fortune, the prince's admiration for this woman is far more genuine. Beyond her beauty, she possesses a resilient character, kindness, and grace, qualities that would undoubtedly make Luo Huiling his first choice for a wife. Yet, the prince is acutely aware that relying on ordinary means will not win her heart. Thus, he resolves to employ more cunning tactics to win her over, believing that with time, affection will blossom. Ding Xia had once taken her cousin's life, and she had harbored feelings for him while caring for his 4 sons. The Stockholm Syndrome is something the prince knows all too well. Just look at Mary, who now serves as his secretary, working diligently with the hope of catching his eye. Coincidentally, the prince possesses remarkable stamina, and everyone in the household is quite content, while Mary holds leverage over him. Coupled with a life of sufficient wealth, over time, many things simply become habitual. The same applies to Ruby, Little Stutterer, and Wang Fengyi. If they truly cared, they wouldn't have compromised from the outset. One must maintain their boundaries. Once compromised, those boundaries cease to exist. Sensing Luo Huiling's lingering resistance, the prince leaned slightly closer, whispering into her ear, Ding Xia. Hearing that name, Luo Huiling trembled, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes, her expression becoming increasingly frantic. To her, those 2 syllables are nothing short of a nightmare. She wishes for him to perish immediately, to vanish entirely from this world. If Ding Xia were to re-enter her life, it would be preferable for her to die. All right, I agree. Grinding her teeth, Luo Huiling resolved to uncover what the prince knows and what he intends to do. Otherwise, that name would haunt her like a nightmare, robbing her of sleep. Excellent. I appreciate a clever mind. Come with me. The prince ushered Luo Huiling into the vehicle, while some of his underlings looked on, puzzled. Hey, do you think the prince is about to make a move on that older sister? Of course, even a blind man could see that. No way. The prince has several beautiful wives. How could he be interested in a minibus driver? Not at all. That older sister is quite attractive, mature, and charming. Those younger girls lack such allure. Come on, are you serious? What is wrong with younger girls? They're youthful, vibrant, and have smooth, tender skin. What do you know? Mature women are far better. The prince knows what he is doing. Do you understand how to extinguish the flames of desire? Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 of the underlings felt their helmets knocked from behind. Captain, about the prince's affairs, don't speak carelessly. And whether they are young or old, it's all the same. Only children make choices, adults take them all. Captain is right. Why didn't I think of that? As the convoy departed, the uninjured returned to the company, the wounded were sent to the hospital, and the deceased were taken to the crematorium. Following this, designated personnel would compile a list of casualties, and the prince would personally deliver compensation to the families. Compensation for injuries varies from several thousand to tens of thousands, in addition to a paid leave period. Upon returning, individuals would be prioritized for promotions. For those who died, there would be a substantial death benefit along with funeral expenses and insurance, totaling over 300,000, with higher ranks receiving more. The company would advance the insurance funds. While any disputes with the insurance company would be handled by the legal department, the prince would never exploit his underlings in such matters. He understands that those who in the hearts of the people hold the world in their hands, his underlings are his most vital support. And only with their loyalty and bravery can he truly hold sway. The younger brother toils for him, and in return, he ensures generous rewards and ample compensation, allowing others to witness that should one sacrifice their life for him, their family will be well taken care of. Merely speaking of loyalty and brotherhood is insufficient for grand ambitions. When a child of another perishes, mere assurances of care for their family will not suffice. What is required is tangible support, financial aid to ensure their sustenance and shelter from the elements. Take, for instance, the character of Datu from Chun Haonan's gang, who, having become the lead horse for Big B, was sent to take the blame for obstructing Chun Haonan's path. 8 years of his youth, the prime of life at 17 or 18, wasted in prison, reduced to picking up soap in Chaiwan. Big B's promise to support him as a brother upon release was never fulfilled. In Causeway Bay, where Chun Haonan reigns, Datu could only scrape by with a small newspaper stand, and he received not a single cent for his settling down. 8 years, 8 long years, Chun Haonan, who professed brotherhood and loyalty, never once visited him, nor did he even know when he would be released. Such hollow promises of loyalty, once seen through, reveal themselves to be valueless. It is only through substantial monetary support that the worth of loyalty to the younger brothers can truly escalate. As the vehicle gradually departed the secluded path, Luo Huijin began to regain her composure. Glancing at the young, dashing, and valiant man beside her, she mustered her courage. Brother Taizi, I am already of considerable age with 4 children. Could you perhaps spare me? Luo Huijin did not perceive any quality within herself that could captivate a man as ambitious, wealthy, and powerful as Taizi. Perhaps a decade ago, she would have held such confidence, but the trials of life had worn her down, rendering her a shadow of her former self. Not at all. I find you precisely appealing. It's not that you have aged. Rather, I have missed your most exquisite years. A mature woman possesses a charm akin to fine wine, growing more fragrant with age. Regarding your children, no, those are Fang Jinxin's children. I shall treat them well. Upon hearing Taizi's words, Luo Huijin fell silent once more. Over the years, she had come to regard the 4 siblings of the Fang family as her own children, and should Taizi harbor any ill intentions towards them, she would never permit it. As for Taizi, how could he possibly spare the Fang siblings? Fang Zhanhua, son of Fang Jinxin, is a man adorned with the aura of a premier protagonist, possessing the remarkable talent inherited from the stock god, Fang Jinxin, making him unparalleled in the realm of stocks. Though initially unstable, his prowess burgeons with time. As for his 3 sisters, their innate abilities are secondary to their striking beauty, yet their fates, due to the Ding family's interference, have met with tragic ends. Taizi harbors no qualms about pursuing them, rather than entangle with the Ding family and witness their demise. It is preferable to take advantage of their beauty without seeking their lives. Not only the Fang family, but also the Ding family has come under Taizi's gaze. That scoundrel Ding Xie will not remain in Taiwan for long. After eliminating Fang Jinxin, he fled there and was sentenced to over a decade for intentional harm. With his release approaching, the moment he sets foot back on Hong Kong soil, Ding Xie's fortunes are destined to shift. Aside from a singular loss when gambling against Fang Zhanhua and the 3 affluent magnates of Hong Kong, he has never tasted defeat. In matters of stocks, he knows precisely which to buy, and in horse racing, he discerns the winning steeds. Anything reliant on luck finds him victorious. Such a guiding light is one that Taizi could never allow to slip away. In Chapter 112, we must eat. There is no need for anything else. During the confrontation between Ding Xie and Fang Zhanhua, it is merely a matter of timing for Taizi to invest 100 million and reap 10 billion in return. With 2 such valuable assets at his disposal, Taizi could never let them go, hence he must secure the 3 sisters of the Fang family, including Luo Huijin. The dining location, naturally, is within Taizi's office building in the Taizi Garden, where he employs his own chef, allowing him to indulge in any cuisine he desires. Typically, Taizi opts for a lavish spread, devouring 16 dishes in one sitting. His robust physique demands considerable sustenance, as strength, stamina, and vitality require ample nourishment. Should he find dining cumbersome, high-calorie foods would suffice, such as consuming a kilogram of peanut candy in one go. Yet, dining itself is an enjoyment. Culinary delights are one of the hallmarks of Huaxia civilization. Why would Taizi settle for mere efficiency when he could relish in exquisite fare? Upon arriving at the office, Taizi recalled the presence of an unaware undercover, Susanna, in the lounge. Observing the decor of Taizi's office, Luo Huijin felt a twinge of curiosity. She had never encountered a boss's office before, particularly one with a massive dining table opposite the desk. Make yourself comfortable. I usually reside here. There aren't many visitors. And I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. It will be ready shortly. Taizi's demeanor towards women exhibited a certain grace, aside from employing some underhanded tactics. His level of care for his sister surpassed that of most others in this era. Even at this juncture, Luo Huijin felt an urge to resist. Brother Taizi, Taizi raised his hand, halting her words. I have recently established a transportation company, encompassing both freight and passenger services. While I have trusted personnel overseeing the freight, I am yet to find someone reliable for the passenger side. Given your extensive experience operating minibuses, you are well acquainted with the various routes and their revenue. Would you consider helping me? Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. A monthly salary of 50,000 plus 1% of the company's profits. I hold complete control over the company, but a portion of the profits must be shared with other factions. You need not worry about insubordination. Upon hearing Taizi's proposal, Luo Huijin exhaled in relief. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Brother Taizi, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I simply find you appealing. Do you believe anyone can secure such generous terms? Whatever I desire, I will endeavor to obtain. However, I detest engaging in covert maneuvers, even threats. I prefer to execute openly. I have no intention of marrying you, rest assured. As my partner, I shall provide you with ample benefits, a certain status, and guarantee your safety, while also ensuring a bright future for Fang Jinxin's children, all legally sound. You need not concern yourself with Ding Xie's affairs. As long as I am here, he shall never intrude upon your life. Similarly, should you decline, the path ahead for Fang Jinxin's children will be fraught with challenges. They are your Achilles heel, are they not? Luo Huijin stared blankly at the man who was both coercing and enticing her. She had never imagined someone could articulate threats so eloquently, yet for reasons unknown, she sensed that Taizi was not a villain. Zhanhua, Fang, Tingting, Amin. The images of the siblings flickered through her mind, and after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth. Very well, I accept your terms. Instinctively, she felt that the man before her would honor his word. If she refused, the Fang siblings would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It was not merely Taizi's reputation for keeping his promises that instilled this feeling, but rather the overwhelming sense of his superiority, as if he were perched high above them, indifferent to their fates. Such a sensation was more terrifying than encountering a villain. Taizi resembled a deity, dictating rules that they must obey, for disobedience would lead to their destruction. Excellent. I appreciate intelligent individuals. The Crown Prince gently pulled Luo Huijin into his embrace with a slight tug on her hand. As he caressed her still fair cheek, he could not help but lament the inequities of the world. Some individuals are born with stunning beauty, and even the ravages of wind and sun leave but faint traces upon their visage. Do not fret. With some time for recuperation, you will be well again. Overexertion not only hastens aging, but also invites a premature demise. Truly, her face was flawless from every angle, and he couldn't help but think how fortunate it would have been had he encountered her over a decade ago. Listening to the prince's heartfelt compliments, Luo Huijin felt a sudden urge to weep, overwhelmed by a sense of vulnerability and the warmth of reliance, a feeling she had not experienced in many years. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the air, signaling the arrival of the late-night meal prepared for the prince. As someone knocked, Luo Huijin instinctively buried her head into the prince's chest, her cheeks ablaze as if set aflame. Come in. With the prince's permission granted, a young attendant entered, pushing a cart laden with dishes, silently serving the food, while the prince's companion shifted to another position in his arms. Their hearts filled only with envy and longing for such a life. They imagined the joy of their elder brother. Once the meal was served, the attendant swiftly exited, closing the door behind him, which locked automatically, all executed in one fluid motion without lingering in the office for even a minute. Can you let me down? Let down? What do you mean? Just eat. The Crown Prince began with the main course, then indulged in the pastries nestled in his embrace, continuing to savor them without pause, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, Susanna was peacefully slumbering in the lounge, and the prince chose not to disturb her, showing a newfound respect for Luo Huijin. The following day, Luo Huijin awoke with a heavy heart. Recalling the events from the previous day, she felt as though she had committed a grave transgression, particularly towards Fang Jinxin. Guilt seared her heart, yet her body instinctively acknowledged that she had succumbed. I was compelled. Everything was for the sake of the child. This internal conflict rendered Luo Huijin sensitive, her emotions so intricate that she failed to recognize her own downfall. Are you awake? I must return. The children will worry about me. Do not worry. I have already sent someone to inform them. There are clothes prepared for you, and I will arrange accommodation for you afterwards. There are several vacant buildings in the compound. With a little renovation, they will be ready for occupancy, spacious and secure. Though soundproofing must be attended to. Chapter 113, Undercurrents. The Crown Prince could indulge in his romantic pursuits with such ease because everything had been meticulously arranged. In this small territory of Kun Tong, even if the 5 other factions united against him, they could not shake his foundation, let alone the smaller, inconsequential groups. His men had swept through all their territories, and that very night, they had contacted most of the venue owners or all the relevant parties. What followed were the industry transfers, leasing contracts, service agreements, and a series of formalities that had already been established. With the assistance of professionals from the Crown Prince Group, he endeavored to remain compliant within permissible boundaries. In any case, ownership and various contracts had been secured. The process itself was of little consequence, for those factions that had been ousted would not dare to report to the authorities or pursue legal action. Such were the customs of the underworld. If one lost in a conflict, they must accept their fate. With the Hongxing Deyu and Dongxing Haizetang now under the Crown Prince's control, and with the considerable number of subordinates from both factions in his grasp, the two organizations convened an emergency meeting that very night. Indeed, it was a meeting. Unlike the unilateral authority of Hongtai, both Hongxing and Dongxing had been established for far too long, with intricate ties of interests and numerous factions vying for power. Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing and Litu of Dongxing were not the founders of their respective organizations. Jiang had inherited Hongxing from his father, Jiang Zhen, and since taking over, he had encountered a considerable share of troubles. After 15 or 16 years, he still had not fully grasped control over the faction, with his subordinates divided into several cliques. The only individuals he could fully command were his strategist Chen Yao, the warrior Gan Zitai, and the influential figure from Causeway Bay. However, he had recently discovered that Gan Zitai frequently traveled to Thailand for boxing. Coincidentally, his brother Jiang Tianyong was raising elephants in Thailand, leaving the connection ambiguous. Aside from that, the others in Hongxing could only be viewed as entangled in interests, barely qualifying as allies, while individuals like Liang Kuan, who possessed rebellious tendencies, actively conspired against him. Yet, it no longer mattered. His previous plan had nearly succeeded in sending Liang Kuan into turmoil. Liang Kuan had clashed with the society and the fierce Qin Shi, seizing his territories in Mong Kok and Sim Sha Sui, but had inadvertently sown the seeds of disaster. The commotion had attracted the attention of the authorities. If Liang Kun was the one who took action, someone of weight would need to step forward to take the blame. Whoever it would significantly weaken Liang Kun, at least freeing Jiang Tianxing's hands and providing him with the time to deal with his adversary. Jiang Tianxing had initially hoped to send Liang Kun to support Du Yu the previous night, believing that a confrontation with Hong Tai would result in some losses, preventing the swift expansion following the acquisition of Mong Kok and Simsha Sui. However, he had not anticipated the lack of timely support. Du Yu had not held out until help arrived and was promptly captured, forcing Liang Kun to retreat midway. The so-called meeting was naturally intended to establish a protocol, at the very least deciding whether to rescue Du Yu or not. During the gathering, opinions diverged. Some felt that Du Yu's actions had brought disgrace to the society, and even if rescued, he should face the family law. Others believed that as brothers of the society, they must lend a hand when needed. Some argued for a cautious approach to the rescue, advocating a gradual and planned effort. If absolutely necessary, they should first save part of the group and then the remainder, prioritizing the timely rescue. Of course, there were those who remained aloof, merely offering platitudes before falling silent, notably the Hanbin brothers and Liang Ma from Sham Shuepa. The Hanbin brothers were outsiders, and such matters were not theirs to meddle in, while Liang Ma's subordinates were all women, at least publicly, making her reluctance to involve herself in such affairs quite understandable. Ultimately, Jiang Tianxing made the decisive call, personally approaching the crown prince to negotiate, vowing to pay any price necessary to bring Du Yu back. Surprisingly, Liang Kun supported Jiang Tianxing's efforts to rescue Du Yu, pledging resources and funds. In fact, among the members of Hongxing, Liang Kun displayed the most sense of responsibility. In contrast, the situation on the Dongxing side was considerably more favorable. Although Lu Tu was not the founder of the faction, having inherited it from his father, Luo Jingwu, he had taken charge long enough to have grown alongside the organization, enjoying significant influence within. Upon learning that Haizatang had been captured by the crown prince, the hall leaders were eager to mobilize their men to retaliate against Hong Tai, determined to rescue their comrades without any intention of negotiation. Yet, it was Luatu alone who quelled the fervor of his subordinates. After all, according to the customs of the Underworld, this incident had been instigated by their own people. When one errs, they must acknowledge it and face the consequences. Such was the code adhered to by the old-school members of the Underworld. However, this also sowed a seed of resentment in the hearts of the elder brothers from Dongxing. The crown prince had humiliated them, and they were undoubtedly determined to reclaim their honor when the opportunity arose. The defeat of Haizatang was a reflection of his inadequacy, tarnishing the reputation of Dongxing. Even if he were to be rescued, a severe lesson would be in order. Among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, with the exception of the smiling tiger, most were characterized by their arrogance and conceit. Even the notoriously shrewd Benlei tiger, Lei Yaoyong, harbored a sense of self-importance. In their eyes, groups like Hongxing, Lianxing, and Hong Tai were mere trifles. Had it not been for the head of the organization, the camel, adhering to the rules of the Underworld, they would have long since extinguished the other factions. The crown prince? Merely a small-time crook, unworthy of note. They were confident that, should they take action, they could easily render the crown prince powerless. Although the camel maintained a public facade of restraint, he could not control them behind the scenes. The downhill tiger, Wu Ying, and the smiling tiger, Wu Jiwei, had already begun scheming on how to deal with the crown prince. The capturing tiger, Situ Haonan, had heard of the crown prince's prowess and was aware of how he had usurped the title of the crown prince of Hongxing, thus seeking an opportunity to challenge him. Benlei tiger, Lei Yaoyong, feigned indifference, but was already contemplating potential allies to engage in some mischief on the crown prince's territory, quickly identifying 5 factions for collaboration. The crown prince's domain prohibited any illicit activities, presenting a significant flaw, as the lucrative nature of such enterprises was irresistible to the other factions, who could hardly contain themselves. Jinmahu, lacking foresight, was solely fixated on wielding his knife against others. As night fell, they gathered at the Changle restaurant. It was perplexing how these gang leaders preferred to host their banquets in the evening rather than during the day. The crown prince, accompanied by his subordinates, followed Chun Mei into the restaurant. Despite having gained considerable notoriety in the underworld, he remained behind Chen Mei, for he was his father, after all. At the entrance of the restaurant, members of Hongxing and Dongxing stood in stark opposition, their gazes fixed intently on the newly arrived members of Hong Tai. As one of the foremost factions in the region, they were now being bullied by a smaller group, compelled to accommodate the crown prince, which was a source of humiliation for his subordinates. The lower-tier thugs operated on the principle of might making right. They would mercilessly exploit you until you resisted, at which point you would be deemed disrespectful, unless you instilled fear in them. Only then would they relent. Coincidentally, beneath these lower-tier thugs were the elder brothers. Above them were the hall masters, and above them was the head of the organization. Even if an ordinary person managed to confront them, greater figures would inevitably intervene, creating an endless cycle of conflict. It was a challenging task for an ordinary individual to contend against an entire faction, leading to a grim outcome of perpetual subjugation. This explains why many in the lower echelons of the harbor were coerced into joining gangs. Without membership, survival was nearly impossible. Where is the Tian heir? Return my brother to me. In the midst of the Hongxing crowd, a slender young man with long hair dashed forward, only to be intercepted by a burly man with a buzz cut and tattoos as he reached the crown prince. The Tian heir? Who are you? Upon hearing the familiar name, the crown prince momentarily halted his steps, turning to look down at Chen Haonan. I am Chen Haonan from Causeway Bay. The Tian heir is my brother, and he had better be unharmed. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Chen Haonan from Causeway Bay? I have never heard of you. What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Do you represent Hongxing? Brother Crown Prince, Anan is my little brother. He acted out of impulse. And I apologize for my inadequate supervision. The big brother blocking Chen Haonan raised an elbow to his chest, rendering him momentarily speechless, and then hurriedly apologized to the Crown Prince. In such a situation, if things went awry and Diyu was not rescued but instead eliminated by Hongtai, Chen Haonan, who had just spoken, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Naturally, the big brother from Causeway Bay had some face, and it was essential to teach his subordinates about proper conduct. Brother Crown Prince is right. Let us go. The Crown Prince had little interest in engaging in a game of love and rivalry with Chen Haonan, whose strength and status were unworthy of such attention. By lineage, the Crown Prince was on par with Hongxing's leader, Jiang Tiansheng, while in terms of status, the Crown Prince was the heir to Hongtai, and a person of real authority. Any ordinary spokesperson from Hongxing was, in terms of strength, status, and lineage, actually a step below the Crown Prince. Some matters held weight only if one possessed strength, otherwise, they were meaningless. The Crown Prince had never valued such things before, knowing that when faced with many, people would hardly pay him any mind. However, times had changed. With his current strength, this set of rules had to be acknowledged. Those who ignored it would not enjoy favorable outcomes. Entering the restaurant alongside Chen Mei, the members of Hongtai remained outside. In stark contrast to the disarray exhibited by Dongxing and Hongxing, the members of Hongtai were uniformly attired and well-equipped, standing in neat formation, indicative of their professional training. Compared to the so-called elite of Hongxing and Dongxing, the members of Hongtai resembled true soldiers. While those of the other factions revealed their inherent clumsiness, the restaurant had been entirely reserved by Hongxing and Dongxing, leaving no room for other patrons. The Crown Prince surmised that there must be a reason for this timing. It was likely that by choosing a later hour, they could secure the venue at a more favorable rate post-dining hours. Uncle Mei, Crown Prince, you have finally arrived. Uncle Luo is already here. I will call for the kitchen to serve the dishes. The youngest in the hierarchy, Jiang Tiansheng, had taken on the role of host, bustling about, while the oldest, the camel, despite offering an apology, did not overly flatter. Uncle Mei, you've arrived, please have a seat. You truly have a remarkable son, impressive. Indeed, he is a fine figure. The camel looked at the Crown Prince behind Chen Mei with unabashed admiration, for anyone capable of expanding a gang was certainly no ordinary individual. As Uncle Mei took his seat, the Crown Prince stood behind him, while Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing and the camel of Dongxing occupied opposite corners of the table, forming a triangular stalemate, clearly indicating the lack of camaraderie between Hongxing and Dongxing. Uncle Mei, since there are no outsiders present, let us speak frankly. Diyu is our spokesperson in Hongxing. He absolutely cannot be harmed. We acknowledge that we were in the wrong this time, so please, feel free to state your demands. We in Dongxing feel the same. After all, Haizai Tang is the one in charge over in Kuntong, and losing him would be a significant disgrace for us. Haha. Well said. However, I have not been involved in gang matters for quite some time. My son has been managing most affairs on my behalf. This incident is also related to him, so why not let him negotiate with you? Eitai, called upon by Chen Mei, the Crown Prince stepped forward, handing over 2 documents to the camel and Jiang Tiansheng. Rest assured, both Brother Diyu from Hongxing and Brother Tang from Dongxing are in safe hands, and most of their subordinates have only sustained minor injuries. I have little interest in violence. I prefer engaging in small businesses. Dongxing has a few minibus routes in Wangtai Sin, as well as some taxi licenses, while Hongxing has similar minibus routes and taxi licenses in Kowloon. I find these ventures quite intriguing. Additionally, I have established a chain of fast food restaurants, which serves as a benefit for the lower-tier brothers. For just $20, one can enjoy a hearty meal with meat, vegetables, and soup, certainly a worthwhile endeavor. I am preparing to establish a total of 100 fast food outlets on the territories of Hongxing and Dongxing, allowing us all to prosper together. Each faction shall operate 50 establishments, with myself holding a 51% stake. while the two partners will possess 49%. I will oversee the management, operations, and supply chain, leaving the two partners free from concerns, as they will merely receive dividends. The business will be compliant with regulations, and we shall not fear scrutiny from authorities. I have already opened several outlets, and the business is relatively prosperous, generating approximately 300,000 in profit each month, divided equally. That equates to 150,000 per outlet, and with 50 establishments, the total monthly revenue would amount to 7,500,000. The Underworld is not merely about violence. It is predominantly concerned with human relationships and social intricacies. Is there any advantage in eliminating Dayu and Haizetang? Yes, but it is not substantial enough. Chapter 114. The winner takes all, the sovereign prevails. Jiang Tianxing and Lutu did not immediately accept the Crown Prince's proposal for collaboration, nor did they pursue discussions regarding Dayu and Haizetang. In light of the several million in revenue anticipated this month, the fate of Dayu and Haizetang suddenly seems insignificant. In fact, this is true for both Jiang Tianxing and Luotu, as well as for the Crown Prince. The lives of Dayu and Haizetang have always been inconsequential. The Crown Prince is primarily interested in their territories and the businesses they control, and he can also collaborate with them alongside Hongxing and Dongxing. Since both factions have individuals involved in the flower trade, full cooperation is unattainable. However, reaching into their territories is entirely feasible. Essentially, the Crown Prince's collaboration with them is no different from the dealings with their nightclubs. The real owners and financial backers are the actual stakeholders, while the factions merely possess the operational rights, and many do not even hold operational authority, merely collecting protection fees and a share of the profits. With no meal consumed, the personnel from the three factions dispersed, and after escorting his father home, the Crown Prince returned to his own precinct. Xiang, brother Crown Prince, expel all the personnel from Hongxing and Dongxing. Keeping them around is just wasting resources. Yes, brother Crown Prince. Following the Crown Prince's orders, Wei Jixiang promptly took his men to release the personnel from Hongxing and Dongxing, without questioning the rationale behind it. For them, the Crown Prince's words undoubtedly had reasons, and his decisions were assuredly correct. Otherwise, how could he have led them to victory time and again and consistently improve their conditions? The advantage of a well-trained team is their responsiveness, yet it also poses risks. Should the Crown Prince lose his composure, it could easily mislead the team. However, for the time being, the Crown Prince proves to be a competent leader, as the results from the direction in which the brothers move confirm their correctness. In the other two abandoned precincts of the Lantian Industrial Zone, personnel from Hongxing and Dongxing were confined within, while members of Hongtai stood guard. Despite the larger number of captives, the Hongtai personnel were well-equipped and possessed far superior combat capabilities. Any hint of dissent would be met with immediate reprimand, causing some of the younger members to tremble in fear at the sight of the clubs in the hands of Hongtai, even without the need for electricity. Brother Dayu, what should we do? Will Mr. Jiang come to rescue us? What does the Crown Prince intend to do by confining us here? With bruises marring his face, Daishoner leaned close to Dayu, his thoughts lingering on his brother Chen Haonan. Fear not, the Hongtai fellows wouldn't dare harm us. If anything were to happen to us, Hongxing would undoubtedly go to war with Hongtai. I estimate it should be soon. Once Mr. Jiang negotiates terms with Hongtai, we should be able to leave. This embarrassment is monumental. We set a trap in collaboration with the Dongxing personnel, yet not only did we fail to win, but we also ended up captured ourselves. Should word of this spread, my reputation as Brother Dayu of Hongxing would be tarnished. Even if the Crown Prince refrains from retaliating against me, leading the team would become increasingly difficult. Casting a sidelong glance, Dayu noticed that the gazes of his former younger brothers toward him had drastically changed. Such is the nature of the Underworld. The victor is exalted while the vanquished is scorned. He has lost, and lost miserably. This single event has erased all of his past glories. If Jiang Tianxing does not support him, he would likely be forced into retirement, relegated to the status of an elder. However, given that this area is already quite remote, Hongxing has no more distant territories for him to manage. As for reclaiming his domain from the Crown Prince, neither Jiang Tianxing nor Litu has even broached the subject. According to Underworld customs, territories taken by force belong to the conqueror. One must plant their flag for 3 days, during which time members from each faction may continue to battle. If they manage to reclaim the territory, it is deemed a testament to their strength. Now, on the second day, if a battle were to occur, it should have already happened, yet Dayu and Haizetang remain under the Crown Prince's control, and even without subsequent cooperation, the personnel from Hongxing and Dongxing would not dare to act recklessly. With the Crown Prince now presenting such a substantial opportunity to Jiang Tianxing and Litu, the likelihood of them taking action becomes even more remote. The Crown Prince is exceedingly confident that both Jiang Tianxing and Litu will eagerly seize this opportunity, even if it may contain pitfalls. The reasoning is simple. The younger members aspire to ascend, while the leaders must contemplate their future retirements. For instance, in regards to Dongxing, the faction's influence in Jiagong is merely a fraction of their overall power, roughly estimated at around 13%. The greater strength of Dongxing lies in Amsterdam, Netherlands, where they can be regarded as the largest Chinese gang. Not to say they can dominate entirely, but they can certainly contend against the local gangs, dividing the territory. Therefore, for Le2, while Jiagong is the root, it is not of paramount importance. Often, stability is prioritized, with funds flowing continuously to Amsterdam to flourish and bear fruit. Thus, for many years, he has suppressed the ambitions of the East Star 5 Tigers, preventing them from recklessly causing disturbances. After meticulously reviewing the Crown Prince's proposal for collaboration several times, Luatu quickly agreed to the partnership, though he was uncertain who should ultimately receive this business. When it comes to conducting business, Lei Yaoyang is undoubtedly more astute, while Sidu Haonan's mind is primarily focused on combat, yet he is also quite principled, making him relatively suitable for dealings with the Crown Prince. However, his close associates, the descending tiger Wu Ying and the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei, often neglect their own loyal subordinates in pursuit of advantageous opportunities, which can lead to disillusionment. After much contemplation, Luatu resolved to find time to discuss further with the Crown Prince, aiming to expand this business venture. 50 outlets are indeed insufficient to share. The establishments that Dongxing can offer are easily manageable, as Hongtai does not demand prime locations, and every faction has its share of unprofitable, barely surviving outlets in obscure corners. Not to mention, Dongxing could easily provide 100 locations, so Luatu prepared to request the Crown Prince to double the number of storefronts. After all, he would not need to invest too much capital, as they are merely shabby establishments. Coincidentally, Jiang Tianxing of Hongxing harbored similar thoughts. Chapter 115, Ding Jiazong Qing Society. With a sudden clatter, the factory gates, secured by iron chains, were unexpectedly flung open, prompting the confined members of Hongxing inside to lift their heads in unison. The headlights of a Sea Lion vehicle blazed to life, the blinding light causing all present from Hongxing to squint in response. A shadow descended from the vehicle, stepping into the light as it approached the front. Prince has issued orders. Cast out all of Hongxing's men. Understood. With that command, the guards assigned to Hongxing's subordinates immediately took action. The already battered members of Hongxing were dragged out like mangy dogs, unceremoniously tossed to the entrance. What does this mean? One stammered. Silence. Just wait to be thrown out. Came the curt reply. The young men, not foolish, comprehended that this was a means of expulsion orchestrated by Hongtai. Thus, they offered little resistance. Upon reaching Daiyu's position, when Hongtai's underlings grasped him, his body stiffened. I can exit on my own, no need for such treatment, right? Prince's orders to throw you out are absolute. Comply, or we shall not be gentle. Crackling sounds of electric batons echoed in the air, causing Daiyu's tense muscles to relax momentarily. Soon, two of the young men hoisted him and unceremoniously hurled him outside the compound. With a resounding clang, the industrial park's gates slammed shut, leaving them sprawled on the ground outside like lost dogs. Brother, what do we do next? First, let us leave this place. Observing the Hongtai members seated in their vehicles behind them, the Hongxing subordinates felt a profound sense of insecurity. Summoning their strength, they leaned on each other. Limping away from the prince's territory, Wei Jixiang, accompanied by his men in a vehicle, leisurely trailed behind, even illuminating their path with his headlights, a thoughtful gesture indeed. After nearly an hour, the Hongxing group finally distanced themselves from the prince's domain, but as they walked, their numbers diminished. Many had grown disillusioned with Daiyu, believing that following such a leader offered no viable future, prompting thoughts of seeking refuge with other factions. Only Daishoner and Daiyu remained supportive of one another, exchanging words of encouragement. Let us return. There is another group to expel. With Hongxing's members dealt with, it was time to turn their attention to Dongxing. The process was largely the same, though Dongxing's members scattered far more swiftly than those of Hongxing. Meanwhile, within the confines of the park, the prince lounged on a sofa in his office, cradling Susanna, idly toying with her while contemplating his next moves. Luo Huijin had already returned home. He had taken what he desired, and for a traditional woman like her, crossing that line changed everything. The prince had instructed her to handle some domestic affairs before resuming work at the transport company. With the 4 siblings of the Fong family as her weakness, the prince found it exceedingly easy to manipulate her, harboring no fear of her plotting against him, as she was not the type to engage in clandestine schemes. Additionally, the prince dispatched another group to keep tabs on the 4 sons of Ding Xie and their gang, the Zhongqing Society. This emergent, third-rate gang, led by Ding Xie's 2 sons, also benefited from the support of the other 2, one studying medicine providing modified flour, and the other studying law offering legal assistance. Each of Ding Xie's sons possessed commendable skills. The eldest had organizational acumen, the second was physically formidable, the third was medically adept. and the youngest understood the intricacies of societal rules. With such capable sons, their remarkable unity facilitated the Zhongqing society's steady growth. Typically, nascent gangs of only a few years lack deeply entrenched power structures. Even if they do, any temporary entanglements of interests are unlikely to be overly complicated. Most crucially, the Zhongqing society was affluent. They primarily engaged in lending and flower businesses, their subordinates skilled in combat, yet refraining from unnecessary trouble. This allowed them to gradually expand. They were not mere scattered individuals but a source of supply, akin to a godsend for smaller gangs. Furthermore, they were involved in arms dealing, and when conflicts arose, their firepower was formidable. Those who underestimated them often suffered significant losses. Such a lucrative target would surely draw the prince's attention, requiring careful strategizing. Beyond them, the prince also sent individuals to investigate Ding Xie himself, particularly monitoring boats smuggling from Taiwan to Gangwon. The prince had marked Ding Xie as a key figure, his fortune a guiding light. Whether he could soar to new heights hinged upon this individual. With Ding Xie's backing, the multinational industrial conglomerate the prince aspired to establish could make significant strides, drastically shortening the time required and offering unparalleled cost-effectiveness. Moreover, Ding Xie's luck was beyond extraordinary. Even after being bested by Fang Zhanhua, who had harnessed the fortunes of the three tycoons of Gangwon, his luck remained intact. Remarkably, even when jumping from a height, he could be caught by a cable, surviving against all odds, a fortune too precious to squander. "Prince, you're hurting me." Engrossed in thought, the prince inadvertently tightened his grip, prompting a playful protest from Susanna. Easily swayed by temptation, the prince, now compelled by Susanna's daring, ensured she bore the consequences of her provocation. After several invigorating encounters, he left the office feeling rejuvenated. The prince's park transformed daily, evolving at a remarkable pace. In less than 3 days, the container food street had taken shape. Individual containers had been cut and arranged into quaint eateries. Not only could patrons dine inside, but takeout windows were also available, and with pre-installed plumbing and electricity. They would soon be operational with just the necessary equipment. Compared to the cramped food stalls of Gangwon's Temple Street, these container eateries offered significantly more space. Chapter 116, I need funding for security. With the current progress, they would be ready to open in about a week. Hongxing, Dongxing, and various chaotic gangs had all been accounted for. All small buses and taxis were now under my control, except for the fixed-route green minibuses. I had effectively commandeered the public transport around Kuntong. The vehicle renovations would not take long, so I decided to commence operations next week. Using this week to generate buzz for the park. Prince's Park sounded odd, it required a catchy name. Thus, I dubbed it Princess Entertainment, Shopping, and Culinary Street. Simple and straightforward, instantly conveying its purpose. Promoting the establishment would be effortless. All it took was money for advertising, television commercials, newspapers, magazines, and sensational news stories. All areas visible to the public would be saturated with advertisements. Bus stop signs, overhead bridge light boards, underground passage light boards, and busy subway stations would all become prime advertising spots for the prince. Perhaps others might hesitate to spend money on advertising, but the Crown Prince feels no such apprehension. He is well aware that the funds he expends will soon multiply in return. Advertising relies on the density of information, bombarding consumers with a plethora of messages that leave a profound impression. Given the herd mentality of the Chinese people, regardless of the establishment's quality, the mere fact of such grand promotion compels them to take a look and join the excitement. Once the decision was made, the Crown Prince promptly assigned tasks to Mary Madonna, mobilizing the group's publicity department. Professional matters are best left to professionals. There are many aspects the Crown Prince himself does not comprehend, making it impossible for him to oversee every detail. However, he still requires additional funding to ensure the stability of the group's operations. Maintaining such a large workforce can be sustained for a while, but any unforeseen circumstances could easily lead to complications. Collaborating with Hongxing and Dongxing would necessitate a significant expenditure, considering the renovation, equipment, labor, and ownership of each store. While individually they may not seem expensive, collectively they could amount to tens of millions, or even billions. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing and Luotu, who were initially pondering their next steps, suddenly received news that Dayu and Hai Zitang, along with their underlings, had been released. In Jiang Tianxing's villa, Dayu sat on the sofa, looking disheartened. "I am sorry, Mr. Jiang. I have brought shame upon you. As long as you are unharmed, have a drink to calm your nerves. Now, tell me in detail what transpired. How did you end up entangled with Dongxing?" The greatest fear within the organization is betrayal. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. However, if it remains undiscovered, then it is of little concern. "Mr. Jiang, I did not betray you. I did not collaborate with Dongxing. It was merely a coincidence that we all sought to challenge the Crown Prince Bing of Hongtai, hence our temporary alliance." "A coincidence?" Let us consider it as such. How did your alliance with Dongxing against the Crown Prince come to be? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Jiang. The situation is as follows. Faced with Jiang Tianxing's inquiry, Dayu began to recount his grievances. Initially, he was thriving in Kowloon with a manageable number of subordinates, not too many, yet sufficient to hold his own against rival gangs. They coexisted peacefully, earning a living, until Hongtai decided to stir trouble. Hongtai's territory forbade the sale of white powder, causing addicts to vacate the area. Although Hongxing publicly prohibited it as well, they discreetly allowed some to operate under the table, collecting money in the process. Dayu was initially somewhat pleased. But soon Hongtai's influence reached the area, swiftly claiming their business. In terms of legitimate competition, they could not hope to reclaim their market share. The scale of their operation was simply too small compared to the Crown Prince's fleet of hundreds of vehicles, which appeared far more legitimate. Moreover, the Crown Prince's vehicles were refurbished and repainted, presenting an aesthetically pleasing exterior, even if the internal components were worn. Additionally, the vehicles were manned by specialized security personnel, minimizing the risk of theft, while the Crown Prince's transport rarely exceeded capacity. In contrast, Dayu's vehicles often resembled sardine cans, with passengers crammed uncomfortably. Furthermore, the Crown Prince's transportation implemented route restructuring, increased vehicle schedules, and added drivers, significantly enhancing capacity while ensuring a comfortable experience for passengers and a less strenuous journey for drivers, a win-win situation for all involved. Dayu had also learned of the impending opening of the Crown Prince's new district, realizing that once the Crown Prince's business commenced, a substantial portion of his own stores would inevitably close. Relying solely on protection fees from a few factories, how could he possibly support so many brothers? Before being pushed to the brink, he had one last chance for a counterattack, prompting him to act swiftly and seek an opportunity to eliminate the Crown Prince. The people of Dongxing shared similar sentiments, leading to their clandestine collaboration. Dongxing's Haizetang claimed to have a plan to lure out the Crown Prince. They simply needed to ambush him together, overpowering him with their numbers. So you set an ambush for the Crown Prince, but were unable to prevail? Jiang Tianxing grasped the essence of the situation. Ultimately, it boiled down to a conflict of interests. Greed drives men to their demise, and he could comprehend Dayu's choices. However, he was perplexed as to why the Crown Prince easily captured both Hongxing and Dongxing's men. Dayu was a formidable opponent, and in terms of combatability, only the battle-hardened Gan Zitai from Hongxing could rival him. Yet, Jiang Tianxing knew Gan Zitai could not contend with the Crown Prince. So he found it hard to understand why his subordinates' capabilities were so lacking. Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's question, a flicker of anguish crossed Dayu's eyes, reminiscent of that fateful night. Mr. Jiang, the Crown Prince of Hongxing is indeed a formidable threat. His subordinates are all professionally trained and equipped with superior gear. While not every one of my men is a skilled fighter, they are certainly brave. I led over 500 men in an ambush, but when the Crown Prince appeared, he had around 700 to 800 men with him. The numbers were not vastly different, yet the fight was unlike anything I had imagined. The Crown Prince's men utterly overwhelmed my subordinates. Even when my men struck with blades, it merely produced the sound of metal clashing. Chapter 117. His subordinates wore armor. Impervious to blades? No, it was armor. The Crown Prince's subordinates wore armor. Armor? The image of ancient warriors clad in armor surfaced in Jiang Tianxing's mind. But it seemed somewhat implausible. Indeed, it was armor, albeit worn beneath their uniforms, consisting of overlapping metal plates. One of my men tore away their clothing and discovered the armor underneath. The subordinates of Hongtai not only had armor on their torsos, but also on their arms, topped with motorcycle helmets, resembling turtles. Regardless of whether my men used knives or clubs, striking them felt like mere tickling, while their electrified batons would render my subordinates unconscious upon contact. In just one encounter, a significant portion of my men fell. Only a few clever ones managed to escape, while the rest were captured. The Dongxing fellows were despicable, igniting fires at the rear of the Crown Prince's convoy just as he emerged, forcing his men to engage in a direct confrontation with me, resulting in my complete annihilation. Moreover, that Crown Prince is incredibly skilled, even without armor. I would surely be no match for him. Reflecting on that night, Dayu felt a surge of anger, his hatred for the Crown Prince unabated. Yet he could not help but concede that even if given another chance, fully aware of Hongtai's situation, he would still lack any assurance of victory. The Crown Prince of Hongtai, Jiang Tianxing, leaned back against the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly against the glass. The situation had become increasingly intriguing. Jiang Tianxing found himself unable to decipher the Crown Prince's true nature. Initially, he had perceived him as merely clever, a rising star. But now it was evident that the Crown Prince was a figure of insatiable ambition. Collaborating with such individuals can lead to a situation where one might find themselves utterly devoured, leaving not a single bone behind. Jiang Tianxing has steadfastly held the helm of the Hongxing Society for over a decade, and his discernment is not to be underestimated. However, he possesses an unwavering confidence, both in himself and in his organization. Unlike Deng Bo of Lianxing, Chen Mei of Hongtai, or Luo Tuo of Dongxing, Jiang Tianxing is notably younger, a good decade or more their junior. In the prime of his life, Jiang Tianxing's ambition, intellect, and physical prowess are all at their zenith. Even in the face of the prince, he is assured of his ability to maintain control. Currently, regaining the territory in Kuntong is not feasible. I still have some venues in Kowloon, which I will entrust to you for the time being. As for your matters, I will seek solutions when the opportunity arises. In exchange for your return, the society will engage in some business dealings with Hongtai. I hope there are no hard feelings, as we, who navigate this world, must adhere to certain principles. Promises made must be honored. I apologize for any trouble caused, Mr. Jiang. We are all brothers here, so let us not speak in such formalities. As for your subordinates, they must continue to perform well. Do not let me down. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. As he watched Yu depart, Jiang Tianxing downed his glass of red wine. He pondered how many of Yu's subordinates would remain, since Yu's defeat. Those who fled have already begun to seek new paths. Once Yu and the other subordinates are released, many will likely have scattered. And if he can gather even half of them back, it would be a considerable achievement. Jiang Tianxing, recognizing Yu's potential, made arrangements to ensure his safety. Losing such a significant territory could result in severe repercussions for him within Hongxing. Fortunately, it was only Kuntong, a rather desolate place. The loss was negligible, as the monthly fees pale in comparison to the profits from collaborating with the prince. With 100 establishments generating over 10 million monthly, the allure of financial gain is undeniable. A mere nod could trade some less profitable venues for a substantial legal income. After bidding farewell to Yu, Jiang Tianxing promptly called the prince. Their conversation was devoid of unnecessary pleasantries, swiftly discussing the terms of their collaboration. The prince instructed Jiang Tianxing to prepare the shops. Jiang's proposal to double the number of partnership stores, willing to establish them across Hongxing's territories, was music to the prince's ears. 100 shops translate to thousands of subordinates' havens. At a moment's notice, they could be mobilized. Even if the subordinates within these stores lack combat prowess, their mere presence serves a significant purpose. Shortly after Jiang Tianxing's call, Luo Tuo from Dongxing also contacted the prince, expressing a similar willingness to collaborate, but requesting an increase in the number of stores to 100. The prince readily acquiesced, finalizing the arrangement. With the prince collaborating with 5 other second-tier societies, and the recent acquisitions in Kuntong providing opportunities for new openings, he anticipates launching at least 300 fast food establishments within the next month. This figure was beyond his previous imaginings, necessitating a substantial recruitment of subordinates to learn culinary skills, ensuring they could proficiently prepare a variety of dishes within a fortnight. Finding competent chefs should not pose much difficulty. A few sharp-witted subordinates could easily follow recipes. The learning curve primarily involves mastering cooking techniques, unlike the complex culinary skills required in grand restaurants. With a set menu of a dozen or so dishes, precise measurements of ingredients and seasonings are all standardized processes. As long as they adhere to the guidelines, the results should be satisfactory. Moreover, utilizing fresh ingredients, delivered promptly from the docks, ensures a quality that surpasses that of local markets. However, prior to this, the prince's apparel and footwear stores are set to open in 2 days. Initially, he regarded this venture with great interest, but as time passed, it no longer captured his attention. With little stutter idly seeking direction, the prince entrusted her with the management of the shop. He has always been generous with his partner, primarily because the financial and procurement aspects are handled by his own people, and Little Stutter acts as an extension of his will, ensuring a balance of oversight that prevents mismanagement. Though not particularly astute, Little Stutter grasps the essentials and is unlikely to engage in any excessive or treacherous behavior. Regarding expenditures, the allowance the prince provides is more than sufficient for her whims. Chapter 118. Stanley? Merely a backyard. Brother, the wealthy individual you instructed us to surveil, named Robinson, has encountered trouble. His daughter has died, and he is now the prime suspect, having already been apprehended. It is rumored that the evidence against him is irrefutable, and he is likely to face sentencing soon, with a high probability of incarceration in Stanley. On this new day, just before the shoe and clothing stores are set to launch, the prince received an unexpected surprise. While the passing of a family member is unfortunate for the prince, an unregistered bond valued at 300 million is a substantial boon, especially at this financially critical juncture. Should his funds deplete, he faces 2 paths: seeking investment from discerning investors, which would dilute his control, or scouring for funds, a challenging endeavor. With Robinson's assets, he should be able to sustain his operations until profitability is achieved. Even if the business does not yield profit, maintaining a balance should not be problematic. Once Dingxia appears, there is potential for significant gains. In a fleeting moment, the prince resolved to exploit Lu Yaozu's situation. Robinson's company owns 2 certified medium-sized cargo ships and 5 smaller vessels, collectively valued at over 200 million. These ships are not easily obtained. Not to mention Robinson's lifetime of investments in Southeast Asia and Europe. Southeast Asia has always been a focal point for the prince's ambitions. However, current limitations prevent him from extending his reach significantly, as he currently only has a minor market for pirated VCDs there. When the time comes for a stronger presence, he intends to establish himself in Southeast Asia, using the port as a base for expansion. The more chaotic the environment, the more favorable it is for an ambitious individual like him to ascend. If the port represents a preliminary challenge, then regions like Taiwan, Korea, and Japan present intermediate hurdles, with overt collusion between officials and criminals. In contrast, Southeast Asia has devolved into outright warlord battles, elevating the stakes to a hellish level, without sufficient strength. One risks being ousted. The prince possesses a clear understanding of his capabilities. Even with his well-trained security personnel, the disparity in equipment and experience is vast. After all, the severity of a battlefield filled with bullets is incomparable to that of a melee with cold weapons. The crown prince must continue to strive. One must eat rice grain by grain and traverse the path step by step. In less than half a day, detailed information regarding Lu Yaozu had reached the crown prince's hands. Were he Robinson, aside from some publicly available itineraries, certain private matters would indeed be difficult to investigate. However, with a newly affluent individual like Lu Yaozu, many of his defensive measures had yet to catch up, allowing the crown prince to uncover his detailed whereabouts within mere hours. Coupled with the frequent routes observed by his subordinates, the prospect of abducting him seemed remarkably effortless. Nonetheless, before addressing Lu Yaozu, the crown prince resolved to visit Stanley and meet that unfortunate Robinson. Although Lu Yaozu had already acquired control over the company, the only asset beyond his grasp was the 300 million in unregistered bonds that Robinson had concealed. Yet, such matters held little significance for the crown prince. All he required was a plausible pretext. How he proceeded thereafter was entirely at his discretion. Fortuitously, Robinson could provide him with that very rationale, perhaps by claiming a substantial debt incurred during a card game with the crown prince, subtly adjusting the timeline, thus enabling him to solicit funds from Lu Yaozu. As for refusal, the decision of whether to comply was not his to make. Stanley, reception room. Brother Crown Prince, no one will disturb you for the next 10 minutes. Speak quickly. I shall return in 10 minutes to knock on the door, and at that time, there must be no issues. Understood. Thank you, Sir Zhong. By the way, your loan limit has increased by 20,000 recently. Do find time to handle the necessary paperwork at the company. Then I must thank you, Brother Crown Prince. No need for formalities. We are all on the same side. With a beaming smile, Zhong Chuxiong opened the door for the Crown Prince and, after closing it, stationed himself at the corner outside, preventing anyone from approaching. To the Crown Prince, Stanley was almost akin to a personal domain. He had never ceased his efforts to win over the local factions, not only to enhance the conditions for his people, but also because it served as a vast intelligence hub and marketplace. The inmates within Stanley were also compensated for their labor, albeit meagerly. Nevertheless, with nearly 2,000 inmates, the aggregate weekly wage hovered around $100, amounting to approximately $800,000 a month. Coupled with the living expenses sent by their families, averaging $500 per inmate, the total would exceed $1 million monthly. These figures represented merely the smaller transactions. The larger sums involved numerous prominent figures incarcerated within, whose subordinates, gangs, or personal networks would find ways to funnel money and goods inside. Collectively, the revenue from Stanley effortlessly surpassed $5 million monthly. Thus far, the Crown Prince had only infiltrated fewer than 200 of Stanley's factions, with monthly expenditures for the loan company hovering around 170 to 180,000. Relying on these individuals, he had monopolized nearly half of the business within Stanley, and astonishingly, after disbursing their salaries, he still turned a profit. Moreover, this grassroots infiltration was remarkably discreet, and he had even begun to glimpse opportunities to engage with the second-in-command of Stanley, should he succeed in ensnaring him. Some of the Crown Prince's enterprises could formally collaborate with Stanley, directly securing legitimate contracts that not only yielded subsidies, but also project funds, a figure far exceeding mere goods sold. Furthermore, collaborating with local factions served as a protective charm. Beyond this, the Crown Prince had also made generous donations to the Kowloon Police Department, albeit in modest sums for the time being. Once his subordinates' incomes increased, so too would the amounts he contributed, thereby enhancing his visibility. With wealth at his disposal, he could act with impunity. In the reception room, the now gray-haired Robinson sat slouched in his chair, his demeanor despondent. Not long ago, he had just lost his daughter, and a lifetime of toil had served merely to benefit others, leaving him utterly disheartened. When someone came to see him, he assumed it was his son-in-law come to flaunt his authority, or perhaps someone who had discovered the 300 million he had hidden, seeking to pry information from him. Upon the Crown Prince taking a seat across from him, Robinson kept his head bowed, refusing to utter a word or even glance up. Mr. Robinson, do you wish to avenge your daughter? Chapter 119, Crown Prince, I favor open schemes. Revenge? Huh. You must be a lackey sent by that Lu Yaozu fellow. I know nothing, so you needn't inquire. I shall not respond. Robinson slowly raised his head, a scornful smirk gracing his lips. He harbored no belief in the Crown Prince's words, as though such skepticism could thwart Lu Yaozu from achieving his goals. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Tailong, though you may call me Crown Prince. Once you return to the prison, a few inquiries should reveal my reputation. I shall protect you within Stanley. As for that Lu Yaozu, given his current status, he lacks the authority to command me. To be forthright, I have my eyes on your wealth. Lu Yaozu orchestrated your daughter's demise and has reduced you to this wretched place. To say it is a blood feud would not be an exaggeration. Today, I offer you the chance for vengeance. Your assets have already been seized by him. No matter your maneuvering, you cannot reclaim them, but I can. You may exchange the billions you have lost control of for the demise of your enemy, a transaction, I believe, a seasoned businessman like yourself can comprehend. This is an IOU for 10 billion, dated 2 months ago. The reason for this IOU is that 2 months prior, you and I engaged in a private card game, during which you lost to me. Following your defeat, you pledged your companies, stocks, properties, and various investments to me. Since you are already in Stanley, this IOU holds no real consequence for you. However, should you choose to sign it, it will not be long before you receive the news you so desire. As with his previous meeting with Wang Dong, the Crown Prince did not mince words with Robinson but laid bare his intentions. Various schemes and intrigues were merely desperate measures. The true path to achieving one's aims lay in straightforward dealings. Like now, Robinson was devoid of all but his last bargaining chip, the hidden 300 million in unregistered bonds, known only to him. Thus, signing the 10 billion IOU in plain sight would bear no true repercussions for him. Having spent a lifetime in business and succeeded in expanding his ventures, Robinson was no stranger to adversity. His current despondency was but a facade. He awaited an opportunity to reclaim all that he had lost. Thus, the Crown Prince's offer was not one he deemed trustworthy. I'm sorry, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. I have never met you before, nor do I owe you any money. After hesitating for a brief moment, Robinson rejected the Crown Prince's offer, yet the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? Do you intend to overturn your fate with those hidden 300 million in unregistered bonds? They must be nestled within the lizard sandbox of your old villa, correct? Considering the timeline, they should already be in my office. Lu Yaozu has bribed several individuals within Stanley, barring any unforeseen changes. You shall soon find yourself meeting an untimely demise within. Today presents your sole opportunity. How you seize it is entirely up to you. The Crown Prince once again extended the IOU, and this time, Robinson trembled. His only source of confidence was instantly shattered, and the hope for a turnaround vanished, leaving behind a profound sense of despair. You. In the blink of an eye, Robinson seemed to be drained of all his strength, appearing to have aged more than 5 years. The sentiment remained unchanged. Trading with me using what you have already lost will not bring you any misfortune, will it, Mr. Robinson? The outcome of our transaction is that you can enjoy a comfortable old age in Stanley, living rather well, while your enemy, the murderer of your daughter, will receive his due retribution. I believe this is quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Listening to the prince's words, Robinson slowly raised his head. Are you certain you can help me eliminate Lu Yaozu? You have no choice but to trust me. After all, you possess no bargaining chips now. And this transaction merely saves me a bit of effort. If it doesn't happen, the impact won't be significant. Very well, I shall sign. I believe in you. For I have no other option, and I hope to hear good news from you soon. Excellent. I appreciate intelligent individuals. May our cooperation be fruitful. Starting tomorrow. How about adding a pork chop and a chicken leg to your dinner? Then I thank you. No need for thanks. Holding the promissory note signed by Robinson, the prince departed from Stanley, and as for his claim of having obtained the 300 million bonds from Lu Yaozu's villa, that was merely a fabrication to deceive Robinson. Such matters were far too delicate for the prince to delegate to others. Should one of his lackeys, out of mere curiosity, take a glance at the acquired items, and if he happened to possess even the slightest knowledge to comprehend their significance, then not a single one among them would resist the allure of such a number. That was 300 million, an entire 300 million, a sum that could hardly be exhausted in a lifetime. Not to mention that Lu Yaozu had numerous subordinates in the villa. Should a mishap occur, and the items not be secured, but rather fall into Lu Yaozu's hands, it would only complicate matters further. Having resolved the significant issue concerning Robinson, the prince decided to act swiftly to avoid any further delays. intending to secure the 300 million bonds without delay. As dusk approached, the prince appeared in Kowloon, clad in a deep blue night suit. Interestingly, Robinson's villa was not too distant from the prince's father's residence, both situated within the affluent district of Kowloon, a place that was neither overly opulent nor lacking in wealth. Although Robinson was of considerable age, his assets did not qualify him among the elite wealthy. Lacking the confidence to reside in the hillside, yet he was too distinguished to dwell in a common neighborhood. Thus, residing in the villa district of Kowloon was entirely reasonable. This area consisted of standalone villas, each with its own courtyard, separated by streets, and enhanced by well-placed trees, ensuring a commendable level of privacy. Similarly, the security was quite robust, with patrols frequently traversing the streets and crucial locations equipped with closed-circuit surveillance, making it a top-tier villa district. The prince was thoroughly familiar with the locations of these cameras. Avoiding the blind spots of surveillance, he arrived outside Liu Yaozu's old villa. Due to the circumstances surrounding his wife's demise, Liu Yaozu seldom returned here for overnight stays. The villa was typically occupied by a few servants and security personnel. In a swift motion, the prince nimbly scaled the wall and silently descended into the courtyard. The infiltration was successful. It appeared that there was no need to unleash his full potential. Chapter 120 Liu Yaozu. Mona, go to the lizard sand table. The lizard sand table. I found it. The target was glaringly obvious. The glass sand table was located in a side room on the first floor, where 2 green iguanas resided. The prince circled around and quickly located what he sought. This old fellow certainly knew how to employ psychological tactics, hiding it so conspicuously yet managing to evade detection. Liu Yaozu indeed exemplified the concept of darkness beneath the lamp. Almost the instant the prince secured the 300 million unregistered bonds, all security personnel within the villa sprang into action. Liu Yaozu had installed highly discreet closed-circuit cameras throughout the villa, leaving virtually no blind spots, waiting precisely for Robinson's people to come for the bonds. Not long after the prince had infiltrated the villa, the monitoring room detected his presence and reported it to Liu Yaozu, who remained still, anticipating this very moment. The prince stuffed the bonds into his coat, and they were already transferred into the system's storage space. Even if he were caught, they would remain undetectable, not to mention his confidence that capture was improbable. Yet, he had underestimated the intelligence of others. Indeed, one must never let their guard down, for there are many clever individuals in this world. I merely held a slight advantage in information. Regardless of who it might be, once adversaries are established, one must ensure their complete eradication. Otherwise, should a rematch occur, victory is far from guaranteed. The prince was self-aware, recognizing that he merely possessed slightly more knowledge than others, in a world teeming with individuals of greater intellect. To survive longer and develop further, one must be exceedingly cautious, leaving no room for error. Avoiding entanglements with the security personnel within Liu Yaozu's villa, the prince swiftly leapt through the window, his movements extraordinarily agile, such that the villa's security could scarcely catch a glimpse of his departure. To him, the wall was inconsequential. Merely a few meters high, with a single leap, he was over it. The guard dogs, trained by the security personnel, dared not approach the area the prince traversed, as if his very presence instilled a profound fear within them. Boss, we let him escape. What? You 12 men, armed, and you let one person slip away? What are you, brainless idiots? Hurry, pursue him. If that individual does not return with the items in hand, you are all finished. On the other end of the line, Liu Yaozu's voice was laced with frustration. After waiting so long, his target had finally appeared, only to be allowed to escape. It felt akin to having 2 knives plunged into his heart. The villa's security personnel all sprang into action, rushing out with their dogs in pursuit of the prince. However, the prince's speed was beyond their reach. At that moment, he had already exited the villa district, crossing several streets before slipping into a concealed alley where a prearranged vehicle awaited. Without a hint of breathlessness or flushed cheeks, the prince pressed the accelerator, swiftly returning to his own estate. For the prince, this 300 million was not particularly thrilling, given his net worth of nearly 1 billion. He was no longer among the lowest tier of the wealthy elite. However, his current assets were primarily tied up in various business ventures, leaving his cash flow notably tight. And this sum of 300 million represented genuine liquidity, unregistered bonds that could be converted at any time. Even ordinary billionaires, possessing fortunes of 10 or 20 billion, would find it challenging to produce 300 million in cash within a short time frame, illustrating that Robinson was indeed no ordinary pawn. While unregistered bonds were nominally anonymous, this did not imply that one could completely forego identity verification during redemption. The sum of 300 million was substantial. When attempting to cash it at a bank, one would not be able to withdraw cash outright and would need to make an appointment 37 days in advance to initiate the bank's large fund response plan. Subsequently, They would need to present the bonds along with the unredeemed interest coupons to the corresponding bank, where watermarks, seals, signatures, and serial numbers would be meticulously verified, alongside a report to the Commercial Crime Investigation Department regarding the transaction. It can be said that such a significant commotion could easily be traced back to someone with even a slight connection at the bank, who would undoubtedly reveal the identity of the individual responsible for redeeming the 300 million bonds. As long as Liu Yaozu possesses any semblance of intelligence, he will surely have placed informants within the bank. Even if he cannot reclaim the bonds, he must find a way to ascertain who has targeted him. After all, given the severe misfortune he has inflicted upon the Robinson family, the individual who has acquired these bonds must undoubtedly be aligned with them, an accomplice of the enemy, thus rendering them an adversary of a reconcilable conflict. The following day, as the Crown Prince commenced the bond redemption at the bank, Liu Yaozu and the Commercial Crime Investigation Department received word almost simultaneously. Hong Tai, the Crown Prince, I don't believe we have had any previous altercations, have we? Someone investigate the circumstances surrounding this Hong Tai immediately. Upon discovering who had orchestrated this ploy against him, Liu Yaozu promptly sought information regarding Hong Tai. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Liu Yaozu, having seized the majority of Robinson's assets, may not have a substantial cash flow, but when various assets are aggregated, he possesses around 600 to 700 million. After ensuring the company operates smoothly, he has become a legitimate and formidable magnate. With a little expenditure, information regarding well-known organizations like Hong Tai's can be acquired rather readily. Despite the Crown Prince's seemingly understated reputation, he is indeed a prominent figure within the underworld. The likes of a lowly mule gaining notoriety after eliminating a rival is one form of fame, while a gradually built reputation through the management of numerous subordinates and expansive territories is another. The former may be fleeting, while the latter endures. The Crown Prince's renown is of the subtle kind, lacking in grandiose exploits or the downfall of formidable foes, yet his strength is widely acknowledged. Both Hung Hing and East Star have been driven from his territory, and it is a rare occurrence in the underworld for those groups to be compelled to offer him apologies. After a couple of hours, the dossier on Hong Tai arrived on Liu Yaozu's desk. A thug, who should be preoccupied with violence and territorial disputes, has ventured into business? This must surely be the result of Robinson's guidance. That old man must believe Hong Tai possesses sufficient power now that he has entered Chaiwan, prompting this lowly mule to take action against me. How intriguing, old man. I have underestimated you. Crown Prince Hong Tai? A notorious libertine, is he? With a look of exasperation, Liu Yaozu slowly lifted his gaze from the documents to his lover, Mona. Chapter 121, Commercial Crime Investigation Department. Mona, I find myself in a precarious situation and require your assistance in dealing with a certain individual. Who? The Crown Prince of Hong Tai. Understood. As Liu Yaozu's lover, Mona is deeply enamored with him and is willing to do anything for him. However, their relationship is rather peculiar, as they both lead individual lives. Liu Yaozu has numerous mistresses, yet none have borne him children, including Mona. Meanwhile, Mona, besides Liu Yaozu, has also utilized his funds to support several fitness trainers. A fact Liu Yaozu remains indifferent to. Their relationship is characterized by a remarkable degree of freedom. Nevertheless, when challenges arise, Mona is always willing to lend a hand, striving to fulfill any requests Liu Yaozu may have. Their love can only be described as exceedingly unconventional. The Crown Prince remains oblivious to Liu Yaozu's awareness of his identity. Or perhaps he is unabashed, having disguised himself during the bond theft. Even if captured on surveillance, it would be impossible to pinpoint his exact figure without evidence. Who could ascertain that the 300 million bonds in his possession were pilfered from Liu Yaozu's villa? Not to mention, the Crown Prince also possesses Robinson's promissory note, which legally predates Liu Yaozu's acquisition of Robinson's company, thereby rendering that company, in effect, the Crown Prince's. Before even departing the bank, the officers from the Commercial Crime Investigation Department had already arrived at the bank's entrance, awaiting the Crown Prince. Good day, Mr. Chen. We are from the Commercial Crime Investigation Department, and here are our credentials. We currently suspect that your funds are of dubious origin, and we request your cooperation in accompanying us for further inquiry. No problem, let's go. Despite the arrival of the Commercial Crime Investigation Department personnel, the Crown Prince maintained a genial smile, subtly gesturing towards another vehicle in the distance. Mr. Chen, please refrain from any suspicious actions. Kindly enter the vehicle. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. I am merely greeting my legal team and bodyguards to ensure they follow along. Let us proceed. I have yet to visit your establishment, and I am quite curious. At the Kowloon police station, the Crown Prince was somewhat familiar with the organized crime and Triad Bureau, given his affiliations. Today, entering the Commercial Crime Investigation Department felt like a maiden voyage for him. Upon hearing the mention of a legal team, The officers who had come to summon the Crown Prince exhibited momentary surprise. However, their professionalism shone through, as they presented their credentials clearly and succinctly, demonstrating their identity, perhaps having learned from past experiences. Once in the police vehicle, as they set off, a convoy of several cars trailed behind, including sedans, a bread van, and a noticeably modified vehicle. The officers in the car visibly tensed at the sight of the following vehicles. Relax, relax, those are my people. As you know, engaging in business can attract certain adversaries. If we don't prioritize safety, we might find ourselves kidnapped one day. It is no small feat to earn a few dollars. And my subordinates rely on me for their livelihoods. If I were to be abducted, it could leave thousands without sustenance, and the thought of that pains me greatly. The officers remained silent, yet their demeanor shifted to one of considerable gravity. Previously, they had felt a sense of superiority, given that the lowest-ranking officer among them was still an inspector. When dealing with thugs, there is often an inherent sense of dominance. However, upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, they detected an undertone of threat, compelling them to remain on high alert. The bank was not far from the police station, and after a brief journey, the convoy arrived at their destination. The Crown Prince alighted from the vehicle with remarkable composure. After all, the Kowloon police station felt akin to home for him. Under the guidance of several officers, the Crown Prince turned into an area he had not previously visited, which housed the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. Given the vast and uncertain origins of his wealth, the officers at the Commercial Crime Investigation Department treated him with a degree of courtesy. After all, provided he could validate the source of his funds, he would remain a wealthy individual, far beyond their capacity to provoke. Of course, had they possessed concrete evidence, their demeanor would have shifted entirely. The notion of wealth and status would mean little when they took action, signaling the downfall of the individual in question. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Lei, and I am the supervisor of the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. Greetings, Inspector Lei. You are quite young to have attained such a rank. Your future is undoubtedly promising. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. I presume you are already aware of the reason for your presence here today. I kindly ask for your cooperation in disclosing the source of this 300 million in funds. Certainly, not a problem. The prince waved his hand at the team of lawyers behind him, and they presented a document. This was an IOU from Mr. Robinson, the former chairman of the Robinson Group, who is currently serving a sentence in Stanley Prison for murder. Should verification be necessary, you may dispatch someone to inquire with him. Mr. Robinson is not known for his integrity. Shortly after I triumphed over him, he transferred all his company assets to his son-in-law, which is evidently unlawful. Prior to that, he had already ceded the company and various assets to me. How could he possibly gift my belongings to his son-in-law? As for the 300 million in bearer bonds, I believe you should be able to trace the financial transactions of the Robinson Group, wherein there should be 300 million in funds unaccounted for. Those funds are right here. Although operating a casino in Hong Kong is illegal, our private gaming sessions do not fall under such restrictions. When cashing in the bonds, the requisite fees, taxes, and bank charges will be deducted, which I believe sufficiently substantiates the legitimacy of my financial sources, does it not? Gazing at the contents of the document, Inspector Lei maintained a cheerful demeanor. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Chen. I will immediately send someone to verify the information with Mr. Robinson in Stanley Prison. I believe you will be able to leave shortly. Would you care for a drink while you wait? Tea? Or perhaps coffee? No, thank you. The prince was not inclined to consume anything from here. After all, those officers looked rather dubious, and one could never be certain what sort of unsavory practices might occur during the brewing of tea. A prince, not particularly known for his high moral standing, never trusted the character of others. In comparison to the treatment he received at the organized crime unit, the prince found the conditions at the Commercial Crime Bureau significantly more favorable. At least they inquired about his refreshment preferences. Approximately half an hour later, Inspector Lei received a call confirming that his subordinate had verified the information with Robinson, and indeed, the prince's assertions were validated. Mr. Robinson acknowledged the authenticity of the IOU. As long as the events transpired in a private setting or social gathering, without anyone taking a rake, commission, or venue fee, and without accepting bets, that is, in the absence of a house, no matter the size of the stakes, it does not constitute a crime. This explains why certain private clubs are able to operate, and why some gamblers can openly host large competitions, such as those involving God of Gambling titles, which are quite popular among many. The private gambling between the prince and Robinson, as long as both parties acknowledged it, was entirely legal. Legally speaking, the prince possessed ownership of Robinson's assets. And as for the fact that Robinson's company was now under the control of Liu Yaozu, that merely constituted a financial dispute. Liu Yaozu acquired the assets from Robinson not through inheritance, but by initially accepting a transfer of Robinson's shares, subsequently covertly bribing shareholders, eliminating Robinson's daughter to claim her inheritance, and then accusing Robinson of murder, effectively removing him from the picture, and ultimately seizing control of the group. The entire process appeared largely legal on the surface. Some assets belonged to Robinson, while others were derived from his daughter. The prince's IOU could only address Robinson's portion, and given the current circumstances, with a sufficiently skilled lawyer and adequate financial resources, there remains a reasonable probability of winning the lawsuit. Litigation was not something the prince was particularly keen on. He preferred to be the defendant rather than initiate a lawsuit. After hanging up the phone, a formulaic smile graced Inspector Lay's face. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Mr. Chen, we have confirmed with Mr. Robinson that the 300 million in bearer bonds was indeed lost to you in a gaming session. Considering there is no business relationship or conflict of interest between the two parties, and with Mr. Robinson currently incarcerated in Stanley, we can ascertain that the source of these funds is clear and does not fall under the category of unaccounted large sums. I wish you a pleasant day, Mr. Chen. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave as I have numerous matters to attend to. By the way, retrieving my belongings should ensure that you will not be pursuing me any longer, correct? The prince raised the IOU in his hand, noting that nearly half of the assets in Liu Yaozu's possession stemmed from Robinson, which from a legal standpoint, also belonged to the prince. As for the remaining assets, they were transferred to Liu Yaozu's wife during Robinson's lifetime. Due to the timing, that portion did not qualify under the IOU, a consequence of the prince's insufficient investigation and failure to properly align the timeline. Upon exiting the Kowloon police station and shortly after entering his vehicle, the prince was suddenly confronted by a long quiet system notification. You have defeated multiple small gangs and seized territory from 2 major factions, garnering considerable notoriety through several skirmishes. Earning 800 evil points. Evil points, 2, 971, 097. Only now did the system issue a prompt. Was it lagging? Nonetheless, I have exceeded 1,000 evil points. I am now eligible for the next level of Iron Cloth Shirt. Perhaps the prince's many actions have been too orderly, even in pursuit of greater status and benefits. They hardly register as malevolent in the system's judgment. Upon evaluation, only the skirmish phase appeared to align with any degree of wickedness. Return to Prince Street. Yes, Brother Prince. The prince's area is now colloquially referred to as Prince Street, not just by him, but by the majority of the residents of this region. Although little time has passed, the prince's intensive promotional efforts have borne fruit, with his name saturating television, newspapers, magazines, even sensationalist tabloids, street billboards, subway advertisements, flyers distributed on the streets, and pamphlets in hallways, all promoting the Prince Entertainment Shopping and Dining Street. Although it has yet to officially open, many curious citizens frequently visit to observe the developments, resulting in a noticeable increase in revenue for the small bus routes under the prince's management. Hong Kong is not particularly large nor excessively small. It has developed over a considerable period, with a densely concentrated population, allowing for rapid information dissemination. Moreover, due to its early development, prime areas have already been claimed. And while the entertainment offerings are abundant, they have also existed for a long time, making them quite familiar to the populace. The emergence of a large commercial entertainment complex like Prince Street is still quite novel for many. In Hong Kong, business considerations rarely center around pricing. Rather, the concern lies in maintaining foot traffic. With sufficient patronage, even a claypot rice dish priced over $100 will attract customers. Prince Street is almost unrecognizable from day to day. The snack street has been nearly refurbished, and the clothing street is similarly ready for inventory. Factories are readily available. A bit of renovation, some simple structures and open spaces, and the addition of changing rooms and seating will suffice. The appearance of clothing stores primarily needs to be visually appealing, complemented by various lighting, mirrors, and glass, making the renovation process exceedingly straightforward. The gaming street's facilities are also nearly complete, featuring interactive attractions such as archery, shooting games, ring toss, darts, basketball machines, and resident singers, all of which merely require space and can be set up in a few hours. The arcade equipment smuggled from Sakura Country has also arrived, and the prince is confident that this venue will undoubtedly attract the youth of this era. Aside from the aforementioned, there are lights everywhere, various illuminations that adorn nearly every architectural outline, creating a veritable tapestry of light pollution. The prince's aesthetic sensibilities are rather pedestrian. However, he possesses an acumen for what constitutes a spectacle. It need not be particularly beautiful. Primarily, it must be distinct from the ordinary. This is merely a commercial district that operates around the clock. If time permitted, he would undoubtedly transport a plethora of ancient structures from the mainland, crafting a genuine city that never sleeps, thereby delivering a subtle cultural shock to the populace. Currently, the more pressing concern lies with the electronic street supplied by 5 other associations and the burgeoning children's area. The supply from these associations varies in speed and stability, both in terms of variety and quantity. Should this instability persist for a few more days, the prince would surely devise a means to take action against them. Chapter 123, Liu Yaozu. I intend to steal a home. Furthermore, regarding the children's entertainment zone, the prince has acquired a defunct amusement park, refurbishing its attractions for relocation. As previously stated, the essence of the items remains unchanged. Their antiquity is inconsequential as long as they appear new from the outside. The primary advantage lies in their second-hand nature, which significantly reduces costs. In addition to the industrious subordinates, a contingent of security personnel clad in standardized uniforms has commenced patrolling. They require familiarity with the terrain, confirming routes, angles, and ultimately determining the necessary manpower, with a margin for redundancy. The prince's security firm has become increasingly professional, and those former ruffians who have joined the ranks of the security company, incentivized by substantial monthly incomes, have long since shed their former identities. Greed drives men to folly. While birds perish for sustenance, few genuinely yearn for the freedom of a rogue. Many venture forth merely to earn a living, and now that they possess a golden opportunity, who would willingly return to a life of squalor? Lu Yaozu's actions unfolded far more swiftly than the prince had anticipated. Just as the prince departed from the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit and returned to Prince Street, Lu Yaozu's associates had already verified the prince's whereabouts. This gangster, to his astonishment, had expanded his business to such an extent. Prince Street? What an audacious ambition! The food and beverage industry, the fashion sector, and a multitude of manufacturing enterprises all serve as substantial platforms for employment, suggesting that Hong Tai's claim of 30,000 subordinates was not mere hyperbole. If he could seize control of the prince's enterprises, the legacy left by that old coot could swiftly fill in the gaps, potentially transforming into a multinational conglomerate. Upon investigating the various visible assets of the prince, Lu Yaozu's mouth watered with anticipation. He had never been a genuine businessman. His ascension had relied on women, and his expertise lay in manipulating them, employing various tactics to acquire wealth. Thus, this situation was no exception. Beyond sending his lover, Mona, to seduce the prince for an advantageous position, Lu Yaozu had also set his sights on the prince's companion, Ruby, the manager of the prince's nightclub. A rather trifling venture, evidently not the true core. Wang Fengyi, managing the Chuanqing International Group. The various assets of Chuanqing International are in the process of dismantlement. It seems they have been abandoned, as they are not part of the prince's own organization and will inevitably be absorbed by Hong Tai. Su Axi, merely a young girl. Hardly worth mentioning. Luo Huijian, a minibus operator? Truly scraping the bottom of the barrel. As Lu Yaozu gazed at the photograph of Luo Huijian, he acknowledged her decent appearance but questioned the prince's taste upon discovering her humble origins as a minibus driver. Mary Madonna, the secretary to the chairman of the prince's conglomerate, was the one. In the photograph, Mary Madonna was clad in professional attire, exuding an air of intellect and elegance, poised yet undeniably alluring. With a statuesque figure and exquisite features, indicative of someone who had long occupied a position of power. Moreover, as the prince seldom managed affairs personally, many matters were addressed by Mary Madonna, rendering her a veritable embodiment of the prince's will, effectively his second-in-command. Lu Yaozu, well-versed in the intricacies of women, assessed Mary Madonna at first glance, deducing that she was likely cool and aloof on the outside, yet fervently passionate within, her heart ablaze with desire. It must be noted that Lu Yaozu's insights were remarkably astute, as his analysis of Mary Madonna was largely accurate. Prince Street, Group Headquarters. Mary Madonna found herself in the prince's embrace, a perfect opportunity for a heart-to-heart conversation in the absence of pressing matters. Outside the Prince Street complex, Lu Yaozu's operatives remained vigilant, awaiting the prince's next move. After 3 long hours had elapsed, the prince finally reappeared within their line of sight. Boss, the target has emerged. Position confirmed. Good. Stay close and do not lose sight of him. Report on the target's movements at all times. Understood. Upon acquiring the prince's location, Lu Yaozu promptly orchestrated subsequent arrangements. After an elaborate transformation, Mona applied her makeup and donned an alluring dress, driving to a location where the prince was expected to pass. Lu Yaozu's subordinates maintained communication with her, relaying the prince's whereabouts in real time. At the next intersection, you will converge with the target, license plate number. Got it. Mona acted decisively, flooring the accelerator once she confirmed the target's proximity. In the city, vehicles generally do not exceed high speeds. And even in the event of an incident, the worst she would likely sustain would be a minor injury. Turning the next corner, Mona spotted her target. The prince was still traveling in a convoy, flanked by several vehicles, all filled with his subordinates. The prince himself was leisurely driving his modified Cadillac, unhurried and at ease. Stability was paramount in driving. He preferred a sturdy vehicle, not wishing to face calamity amidst his auspicious circumstances. At the intersection, Mona's vehicle suddenly lost control, weaving past 2 cars before barreling towards the prince's modified Cadillac. Bang! With a resounding crash, the nearest vehicle in the convoy surged forward, interposing itself between Mona's sports car and the Cadillac. The collision resulted in considerable damage to the front of Mona's car, a frightful sight. Yet, such cars are inherently fragile, appearing alarming post-impact, but inflicting minimal harm upon the driver. Mona's face struck the steering wheel, leaving a bruise at her temple, yet this did not detract from her beauty. Rather, the injury lent her an air of vulnerability that elicited sympathy. Seated in the vehicle, the prince refrained from exiting, coldly observing the woman from a distance. That woman is targeting me. The prince had complete faith in his instincts. In that fleeting moment, he was certain that the woman behind the wheel was intent on approaching him, and her intentions were undeniably clear, regardless of her motives. Such an approach could hardly bode well. However, in the next instant, his thoughts shifted. Is that woman Liu Yaozu's lover? What was her name again? Mona. Yes, Mona. As Liu Yaozu's acquaintance, the prince had undoubtedly conducted thorough investigations, and he was well aware of Mona's appearance. Chapter 124, Liu Yaozu's Home Theft. Originally, the plan was to cultivate rapport with the junior liaison, but unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. Observing Mona at a distance, a wicked smile crept across the prince's lips, an expression both charming and sinister. Liu Yaozu has a penchant for navigating the realm of women. Not only does he ascend to power through their influence, but he also prefers to rely on them in his endeavors. Presently, under the auspices of the prince, the chief of discipline at Qizhou, Zhong Chuxiong, known colloquially as Killer Xiong, is on the payroll. Were it not for the prince's unexpected interference in his quest to secure the 3 billion debt owed by Robinson, Liu Yaozu would have undoubtedly enlisted Mingna to entice Zhong Chuxiong. Coincidentally, the prince also favors a similar approach with women, not to achieve goals through them, but rather to collect them as trophies. Mengna, while playful, cannot be denied her striking beauty, in contrast to the more demure allure of Luo Huijian. Mengna's charm is fiercely captivating and exudes an abundance of charisma. The prince cherishes good women, while bad women are also within his grasp, though he may refrain from bringing them home. After all, life's encounters are fleeting. To not indulge in them would be a grave misfortune. As the prince exited the vehicle, he waved at his subordinates, who had encircled Mingna's car, prompting them to retreat. My lady, I trust you are unscathed? Yes, I apologize. My leg cramped, and the vehicle went out of control. I truly am sorry, Mingna replied, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on the prince, exuding a magnetic allure while playfully twirling her hair, simultaneously showcasing her ample bosom. Every gesture she made radiated seduction. Although her presence was orchestrated by Liu Yaozu, she took the initiative upon encountering the prince. She simply found herself drawn to his masculine allure. An unfortunate incident, indeed. You seem injured. Allow me to assist you in addressing your wounds. I will have my men take care of the vehicle repairs. Does that sound agreeable? Of course. Upon the prince's invitation, Mengna extended her hand, gracefully grasping his arm as she exited the vehicle and followed him into his Cadillac. Sir, Mengna has entered the target's vehicle, and the target is departing, reported one of the subordinates. Understood. Maintain a safe distance while ensuring you can respond promptly should Mengna call for assistance. Affirmative. On the other end of the line, Liu Yaozu hung up, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He had utmost confidence that Mengna would successfully ensnare the prince. With her capabilities, the task was undoubtedly within her grasp. Having secured her position beside the prince, the next phase would be Liu Yaozu's. Madonna. After confirming the target, he prepared to don a disguise tailored to the prince's preferences and habits. Now, his wealth could still attract attention, and he sensed that the challenge had diminished significantly compared to before. Years ago, in his pursuit of Robinson's daughter, he had exerted considerable effort over several years, managing to deceive not only Robinson's daughter but even Robinson himself. His acting skills were nothing short of exceptional. Liu Yaozu had pinpointed Madonna's movements. She primarily traversed the prince's various establishments, particularly spending considerable time in Saigon. The journey from Saigon back to Kowloon included numerous secluded spots, ideal for orchestrating serendipitous encounters. While Mengna could collide with the prince's vehicle, he could similarly devise a way for Madonna's car to collide with his. Accompanied by his subordinates, Liu Yaozu drove towards Saigon, where he had meticulously arranged everything, eagerly awaiting Madonna's bite. Within the prince's entourage, Madonna functioned as a secretary. Liu Yaozu was confident that his identity as a billionaire spouse would possess an irresistible allure for any woman. Meanwhile, the prince escorted Mengna directly to a villa in the Kowloon Tong district. This particular villa belonged to Wang Fengyi. However, since Wang Dong's abduction from there, she had become averse to visiting, as the sight of it evoked memories of her father. The prince, naturally, accepted the villa as one of his own, as Wang Fengyi possessed other properties in Kowloon. At times, it must be acknowledged that aligning with a wealthy woman brings undeniable joy, should the prince choose to forego ambition. He could effortlessly enjoy a life of leisure on Wang Fengyi's fortune. The villa's servants and security personnel were, of course, loyal to the prince. Bringing women here was hardly a scandal. His sisters had long since grown accustomed to his company, as their associations were not born of love, but rather of complex emotions. Is this your home? Upon entering the villa, Mingna's gaze held a peculiar glimmer. After all, Lu Yaozu's villa was not far off, perhaps within a mere 2 kilometers. The thought of engaging in such activities within the same estate stirred a unique thrill within her. Indeed, it feels rather pleasant, does it not? It is pleasant. Though the style seems somewhat mismatched with yours. Style? What style do you speak of? Wild, domineering, assertive, and brimming with aggression, like a beast cloaked in human skin. Oh, so, you are quite familiar with me, then? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed the extraordinary nature of your inner self. As they spoke, Mengna inched closer to the prince. Was the prince one to shy away from challenges? In such moments, one must seize the opportunity. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Mengna found herself swiftly overpowered and pinned to the sofa. She had not anticipated the prince's audacity. Instinctively, she attempted to resist. But her efforts proved futile. Lu Yaozu, in a gesture of camaraderie, had sent such a captivating creature her way, prompting the prince to contemplate a collaboration with him. What did you say? The prince's words sent a jolt through Mengna, causing her mental defenses to crumble in an instant. What? You were unaware? Ha ha ha, truly a naive woman. Clarify your words. However, the prince had no revelations to share. He merely spoke whimsically, drawing upon the knowledge he possessed to weave a web of casual deception. His fabrications, however, were unbeknownst to Mengna, who believed she and Lu Yaozu were operating covertly, their actions seamlessly orchestrated, until the prince exposed her identity without hesitation. In her flustered state, Mengna sought to break free, only to discover that the prince's grip was akin to shackles, rendering her utterly incapable of escape. No, let me go. Help. Cry out all you wish. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, it will be of no consequence. An hour later, Mengna had lost the strength to resist. Her spirit seemingly abandoned, overwhelmed not only by physical exhaustion, but also by mental collapse. 3 hours later, she concluded that the prince was no longer human. Chapter 125. Why does something feel amiss? While the tumultuous encounter unfolded between Mengna and the prince, Lu Yaozu waited patiently in his vehicle along Madonna's expected route. Just as he was on the verge of losing patience, a message arrived from his subordinate. Sir, the target's convoy has appeared. And the target is in the vehicle with the specified license plate number. Well done, I am aware. An excited glimmer sparkled in Lu Yaozu's eyes as he poised himself like a leopard awaiting its prey. The twilight deepened, and from a distance, headlights pierced the night sky. Here they come. Revving the engine, shifting gears, and pressing the accelerator, Lu Yaozu surged forward with a flourish. This maneuver had proven successful before, perfectly suited for an introduction. Meanwhile, Madonna sat in the back seat, perusing documents related to various industrial sites in Saigon, diligently overseeing project progress, with the prince overseeing numerous ventures. The heaviest burden fell upon her shoulders, as he commanded the broader strategy, establishing battlegrounds and seeking financial opportunities, leaving the minutiae of execution to Madonna and her team of specialists. This is a form of trust, but simultaneously a source of pressure, as the pace of events has become overwhelmingly hectic, leaving Mariana with little time to even attend to her Stockholm syndrome. She has increasingly acclimatized to the role of the chairman's secretary, and she performs her duties remarkably well. Power is a potent poison, capable of insidiously corroding one's soul. Now, the prospect of Mariana returning to her former life is utterly beyond her reach. Yet, she is acutely aware of the origin of her authority. She is merely a secretary, effectively a mere embodiment of the prince. To replace her would be a trivial matter for the prince. A mere word from him suffices. A testament to the power wielded by the chairman of this entirely privatized, unlisted enterprise group. Moreover, there exist distinctions from ordinary corporations. The prince's organizational structure begins at the grassroots level with associations, which operate under a completely different framework than that of a company. The prince ensures his formidable control over the most fundamental tier, a feat unattainable by many chairmen of large corporations. Whether it be the chairman or various managers, they often find themselves so elevated that they become disconnected from the grassroots, causing many matters to be obscured by middle management, which can hinder the flow of information between the upper and lower echelons. However, this is not the case with the prince. His subordinates are acutely aware of who their elder brother is. As soon as the prince makes an appearance and issues a command, any small leader, group head, or even Mariana, the chairman's secretary, can be dealt with decisively, without any room for negotiation. This is the most terrifying aspect of the prince's authority. Even if personal factors with the prince are disregarded, Mariana harbors no grand aspirations, as she knows that even if she did, she is yet to find a flaw to exploit. Ironically, it is her vulnerabilities that lie in the prince's hands. He could easily send her to prison for a crime, without any discussion whatsoever. Thus, she offers no resistance to the prince. Refraining from opposition brings benefits, while defiance only leads to dire consequences. She is not foolish enough to seek her own demise. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts Mariana's contemplation as she diligently works. What has happened? Sister. The lead vehicle has collided with another car. Someone is already handling it. All right, understood. Without even stepping out of the vehicle, Mariana recognizes that accidents can vary significantly in severity, depending on whom was involved and the reasons behind the incident. Since it was not her vehicle that was struck, she sees no necessity to intervene. Why should she be the one making all the decisions when she has subordinates for that purpose? The convoy is a requirement imposed by the prince, whether it be herself, Wang Fengyi, or Ruby. Whenever they venture out, at least 4 sea lions must accompany them, ensuring that they can summon 50 subordinates at a moment's notice. On one hand, this arrangement provides employment opportunities for her subordinates, allowing them to serve as security for the elder sister, a position of considerable standing. On the other hand, the prince does not wish to find himself embroiled in a violent confrontation with rival factions, only to have his partner used as leverage against him, which would create significant complications for him. Just like Chun Haonan from Causeway Bay, who became the de facto leader of the area, yet failed to protect his own partner, who was subsequently captured and mistreated for several days before meeting a tragic end, a truly humiliating fate. With such lessons readily apparent, the prince is determined not to fall victim to such misfortunes. In front of the convoy, Lu Yaozu was initially heading towards Mariana's vehicle, but when his route seemed amiss, a sea lion abruptly swerved, crashing into his car door with a loud bang. The situation mirrored that of Meng Na's collision, yet unlike Meng Na, Mariana did not disembark from her vehicle. It was the sea lion van from the convoy that opened its doors. Observing individuals emerging from the vehicle wielding clubs, Lu Yaozu instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He shifted into reverse, attempting to escape, but before he could even gain momentum, the individuals had already surrounded him. Thinking of fleeing? Before he could accelerate, several electric batons shattered Lu Yaozu's windshield, while the side window had already been smashed. In quick succession, the batons rained down upon him. The car was in good condition, and he was dressed sharply. What was he doing on such a remote road at this hour? Speak. Lu Yaozu was dragged from the car like a lifeless dog, receiving merciless blows from the subordinates. Unconscious from the electric shocks, Lu Yaozu was repeatedly battered until he was forcibly roused from his stupor. The pain coursing through his body made it abundantly clear that what was happening was not a dream. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? No idea. Keep hitting him until he admits who he is. The security personnel, with their roots in organized crime, could not abide pretentiousness. Lu Yaozu's words only served to incite their fury, resulting in an even more relentless assault. Stop. Please, no more. I was wrong. Lu Yaozu, realizing the futility of resisting, resorted to pleading for mercy, curling into a ball with his hands over his head, terrified that he might be killed. If you had said that earlier, we could have avoided this. The dashcam recorded everything, right? That guy initiated the collision. We were merely driving defensively. It's recorded. The first half is in your favor, but the latter half of the footage, the part where you were assaulted, is missing. As for your injuries, those were incurred during the accident. Chapter 126, Diverging Fates. Consider these as repair costs. Be more cautious next time. One of the subordinates extracted Lu Yaozu's wallet, removing the cash within before tossing the empty wallet back at him, striding away. Bruised and battered, Lu Yaozu was left abandoned by the roadside, resembling a beaten stray dog. Coughing and gasping, these bastards. In excruciating pain, he watched the retreating figures, his eyes ablaze with fury. As a billionaire, he had never endured such treatment. The rage clouded his judgment, tempting him to retaliate. However, as he attempted to rise from the ground, the aches and pains pulled him back to reality. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Faced with a gang of unreasonable thugs, his identity as a billionaire held no weight. In the world of organized crime, one must either belong to the same power hierarchy as them, where status and position can wield influence, or possess pure physical strength and reputation to instill fear or respect. Only then can one exert authority over them. Otherwise, they are merely a band of reckless youths. Otherwise, why would so many prominent figures meet untimely ends when their fortunes waned, or even be brutally stabbed to death in dark alleys by newly inducted gang members? The convoy departed, leaving Lu Yaozu behind, with nothing but the exhaust fumes and taillights in its wake. After a considerable time, Lu Yaozu managed to clumsily rise from the ground. The prince's subordinates were all professionally trained, unlike those who recklessly inflicted harm, easily causing serious injury or death. Their approach was often simply to inflict pain. The area struck would neither inflict severe injuries nor result in overly troublesome aftereffects. However, the aftermath leaves one feeling utterly discomfort and in excruciating pain. At this moment, the worst has yet to come, after a night's sleep. The injuries on Liu Yaozu's body will fully manifest, akin to the way one feels relatively fine following intense physical exertion, only to awaken the next day with overwhelming soreness. Unable to walk, struggling back to his vehicle, the one involved in the collision, Liu Yaozu no longer dared to drive. The thought of further mishaps could cost him his life. Extracting his phone from the car, he reported his location and summoned his underlings to pick him up. Meanwhile, in the prince's villa, 5 hours later, Meng Na, who had lost consciousness several times, regained awareness once more. At this moment, she felt as if her body had been utterly dismantled, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The prince remained oblivious to the concept of fatigue, igniting a profound sense of despair within her. I will die. I will absolutely die. I must escape this place. Fears surged from the depths of her heart, an instinctive reverence for life. The prince was a man of restraint. He would leave Meng Na with a deeply etched lesson but would not take her life. Yaozu. Under the looming threat of death, Meng Na instinctively recalled Liu Yaozu. So much time had elapsed, and after losing contact for so long, he should have sensed that something was amiss. Driven by her desire to live, she yearned for Liu Yaozu to burst in and rescue her. Unfortunately, her dreams were destined to remain unfulfilled. It was not merely that Liu Yaozu could not come, but even if he did, he would be barred from entry. The prince, ever vigilant about security, had a rotating roster of guards protecting him 24/7, with approximately 30 to 50 present at any given time, potentially escalating to over 100 during shift changes, an impenetrable fortress. Furthermore, these guards were licensed to carry firearms. Given the scale of his security firm, many possessed such permits. Though the prince preferred to avoid gunplay within the confines of the rules set by the gang in Ganjiang, they all played their roles, refraining from using firearms, relying instead on their skills to claim territory, with the understanding that those who lost would simply accept their fate. In a direct confrontation with firearms, even a well-armed underling would fall victim to larger caliber bullets. Not to mention, motorcycle helmets offered no ballistic protection. Under such meticulous security, not even Liu Yaozu, nor 10 of him, could breach the prince's villa. As hours passed, and the sun gradually ascended, the prince remained tireless. His body, enhanced in every respect, seemed superhuman, particularly as he had allocated all his recently acquired attribute points to physical endurance. This allowed him to engage in low-intensity activities while simultaneously recuperating. Regarding sleep, 3 hours sufficed for him to feel revitalized, and even during unusual circumstances, he could endure 2 or 3 days without feeling fatigued. This was merely the enhancement brought by the 6th layer of his iron cloth. Had it not been for Meng Na's unforeseen incident, he would likely have ascended to the 7th layer by now, which would have further elevated his physical prowess and all-encompassing defenses to unimaginable heights. Truly remarkable. Among the women I have encountered, I would gladly deem you the strongest. Meng Na was discarded on the sofa in the living room, her eyes devoid of life. Dark circles evident, her meticulously applied makeup smeared, and her hair a disheveled mess. Upon hearing the prince's words, her reactions were delayed, as if she were in a daze. This was an experience she had never encountered before. Compared to the prince, all other men seemed feeble, and Liu Yaozu? He barely registered as a consideration, merely a passerby. The human reward system for pleasure is often easily disrupted. After enduring such intense combat, whether one can return to their former state is highly uncertain, for otherwise, the phrase bullied by a cow would not exist. Look there. Following the prince's gesture, Meng Na took a moment to shift her gaze, only to have her pupils dilate sharply. A camera? A little hobby of mine. I hope you appreciate it, Miss Meng Na. I wonder if you would like Mr. Liu Yaozu to know what transpired last night. Hearing the prince's words, Meng Na's pupils constricted, and she seemed to regain some semblance of composure, her eyes sharpening with clarity. Engaging in separate affairs was one thing. Selling herself to benefit Liu Yaozu was another. While emotions constituted an entirely different realm, though all parties involved indulged in frivolity, that was a matter kept private. Bringing it to light could irreparably damage feelings. Meng Na could not guarantee that upon seeing Liu Yaozu's reaction to the footage from the previous night, he would maintain his usual composure, especially since men are prone to feelings of inferiority and jealousy. Let us find an opportunity to meet privately with Mr. Liu Yaozu. I will pretend this temptation you orchestrated never occurred. Very well. I agree to your terms. I shall further admire this footage before returning it to you. If you tire, you may rest here for a while. No, where's the restroom? I need to freshen up. Meng Na felt no hunger. She had eaten her fill and now only wished to tidy herself and escape this hellish place. Half an hour later, having somewhat regained her composure, Meng Na departed in her unmaintained vehicle, leaving the prince's villa. After circling the villa area, she returned to Liu Yaozu's residence. Upon entering, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere among the servants, who all seemed to shrink back like quails. Yaozu, you. Upon seeing Liu Yaozu, Meng Na was taken aback, for he appeared even more battered than she. His face was marred with bruises, and he lay there, wincing at the slightest movement, clearly bearing numerous injuries. Meng Na? You're back? How did everything go? It went well. I am now in contact with the prince. Well done. It is truly you. Observing Lu Yaozu's pitiful state, Meng Na instinctively refrained from speaking the truth, instead offering a half-truth. She indeed had the prince's contact information and had reached his side, though the circumstances were not as Lu Yaozu had envisioned. Upon hearing Meng Na's words, a glimmer of confidence flickered in Lu Yaozu's eyes. He was adept at dealing with lecherous men. As long as Meng Na was by the prince's side, he had 100 ways to ruin the prince's reputation. If he could grasp the prince's weaknesses, he would be free to act as he pleased. With this thought, Lu Yaozu bore the pain in his body and encouraged Meng Na with a few words. Meanwhile, the prince received a report from his underling, discovering that Lu Yaozu had attempted to extort money from Mary Dana. Damn! One should issue commands to the younger brother in advance, should he encounter Lu Yaozu. He must be apprehended. Meanwhile, the crown prince is devising ways to have Meng Na lure Lu Yaozu out. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Yaozu himself seeks to confront his beloved. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. What business does Lu Yaozu have with Mary? Lu Yaozu, the daughter of Robinson, Is he attempting to employ the same tactics once more? A brief analysis leads the crown prince to deduce Lu Yaozu's intentions. He is clearly seeking to pilfer his family's crystal. By heavens, this compels me to take action. Such despicable behavior. Only I am capable of such a theft. The crown prince promptly augmented the surveillance on Lu Yaozu, preparing to act immediately to seize his wealth. The means are inconsequential, as long as the outcome is secured. Should Lu Yaozu choose to retaliate later, so be it, if he even has that opportunity. In the world of crime, one prefers to be a defendant rather than a plaintiff. Being a plaintiff suggests a high probability of having suffered a loss. Lu Yaozu, grievously injured and in considerable pain, summoned several family doctors and masseurs, yet none proved effective. Thus, he resolved to visit the hospital for an examination to ascertain the extent of his internal injuries. After all, he is a person of standing. Being reduced to such a state compels him to maintain discretion. Consequently, he meticulously arranged his departure under the cover of darkness. As he glanced back at Lu Yaozu's retreating figure, Meng Na was plagued by countless thoughts. Surely, the crown prince would not resort to extreme measures against Yaozu? After all, Yaozu is a billionaire. Should anything happen, the authorities would undoubtedly pursue justice vigorously. After a moment of mental fortification, Meng Na finally retrieved her phone and dialed the number provided by the crown prince. Outside the villa, the individuals assigned by the crown prince to surveil Lu Yaozu noted his exit. The target has appeared. Let us seek guidance from above regarding our next steps. The boss commanded, capture him alive, then promptly dismantle the vehicle and dispose of it. Leave no trace. Understood. A few cars trailed Lu Yaozu's vehicle from a distance, and he was caught unawares by the crown prince's sudden aggression. Drive more steadily, Arg. A slight jolt caused Lu Yaozu to grimace in pain. After years of navigating this world, he had never encountered such humiliation. Damn the crown prince. Once my associates arrive, I shall ensure you are unrecognizable. Drive steadily. What are you doing? Boss, someone is blocking the car. Not good. With a loud crash, Lu Yaozu's vehicle collided with the rear of a nearby sea lion, halting abruptly. His head struck the passenger seat's backrest, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Just as he prepared to voice his frustrations, two sea lions parked on either side of his car. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yaozu's mind as an ominous premonition washed over him. In the next moment, the doors of the sea lions swung open, and a swarm of individuals poured out. Quick, lock the doors, reverse. Boss, there's no escape. A third sea lion approached from behind, effectively trapping Lu Yaozu's vehicle. The villa area was typically devoid of bustling traffic. Lu Yaozu's residence was no exception. To reach a more vibrant thoroughfare would take at least 10 minutes, and during that time, the roads were generally deserted. As the minutes ticked away, the chances of encountering speeding vehicles dwindled. Click, click, click. 4 crisp locking sounds resonated as Lu Yaozu's 4 doors were wrenched open from the outside. Unlocking was trivial. The crown prince's subordinates were numerous and skilled, capable of stealing a car systematically. Within an hour, it could be reduced to mere parts. And with the serial number ground down, even the most formidable of forces would be unable to trace it. Before Lu Yaozu could utter a word, a subordinate seized him by the hair and yanked him from the vehicle, dragging along the driver, who was undoubtedly one of Lu Yaozu's trusted confidants. Chapter 128. Did you truly believe you were engaging in a gamble with me? You fools. Lu Yaozu was taken aback, not expecting anyone to dare to abduct him. A billionaire, in broad daylight, or rather, under the cover of night. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Was it not said that such unscrupulous deeds were solely within his purview? They silenced him, donned a hood over his head, and shoved him into a vehicle. In less than 20 seconds, the Crown Prince's subordinates had driven away in Lu Yaozu's car, leaving behind only faint tire tracks. In an abandoned factory, the hood was ripped from Lu Yaozu's head, blinding light forcing him to squint. At last, we meet, Mr. Lu Yaozu. It's you? Chen Tailong. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Release me at once. This is kidnapping, and you'll face severe consequences. Oh, it seems you are quite aware of who I am. However, before you attempt to deal with me, did you not consider that I hail from a background of thuggery? Meng Na is your woman, is she not? You willingly offer her to me. How generous of you. Or do you simply have a penchant for this sort of arrangement? Meng Na? You. Lu Yaozu was astonished. Meng Na's involvement had been laid bare from the outset. She is merely a woman, not a wife. What harm is there in giving her to me? Brother Crown Prince, we are all here to seek fortune. Why not collaborate and prosper together? Would that not be more advantageous? Realizing his predicament, Lu Yaozu shifted toward cooperation, shedding the reckless demeanor he once exhibited when blinded by Robinson's 3 billion debt. Ha! Foolishness. Eliminating you means all your wealth becomes mine. What reason do I have to share? Eliminate me? Brother Crown Prince, do you believe this is the ancient era? We live in a time governed by law. Should I perish and my company fall into your hands, you would become the primary suspect. Do you understand? Though Lu Yaozu's bravado waned, he spoke with a hint of smugness, as if the Crown Prince could do nothing to him. Look at this. What? As he gazed at the paper presented by the Crown Prince, Lu Yaozu felt a sense of confusion. The Crown Prince was certainly not one to act without purpose. And Lu Yaozu focused intently on the contents of the document. This is impossible. You and that old rogue Robinson are conspiring. This will yield no results. Such evidence is meaningless. Meaningless to you, perhaps, but in my hands, it holds great significance. Considering the timing, my people should have already arrived at your company. No? I mean my company now. This is robbery and fraud. I shall alert the authorities to apprehend you. You will end up imprisoned like Robinson. Oh, then go ahead and report me. Lu Yaozu was thoroughly alarmed, his composure shattered. The validity of a promissory note is contingent upon who possesses it. In the hands of an ordinary person, even a genuine note could be denied. What recourse would an ordinary individual have, even if they pursued legal action? The odds of winning are slim, and they might find themselves embroiled in lengthy delays. Should the tables turn in their favor, they could easily dismiss the debt as fraudulent. However, if the note were in the hands of a rival of equal stature, one must tread cautiously. At the very least, it warrants serious consideration, lest they employ various means to freeze his company's assets. The most troublesome scenario arises when the debt is owed to loan sharks. They care not for your identity, resorting to desperate measures if payment is not forthcoming. Lu Yaozu could manage small-scale loans, yet the Crown Prince represented a force far more formidable, holding a promissory note linked to his company. In the Crown Prince's possession, such a note could wreak havoc. Even if he were to engage in a legal battle with the Crown Prince and emerge victorious, what then? The only outcome of this endeavor will be a disordered mess. During the litigation, the Crown Prince has far too many maneuvers at his disposal. Brother Crown Prince, do share your terms. After all, you exerted such effort to bring me here. Surely it cannot be merely for a heartfelt conversation? Exert effort? What effort did it take to capture you? Mona disclosed your whereabouts, and I simply dispatched my men to seize you. With the caliber of my subordinates, it wouldn't take more than 30 seconds. What did you say? Mona she. Lu Yaozu did not anticipate that, after just a single day, Mona would betray him. However, you are not mistaken. I indeed have my intentions for bringing you here. Firstly, I wish to leave your company leaderless, making it convenient for my subordinates to assume control. Secondly, I am offering you an opportunity. I understand your resentment. For the sake of Robinson's inheritance, you humbly ingratiated yourself, ultimately marrying his daughter, then gradually nurturing your own allies within the company, only to eliminate your wife and send Robinson to Chiju, thereby completing your hostile takeover. To have accomplished such feats over an extended period speaks volumes about your character. It is only natural that you would feel aggrieved at my appropriation of the company using Robinson's IOU. Come, I shall grant you a chance. Here is the original IOU signed by Robinson, and this is the transfer agreement for your company. You enjoy playing cards, do you not? While I am not particularly fond of such games, how about we wager our luck today? If you win, I will return the IOU to you. If fortune does not favor me, I shall not press the matter further. Not only will I withdraw my men, but I will also return the company to you. Should you lose, you will relinquish the company, and I shall provide you with a sum of money, allowing you to seek a fresh start elsewhere or retire in peace. Away from my sight. Shall we play? Very well. I shall engage you in this game. The situation is more formidable than the man. Through the light, Lu Yaozu perceived the circumstances around him, realizing that if he did not play this hand, he would undoubtedly be left with no escape. Let us proceed. Approaching the gaming table, Lu Yaozu unveiled a fresh deck of playing cards. Though not a master of gambling, he possessed a modicum of skill, facing merely a thug. He felt confident. With practiced dexterity, he shuffled and cut the cards, fanning them out on the table. Brother Crown Prince, the floor is yours. With 4 aces in hand, Lu Yaozu harbored absolute confidence in his victory over the Crown Prince. Were the recordings made? Fear not, Brother Crown Prince. Excellent. Congratulations to Mr. Lu on the conclusion of the filming. Once on his own turf, the Crown Prince had neither the time nor inclination to engage in a genuine gambling match. Why not simply seize the opportunity? Before Lu Yaozu could react, he was swiftly restrained, only to find himself face to face with the last person he wished to see. Mona? I am sorry, Yaozu. The offer he presented was simply too enticing. Mona's appearance made Lu Yaozu acutely aware that events had spiraled beyond his control. For she was among the few he trusted implicitly. Their peculiar dynamic was beyond the Crown Prince's grasp. He could hardly fathom her misplaced confidence. Chapter 129. He is not human. Go, cooperate with the filming. I shall reward you later. Very well. Mona swayed her hips, casting a bewitching gaze at the Crown Prince as she walked gracefully to the side, where a man bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yaozu awaited. That man was Chen Tailong. What are your intentions? What do you think? Have you ever heard of a tokusatsu film? We start filming from the moment we enter. Exon. Cinematography is indeed a technical craft. Had the Crown Prince not harbored aspirations of entering the entertainment industry, he would not have been able to recruit such talent. Today, instead of Lu Yaozu being kidnapped by the Crown Prince, it would appear he arrived with his female companion for a private card game. Subsequently, Mr. Lu experienced a stroke of bad luck, losing his fortune to the Crown Prince. However, owing to his deteriorating state of mind post-loss, he was reluctant to admit defeat. Fortunately, the Crown Prince was prudent, having documented the entire process, with Mona as a witness. The younger brother need not reveal his full face, with a side profile. Combined with makeup, lighting, and camera angles, it would suffice to render his resemblance to Lu Yaozu nearly indistinguishable. Furthermore, with Mona's presence, this Lu Yaozu would appear more authentic than the original. Bound and helpless, Lu Yaozu watched as Mona and the impersonator repeatedly filmed various angles, actions, and dialogues. His despair escalating as he realized he had lost utterly, to the Crown Prince's despicable cunning. In the new narrative, he and Mona arrived at the Crown Prince's domain, exchanged friendly greetings, and commenced the gambling. The stakes fluctuated, yet he lost more than he won, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the Crown Prince's IOU, eager for a final confrontation. The inevitable outcome was, of course, his defeat, losing everything and signing the transfer documents presented by the Crown Prince. As for these transfer documents, they were drafted by the Crown Prince's subordinates. With Mona's assistance, obtaining Lu Yaozu's signature was a trivial matter. The ability to forge a signature is not a particularly difficult skill for many. Armed with this recording, along with Robinson's IOU and Lu Yaozu's transfer documents, the Crown Prince had legally and ethically secured ownership of the Robinson Group. Lu Yaozu's protests held no weight. He was now devoid of any connection to the corporation. What? He refuses to acknowledge the debt? I'm afraid that we live in a society governed by law now. One must adhere to rules and present evidence. The Crown Prince possesses recordings, contracts, and witnesses. What do you, Lu Yaozu, have? Just your words? Yaozu, we cannot prevail against him. He is far too powerful. I am compelled into this. It is the only way he would consent to spare your life. I apologize. I am only acting in your best interest. You wretched woman. You've robbed me of everything. I shall kill you. Kill you. Gazing at Mona, who was so tantalizingly close, Lu Yaozu's eyes burned with rage. Had it not been for her cooperation, the Crown Prince would have had to expend considerable effort to orchestrate his downfall, rather than the simplicity of the current scenario. Do you believe you will escape unscathed? Individuals like you, once utilized, are discarded without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Even if I descend into hell, I shall await you there. Await you. Lu Yaozu understood that someone like the Crown Prince would leave no loose ends. His demise was certain. Once he was gone, Mona would lose her value as well. That is not the case. Brother Crown Prince promised me. I believe a man like him would not deceive me. Mona's expression was naively trusting, as if she had truly gleaned the Crown Prince's innermost thoughts through some clandestine means. How foolish. Lu Yaozu gazed at her, momentarily bereft of the will to speak further, resignedly sinking into his chair, awaiting the final judgment. It is surprising how well you know me, despite our brief acquaintance. The Crown Prince's lips curled slightly as he shamelessly pulled Mona closer. Lu Yaozu glared at the pair before him, seething with hatred, his teeth grinding audibly. I am a man of my word. Those in the underworld know well that I, the Crown Prince, abide by 3 principles. I follow the rules. As long as I promise you something, I will undoubtedly fulfill it. Lu Yaozu, considering your fortunate companion, I shall spare your life. Once my team has fully taken over your company, you shall be free to depart. I imagine someone of your stature would have set aside some contingency plans, perhaps an anonymous offshore account? If my subordinates are unable to trace such assets, then it seems fortune favors you. There is still time. I shall engage in some exercise while you rest." The prince embraced Ming Na and turned towards a room in the abandoned factory that had been tidied up in advance. Observing the retreating figures of the prince and Ming Na, Lu Yaozu bit his lip until it bled. Soon, faint sounds emanated from within the factory, causing Lu Yaozu's eyes to redden and his head to throb with blood. Various images began to materialize in his mind, provoking a torrent of thoughts. There were certain matters he could tolerate, yet he could not afford to lose control. Ming Na's playful antics, permitted by him, were a testament to his confidence in his own capabilities, a steadfast belief that no matter how many men there were, Ming Na would remain devoted to him. However, this sense of control had slipped away, and when chaos ensued, it brought with it a profound sense of defeat. An hour later, Lu Yaozu felt somewhat despondent. After 2 hours, he closed his eyes. 3 hours later, he leaned back in his chair. 4 hours later, Lu Yaozu appeared haggard, as though years had been stripped from his life. 5 hours later, disbelief filled his eyes. 8 hours later, damn. Was he even human? Was he truly human? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It had to be a recording. Lu Yaozu's thoughts were his own, yet they could not alter the prince's formidable power on the other side. That night stretched on interminably. Under the onslaught of the prince's group, Lu Yaozu's company was forced into overdrive, working late into the next day. The entirety of the Robinson Group's assets and operations had been meticulously organized and transferred, during which some of Lu Yaozu's subordinates reported his disappearance, hoping to thwart the prince's maneuvers. Yet, the prince's subordinates received a video from him, along with various agreements and promissory notes signed by Robinson and Lu Yaozu. With such overwhelming evidence, the authorities found themselves powerless, forced to retreat for the time being. This time lag provided ample opportunity for the professionals of the prince's group to execute their operations. Although the Robinson Group was substantial, its assets and operations were not overly extensive, primarily encompassing shipping, investment, and some real estate and clubs. Securing the major assets first rendered the remaining matters relatively inconsequential in the short term. Chapter 130. It's time to depart. All right, understood. After receiving a call from his subordinate, the prince reluctantly released Ming Na. He certainly would not keep this woman by his side. Their interactions had merely been a fleeting amusement. A woman like Ming Na, who could easily engage in such frivolities, was not one the prince could tolerate in the long term. Nevertheless, it must be said that Ming Na was indeed exceptional. If she did not seize this opportunity to elevate herself, she might not have another chance. A few minutes later, the prince emerged with Ming Na, her attire somewhat disheveled. "Your company is now in my hands. I did not expect it to go so smoothly. It seems you do not treat your subordinates very well. Not a single one stepped forward in a crucial moment. I promised Ming Na that I would spare your life once this was all over. You are still young, and with your skills, a resurgence should not pose a problem. However, next time, make sure your actions are cleaner, leaving no glaring flaws. I have booked your flight for this afternoon. Tidy yourself up, eat something, make an appearance, and then go forth to develop in Southeast Asia." As he released his hold on Ming Na's shoulder, he calmly presented her with two choices. Having attained what he desired, the value of the two of them had diminished. Yet, considering that he had enjoyed their time together, the prince offered Ming Na a chance to choose. 1 million, neither an insignificant sum nor overly generous, would suffice for Ming Na to secure her initial settlement. With her beauty, she would thrive wherever she went. Upon hearing the prince's words, Lu Yaozu's gaze fell upon Ming Na, his expression a complex mix of anger, resentment, and a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. "Prince, may I not leave?" Ming Na did not wish to depart from the port. She was born and raised there, and after being with Lu Yaozu for so long, she had some resources of her own. Even without the princess money, she could still enjoy a relatively decent life. "I'm afraid you only have these two options. If you remain in the port, I will be uneasy, and if I am uneasy, I will be compelled to eliminate you. I will stay with you, Yaozu. I promise I won't leave you." Oh, the prince was somewhat taken aback by Ming Na's choice. He had anticipated she would choose to leave with the money. He hadn't expected her to wish to remain by Lu Yaozu's side. Lu Yaozu, upon hearing this, allowed a faint smile of triumph to grace his lips, as if Ming Na's choice was a personal victory. "Very well, I respect your decision. A ticket to Southeast Asia will be secured for you as well. Go on. Take a stroll, clear your mind, and simultaneously alleviate the pressure of public scrutiny on me. Don't think of playing tricks, Lu Yaozu. You are an intelligent man, aware of what should and shouldn't be done. Accept your defeat gracefully. I possess that level of magnanimity. Regardless of the means employed, I lost, plain and simple. Yet I am not dead. As long as I live, I have a chance. Prince, when I rise again, I will surely return to seek you out." Lu Yaozu was not entirely unprepared. The Robinson Group had already imparted a valuable lesson. The elusive 3 billion unregistered bonds he had sought were the best of teachers. Robinson's contingency plan had deterred him from eliminating him directly. Liu Yaozu had also intended to leave a similar safeguard. However, the Robinson Group's liquidity was limited. With 3 billion siphoned off by Robinson, the remaining funds were barely sufficient to keep the group operational, leading him to deposit 20 million into an overseas account. Initially, he had planned to gradually deposit funds over time, contributing several million annually to have a financial cushion in case of unexpected events. Yet, he had only managed the first deposit, with no further opportunities arising thereafter. This amount, however, was sufficient for Liu Yaozu when he had plotted against the Robinson estate. He had been nearly destitute, relying solely on his charming visage and silver tongue. Now, with this sum in hand, even in Southeast Asia, he felt assured of his potential resurgence. As for Meng Na, with money in her possession, women were plentiful, and those who had betrayed his trust would not be relied upon again. Before this, Meng Na had tenuously served as his safeguard. The prince was indeed lecherous. Yet he treated his women well. With Meng Na by his side, it at least indicated that the prince genuinely wished to spare him. Subsequently, Liu Yaozu and Meng Na worked in perfect harmony. After leaving the abandoned complex, the prince's subordinates provided stringent protection for the two. They first visited the former Robinson Group to make a brief appearance, then returned to Liu Yaozu's villa to pack some belongings. The valuables within the villa had already been audited by the prince's professionals, and they only took a few articles of clothing, until the flight was nearly ready to depart. The pair remained devoid of any actions that might invite misinterpretation. Please, Mr. Liu, Miss Meng Na, your flight is about to take off. All right, I understand. Having tidied himself up, Liu Yaozu regained his former composure. His hair was styled impeccably, giving him an air of sophistication. A pair of silver-rimmed glasses added an extra touch of elegance to his handsome appearance, while his previous affluence lent him an air of nobility. Anyone who laid eyes on him would perceive Liu Yaozu as a man of considerable wealth. Once aboard the plane, even amidst the flight, several of the prince's men kept a vigilant watch over the two. The prince's subordinates have completed a preliminary audit of the Robinson Group. The total assets, including liquid capital, stocks, investments, and more, amount to nearly 700 million. Adding the 300 million in unregistered bonds that Robinson had previously concealed, the total reaches a full 1 billion. Such a substantial sum of assets requires the prince to proceed with meticulous care. Every step taken must be flawless, as he aims to acquire these assets in a manner that is both reasonable and legal on the surface. Simultaneously, Liu Yaozu must remain unscathed throughout this process. Otherwise, the prince would undoubtedly face relentless harassment from the authorities. Now that the matter has seemingly concluded, Liu Yaozu is flying openly to Southeast Asia. With ample evidence to prove that the prince has not resorted to any illicit means, the transition of the group has proceeded smoothly. The subsequent management of the Robinson Group is now solely the prince's responsibility and no longer concerns anyone else. As for Liu Yaozu and Meng Na, the prince would not allow such a threat to linger. Should Meng Na choose to leave, the prince would grant her a chance at survival, yet faithfully. She opted to remain with Liu Yaozu. Chapter 131. One must understand gratitude. Please, Mr. Liu, Miss Meng Na, the prince has asked me to extend his regards to you. Who are you? What do you want? Do not be alarmed, nor raise your voices. Such actions may lead to misunderstandings. Kindly accompany us in silence. Faced with the ominous barrel of a gun, Liu Yaozu and Meng Na resolutely chose to heed their instincts. In Southeast Asia, while the prince does not wield considerable power, it does not imply he is inactive. Southeast Asia represents a vast market, primarily characterized by chaos, underdevelopment, and a significant Chinese populace. This provides an excellent breeding ground for organized crime and the potential for the emergence of warlords. The prince has discreetly dispatched numerous individuals to this region to develop markets and recruit locals into the organization, silently expanding his influence. The primary ventures involve pirating VCDs, smuggling clothing, shoes, and low-end electronics, while also returning with ivory, rhino horns, and raw gemstones. In avoiding direct confrontation with law enforcement, these businesses are quite profitable. Notably, the prince's market expansion strategy starkly contrasts with others. While they seek immediate profits, he prioritizes influence and manpower. Therefore, once the channels have matured slightly, he invests money into further production and deploys more personnel. It can be said that as long as the income and expenditure are roughly balanced, any profits will swiftly be transformed into power by the prince. This strategy has allowed his influence to burgeon rapidly in Southeast Asia. With the organization's membership exceeding 1,000 in a short span, comprised primarily of local recruits alongside a few hundred core members from Hong Kong. Though managing them may be somewhat challenging, the cost is remarkably low. Providing them with sustenance and a modest salary is enough to secure their loyalty. They are almost willing to sell their lives, displaying a ferocity that surpasses even the prince's own subordinates. Upon disembarking, The prince's prearranged associates promptly escorted the two of them away. This is not Hong Kong. There are no overseers, and individual disappearances go unnoticed. The prince promised he would spare me. He assured me. What do you intend to do? Release us at once. After being ushered into the vehicle, Meng Na's anxiety intensified, leading her to become increasingly vocal. Hearing her words, the subordinate across from her drew a familiar black baton from his waist. Do you recognize this? If you continue to make noise, you will experience its effects. Observing the crackling electric baton, Meng Na wisely sealed her lips. The vehicle traveled for an extended period, the roads growing progressively worse, and the surroundings increasingly dilapidated, prompting Lu Yaozu and Meng Na to wonder if they had entered a jungle. Their instincts were not far off. The location was near a stronghold of the prince's subordinates, a smuggling hub, a place far removed from civilization. We have arrived. Exit the vehicle. Lu Yaozu and Meng Na were forcibly ejected from the car, and upon witnessing the dense foliage surrounding them, their bodies instinctively trembled, sensing the impending threat of death. Jump. Huh. Arriving at the edge of a deep pit, they were commanded to leap into it. Realization struck them that their lives were in jeopardy. Brother, I am willing to offer you. Before Lu Yaozu could finish his sentence, a subordinate behind him jabbed him with the electric baton, the powerful current rendering him rigid as he fell headlong into the pit. Now it's your turn. Brother, I am willing. Terrified, Meng Na struggled to compose her distorted expression, attempting to flirt with the subordinate. But before she could finish her words, she too was struck by the baton. Why can't you all just comply? Bang, bang, bang. A bullet to the chest, and one to the head, and with that, Meng Na and Lu Yaozu perished silently in the depths of the forest. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I feared I might not withstand your temptations. It would be better for you to accompany me down. The prince has treated me well. I cannot betray him, especially since my parents and elder brother work within the organization, and my younger siblings are studying with its support. One must understand gratitude, loyalty. Bury them. Betrayal comes at a cost, as does loyalty. The subordinates dare not entertain Lu Yaozu's offer, fearing that attempting some might lead to dire consequences. They are content with their current lives, enjoying good treatment and high benefits, merely needing to follow the prince for a bright future. Those who can become the prince's trusted aides are invariably from stable families, dutiful to their parents, and have become thugs solely out of necessity to survive. Trust is not easily granted. It is a luxury, much like Susanna, who was sent undercover by Sir Bai, even if the prince remains oblivious to her true identity. Such a woman of dubious origin is merely a plaything. Of course, now that her background is known, the possibilities for amusement increase. With the deaths of Lu Yaozu and Meng Na, matters concerning the Robinson Group have reached a conclusion. With the lack of victims, the prince can now fully assume control of the Robinson Group without any hindrance. As for the original management of the Robinson Group, the prince is not a sheltered young lady like Wang Fengyi. He possesses both the strength and means to enforce order when he chooses to uphold the rules. It is in everyone's best interest to comply. Otherwise, he may choose to disregard them altogether. As a rogue leader, he will act solely in his favor. The prince surveyed the Robinson Group's premises, similar to those of the Chuanqing International Group. Although the Robinson Group also possesses its own building, it is smaller, comprising only 4 stories. After all, Chuanqing has a history rooted in organized crime, leading to significant personnel redundancy, whereas the Robinson Group operates as a legitimate company, devoid of any criminal background, and is exceptionally clean. With these cargo ships, cooperation with the mainland can become even more robust. The smuggling routes in Southeast Asia have been largely dismantled. However, for certain items that are subject to stringent checks, they can first pass through Southeast Asia, be transferred at sea, and ultimately reach the mainland. This situation provides a valuable lifeline for the smuggling operations overseen by the prince, as he fears not being exploited, but rather, being rendered devoid of any value for exploitation. Chapter 132, The Gathering. Years later, Jimmy from Lianqing longs for a stable business environment and seeks the protection of the mainland, but finds no avenues available. He must engage in fierce competition to become a fixture in Lianqing, barely attaining the opportunity to serve as a subordinate. Why is this so? Because the timing is not right. Providing assistance in times of need is always far superior to offering mere embellishments in times of prosperity. The aid given during hardship can be a life-saving grace, while the adornments of fortune might hardly be acknowledged, at best lingering in their minds as a fleeting thought of who failed to deliver flowers, without evoking any extra fondness for you. Tonight, the prince is in high spirits. Having summoned Madonna, Ruby, Little Stutterer, Wang Fengyi, Susanna, and Luo Huijin back to the villa. The villa is adorned in a warm and romantic setting, filled with exquisite food and drinks, marking a rare gathering for the prince and his inner circle. Come, let me introduce everyone. All present are family. Some of you are already acquainted, while others are meeting for the first time. Do not deem me absurd. Although I am known for my flirtatious nature, I am a responsible man, both in life and in business. Today, I am elated. I have acquired a conglomerate worth 10 billion, compensating for a significant gap in my business ventures. Henceforth, your monthly allowances will increase to 300,000. In due time, once my real estate company is established, I will exchange several pieces of land with other firms, consolidating them for development. Each of you will receive a villa. Invite your family members. Those with whom you share a close bond, I will arrange jobs for them. I also have plans to establish hospitals and schools. Your families are my family, and I shall not neglect you or them. Cheers. Amidst the jubilant crowd, the prince is brimming with confidence. However, Wang Fengyi and Luo Huijin feel a twinge of awkwardness. Ruby, having risen from humble beginnings, feels gratitude towards the prince, recognizing his responsibility amidst a backdrop of rampant infidelity. Madonna remains indifferent, viewing her connection with the prince as a bond of life and death, while others are merely transient figures. Little Stutterer admires the prince's prowess and secretly desires his exclusive attention, yet acknowledges the commonplace nature of such relationships. Susanna, still convinced of her undercover role, endures the prince's antics, finding herself in a state of euphoric bliss. 300,000. A villa. Wealth beckons. Susanna's mind is consumed with thoughts of money, filtering out the rest. In contrast, Wang Fengyi, the pampered heiress, finds herself the most uncomfortable among the gathering. Although she was previously aware of these individuals, seeing them in person today brings her discomfort, as she is a true believer in love. Surprisingly, it is Luo Huijin who catches the prince off guard. In truth, the prince has misjudged. The notion of concubines was abolished over a decade ago, and by the time she came of age, it was perfectly normal for affluent families to have multiple partners, even if we consider 10, 20, or 30 years into the future. The concept of concubinage merely transforms in form but persists. Accepting something familiar is inherently easy. Seeing the prince in high spirits, the others are keen to uplift his mood, raising their glasses in unison. As the villa resonates with clinking glasses, a somewhat diminutive man, clad in a worn black hoodie and slightly limping, unknowingly enters the villa area. Who goes there? The security surrounding the princess villa is exceedingly tight, with multiple teams patrolling around the clock, leaving no blind spots. Additionally, numerous interspersed surveillance devices ensure a fortress-like security. Wherever the prince resides, security is meticulously enforced, not for his protection alone, but primarily for the safety of his family. The prince himself is uncertain about the choices he might make at critical moments, whether to sacrifice certain interests for a woman or to forsake a woman for some interests. Regardless of the choice made, regret is a possibility. Hence, it is prudent to prepare in advance, avoiding scenarios where he is compelled to choose. Moreover, these security personnel, even if they are there to protect him, also occupy jobs, totaling several hundred individuals stationed at various locations. The protection is indeed rigorous. However, for the sake of Xiao Shui, I must forsake my principles. At this moment, the prince's demeanor lacks the harshness and malevolence often associated with him. Instead, he exudes a sense of weariness, as if burdened by prolonged emotional strain, teetering on the edge of despair. As he approaches, the exterior security personnel gather, readying their equipment and eyeing the advancing prince with caution. We issue a final warning. You are approaching private property. Should you advance any further, we will be compelled to take necessary action. Ignoring the security's warning, the prince steps forward resolutely. Crack. The security personnel, not one to hesitate, are prepared to act without reservation. 2 squads of 12 security personnel advance in formation, some wielding half-length riot shields, others brandishing long-range stun devices, while the remainder brandishes electric batons. The jarring sounds of crackling electricity tighten the prince's scalp, yet his wife is battling cancer, and he desperately requires a substantial sum of money. Previously, he lacked the opportunity. Now that it has presented itself, he cannot afford to let it slip away, even if it means compromising his martial integrity. Like a rallying cry, the prince bellows and charges towards the security personnel. Advance. The security personnel, equally resolute, surge forward towards the prince in an organized formation. Chapter 133. Do not underestimate the prince's stature. His strength is formidable, and his agility is remarkable, even dazzling. As 2 security personnel with riot shields draw near, he astonishingly steps onto one of the shields, using it to propel himself upward, soaring over both shields like an eagle. Helmets? Mere tortoise shells. In midair, the prince delivers 2 kicks to the helmets of the security personnel, cracking the nearly 1 centimeter thick custom acrylic visors. The immense force caused the necks of the 2 security personnel to retract sharply, had it not been for their extensive training, which included rigorous instruction in the iron shirt technique. This singular blow could have easily snapped their necks. Although this strike did not claim their lives, it nonetheless inflicted considerable injuries, particularly to their necks, which could potentially lead to troublesome aftereffects if not treated with care. Observing that Feng Yuxiu was suspended in midair with no means to leverage himself, the two security guards wielding long cattle prods swiftly lunged forward, thrusting their electrified weapons at him. The U-shaped tips of the prods were equipped with sharp metallic discharge devices, crackling with blue electricity. Even a hefty pig weighing 400 to 500 pounds would be rendered unconscious by such an electric shock. For a human, merely grazing against such a device could result in instantaneous loss of consciousness, a formidable threat indeed. While Feng Yuxiu was unable to defy the pull of gravity and halt his descent, his agility allowed him to execute movements that would be inconceivable to the average person. He swiftly curled his legs, forming a tight ball in midair, and as the electric devices approached, he expertly kicked out with precision, utilizing the insulating properties of his thick-soled shoes to avoid being struck by the arcs of electricity. With newfound leverage, Feng Yuxiu performed a somersault, landing amidst the encircling crowd. In a mere exchange, he had already incapacitated two of the prince's security personnel. Impressive reaction. The speed of the guards' responses far exceeded Feng Yuxiu's expectations. Despite their considerable disparity in strength, they were undeniably skilled, evidently honed through extensive training. Moreover, their seamless cooperation and superior equipment made Feng Yuxiu feel as though he were facing an ancient military formation. A swift resolution was imperative. A moment's contemplation revealed that there were likely more security personnel lurking nearby. Should he be delayed, the arrival of reinforcements would spell danger for him. His gaze fell upon the villa's perimeter wall, where he noticed barbed wire, likely electrified based on his deductions regarding the surrounding guards' discharge devices. This could serve as a barrier against his adversaries, allowing him to eliminate his target and escape without wasting unnecessary time. Though Feng Yuxiu found himself somewhat intrigued by the guards, his purpose today was to kill, not to engage in a contest of martial prowess. As the security personnel closed in around him, Feng Yuxiu dashed forward like a cheetah, his black hoodie blending into the night as he moved with astonishing speed, leaving observers momentarily bewildered. Bang! Bang! With remarkable swiftness, he evaded the electric baton swung at him directly ahead, then crouched slightly before delivering two upward punches to the midsection of the two guards in front of him. Iron shirt? No, that is not right. The instant his fists made contact, Feng Yuxiu sensed something was amiss. The tactile feedback indicated he had struck metal. His powerful blows failed to inflict any damage, causing the guards to merely take a step back, smirking at the now somewhat stiffened Feng Yuxiu. Haha, retreat. The instinct of a martial artist set off alarm bells in Feng Yuxiu's mind, regardless of whether the two before him were iron shirt practitioners. The sensation he had just experienced suggested that his punches would struggle to deliver any substantive harm. The neck. Instinctively, he recalled the two guards he had previously kicked in the head. Although they wore helmets, they were evidently injured and had not yet surrounded him. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the surrounding security personnel completed their encirclement. Even if he identified their necks as weak points, taking on 10 opponents was no trivial task. Desperation surged. He would take down two in an instant and then dash for the wall, using his clothing to insulate against the electrified wire. Suddenly, a sharp metallic scraping noise reached Feng Yuxiu's ears, followed by a chilling sensation racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his back to stand on end and his scalp to tingle. A gun. The Smith Wesson M10-38 Special Revolver, colloquially known as the .38, was one of the most commonly used firearms by the lower ranks of law enforcement and easily obtainable by security companies. With a 6-round capacity and an effective range of 30 meters, unless a critical area was struck, a single shot would be unlikely to prove fatal. It was double-action reliable, and even if a round misfired, it would not impede subsequent shots. Though the reload speed was slow, the prince's men outnumbered him sufficiently to offset the lack of firepower. Security companies were prohibited from equipping heavy weaponry, limited to handguns and shotguns at most. Automatic weapons were not permitted, but this was adequate for their needs. Surrounded by 10-38s at a distance of less than 10 meters, Feng Yuxiu immediately surrendered. The adage that a gun is faster within 7 paces rang true within that distance. The firearms were both accurate and quick. While he might evade bullets one-on-one through the prediction of the arm's trajectory, shoulder positioning, and timing of the shot, dodging bullets was beyond even the prince's capabilities. The advantage of the prince's subordinates using .38s was that once the bullets penetrated their protective layers, it was challenging to inflict significant damage due to the multi-layered armor. The .38's penetration power was insufficient to pierce through 2 layers of armor, making a hit equivalent to receiving a punch from an unarmored assailant, painful but not lethal. With his hands clasped atop his head, he squatted down, displaying a defiant demeanor as he complied with the overwhelming situation. I want. Without further ado, a guard promptly jabbed an electric baton into Feng Yuxiu's back. Bind him up, we'll await the boss's orders tomorrow. As the personnel rotated shifts, Feng Yuxiu found himself tightly bound and unceremoniously tossed into the security booth, while the remaining guards resumed their patrols, standing watch as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 134. A Sinister Foreboding. The banquet continued within the villa, music playing and dancing resuming. The prince remained oblivious to Feng Yuxiu's attempted assassination. Damn it, what is wrong with these guys? As Feng Yuxiu regained consciousness in the security booth, he struggled against the ropes binding him. However, he soon realized that his hands were securely tied behind his back, each finger restrained individually with zip ties, rendering it impossible to maneuver even if he dislocated his shoulders. The awkward position inhibited his ability to exert force. Even his skills in contortionism could not free him from the ropes and ties, and it was evident that he lacked the strength to break free. Indeed, acquiring this bounty was no easy feat. There were formidable individuals surrounding the target, their power surely on par with his own. After a futile struggle revealed the futility of his efforts, Feng Yuxiu composed himself, recognizing that wasting energy was pointless. It would be wiser to conserve his strength and await an opportunity. As dawn broke, no one came to attend to Feng Yuxiu. In the villa, chaos reigned supreme. With tattered cloth strewn across the floor, here lay one person, there another, while the prince carelessly slumbered upon the carpet. Some matters truly transcend the capabilities of ordinary individuals. After resting for 2 or 3 hours, the prince's energy had nearly been restored. He slowly sat up from the ground. Even though the alcohol within his system had yet to be fully metabolized, a testament to his physical constitution. Shaking his head gently, the prince rose to his feet and casually scooped up the nearest Susanna. Feeling the prince's movements during her slumber, Susanna stirred slightly but did not awaken. He carried her into the bedroom before returning to fetch the closest Luo Huijian. One by one, he brought them into the room, tucking them under the blankets. Before finally changing his clothes and exiting the villa, they were mere mortals. Only Susanna possessed a somewhat better constitution. Yet the combination of alcohol and vigorous activity made her susceptible to illness if she caught a chill, and the prince was genuinely concerned for their well-being. What was on the agenda for today? Recently, he had felt a sense of unease, sensing something amiss. Surely, there could not be any formidable enemies left. The prince's street seemed devoid of tasks. He merely awaited the completion of personnel training and the stocking of goods before commencing operations. The promotional efforts were nearly complete. Security personnel were prepared, and even anti-theft experts had been arranged. Everything should proceed smoothly. The merger of the Robinson Group into the Prince Group was not a matter to be resolved in a day or two. The consolidation of all operations would take at least 2.5 months, a process that could not be rushed. The fast food establishments collaborating with the other 5 factions, as well as Dongxing and Hongxing, appeared to be running smoothly, with renovations underway and locations firmly under the faction's control. Even if issues arose, Jiang Tianxing and Luotu would address them, rendering his involvement unnecessary. As for the faction members, they hardly posed a concern. The new recruits had been adequately arranged, each batch having received their due payments, leaving no reason for unrest. The prince had an unwavering belief in his instincts, though such feelings might seem mystical. His own extraordinary circumstances of traversing worlds with a system rendered him inclined to trust in these sensations. Surely, there must be hidden adversaries plotting against him. Caution must be doubled. First, he would visit the company. The main operational departments of the Prince Group were now situated in the Chuanxing International Building, with many employees being former staff of the Chuanxing International Group. Under Wang Fengyi's cooperation, the integration of the two groups proceeded remarkably smoothly, with the majority of Chuanxing International's operations already merged into the Prince Group. Once Chuanxing International ceased to exist, Wang Fengyi would likely join the Prince Group, perhaps in a managerial role. Whether she would truly wield authority remained uncertain. Wang Fengyi's interests did not lie in the corporate realm. She preferred traveling, shopping, and indulging in painting and playing the piano. Compared to a strong businesswoman, she was more suited to the role of a pampered lady, though now she was indeed a wealthy matron. The prince had never involved her in the increase of living expenses, with Chuanxing International Group still operational. He was not one to forget his roots. Wang Fengyi was entitled to dividends from the Prince Group, making her a legitimate, affluent woman. However, those dividends were merely that, dividends. The prince would never relinquish management rights. Boss, there's something urgent. What happened? No sooner had he stepped out of the villa than the security team leader approached, a hint of pride evident on his face. Last night, there was an attack, but our brothers subdued the assailant. They are currently detained in the security booth. Please advise, boss. An attack? At my residence? The prince instinctively tilted his head, glancing at the high walls surrounding his estate and the electrified fences atop them. He could not fathom who would dare to assault his home. Unlike those who merely bolster security personnel for appearances without enhancing defensive measures, the simplest method to prevent intruders was to erect formidable walls. The aesthetics of the walls were of little consequence. The walls of his villa stood at least 4 meters high, nearly half a meter thick, constructed from reinforced steel and high-grade concrete, surpassing the strength of typical fortifications. Coupled with an additional meter of barbed wire, the total height reached 5 meters, with the wire electrified. This barrier could deter not only intruders, but even zombies, serving as a veritable safe zone. Beyond the villa's interior, the external surveillance was virtually flawless. Only in his living quarters were security personnel absent. In every other area, there were at least 3 overlapping cameras, making it exceedingly difficult to evade detection. Just one person? And they injured 2 of you? Indeed. Listening to his subordinate's account, the prince found himself intrigued by the assailant. Given the prowess of his security personnel, a dozen should have easily subdued one. Yet they had sustained injuries. This was indeed a striking anomaly. Even when facing armed gangsters, a dozen security staff, fully equipped, could navigate through unscathed. Now, encountering a single individual, they had been injured. Clearly, the situation was irregular. Bring them to me. Yes, boss. Shortly thereafter, a figure bound in an exceedingly peculiar manner was escorted before him. As he approached the prince, Feng Yuxiu instinctively felt a slight tremor in his body, as if he were unwittingly drawing near a ferocious beast. It's him. Upon recognizing the prince's face, Feng Yuxiu realized that the person who had instilled great pressure upon him was, in fact, the very target he had been assigned to eliminate. This individual seemed somewhat familiar. He must belong to some narrative or another. The prince had never been adept at remembering male characters. What is your name? Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu? That name rings a bell. Though the prince had no distinct recollection of the somewhat ambiguous face before him, he retained a vivid memory of the name. In the bustling port, many were skilled fighters, yet few possessed the unique talents of Feng Yuxiu. This was partly due to innate ability and partly due to lineage. After all, those who could become self-taught masters were not merely talented, they were mythical. Release him. The prince harbored intentions of recruiting this individual. Yet alongside that desire was a flicker of murderous intent. To have brazenly trespassed into his villa indicated enmity, not friendship. If he could not be persuaded to join, such a person must be eliminated. The prince would not allow any potential threat to linger. Perhaps today he had failed to breach the villa, but tomorrow or the day after, he could strike from an unexpected angle. After all, one cannot maintain a relentless watch over a thief without becoming vulnerable. As the bindings were loosened, Feng Yuxiu stretched his body, the overnight restraints having left him with numerous areas of stagnated energy and some swelling. His strength had been significantly diminished. Now speak. What was your purpose in forcibly entering my villa? I should not know you. I was offered a sum to eliminate you. I require money. Someone found me and promised me 1 million to incapacitate you. Though I am reluctant, circumstances compel me. Feng Yuxiu spoke earnestly. His wife had recently been diagnosed with cancer, and after numerous tests and treatments, no progress had been made. To continue her treatment would require a substantial amount of money, which would only increase over time. The final sum remaining uncertain. Possessing martial prowess was one matter, acquiring wealth was another. Feng Yuxiu, capable of great strength, knew that if he were to secure a large sum of money in a short period, he would inevitably resort to dubious means. Originally, Liu Yaozu's directive was to eliminate the crown prince, yet out of a sense of morality, Feng Yuxiu consented only to incapacitate him, refraining from committing murder. He feared that taking a life would sever the lifeline of his beloved wife. At present, Feng Yuxiu resembled a trapped beast, teetering on the brink of madness. Though a semblance of reason lingered, beneath it lay an indescribable thirst for blood and insanity. The sole force capable of restraining him was his wife. Once she departed from this world, Feng Yuxiu would find himself facing one of 2 fates, either succumbing to despair and becoming a complete shell of his former self, or spiraling into utter madness, transforming into a pure lunatic. For the time being, the likelihood of him descending into despair appeared greater. After all, his wife had only recently fallen ill, and he had not yet fully succumbed to madness. However, when the day comes that he chooses to personally guide her to her final resting place in an effort to alleviate her suffering, he would truly be lost. At that point, the lives of others, his own included, would hold no significance, leaving only a faint obsession in his heart, as he would have effectively ceased to exist. The crown prince furrowed his brow slightly. A person in Feng Yuxiu's predicament was difficult to manage. If it were merely a matter of financial need, that would be manageable. He had ample funds at his disposal, be it 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million. He could easily procure it. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Feng Yuxiu's wife was beyond the reach of medical salvation. In this era, medical technology was not particularly advanced. Cancer was deemed terminal. Even employing every possible means would only extend her life for a brief period, without any hope for a cure. Not only now, but even in 2 or 3 decades, cancer would still be classified as terminal. And the ability to prolong survival and enhance the quality of life for patients remained an exceedingly daunting challenge. Yet, despite the complexity of the situation, The Crown Prince was still inclined to explore possibilities. You just mentioned that you are in dire need of money, correct? My security company is in search of a trainer. My subordinates speak highly of your skills. I possess considerable wealth. Financial matters are not an issue. Any problem that can be resolved with money is not a grave matter. Feng Yuxiu instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon recalling his ailing wife, he hesitated. If he could accept a contract to kill for money, then selling himself for the sake of financial gain was not out of the question, provided the sum was substantial enough. At this phase, there remained a possibility of persuading Feng Yuxiu. He had yet to embark on a mad pursuit of being the world's greatest, and the demons within him were still subdued by the presence of his wife. Only after he had taken her life would he truly become a martial lunatic. My wife is ill, cancer. Treatment requires money, a considerable amount. If it can save her, my life is yours. Cancer? Stomach cancer. Advanced stage? Stage 3. Has it metastasized? Lymphatic metastasis. From Feng Yuxiu's responses, it was evident that he had undergone treatment for his wife. However, cancer was an insatiable abyss, one that his family could not bear. Merely the preliminary examination costs could bankrupt him entirely. In other words, there remained a glimmer of hope. I will immediately contact a hospital for comprehensive examinations for your wife. If treatment is feasible, we will arrange for surgery as soon as possible. Even if surgery is not an option, the most advanced medications and treatment methods available in the region can ensure that she departs with dignity in her final moments. As recompense, you must sell me your life. When danger arises, even if it means death, you must perish before me. Can you do that? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yuxiu knelt before him. Disregarding notions of the Underworld's rules and professional ethics, the life of his wife outweighed any concern for money or status. Bang! Feng Yuxiu's forehead struck the ground. My life is yours. Save my wife. Take him to fetch his wife, and then proceed directly to Elizabeth Hospital. There will be someone to assist you. Go. Understood, boss. The Crown Prince's subordinates led Feng Yuxiu away, and as he watched their departing figures, the Crown Prince felt an even greater uplift in his spirits. Talents like Feng Yuxiu were difficult to quantify in monetary terms. The potential wasted in him being a mere assassin was immense. With his innate deficiencies, he had still managed to rank among the world's elite, a testament to his extraordinary gifts. First, fists, then legs, followed by grappling, weapons, internal martial arts, 5 elements combined. Particularly impressive was his leg technique. Despite being born with one leg underdeveloped, he matched the prowess of renowned leg fighters, which was already formidable. Furthermore, he excelled in southern martial arts, grappling, long pole, long sword, and internal boxing, all self-taught through manuals and similar resources. Such talent was too precious to squander as a mere trainer, and the Crown Prince lacked the bandwidth to oversee the security company personally. News had already reached the Crown Prince from his contacts on the mainland, indicating that the rumors circulating were no longer concealed. The massive troop reductions had commenced, and soon the region would witness a new wave of fierce fighters, referred to as the provincial port flag soldiers. The Crown Prince had long coveted these battle-hardened soldiers who had withdrawn from Southeast Asia. If he could harness this force, he would not hesitate to confront even foreign military garrisons, let alone trifling gangs. Who feared whom? Chapter 136, The Road Ahead East Star. Hey, you're pacing back and forth. It's making me dizzy. What is going on? I have a shipment arriving imminently, but now that Black Saitang has lost his territory, my goods are likely to affect sales. Brother Crow and Wu Jiwei found themselves in a wildly styled room, cooking hot pot, while gazing out at a dilapidated building. Crow paced anxiously, while the ever-smiling Wu Jiwei continued to eat. What good does your anxiety do? Fill your belly first, with so many allies in the region. If you can get the goods in, you can sell them. That guy Black Saitang is done for, but the territory isn't going anywhere. That fellow called the Crown Prince has been gaining power lately. It seems he's even developing some entertainment district. When the crowds gather, will you still fear your goods going unsold? Damn, if you hadn't mentioned that scoundrel, I wouldn't be so fired up. That guy doesn't deal in flour. My goods can't even enter his territory, let alone collaborate. Isn't that even better? Those allies in his territory who can't get flour will surely venture elsewhere to find it. And in the end, won't you profit? Ah, you make a valid point. Eat up, the meat's getting cold. As the Crown Prince's power grew, occupying more territory, it naturally began to encroach upon the interests of others, particularly since he forbade his subordinates from dealing in flour, which impacted many organizations significantly. It was not just East Star. Even the 5 other organizations collaborating with the Crown Prince had begun to voice their dissent. In their view, flour was a common commodity. Yet the Crown Prince was acting uniquely. This was seen as a rather unsociable stance. Furthermore, not only did he refuse to sell, but he also prohibited others from doing so, which felt obstructive. Fortunately, the Crown Prince's territory remained remote, encompassing areas like Sai Kung, Kuntong, and Wang Tai Sin. Even within Kowloon, he occupied only its outskirts, with the most critical streets still situated far from Yao Ma Ti, meaning there was no substantial impact on the flower trade of other organizations. Moreover, he boasted a considerable number of resources, vast territory, wealth, and influence. He merely forbade flower dealings, while still maintaining business relations with nearby organizations, which was why no one had dared to challenge him thus far. However, that was the situation before. Should the Crown Prince's entertainment district attract a significant influx of people, those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly cease their patience. Why is it that in the small area of Yao Tsim countless organizations engage in fierce battles, leaving one's mind feeling utterly befuddled? It is primarily because of the dense population and the thriving entertainment industry. A larger populace equates to a more lucrative market, and with that, an increase in illicit activities. The entertainment sector often coexists with underworld dealings, leading to the emergence of various illegal enterprises. As the entertainment street in Prince Edward approaches its grand opening, various nefarious figures are becoming increasingly restless. At this juncture, the prince faces two paths. One is to sever ties with the organizations directly, relinquishing his association and transferring the entire criminal faction to his father, thereby removing himself from the roster and fully transforming into a legitimate businessman, cleansing his reputation through procedural means. After all, Hong Tai is inherently linked to Chen Mei, and the Prince Group has evolved from Hong Tai, gradually distancing itself under the prince's deliberate manipulation. To a large extent, a separation has already been established, with everything that can be legitimized from the organizations having been acquired by the Prince Group. What remains of Hong Tai are merely trivial matters such as gambling, horse racing, usury, nightclubs, saunas, smuggling, and fencing stolen goods, elements that are fundamentally challenging to formalize or legalize in the short term. Yet, these are predominantly the old trades of the organizations, especially the more illicit ventures. The prince has decreed that they must not employ underhanded tactics like enticing individuals into the underworld. But the allure of easy money continues to draw many in. The prince can indeed profit, and he can seek clean earnings, yet he cannot obstruct the livelihoods of others. If he were to sever this portion of business, the organizations would incur significant losses. Moreover, his excessive cleansing of his own reputation may not necessarily be advantageous. While still mingling within the underworld, other factions at least adhere to certain unwritten rules. Should he truly aspire to escape this realm, the other organizations would collaborate to drag him back into the mire. Why should he be allowed to rise above? The notion of emerging untainted is merely a fantasy. Unless he were to sever ties and establish cooperation with foreign powers who could assist him in his final purification, he would bid farewell to the organizations entirely. However, this path is one the prince is reluctant to pursue. Partnering with foreign entities? That transcends mere folly. The prince is acutely aware of future developments, and aligning with foreign powers at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Perhaps it may appear promising in the short term, but inevitably, he would be thrust back into his former self, even crushed underfoot. Thus, the prince opts for an alternative route. The organizations must continue to thrive, albeit under his regulations. Should any excessively illicit activities arise, they can be relocated. Southeast Asia offers ample opportunities. With wealth and manpower at his disposal, he can continuously shift operations, thereby alleviating internal conflicts, while the remnants in Hong Kong would dwindle until there is little difference from a complete purification. Furthermore, operating in Hong Kong necessitates a degree of caution, at most engaging in minor infractions within the bounds of legality. However, upon reaching Southeast Asia, the law of the jungle prevails. Might makes right, and the strong dictate the rules. The prince anticipates that with an additional 2 or 3 layers of fortification, he would attain a power far beyond ordinary comprehension, allowing him to reign supreme in Southeast Asia. Sin value, 1097. Finally, having found some free time, it is time to enhance his iron cloth technique. Iron cloth LV6, 1600. During this period, the prince has been somewhat negligent in his training, hardly dedicating a day to cultivation, indulging instead in a life of conflict and romance, a quite delightful existence. This is, after all, inevitable given the presence of such a system. It is challenging for anyone to cultivate a habit of arduous training, as human nature tends to lean towards laziness. System, grant me an enhancement. Strength, 17 Constitution, 25 Agility, 12 Spirit, 13. The prince gazes at his attribute panel, filled with anticipation for the enhancements that this upgrade of iron cloth will bring. As his chosen path continues to unfold, the value of sin has become increasingly rare. Perhaps only upon truly arriving in Southeast Asia will the value of sin reach its zenith. Sin value, 1097498. Iron cloth LV6, 1600, LV7, 0700, Strength, 1719 Constitution, 2528 Agility, 1215 Spirit, 13 This sensation is familiar, the feeling of bodily transformation. akin to a burning sensation. The circulation of blood within his body becomes vividly apparent, and his muscles rhythmically expand and contract as if breathing. On a more microscopic level, the princess cells and tissues undergo incomprehensible changes, with cellular morphology optimizing, metabolic rates increasing, and tissue strength enhancing. This is an all-encompassing evolution. However, unlike previous occasions, this time, the prince senses the emergence of something entirely new, a power born from his very flesh and sinew. Though initially frail, it proves to be remarkably resilient. The pinnacle of physical cultivation, wherein internal energy is self-generated from within, is a realm that, while exalted for others, remains merely a beginning for the prince. The enhancement of attributes does not reflect a qualitative leap, yet neither does it diminish. It appears that human evolution has yet to reach its limits. Although his current strength is 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary healthy male, those who train specifically for strength can still stand shoulder to shoulder with him. In contrast, what truly distinguishes him is the defensive prowess granted by the iron cloth technique. The manifestation of his constitution does not wholly encapsulate his physical defensive capabilities, as the system's data panel remains rather simplistic. However, it is precisely this reason that makes the enhancements sufficiently comprehensive, regardless of specifics. The priority is to elevate the numbers. After tidying up his personal hygiene and enjoying a hearty meal, the prince arrives at his office on Prince Street, where his training room and various equipment await. The new office building is undergoing renovation, and soon he will relocate to the Robinson Tower. No, it is now called the Prince International Tower. Strength exhibits varied effects depending on the actions performed. For instance, consider a standard, healthy adult male without professional training. Grip strength, 30 to 50 kilograms deadlift, 60 to 90 kilograms squat, 50 to 80 kilograms bench press, 40 to 60 kilograms pull UPS, 3 to 10 times punching force, 150 to 250 kilograms for individuals possessing a larger physique, such as those who are overweight. Some metrics may increase while others decline. With professional training, human strength can enhance by over 100. Grip strength, 120 kilograms deadlift, 500 kilograms squat, 400 kilograms bench press, 300 kilograms punching force, 800 kilograms for an average person. The attributes correspond to a value of 5, meaning that peak strength attributes can reach levels of 15 to 20. In other words, the prince's current strength has yet to fully attain the ultimate limits of humanity. After all, reaching the 7th layer of iron cloth is a level that only a select few gifted individuals can achieve over the years. However, there exists a point that often leads to misunderstanding. These formidable statistics represent the results achieved by various individuals after years of specialized training, while the prince's strength is all-encompassing. A grip strength of 125 kilograms, a deadlift of 490 kilograms, a squat of 400 kilograms, a bench press of 310 kilograms, a punch delivering an impact of 1,000 kilograms. The cacophony of various equipment clanging around him, the weights often weighing several hundred kilograms, seemed to burden the apparatus, yet the prince remained tireless, performing sets with weights that pushed the limits of endurance. While his strength has not surpassed the confines of human capability, the prince's stamina transcends any ordinary limitation. Even if an average person possessed such terrifying strength, the burdens of muscle fatigue, skeletal integrity, and the strain on fascia would deter them from exerting their maximum capabilities repeatedly. The prince, however, is different. While his power may not exceed the limits, he is unyielding, so resolute that the force of his exertion scarcely inflicts harm upon him. With a resounding crash, he casually dropped a massive dumbbell onto the floor, sitting in a chair with his muscles taut, his physique carved like a masterpiece of art, reminiscent of a demigod from myth. Yet, his form is not bulky. Rather, beneath those defined muscles, he appears remarkably lithe. Following his recent exertions, a slight sheen of sweat glistened upon him, and as the heat evaporated the moisture, the air around him seemed to warp from a distance. Glancing at his left hand, the prince furrowed his brow momentarily, and after a moment of contemplation, he flipped his right hand to reveal a finely crafted small revolver. A classic, .38 caliber revolver. Legally owned, undoubtedly part of his arsenal. Sometimes, a legally possessed firearm proves more convenient, which is why he always kept one in his storage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he aimed the gun at his left hand. Ordinary melee weapons posed no threat to him at all. Even the so-called divine arms would struggle to breach his skin. It was time to test the efficacy of firearms. Given that .38 caliber's relatively small size and inferior penetrating power, without special armor-piercing rounds, it should pose little risk. Let me see if flesh can withstand the impact of a bullet. At worst, I might sustain a minor injury. Bang! With a decisive pull of the trigger, the prince shot himself without a moment's hesitation. Logically, if he could withstand melee weapons with ease, this small caliber bullet should not inflict significant harm. The .38 caliber's muzzle velocity is approximately 250 meters per second, with a standard lead projectile that possesses negligible armor-piercing capabilities, being relatively soft in composition and of below-average penetration power. However, its close-range efficacy remains formidable. Should the prince activate his divine sight, he could, to a certain extent, perceive the bullet's trajectory with the naked eye, but due to the limitations of his vision, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse, still unable to see it clearly. The bullet exited the wound and instantly struck the palm of the prince's hand, delivering a powerful impact that was nonetheless bearable. A slight sting radiated from his palm, akin to a pinprick, and contrary to his expectations. The anticipated excruciating pain did not materialize. Instead, the impact merely left a mild numbing sensation, which was not severe. Observing the deformed bullet, which had retained its shape due to not striking a hard object, still spinning in his palm, a faint smile crept across the prince's lips. Ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly unrestrained as the bullet fell from his palm to the ground, leaving his hand unscathed, merely marked by a superficial trace. For the prince, the ability to withstand bullets signifies a qualitative threshold. Before acquiring such resistance, the concept of defense was fundamentally no different from before. In the world of organized crime, firearms are easily accessible, and once circumstances escalate, he knows that being shot is almost a certainty. Hence, he donned 3 layers of armor daily, resembling a tortoise, and approached his dealings with caution. Whether engaging in business or forging connections, the essence remained rooted in stability. Yet today, everything underwent a seismic shift. Gaining resistance to firearms signifies that the prince no longer fears concealed weapons, allowing him to act with greater audacity, significantly increasing his margin for error in offending others. Armed with a hammer, he now perceives everyone as a nail, eager to strike at the slightest provocation, embodying a mindset of confrontation. After several days of preparation, the momentous day of the Prince Street opening finally arrived. With 2.5 hours until the auspicious hour, he instructed his security team to remain vigilant, urging the patrolling brothers to be alert and to strike decisively should trouble arise. If anything happens, do not hesitate. Fight with all your might. The company will bear the consequences. Have the anti-theft unit on standby. Anyone daring to cause chaos today will face severe repercussions. Do you understand? Understood. Yes, boss. Wei Jixiong, Hu Chongmao, Hui, and Xiong were all out in full force, each leading elite teams to patrol different sectors of Prince Street. The area, not expansive at over 100 acres, boasted more than 1,000 security personnel, not accounting for the covert watchers keeping an eye on pickpockets. On the first day of business, should any disturbances occur, the enterprise would be jeopardized. The prince had invested considerable resources, not to have them squandered. Not only the prince, but the 5 other organizations collaborating with him also united in unprecedented solidarity, safeguarding their respective territories while controlling their subordinates and obstructing members of rival gangs. These 5 organizations acted as a buffer, establishing a barrier between the prince and the larger factions, effectively isolating the two. The prince's strategy of expanding into remote regions appears to have been remarkably successful. Aside from the direction of Kowloon, areas such as Kuntong, Wangtai Sin, and Saikung all fall under his domain, presenting minimal resistance. Furthermore, any other forces attempting a flanking maneuver would find it nearly impossible, as the prince likely had bases hidden in those locales. In his backyard, the identities of his factories remained unknown, and any attempts to circumvent his defenses could easily lead to being cut off. The prince also pondered who might dare to oppose him. After all, on the surface, those who could be deemed his enemies had either perished or been imprisoned. Notably, there was Lian Kuan from Hung Hing, who, after eliminating Chen Qi, chose not to follow the path of Big B, who, when cornered by law enforcement, had his subordinates take the fall, resulting in the latter's imprisonment for 8 years. Instead, Lian Kuan opted to shoulder the burden himself. Convicted of intentional injury, he was sentenced to 4 years and is currently incarcerated in Stanley Prison, keeping company with Wang Dong and Robinson. Although the prince had previously been incited by Lian Kuan, leading to a confrontation with Gan Zitai, he still held a degree of admiration for Lian Kuan's character. In terms of leadership, Lian Kuan could be regarded as one of the finest brothers within Hung Hing. Mr. Jiang, you arrived quite early. Uncle Mei, congratulations. Congratulations. Atai is truly a young prodigy, quietly amassing such a significant enterprise. Impressive indeed. Uncle Mei will soon enjoy the fruits of his labor. Oh, it's merely youthful folly. In the future, Atai will still need to rely on Mr. Jiang's support. Uncle Mei, you are too modest. We are all part of the same family. Next time, when Atai has such a grand venture, he must also consider my interests. Yao, bring the items up. Jiang Tianxing has brought only a few people. When he steps out, he is the complete antithesis of the prince. As the leader of one of the largest gangs in the port, Jiang typically brings along only his companion, Fong Ting. and only invites others to accompany him on significant occasions. Today he has brought his trusted confidants, the white paper fan, Chen Yao, the influential figure of Causeway Bay, Dabi, the opportunistic Ji Gu, and the decision-maker in Quiet Sing, Han Bin. Along with Ji's entourage and their horses, the total is around a dozen individuals. After all, today is Hong Tai's event, and having too many of them would overshadow the host. With a command from Jiang Tiansheng, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji stepped forward, lifting a rectangular object draped in red cloth. "Tai, please." This time, Jiang Tiansheng refrained from further conversation with Chun Mei and instead turned his gaze to the prince beside Chun Mei. The prince, unreserved, approached and seized the red cloth, dramatically unveiling it. Prosperous business. Beneath the cloth lay a grand gold plaque, inscribed with the words prosperous business in magnificent characters, undoubtedly crafted from pure gold. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. We are all comrades here, Tai, no need for formality. How is the renovation progress of the shops? When can we celebrate together?" "Soon, if we open sequentially. The first batch of shops can be up and running within a week. If we plan a grand opening, it will take about a month." "Excellent. Let us share tea together when time allows. I won't take up more of your time today." Chun Haonan gazed enviously at the prince, who was engaged in lively conversation with Jiang Tiansheng, his eyes drifting to the vast expanse of shops behind the prince, stirring a deep longing in his heart. Beside him, Shanji, also filled with envy, voiced his thoughts openly. Turning his face away from Jiang, Shanji whispered to Chun Haonan, "Damn, this guy is impressive. How much protection money must he collect for such a vast territory? Indeed, this area is probably 4 or 5 times the size of Bolan Street. I wonder when we will possess such a domain." Slap, slap. Both Chun Haonan and Shanji received a sharp reprimand on their heads. "You two rascals. Today I have brought you out to meet Mr. Jiang, so pay attention and hold the plaque properly. If you embarrass me, I'll flay you both when we return." "Understood, big brother. My apologies, Bigu." Chun Haonan and Shanji, being at the lowest echelon in the gang, were akin to small fry, only being included today because Dabi treated Chun Haonan like a son. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been part of this gathering. Once Jiang Tiansheng arrived, other gang members began to trickle in. Chapter 138, The Gathering. East Star, Brother Camel has arrived. Uncle Mei. Tai. Long time no see. Uncle Luo. Arriving almost simultaneously with the Hongxing members were those from East Star, led by Camel, accompanied by the formidable Downhill Tiger, Crow, and the Smiling Tiger, Wu Zhuwei, along with a few loyal subordinates. Though not many in number, they were all promising individuals. In such circumstances, those brought by the gang leaders were typically individuals poised to uphold the gang's reputation for many years to come. In the world of gangs, relationships and personal connections are paramount. Ascending the ranks is not merely a matter of ambition. Following Camel, Crow and Wu Zhiwei's eyes gleamed with palpable greed. Crow's expression of admiration was particularly pronounced. Wow, this vast territory could easily accommodate thousands of people. If it were to disperse, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Not just dispersing. With such a vast area, how much could be earned daily? That prince. The thought of the prince raking in money filled Crow with an indescribable sensation, akin to having money slip from his own pocket. It would have been easier to remain oblivious, but now that he had seen it, it was difficult not to feel a tinge of desire. After some polite exchanges, the East Star members were ushered in, and, as if prearranged, Camel also unveiled a golden plaque, this one inscribed with the words wealth and prosperity. Next to arrive was Uncle Deng, accompanied by the somewhat cumbersome Chueji, who was struggling to walk. In comparison to Jiang Tiansheng and Camel, Chueji's status appeared to lack significance, and he seemed to hold less esteem than Chen Yao and Crow. This was indeed the case. If evaluated independently, Chueji's recent rise in the underworld could not compare to the standing of Chen Yao, Crow, and their ilk. Over the past nearly 2 years, Chueji's ascension to his position was merely due to his weakness, making it easier for Uncle Deng to manipulate him. The support from his backer, Didi, was essentially a facade, intended to elevate Chueji at the behest of Deng, with little genuine effort from Didi. Moreover, with the recent elections within Lianxing, the rivalry between Jordan Zelu and Sunwan's Didi had created a tense atmosphere, causing unrest within Lianxing. In such a context, Chueji's status as a soon-to-be obsolete figure was rapidly declining. However, he was unconcerned. After all, he would soon retire. At his age, he planned to quietly collect his stipend as an elder within the gang, leaving the struggles of the younger generation to their own devices. Trailing behind Uncle Deng and Chueji were the 2 leading candidates for the position of sitting leader, both fixated intently on the prince's face. Didi, a brash and impulsive individual, was a quintessential thug, yet he adhered to some semblance of rules and treated his subordinates well, resembling a rougher version of Chun Mei. His successful reign was largely attributed to his astute wife. In stark contrast, aloof from Jordan was far more conniving, embodying a blend of Dede and his wife. Employing unscrupulous means to achieve his goals without regard for rules. Watching the prince's flourishing business, Dede's eyes sparkled with envy. Although he aspired to be the sitting leader of Lianxing, the prospect of becoming a wealthy man seemed equally appealing. Alu's gaze, however, was more complex. While the prince could not read minds, an instinctual discomfort arose within him. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Deng and presenting a plaque, they proceeded into the venue. These guests were directed to the prince's office building on Prince Street, rather than wandering the streets aimlessly. Security personnel were stationed to patrol and block the roads, ensuring no encounters with other guests. In their own domain, they could navigate as they pleased. The prince's office building on Prince Street was arranged in a square layout, comprising a secluded courtyard with 4 entrances connecting to the street, one of which led directly outside. This setup allowed for seamless connectivity to the neighborhood while also providing the option for independence, a highly convenient arrangement. As the representatives from the major gangs arrived first, others began to follow suit. Although rivalries existed among gangs of the same caliber, a sense of respect lingered in the presence of the 3 major factions. At present, Hongtai's status has risen remarkably amidst a multitude of second-tier organizations, drawing close to the 3 major factions and exuding the potential of becoming a 4th. Were it not for the fact that most of the Crown Prince's business ventures are predominantly white, which is apparent to any discerning observer, one might suspect a coalition would have already formed against him. To genuinely grow into a formidable entity that stands the test of time, one must endure some harsh trials. Congratulations, Crown Prince. Wishing you prosperous business. Suddenly, a voice emerged beside the Crown Prince, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. No breath? No. It's that I failed to perceive it. An expert. The Crown Prince turned his head slightly downward and beheld a stout man whose stature, while not particularly tall, stood in stark contrast to the Crown Prince, who had surpassed 6 feet due to his rigorous training. Yet, the Crown Prince sensed an indescribable aura of danger emanating from him. Even when concentrating, he could not fully grasp the man's breath. A master of internal martial arts. Moreover, one far superior to Feng Yuxiu. Ever since taking Feng Yuxiu under his wing, the Crown Prince had sparred with him. And even against Feng Yuxiu's 7th level of Iron Shirt, his internal martial arts had failed to inflict substantial harm. However, the man before him was different. The Crown Prince sensed he might not be his match, or rather, he was perfectly countered by this individual. You are the esteemed leader of Kowloon walled city. My subordinates are truly honored. You may address me as the big boss. So, it was the big boss of Kowloon walled city. I have long admired you. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you today. Your reputation precedes you. The Crown Prince is also truly deserving of respect. Who would have thought that at such a young age, he would possess such martial prowess? He is indeed a prodigy, a formidable presence among the youth. Agio. Wishing you wealth and prosperity, Crown Prince. Ha. Upon hearing the big boss's call, a young man with sunglasses and long, curly hair approached, wearing an enigmatic smile and holding a resplendent golden horse, seemingly of considerable weight. Wangjio. The Crown Prince regarded the influence of Kowloon walled city with trepidation, particularly this madman before him, a being who had honed both external and divine martial arts to an extraordinary degree, capable of withstanding bullets. Thank you very much, big boss. Please, come inside. The Crown Prince accepted the heavy golden horse from Wangjio, its weight indicating genuine sincerity. As the Crown Prince appraised Wangjio reciprocated the scrutiny, his exaggerated grin suggesting he was in high spirits. However, the true master of Kowloon walled city, the Tornado, did not appear alongside the big boss. The big boss's influence only occupied a small portion of Kowloon walled city. The majority lay outside its borders. Strictly speaking, he did not count as a force within the walled city. The most significant powers within Kowloon walled city were the director of the city security committee, Tornado, and the prominent landlord, Di Qiu, alongside various gangs such as the Dragon City Gang, Chaozhou Gang, and Yichun, among others. These entangled forces occupied the confined space of Kowloon walled city, a chaotic melange rife with crime, violence, disorder, and poverty, yet also teeming with significant profit. Within less than 50 acres of land, nearly 100,000 people resided, resulting in an outrageous population density. The businesses of smuggling, narcotics, gambling, and usury flourished spectacularly. Even the recently arrived Dongxing's descending tiger, the Crow, had engaged in underground fights amidst the exuberance. The Crown Prince held little interest in such a place. The challenges of seizing control were formidable, and even if he succeeded, governing it would be equally arduous. Moreover, the businesses within held no allure for him, rendering it rather a burdensome endeavor. However, his lack of interest in Kowloon walled city did not deter the big boss, who was exceedingly intrigued by this emergent neighbor. Otherwise, he would not have made a special trip today to present such a grand gift. The The big boss, having just entered middle age, remained at the pinnacle of his life. A master of internal martial arts with profound skills. Even a formidable external martial artist like Wang Jiao could not withstand more than 10 exchanges against him in peak condition. Such immense power begets unwavering confidence, coupled with an uncontainable ambition. The big boss harbored aspirations of defeating Tornado within Kowloon walled city to seize control of its power entirely. Yet, in terms of strength, he and Tornado were nearly equals, with Tornado subtly holding an advantage. A direct assault was implausible. The likelihood of success was low. And even if victorious, the cost would be unbearable. Thus, the solution lay in seeking external alliances to disrupt the balance between them, diminishing Tornado's slight edge and completely reversing the situation. Clearly, the ascendant Crown Prince had caught the big boss's eye and instantly captivated his attention. The Crown Prince adhered to rules, upheld order, and established norms. On his territory, one must abide by his regulations, thus recreating an order and forming a completely dependent interest group around him. Yet, similarly, those old or abandoned interest groups remained sources of profit. A brief investigation revealed to the big boss that the businesses discarded by the Crown Prince were precisely what he desired, making them seemingly the perfect partners. If a collaboration could be established with the Crown Prince, the big boss could maximize his gains. Reluctantly entering the garden area, the big boss harbored a strong desire to discuss cooperation with the Crown Prince immediately. However, the timing was evidently inappropriate. Today marked the grand opening of a venture that the Crown Prince had prepared alongside 5 other second-tier organizations for quite some time. To cause a stir at this moment would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. With Hong Tai and the other 5 organizations scrutinizing him, not even the big boss could sleep soundly, let alone Jiang Tianxing from Hongqing. Such foolish acts were not something those who had risen to prominence would undertake. As he continued to receive a steady stream of guests, the Crown Prince's expression became somewhat rigid upon spotting a group of individuals he wished to avoid. Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor as he approached them. "Welcome, Mr. Bai. I did not expect you to find the time to visit me in this remote locale. Crown Prince, I trust you are aware of my intentions. I apologize, but I am unclear on what you mean. If there are any issues, please contact my legal team." "Thank you. Crown Prince, we are all acquaintances. There is no need for such wariness. I will speak plainly. Today, on the occasion of your business opening, many notable figures from across the Hong Kong underworld have gathered. We fear potential disturbances, so we came to take a look and stand guard for you. There is no need for such harsh words." "Haha, Mr. Bai, you jest. I conduct business openly, with all necessary procedures in place. Who would dare cause a ruckus? Should anything transpire, I will certainly reach out to you immediately, as any good citizen ought to. I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me." Regarding those individuals serving under the foreign officials, the prince harbors a deep-seated disdain for them, naturally lacking any fondness. Had they been grassroots officers on the front lines, he might have held a modicum of respect for them, as many of those fresh out of the police academy genuinely possess a sense of justice. Similarly, he would extend respect to seasoned detectives who confront criminals with their lives on the line. However, for those who manage to ascend to the upper echelons of the police force, the prince has no desire to engage with them. Were it not for the necessity of leveraging the power they wield, he would scarcely bother to orchestrate any schemes involving them, let alone pay them off with bribes. Individuals like Officer Bai represent a morally ambiguous character. For the sake of his own career, he is capable of engaging in many unscrupulous acts. The prince considers himself unequivocally villainous. Thus he harbors a contempt for such hypocritical good individuals. Take, for instance, Susanna, who stands as evidence of this. If Bai were truly a good person, she would not be present before the prince to procure so-called evidence. Sending a woman to infiltrate a gang leader's circle, what could possibly unfold that he is unaware of? It is merely a matter of indifference. As long as Susanna can be of use, the cost is of no concern to him. Presently, Officer Bai poses no threat to the prince. The foreign officials at Kowloon police station are under the prince's financial influence, and he has acquired a cache of valuable items that pose a significant threat to those officials, even having leverage over their father. With a son like Bai, the prince naturally feels little concern. After concluding his remarks, the prince disregarded them and turned to return to the garden area. Chapter 140. A trusted yet troubling issue, this fellow. The prince's dismissive demeanor was tolerable to Officer Bai, but his younger subordinates could hardly contain their anger, their faces flushed with indignation, eager to confront the prince for a debate. In their eyes, they were the soldiers, while the prince was the thief. Historically, only thieves feared soldiers. There was no precedent for soldiers fearing thieves. Officer Bai restrained his subordinates, his expression devoid of anger, instead tinged with a sense of wistfulness. "Calm down. We are intruding today. It is only natural that we are not welcomed. Let us focus on our duties, and should chaos ensue, prioritize your own safety before considering the mission. I shall handle the situation from above. As a distinguished inspector, it was evident that his presence here was not by choice. Had it not been for the directive from the higher-ups, this task would never have fallen upon him, which was inconsistent with his status. Meanwhile, within the office building, the banquet had been meticulously arranged, with all guests seated according to their status and relationships. Though some harbored intentions of causing trouble, such as a few ruffians from the Eastern Star, the vastness of the occasion instinctively drew them towards mischief, particularly upon the arrival of the Hung Hing members. A palpable tension arose, reminiscent of adversaries meeting face to face. The prince had anticipated such a scenario. Throughout the grand hall of the office building, his security personnel stood vigilant, armed with electric batons, occasionally discharging them, the crackling sound sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. With the prince's assent, his subordinates gradually gained notoriety in the underworld, earning the moniker Electric Baton Maniacs. Both Eastern Star and Hung Hing had encountered these young ruffians before, and upon their return, whether out of a desire to uphold their own reputation or genuine fear, they would invariably exaggerate the prowess of the prince's followers. Tales of one defeating 5 opponents, or being impervious to knife attacks, especially with their electric batons, were recounted with great enthusiasm. After all, compared to traditional knives, these batons, capable of emitting crackling blue electricity, were undeniably more impressive. Is that the so-called prince's security? They certainly appear well-trained. Jiang Tianxing mused with keen interest, observing the upright figures of the prince's security personnel. Similar sentiments flickered in the eyes of other gang leaders, some dismissing these so-called security forces with disdain, viewing them merely as a means of extorting protection fees, while others, intrigued by the prospect of cleansing their operations, contemplated the process of establishing security companies. However, due to the precedent set by the prince, the police were not entirely unresponsive. The requirements for security company licenses had shifted from virtually non-existent to a stringent process, especially for those with ties to gangs, which now demanded thorough scrutiny. In less than a year, the prince's security company had burgeoned into a colossal entity comprising over 10,000 individuals, none of whom were mere clerical staff, but rather formidable men hailing from the ruffian background. Should such a well-trained assembly erupt into insurrection, it would spell disaster. With the prince as a trusted yet troubling issue, the foreign officials could not afford to witness the emergence of additional threats. As for those uniformed subordinates of Hung Tai, opinions varied, some scoffed, while others wore expressions of grave concern. Perspectives diverged, and understandings of the situation differed. The separation of the gang members from the genuine guests, coupled with the diversion of minibuses and taxis to alternate routes, ensured that no conflict arose between the two parties. Were there any individuals intent on causing mayhem? Certainly. There were those lacking foresight. At this moment, Prince Street was teeming with people, bustling with life. Thanks to extensive pre-opening promotions, despite the advertisements becoming somewhat overwhelming, the results were undeniably effective. With less than an hour before the grand opening, Prince Street was already brimming with visitors, necessitating the control of minibus schedules to manage the influx. Whether it was the Snack Street, Entertainment District, Electronic Street, or Commercial Avenue, every section was packed to capacity. Regardless of the quality of the venues or the products, the main aim was simply to experience the excitement, and the transportation was merely a means to gather the crowd. As they meandered through the Snack Street, they encountered an array of unfamiliar delicacies. Enhanced by additives like ethyl maltol and bone-penetrating flavor enhancers, the aromas wafted enticingly. Immediately detectable upon entry, the snacks, hailing from all corners of the world, offered a delightful blend of sweet and sour, spicy and savory, designed to tantalize the senses. As for the taste, that was a matter of personal preference, given that these offerings differed significantly from the culinary habits of the port city. After sampling a variety of treats for just a few dozen dollars, patrons would satisfy their hunger and proceed to explore the clothing, shoes, accessories, and bags lining the fashion streets. The shops were abundant, with clearly defined categories, and most importantly, various styles of clothing, shoes, and the latest hairstyles bore more than an 80 resemblance to renowned brands. While the appearance might be similar, the price tags varied immensely. A pair of genuine shoes could start at $2,000, whereas a similar style here might only cost $500. This disparity made it nearly impossible for the younger crowd to resist. Not purchasing would almost feel like a betrayal of their desires. Carrying their newly purchased clothing and shoes, they made their way back to the Electronic Street, where an extensive array of gaming consoles and cartridges, some familiar from news articles and magazines, others entirely novel, awaited them. This treasure trove was replete with gray market goods from the land of cherry blossoms, having traversed through Southeast Asia before arriving via water routes facilitated by a local company. All while only incurring taxes at this end. Though costs had risen slightly, the prices remained justifiable under scrutiny. In the land of cherry blossoms, a legitimate Famicom console retails for 400 yuan, whereas the gray market variant only costs 250. Yet it garners a selling price of 1,000 yuan here. a testament to their integrity, particularly given its exclusivity. A dazzling array of game cartridges adorned an entire wall, with trial televisions and consoles neatly arranged within the store, inciting a frenzy among patrons vying for a chance to play, with some nearly coming to blows. Exhausted from both playing and browsing, they decided to visit the nearby snack street for a final round of culinary delights, leaving Prince Street with their pockets thoroughly emptied. Chapter 141. Leave professional matters to professionals. Amidst the crowd, 3 pairs of keen eyes meticulously scanned their surroundings, as one individual stealthily approached a target. One would divert the target's attention from the front, while another would subtly attract it from the side, allowing the true thief to silently pilfer the target's wallet from behind. Theft is an art. It encompasses lone wolves, small collaborative groups, and professional pickpockets affiliated with larger syndicates, who steal within their territory and dutifully report their hauls. This segment of crime forms a part of the syndicate's illicit income, yet Prince, in a twist of fate, assimilated these skilled individuals into a special operations department. During previous apprehensions, those who unlocked car doors were once car thieves, capable of gaining entry to any luxury vehicle in under half a minute. With expertise in all vehicle models, they could steal a car in mere moments, showcasing their specialization. Similarly, those who pilfered goods operated with the same level of proficiency. Amongst their peers, they could easily identify fellow pickpockets by their physique, movements, and gaze. Having honed their skills through relentless practice, their very demeanor had transformed, particularly their expressions and stares, enabling them to observe their surroundings with minimal movement. Hey, what are you doing? Apologies. It's quite crowded here. Are you all right? The front-facing pickpocket deliberately stepped heavily onto the target's foot, causing a surge of pain that immediately redirected the target's focus to the individual before him. At this juncture, the accomplice, who had been drawing fire, casually brushed past from the target's left side, lightly bumping his shoulder. In the bustling market, a healthy sense of vigilance prevailed. Pickpockets were a rampant presence. Thus, upon being nudged, the target instinctively reached for his wallet's position beneath his clothing. Feeling the reassuring contour of the wallet, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as his hand lowered, the true thief deftly glided his left hand over the man's attire, causing the wallet to slip away without the target's awareness. The thief wielded an incredibly sharp blade, capable of slicing through not just ordinary jackets, but even leather ones with ease, exuding an air of technological prowess. With the wallet secured, the thief's expression remained unperturbed. Had one not been attuned to his movements, the surrounding passers-by would have remained oblivious to his actions. Such skilled pickpockets are nothing short of prodigious talents, requiring mastery of psychology and agility, while their appearance must strike a delicate balance, not too unattractive, yet not overly handsome, allowing them to blend seamlessly into a crowd, making them ideal candidates for intelligence work. Do you have any idea whose territory this is? You little sparrows dare to stir up trouble here? Do you wish to endanger your lives? The pickpocket, having just completed his theft, found his path obstructed by 3 individuals. As he listened to their words, a flicker of panic crossed his face. However, those in this line of work must possess a solid psychological fortitude. If a mere scare could expose their ruse, they would never be able to steal undetected from their targets. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Please clear the way. Thank you. Make your move. The security personnel were not inclined to engage in idle chatter. Not only were their surveillance cameras in place, but their discerning eyes were sharper than ever. Even if their physical prowess waned, their observational skills had significantly improved. Prince had cultivated an exceptional cadre of security personnel, embracing useful techniques without regard for traditional sectarianism. Despite their varying levels of innate talent and training duration, the enhancement of their observational acuity differed among them. Some improved their eyesight, while others honed their dexterity through specialized training, leading to the promotion of Ah Hui and Ah Xiong as core instructors within the security company. Neither bore any psychological burden regarding the dissemination of their martial expertise, having been rendered ineffectual themselves. Harboring resentment was simply unrealistic. Furthermore, teaching Prince was hardly a breach of decorum. After all, the rules had already been broken, and this minor transgression seemed inconsequential. Most importantly, the rewards bestowed by Prince were substantial. In this context, even the most skilled petty thieves faced considerable difficulty in evading the keen eyes of these specialized security consultants. What do you intend to? Before the thief could finish his sentence, an electric baton had already jabbed into his side, sending a powerful current coursing through his body, instantly paralyzing his nerves and muscles, rendering him incapable of articulating his thoughts. Moments later, the baton was withdrawn, leaving the thief limp and clearly unconscious. Another security personnel swiftly moved in to lift him, even though a person in such a state is difficult to carry due to their lack of balance. Yet, against the backdrop of professional training, he was hoisted away as effortlessly as a fledgling chick. A similar scenario unfolded for the other 2 individuals tasked with diverting attention. as the street boasted an abundance of security personnel, ensuring that confrontations typically involved 2 or 3 against 1, thus avoiding any inadequacies in manpower. After all, one of Prince's intentions in developing this street was to accommodate as many of his subordinates as possible, maximizing the advantage as long as it remained financially viable. As the security personnel sprang into action, onlookers were initially taken aback. However, designated staff quickly emerged to reassure them, and upon witnessing uniformed personnel on the scene, the crowd instinctively listened to their words. "Excuse me, sir, is this your wallet?" The individuals who were just apprehended were identified as thieves through surveillance and patrolling confirmation. "We sincerely apologize for the fright this has caused you. Here is a discount voucher for 10% off your next purchase within the precinct." Apologies. The return of stolen property and compensation through a discount, all part of the process, left both the victim and the spectators feeling an enhanced sense of goodwill. Chapter 142. A sense of security. Similar scenarios unfolded in various locales throughout the neighborhood within a mere hour. The patrolling security personnel had addressed no fewer than a dozen petty theft rings. While some of these individuals had the backing of organized crime, the majority operated as independent factions, typically engaging in transient thievery, drifting wherever the targets were plentiful, making a quick score before vanishing, rendering them exceedingly difficult to apprehend. The more organized pickpockets were no fools. In their eyes, Hongtai was a formidable presence as well. To disrupt such a significant occasion could yield dire consequences. Should anything go awry and they find themselves caught, even their affiliations would not be able to shield them from the repercussions. This understanding was not lost on them, which is why the more astute individuals prudently stayed away. However, driven by greed and the allure of wealth, Prince Street drew an influx of patrons. And given its nature as a marketplace, visitors were invariably laden with cash. For these thieves, a locale teeming with cash-bearing individuals was akin to a buffet, where every passerby represented a succulent morsel. The mere sight of such opportunities ignited a craving within them. Thus, under the influence of avarice, even some organized pickpocket teams chose to take risks and ventured onto Prince Street in search of their prey. What followed was a battle of wits between the security personnel and these thieves. Some were apprehended on the spot as they attempted to strike, while others were cornered as they readied to flee after their misdeeds. It must be noted that this group contained several skilled individuals. Some, after successfully pilfering, executed their escape with remarkable swiftness, deftly maneuvering away from the grasp of security and seamlessly blending into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Although the success rate of the security personnel in capturing these culprits was notably high, it was by no means infallible. Nevertheless, the security teams remained undaunted, convinced that these individuals would not elude their grasp. After confirming the physical characteristics of their targets, a few of the thwarted security personnel retrieved their walkie-talkies. Lost target. Physical description: male, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, center-parted hair, a mole beneath the left eye, wearing a yellow top and black trousers. Last seen heading towards the snack street. Received. A suspect has been spotted. Already apprehended. Wallet recovered. Understood. The walkie-talkie proved to be an exceptionally effective tool, especially in an established territory like Prince Street, allowing for instant communication with a simple button press, far more efficient than requiring a phone call. By strategically placing a few relay stations at critical points, the range of the walkie-talkies easily encompassed the entirety of Prince Street, with signal degradation being nearly negligible. The associated costs were trivial for Prince. In less than 5 minutes, the recently fled thief was subdued by other security personnel and swiftly brought to the ground, subsequently met with a shock baton. With the evidence in hand, the recovered wallet was returned to its rightful owner while the thief was dragged away. Normally, such individuals would warrant severe punishment to deter others contemplating mischief. Otherwise, in such a bustling commercial district, dealing with a diverse array of troublemakers would require considerable effort. However, Prince harbored an alternative perspective. These thieves were skilled technicians, and merely stealing a wallet did not constitute a grave offense. Most importantly, without these mice, what use would the security personnel, akin to cats, have? Moreover, these mice possess their own utility. At least those former pickpockets turned security personnel performed admirably today. It could be said that a significant portion of these thieves were recognized by them, and even if some attempted to flee, they could swiftly note the target's physical features and rapidly communicate with their colleagues, ultimately leading to the apprehension of the suspect. In addition to the thieves, there were also various troublemakers, none of whom were legitimate gang members. Even the ruffians present were typically those who roamed independently, not even qualifying as rebellious youths. Sporting flamboyant hairstyles and adorned with piercings, they fancied themselves as the epitome of superiority, yet in reality, they struggled to scrape together even $100, often pooling resources to buy a single snack on the street. Such characters often lacked intelligence. Some, albeit not entirely foolish, recognized the presence of authority and merely engaged in light consumption and mingling, enjoying the atmosphere without causing disturbances. Others, however, lacking discernment, brought a few of their associates and attempted to extort protection fees from vendors. For these individuals, it sufficed to say that within 2.5 minutes, they were swiftly subdued by patrolling security personnel. As various thieves and ruffians were escorted away, the onlookers were not deterred. Instead, they expressed surprise at the security measures in place on Prince Street. After all, in other bustling areas like Temple Streets or Snack Streets, such occurrences were a rarity. Not only were there seldom patrols, but even the police rarely intervened in thefts, given the daunting complexity of the terrain and the futility of their efforts. As for organized crime, it was even less likely that their own members would apprehend each other. Thus, in those areas, if something was lost and not immediately pursued, one would essentially resign themselves to misfortune. Even if they did manage to chase down a thief, they often faced the risk of reinforcements arriving, potentially transforming a simple theft into a brutal confrontation, with no chance of recovering their belongings. Some comparisons are stark. When juxtaposed, one side can completely overshadow the other, resulting in a profound sensory impact. Prince Street, with its array of novel attractions, offered unique culinary delights and cutting-edge merchandise, not to mention the freshly renovated ambience, accentuated by vibrant lights that were a feast for the eyes. Coupled with such a secure environment, patrons felt an immense sense of safety, leading them to instinctively consider Prince Street for their future shopping endeavors. Many guests wandered back and forth, initially intending to spend nothing, yet ultimately parting with several $100s. Laden with numerous purchases, it was a common occurrence for each visitor to linger in the district for at least 1 or 2 hours, with some unwilling to leave even after 4 or 5 hours. Chapter 143. When is D going fishing? Prince, the statistics are in. By Prince's side, Maradona held 2 sheets of paper that appeared remarkably heavy, causing her expression to betray a hint of tension. Go ahead, I'm listening. Just give me the total. All right. Prince did not turn around, remaining poised at the window of Prince International Tower, overlooking the bustling world below, though the slight drawback was that the building was somewhat low, lacking that panoramic majesty. According to the statistics, over the past 24 hours, Prince Street had welcomed a staggering 98,000 visitors, with an average spending of $39 on dining, $95 on retail, and $75 on entertainment, culminating in a remarkable revenue of $890,000. As the venue belongs to us, and the rental income is accounted for within the company's revenue, after deducting labor and material costs, the net profit can reach approximately 35%. In the past 24 hours, the net profit was around $3,100,000. Given that Prince Street operates around the clock, the external parking fees have yet to be calculated. The material costs are tied to the foreign trade company, and we continue to account for them at market prices. Regarding the internal accounts of the company, the profits could potentially increase by another 20%. After excluding various shares allocated to the other 5 associations, it seems that on the first day, our group could see profits exceeding $4 million. Some accounts can only be verbally communicated within the group and cannot be documented, ultimately requiring a team of internal financial personnel for calculations. After all, the primary business of the foreign trade company associated with the prince is smuggling, which, if discovered, would be catastrophic, yet maintaining records is essential. Fortunately, Prince possesses a systematic storage space where the ledgers are organized and kept, rendering their existence or absence inconsequential. $4 million in a single day? This figure, while not particularly high, cannot be dismissed as insignificant either. For an ordinary person, it could take a lifetime to earn such an amount, yet for the affluent, several million a day is hardly a substantial figure, calculating an annual profit of around $1 to $1.5 billion. When compared to colossal conglomerates with assets in the trillions, even if Prince were to maintain this business for another 100 years, it would still pale in comparison, barely scratching the surface. However, Prince is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. Subsequent revenues are unlikely to remain as elevated. Once the initial fervor of the opening fades, sustaining $2 million a day would already be commendable. This success is largely due to the high integration of Prince Street, distinguishing it from other food and entertainment streets in the area. As time progresses, the popularity of Prince Street is bound to inspire imitation. Although the region may be small, creating several such districts should not pose a significant challenge. The next step is to maintain a unique competitive advantage, which will depend on Prince's capabilities. Thankfully, he still possesses the strength of his associations. Unless his rivals are significantly stronger in the underworld, any inept imitation will likely meet a dismal fate. After all, while others may resort to unscrupulous tactics to undermine his business, such methods may not yield effective results. Conversely, if he employs underhanded tactics against others, the situation would differ drastically, as other associations are not as willing to invest heavily in maintaining a substantial workforce. The Prince Security Group, which has covertly expanded to 15,000 members, comprises a significant portion of individuals lacking specific job assignments. In other words, given Prince's current territory, it is simply unsustainable to support such a large workforce. The venues that have signed security agreements and pay monthly service fees can barely sustain a few thousand personnel. Were it not for Prince's relentless pursuit of revenue, he would have long since faced bankruptcy. After extensive preparations, the emergence of Prince Street as a massive cash flow generator allows Prince to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Waking up to millions in expenses daily can be quite stressful. With Prince Street in operation, the collective enterprises of the Prince Group can not only achieve a balance of income and expenditure, but may also yield a modest profit. The integration of the shipping vessels of the Robinson Group is still underway. Once the transportation group finalizes its routes, legitimate trade with the mainland will experience a significant surge. For the economically developing mainland, everything in the region is refreshingly novel. There are indeed quite a few wealthy individuals there. Even though their proportion is relatively small in this era, the sheer volume compensates for it. Certain items, when shipped, sell for exorbitant prices. For instance, the recently popular Mt. Gox shiny t-shirts can fetch $1,000 for the standard model and up to $1,500 for printed versions. The material cost for these items is less than $30, even with a 150% tariff, plus shipping and customs clearance fees. The total cost hovers around $80 to $90. Yet, these items have skyrocketed in popularity, and in an era where salaries barely exceed $100, the pricing is astonishingly disproportionate. Similar items abound, including various styles of watches, leather shoes, belts, bags, wallets, lighters, and sunglasses, even through legitimate customs channels. These products yield immense profits, being snatched up immediately upon arrival. The crucial aspect lies in how to transport these goods. Coincidentally, due to its long-standing involvement in smuggling various contraband, the Prince Group finds itself on the cooperative list for these legitimate goods. As long as Prince avoids greed and allows others to earn their rightful share, the approval of contracts becomes a mere formality. Transporting a Mt. Gox t-shirt requires no involvement from Prince. All subsequent logistics, sales, and warranties are entirely detached from him, as goods are picked up at customs by others, allowing Prince to pocket $300 per item. This operation resembles a money grab, with the production capacity of the region and the vast mainland market. Coupled with the limited number of qualified partners, the profitability of such business ventures is staggering. The truly lucrative enterprises are often those that operate quietly, eluding the notice of others. While Prince Street may seem eye-catching, generating billions annually, the reality is that the arrival of a single medium-sized cargo ship can yield $4 to $5 billion in profit. This is still constrained by the limited production capacity of garment factories, even when operating at full capacity. A small factory can barely produce less than 200,000 pieces annually, whereas a medium-sized cargo vessel can accommodate over 200,000 pieces. The immense market demand, coupled with constrained production capacity, presents the most significant bottleneck to Prince's development. Consequently, Prince is fervently establishing factories in Saigon. With the cash flow from Prince Street and the imminent launch of hundreds of fast food outlets, a period of accumulation will soon allow for further expansion. Once this expansion is achieved, he can set his sights on eliminating Hongxing, Dongxing, and Heliansheng. Speaking of which, the leadership transition within Heliansheng is approaching. When will Lu invite Didi for a fishing trip? Chapter 144. Coveted interests. It is widely known that when fishing, one must wear a helmet. Otherwise, one may inadvertently trigger a fatal effect. Unfortunately, Didi is one who prefers not to don a helmet while fishing. During the contest with Lu for the leadership of Heliansheng, he was unexpectedly struck down by Lu, meeting a mysterious and ambiguous demise, a rather ignoble end. Ali's invitation to Didi for fishing, followed by his elimination, marks a pivotal moment in the decline of Heliansheng, a once prestigious association. The elder of Heliansheng believed he could manipulate the entire association from behind the scenes, maintaining a facade of retirement while balancing the internal forces of Heliansheng. During the last election, the prominent Didi and the sufficiently qualified Lu chose not to run, instead opting to focus on their respective territories. The result was that the unqualified candidate was thrust into the spotlight, possessing the title of Heliansheng's leader while his actual capabilities were woefully inadequate, easily outmatched by any of Hongxing's hall leaders. Despite this weakness, Heliansheng remains resilient, upheld by its established rules. However, these rules have now been overshadowed by immense profit. How could there be so much? This is impossible. The tremendous success of Prince Street has suddenly attracted considerable attention and envy. As this staggering cash flow is coveted by all, it seems that the esteemed Deng Bo, who has connections with the Liansheng organization, has somehow acquired intelligence, including the daily earnings from Prince Street. Faced with the immense temptation of profit, Even the seemingly indifferent and reclusive Deng Bo finds it hard to resist the urge to seize a piece of the pie from the prince. However, upon reflection, he relinquishes this thought. The current power of Hong Tai is formidable enough that Deng Bo does not wish to jeopardize his balance by engaging in a confrontation with the gang. Should he fail to subdue the formidable D, the consequences could be dire, leading to a potential change of ownership within Liansheng, making it uncertain who would hold dominion over the organization. While Deng Bo manages to curb his avarice, others are unable to do the same. Is that Prince Street truly as lucrative as it seems? You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Very well, I understand. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Wu Ye felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The prince was thriving, and it irked him for reasons unknown, perhaps stemming from a simple jealousy of the prince's appearance. What nonsense is this so-called snack street? If the prince can establish it, then why can't my Yuya group? I shall also create an entertainment street, and name it Wu Ye Street. Wu Ye? It seems that Lao Ding has recently been collaborating with the prince on some restaurant venture. Are you not concerned? With a swift motion, he struck one of his subordinates, releasing a slight tension in his wrist afterward. The business between Lao Ding and that individual has excluded us entirely, which is an immense waste. We must either sabotage their endeavor or extract substantial benefits from it. In my territory, that money unequivocally belongs to me. Handing it over to Lao Ding is out of the question. We can negotiate collaboration. That insufferable prince, should he refuse to show us respect, we must find a way to deal with him. The most nutritious morsels come from human flesh. Eliminating one prince would yield a bountiful reward, as the wealth he leaves behind would be considerable. No, I cannot take action myself. Instead, you shall contact the Hong Yi Society, offer them a bounty, and have them handle it. Wu Ye retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Lei Wei, there is work to be done. Chapter 145, Collaboration. Hong Yi, one of the 5 second-rate organizations collaborating with the prince, was previously led by the formidable Bao Ge, whose full name was Lei Bao. His reputation was well known, but his arrogance was undeniable. Over a month ago, Lei Bao was fatally struck while intoxicated in the nightclub, during a moment of indiscretion in the alley behind the venue. The assailant fled and remains at large. Following Lei Bao's demise, his son Lei Wei assumed control. While Lei Bao was alive, Hong Yi boasted a renowned enforcer named Tang Jun, who was both bold and capable. However, since Lei Wei took the reins, his reputation, strength, and status have been overshadowed by Tang Jun. Though he holds the title of leader, few truly respect him. Coincidentally, Wu Ye is one of the few who does. The reason is simple. Only a collaborator like Wu Ye knows how deep Lei Wei's cunning runs. In Jiaogang, Lei Wei has consistently been Wu Ye's partner, serving as a vital channel for distributing white powder. Hong Yi is known for more than just Tang Jun. Periodically, other notorious enforcers emerge, only to vanish soon after, often due to arrests that leave a trail of incriminating evidence linked to their crimes. Through this tactic, Lei Wei has managed to deceive outsiders, even keeping his father unaware of his son's shrewdness. If not for Lei Wei's need for a stable supply, Wu Ye would have never discovered this deeply concealed character. Upon hearing Wu Ye's words, Lei Wei's voice came through the phone, laced with the smell of alcohol, yet Wu Ye knew he was not truly intoxicated. What is up? Eliminate the prince. Divide his business. Are you interested? The prince? Upon hearing that name, Lei Wei's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. On the other end of the line, the imposing figure of the elder brother, Lei Wei, pushed aside 2 women beside him and waved them out of the nightclub's private room. Speak clearly. Despite having consumed considerable alcohol, Lei Wei still stumbled over his words. That prince has expanded his business significantly. Yet he refuses to distribute white powder or allow his subordinates to engage. His presence is exceedingly bothersome. With so many venues, how wasteful it is not to utilize them for distribution. Our Lao Ding is still collaborating with him in business. It's utterly ridiculous. Doesn't your subordinate have a capable guy? Have him launch a surprise attack on the prince, and afterward, let's divide the prince's territory evenly. I'll even provide you with an additional 30% of the supply. We can all reap great rewards together. 50%. Deal. Come on, that is too little. Just a mere pawn. It's free to use. To Lei Wei, Tang Jun is merely disposable trash. If they can indeed eliminate the prince, Hong Yi could genuinely share in the spoils, especially given the closeness of their business ties compared to Dongxing and Hong Tai. Not to mention, his father, Lei Bao, was a sworn brother of Chun Mei, further tightening the bond. After Lei Bao's passing, Lei Wei naturally took over Hong Yi's position, seamlessly becoming a partner of the prince. He had long coveted the prince's business, which is why he readily agreed to the proposal. It would be exceedingly difficult for Hong Yi alone to consume such a substantial piece of the prince's cake, primarily because he could not withstand the fierce competition from Chun Mei and Hong Tai following the prince's demise. Now that Dongxing is involved, the situation has changed dramatically. Chapter 146. The brute together, they would hunt down Hong Tai, devouring this enticing morsel. Even if Chun Mei were to fight desperately, it would not matter. As for brotherly loyalty, that is merely a matter between Lei Bao and Chun Mei. What concern is it of Lei Wei? After ending the call, Lei Wei's eyes sparkled with ambition, and although his face was slightly flushed, he was not intoxicated in the slightest. The next day, in the office of Hong Es leader, Lei Wei, having confirmed his prepared materials, nodded in satisfaction, feeling confident that there were no oversights. Knock, knock, knock suddenly. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Big brother, it's me. Come in. The next moment, a handsome young man with long hair entered, clad in a tailored white suit that accentuated his striking features and distinguished aura, setting him apart from the crowd. Upon seeing Tang Jun enter, a flicker of jealousy crossed Lei Wei's eyes. He envied Tang Jun's reputation within the organization, his good looks, and his attractive girlfriend. However, this jealousy was quickly overshadowed by a sense of superiority. Compared to Lei Wei, Tang Jun's intellect seemed almost shockingly simplistic, a stark contrast to his striking appearance. Bordering on reckless. Big brother, what did you call me for? Come sit. With a benevolent smile, Lei Wei rose, somewhat sycophantically, to welcome Tang Jun to the sofa. Tang Jun, appreciating the gesture, felt that his relationship with Lei Wei was quite amicable, and for this good big brother, he was willing to give his all. Jun, I called you here out of necessity. The organization is in trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Rest assured, my dear brother, even if the deity himself were to arrive, I would shoulder the burden for you. Fear not, it is not to that extent, though it certainly presents its own complications. You are aware that my father and the leader of Hongtai, Chen Mei, share a bond of brotherhood, and there exist numerous business dealings between our factions. The heir of Hongtai has continually professed his intent to conduct legitimate business with the society. However, over this prolonged period, I have sensed something amiss. Thus, I dispatched individuals to covertly investigate, and the outcome was indeed revealing. What did I uncover? I discovered that Hongtai, under the guise of our business dealings, has been engaging in a plethora of illicit activities, smuggling arms, trafficking in flour. One could assert they have committed every conceivable atrocity, deserving of dire consequences. In a moment of fervor, Lei Wei produced the documents and presented them to Tang Jun. The materials contained a mixture of truth and deception. Many were legitimate documents from Hongtai, yet subtly altered to render numerous details slightly askew, ultimately connecting the dots to reveal Hongtai's machinations. Lei Wei had toiled through the night to compile this dossier, yet he felt no weariness. Instead, he was imbued with an unusual fervor. As Tang Jun scrutinized the documents in his hands, his brow furrowed ever deeper. Suddenly, he slammed the documents onto the table, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. This scoundrel, deserving of a fate worse than death. In that brief moment, the heir was inscribed onto Tang Jun's list of targets. Jun, do you now believe? Hongtai has wrought tremendous suffering upon us. Countless have fallen victim, and my conscience cannot bear the weight. Brother, I trust you. I now know what must be done. Although eliminating the heir is fraught with peril and poses significant challenges, Tang Jun possesses unwavering confidence in his capabilities. To eliminate the heir would restore the society to its rightful path, and perhaps even procure some of Hongtai's resources. Should we succeed, it would be nothing short of a monumental victory. Jun, your loyalty is commendable. Having you in the society is truly a boon. Chapter 147. The plan. Observing Tang Jun, who was now fully invested, Lei Wei stifled a laugh, feeling an immense discomfort. Brother, leave the matter to me. You can rest easy. It all hinges on you. I vow to accomplish the task. In light of Tang Jun's fervent assurances, Lei Wei watched with satisfaction as he departed. Brute strength is of little use. In this world, it is one's intellect that prevails. Those who lack cunning, like Tang Jun, will ultimately find themselves ensnared. Meanwhile, after leaving Hong Yi's makeshift office, Tang Jun wasted no time and immediately dispatched individuals to covertly investigate the heir. While he may act recklessly, he is not foolish. He comprehends that blindly following orders from the boss equates to courting disaster. Fortunately, Lei Wei's skills surpassed the rest. Many of Tang Jun's subordinates had already been swayed by him, with the exception of one named De Jun, a steadfast loyalist. The others were merely in his employ. Ironically, those sent to probe the heiress' background were also his own men. Half a day later, upon reviewing the documents that bore an uncanny resemblance to those provided by Lei Wei, Tang Jun became thoroughly convinced of his words. This malignant tumor must be eradicated. Allowing it to fester only complicates matters further. Meeting. Tang Jun's command echoed, prompting his closest confidants to swiftly convene from their respective territories. In terms of territory and manpower, Tang Jun exerted control over more than half of Hong Yi's strength. When it comes to leadership, the distinction becomes blurred. It is remarkable that Lei Wei tolerates the existence of such a figure, allowing him to grow even more formidable. His cunning knows no bounds. Within minutes, several individuals had gathered in Tang Jun's office. Where is De Jun? Damn it, he is late again. He'll inevitably meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Tang Jun harbored a sense of frustration towards his tardy subordinate. De Jun was decisive and loyal, yet he possessed a fatal flaw, his lechery. Even in crucial moments, he failed to exercise restraint, choosing instead to indulge in his carnal desires, even at the risk of being late. After yet another 10 minutes, a lean but sturdy man hastily entered Tang Jun's office. "Brother, I was caught in traffic, bang." Tang Jun slammed his palm onto the table. "De Jun, you will inevitably ruin yourself due to your obsession with women. Do you dare arrive late when there is a task at hand? Do you understand that wasting time during critical moments can lead to dire consequences? Answer me. Look into my eyes." "Why yes, I'm sorry, brother." "Humph. An apology alone will not suffice. I shall impose a penalty of half a month's wages. Reflect on your actions." "Thank you, brother." Upon realizing that Tang Jun had merely deducted half a month's pay, De Jun sighed in relief. With the personnel matters settled, Tang Jun began outlining their forthcoming endeavors. "Our target is the heir of Hong Tai, who has recently gained considerable notoriety in the underworld. This fellow is exceedingly cautious, always flanked by no fewer than 30 subordinates. Thus, we must devise a strategy to separate him from his entourage. However, he harbors a critical weakness, his indulgence in women. A cursory investigation reveals he has several mistresses." Upon hearing this, De Jun's eyes lit up, prompting an immediate glare from Tang Jun. Men tend to lower their guard in the presence of women. This villa is where the heir entertains his mistresses, and there is a secluded stretch of road that takes roughly 10 minutes to traverse, sparsely populated. If we orchestrate an accident to separate him from his men, we can create an opportunity for him to be isolated. "Brother, I've heard the heir is quite formidable. Can we succeed?" Chapter 148. Surveillance. As Tang Jun sketched a rudimentary map on the whiteboard, one subordinate could no longer contain himself. Although the heir has garnered fame in the underworld through his business acumen, let us not forget that his title was earned through his own combat prowess. Formidable? Huh. Smack. Tang Jun drew a gleaming revolver from his waist, slamming it onto the table. Merely flashy techniques. What era are we in? We are in a new age. Armed with modern weaponry. Even if he possesses skill, what good will it do him? "Brother, you promised me that as long as we eliminate the heir, the society will absorb Hong Tai's territory, allowing all of you to ascend to new heights. For the sake of the society, the heir must perish. Brother Jun, I stand by your side. Let us eliminate the heir. For the society." The fervor surged among Tang Jun's subordinates. The prospect of toppling a major faction's leader and seizing their territory and business was thrilling in itself. Moreover, the potential rewards following a successful execution of the plan promised astonishing wealth and status. Victory would yield everything they desired. Fortune favors the bold, and greed had clouded their judgment. De Jun, you will lead a team to survey this area and observe the heir's movements. Eitzong, you will monitor the police activity in the vicinity and ascertain how long it takes for them to respond. Agia, you are tasked with investigating how far the heir's subordinates are from this location and, if necessary, find a way to redirect them. Understood. Each individual embraced their designated responsibilities, pledging to report back in 3 days. Should conditions permit, they would strike. Understood. 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 At this moment, the Crown Prince remains oblivious to the fact that he has become the focus of someone's scrutiny. Alternatively, he suspects that there are indeed individuals plotting against him. Yet he possesses no inkling of who they might be. The tranquility around him is perplexing. Could it be that the trivial benefits from the fast food establishments have truly placated the factions of Hongxing and Dongxing? Are their appetites so meager? This seems unlikely. Furthermore, the absence of any overtures from Lianxing raises suspicions. 2 of the 3 major factions are already engaged in significant collaborations with me, leaving no logical reason for Lianxing to abstain from approaching. Days pass. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, during which the Crown Prince maintains a regimented routine, returning to his villa to foster relationships with the ladies, conducting inspections along Prince Street, and then heading to Saigon to monitor the progress of the factory. With substantial financial investment, the construction of the Saigon factory has accelerated remarkably. The buildings and courtyards are taking shape. After all, this is not a residential project. Efficiency often trumps complexity, and any enhancements can be delayed until profitability is achieved. Once the equipment is in place, the factory will commence operations without delay. Concurrently, Madonna has been diligently traversing various locations, acquiring equipment from those small to medium-sized factories that have either gone bankrupt or relocated. Although many of these machines are secondhand, some even having changed hands multiple times, they are still in excellent condition, practically as good as new, and can be readily utilized after a brief calibration. As the factory's establishment progresses, the construction team from the Crown Prince's real estate company has successfully completed a considerable project, paving the way for more ambitious ventures ahead. However, the Crown Prince is currently reluctant to undertake these endeavors himself, as financial pressures remain significant. This relatively small crew of several thousand can be outsourced for profit. While the real estate market in Saigon begins to flourish, attracting countless commercial giants vying for this lucrative opportunity, the demand in the market itself presents an opportunity. Construction sites and renovations have traditionally been the domain of the factions. Moreover, the provision of meals at construction sites constitutes a substantial source of income, though seemingly insignificant. With over 1,000 construction sites in Saigon and at least 100,000 workers laboring daily, that amounts to 200,000 meals served each day. This figure does not even account for the additional workers from various other industries who opt for extra meals, occasionally, in the quest for meal sales. Smaller factions resort to violent confrontations in the streets. Is there a sensation of being watched? During his inspection, the Crown Prince suddenly perceives a feeling of being observed. This sensation vanishes just as abruptly, yet he has never doubted his instincts. If he senses someone is watching him, then surely, someone is watching him. What could this scrutiny entail? It can only bode ill. The Crown Prince swiftly reaches a conclusion. There are those who wish him harm. Rather than succumbing to fear, he feels a surge of excitement. Life has been too placid recently, and his malevolent score has remained stagnant. Now, with adversaries presenting themselves, failing to bring about their ruin would be an affront to the patience he has exercised. In the location where the Crown Prince's convoy had just passed, for individuals crouched by the roadside, slowly rising from the ground, their confirmation of the convoy's identity was based on recent surveillance. It had been established that the Crown Prince's convoy passes through this area between 8 and 8:40 each evening. Let us return and report to the boss. In Tang Jun's office, various teams have returned, each bringing their respective intelligence. Some report the observed timings of the Crown Prince's convoy, while others, having made false reports, ascertain the anticipated arrival time of law enforcement following an alert. As for the Crown Prince's subordinates, they have been relatively elusive, absorbed in their own tasks, often difficult to spot without diligent searching. Very well, we shall now devise a plan and prepare for action. You will be responsible for creating a diversion to attract the Crown Prince's convoy. You will execute a flanking maneuver. You will generate an incident to draw the attention of law enforcement. The two of you will provide cover, orchestrating an accident to hinder the reinforcement of the Crown Prince's subordinates. Lastly, I will lead the frontal assault on the Crown Prince. From the moment we commence, we will have a mere 15 minutes. Keep an eye on the clock. Tang Jun, while formulating the plan, exudes an air akin to that of an international thief from the movies, meticulously arranging every detail as if all were within his control. His subordinates admire this quality, which starkly contrasts with the styles of other leaders. Yet, in truth, Tang Jun's plan is rife with flaws. With merely a dozen men, they are attempting to execute an overly complicated operation without considering the stark disparity in strength between his crew and the Crown Prince's elite guards. The Crown Prince's entourage consists of dozens of subordinates, sometimes as few as 20 or as many as 50, all trained under the Crown Prince's watchful eye. Each a formidable fighter with exceptional physique and superior armor that exceeds that of ordinary security personnel. Standard firearms would struggle to penetrate their protective gear, and even Black Star rounds would merely inflict superficial wounds. Plans are but plans. The execution is where the reality lies. Upon confirming the execution of the assassination plot, Tang Jun and his band of subordinates begin to change into their attire. The Crown Prince's men prefer to wield electric batons and have achieved several significant victories, leaving a considerable mark in the underworld. In contrast, Tang Jun's team dons genuine leather attire, not for show, but for practicality, as leather jackets are durable and provide insulation against electric shocks. With leather gloves suitable for riding, even direct contact with an electric baton poses no threat. Arm yourselves, and be decisive when the time comes, understand? Understood, boss. Unlike ordinary thugs, Tang Jun's crew is fully armed with firearms. Tang Jun himself wields a large-caliber revolver, a custom piece adorned with intricate designs. The others are equipped with uniform Black Star handguns, known for their power, penetration, affordability, and outstanding cost-effectiveness. Chapter 150. Chili Virum. Just as Tang Jun's group finalizes their timing, an engine's roar reverberates from outside the office. A sleek, imposing motorcycle, exuding a metallic allure, crashes through the office door and advances down the corridor. Upon seeing the rider, a smile spreads across Tang Jun's face, while his subordinates remain unfazed, clearly familiar with the newcomer. With another door shattered, the motorcycle halts before Tang Jun and his crew. The rider, clad in leather and shorts, slowly removes her helmet, revealing cascading waves of hair and strikingly refined features. Although her appearance is inherently sweet, her demeanor exudes a boldness that mingles innocence with mature allure, her brow displaying an unmistakable fierceness. Clearly, she is no ordinary person. You've arrived. I have. Their exchange is enigmatic, reminiscent of a scene from a film. Yet the significance of their conversation is known only to them. I have pressing matters to attend to. I will accompany you later. Can you not go? I cannot. He poses a threat to the faction, and for its sake, I must eliminate him. My sister is his girlfriend. The situation is not as simple as you perceive. The Crown Prince is not someone you can confront. Heed my warning and refrain from this endeavor. Chili, what I intend to do, no one can impede. Not even you. Originally, Tang Jun had intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with La Jiao. The two had previously been at odds due to matters concerning their society, teetering on the brink of separation. Now, with La Jiao's unexpected appearance, he felt a flicker of joy, only to be dismayed by her abrupt remark, which soured his mood considerably. However, with the operation imminent, he did not dwell on how La Jiao had obtained her information. Logically, today's endeavor should have been known only to him and his immediate comrades, making any leakage improbable. In truth, aside from Tang Jun's associates, even the Crown Prince had received word of impending threats against him, and even some well-informed figures in the underworld were aware. Tang Jun, the scapegoat, had been forsaken from the outset. Among his subordinates lay a mole from Lei Wei's faction, who, upon learning the precise timing of the operation, discreetly disseminated the information. The notion of eliminating the Crown Prince was perilous, and Lei Wei had no desire to place himself in jeopardy. For him, the most advantageous scenario would involve Tang Jun actually eliminating the Crown Prince and subsequently blaming the incident on Dongxing, thus igniting a fierce conflict between Hongtai and Dongxing, allowing Hongyi to reap the benefits from the sidelines. Yet, it was evident that achieving such a situation was exceedingly difficult. It required not only feigning camaraderie with Dongxing, but also an element of luck to verify that Tang Jun could indeed dispatch the Crown Prince. Given Lei Wei's investigations into the Crown Prince, relying solely on Tang Jun's capabilities to accomplish such a feat was nothing short of a pipe dream. Unless by some stroke of fortune Tang Jun were to shoot the Crown Prince dead on the spot. However, considering the Crown Prince's apparent caution, the likelihood of such an event occurring was nearly zero. In light of this, it was no wonder he sought to eliminate Tang Jun using the Crown Prince's hand, while simultaneously releasing information to extricate himself and Hongyi from the affair. When the time came, he would fabricate tales of Tang Jun's collaboration with Dongxing, inciting a deadly feud between the Crown Prince and Dongxing, which would ultimately serve his interests best. In this world, one mingles for profit, not for bloodshed. Lei Wei could even masquerade as a coward to conceal his true self, and thus would not easily expose his identity. Chapter 151. The Attack. Also, the brother has his reasons for acting this way. Do not blame him. I am saving him, and in turn, saving you all. This is a trap. Can you not see? Lei Wei is leading you to your doom. Do you understand? La Jiao at this juncture realized that the plan was already set in motion and would not waver due to her personal matters. I apologize, I will return. Dajuan, let us depart as scheduled. Once Tang Jun made a decision, not even the strongest of horses could sway him, including La Jiao, who, despite being his girlfriend, was in the midst of a quarrel with him. With the time set and equipment in tow, Tang Jun and a dozen of his subordinates hastily exited the office. Leading the charge, Tang Jun's long hair flowed freely in the wind, complementing his handsome visage and exuding a dangerous charisma, rendering him strikingly dashing. The only one who could rival his looks was the yet-to-mature leader of Tongluan, Chen Haonan. Nicknamed Pretty Boy Nan, he was currently mingling with Big B in Tongluan. Still a mere minor player, unable to even lead a small crew, relegated to the status of a lowly underling. However, Big B of Tongluan held him in high regard, nurturing him as if he were a son. In contrast, Tang Jun faced a far more arduous path, without anyone to shield him upon entering the society. He had to start from the ground up, relying on his audacity, nimble skills, and a modicum of intellect to steadily ascend from the bottom. His subordinates were similar. Despite their slick appearances, Tang Jun lacked the time and energy to train them meticulously, thus allowing them to fend for themselves, utilizing them only when necessary. Tang Jun. As La Jiao observed Tang Jun's departing figure, her unease intensified. With a roar of the engine, she pursued him. But all she could see were the taillights of his departing vehicle. The cruiser motorcycle appeared both cool and stylish, exuding a sense of stability, grandeur, and understated depth. Yet it was known to be rather slow. La Jiao watched as Hongyi's Sea Lion van receded into the distance, striving to keep up, but realizing she genuinely could not match its speed. Nevertheless, she refused to relent, doggedly trailing behind the Sea Lion. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince remained seated in his vehicle, returning to his villa as per his usual routine. Aware that someone was plotting against him, he found himself in a conundrum. Others had yet to act, leaving him unable to preemptively respond, despite being in a constant state of readiness. What is this feeling? A murderous intent? Inside the car, the Crown Prince suddenly sensed a wave of malice and turned his gaze toward its source. Is it that vehicle? He discerned a car trailing closely behind him and, even without the need for deep contemplation, recognized it as suspicious, almost certainly aiming for him. A loud bang resounded, followed by a series of explosions, jolting the vehicle the Crown Prince occupied. A tire puncture? What a clever tactic. At high speed, a tire blowout could spell disaster, potentially causing a rollover if mishandled. Fortunately, Wei Jixiang, the Crown Princess driver, was fortunate and skilled, managing to maintain control despite the chaos. Nails. The Crown Prince's keen eyesight quickly identified the spikes strewn across the road, indicating that the blowout was indeed orchestrated. The Sea Lion trailing behind, seeing the Crown Prince's convoy come to a halt, revved its engine and surged forward. Target acquired. Prepare for battle. Within the vehicle, Tang Jun issued a sharp command for his subordinates to ready themselves, leading the charge into the fray. Chapter 152. Remain unperturbed. The Crown Prince remained composed, devoid of any panic. He was no longer the individual he once was. Now impervious to bullets, his ironclad resolve instilled him with immense confidence. Even when the vehicle lost control moments ago, he could have easily leaped out, unharmed, should he have desired. How intriguing. A gift has indeed come knocking. I wonder which faction is behind this. Dongxing? Or perhaps Hongxing? No, they wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke me directly, as that would mean declaring war on Hongtai, allowing other factions to profit from the chaos. While the Crown Prince had heard whispers of threats against him, the reality of evading such danger was another matter entirely. There are thieves aplenty, yet only a fool believes he can evade detection indefinitely. The number of those wishing to eliminate him had multiplied. One more or one less made no difference. The Crown Prince was not to be underestimated. His security measures were meticulously arranged. Few in the underworld traveled with such grandeur. And for someone to dare attempt an assassination under such circumstances was undeniably bold. As the Crown Prince's vehicle came to a halt, Tang Jun and his subordinates surged forth, each armed with a firearm. As the new generation of gangsters, they scorned the antiquated methods of their predecessors who wielded cold weapons. Their breed was defined by the use of firearms. Go, 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 bang, bang, bang. Tang Jun took the lead, striding purposefully towards the prince's vehicle, while his subordinates unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the prince's security personnel. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets from Tang Jun's subordinates' pistols ricocheted off the armor of the security guards, with some striking at angles that sent them flying, while the majority pierced through 2 layers of armor, inflicting internal injuries upon the guards. The weapons wielded by Tang Jun's men were primarily Black Stars and 38s. They could hardly engage in a gunfight, as that would be reckless disregard for their own lives. After a round of shooting, 2 of the prince's subordinates, unfortunate enough to be grazed by bullets, felt blood spurt from their necks, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, in the face of death, the 2 exhibited little fear, their faces adorned with faint smiles of happiness and hope. They understood that their prince would never neglect their families. Past experiences taught them that dying while protecting him would yield rewards beyond their imagination. Not only would there be compensation and benefits, but also provisions for schooling and employment for their children or siblings. In essence, one ascends to heaven, while the entire family enjoys prosperity. However, the day had indeed arrived, leaving a lingering sense of reluctance. Damn! Witnessing his subordinates on the verge of death, the prince's mood soured, akin to swallowing a fly. Those who dared to harm me shall pay with their lives. The prince flipped his hand, revealing 2 electric batons. This place was not too remote, after all, and he needed to be mindful of the repercussions. As Tang Jun charged towards him, the prince countered, rushing at Tang Jun. It's him. The prince commanded, kill him. Tang Jun, with his gun raised, along with over a dozen of his subordinates, pointed in the same direction, towards the prince. Suddenly, Tang Jun and his men felt a blur before their eyes, and in the next moment, the prince had vanished from sight. Although the prince's agility was average, his reaction speed was extraordinary. In an instant, he closed the distance, reaching Tang Jun in just 2 steps. This is bad. Spotting the suddenly appearing prince, Tang Jun's instincts screamed alarm, but his reaction paled in comparison to the prince's swiftness. Zzz, the jarring sound of electric current crackled as the prince's baton struck Tang Jun's waist. Chapter 153. Science. The powerful impact momentarily halted Tang Jun's movements, and he was forcefully shoved backward. Thud, he crashed to the ground, feeling as though he had just been struck by a motorcycle. The area where he was attacked had gone numb. Why am I not unconscious? Observing Tang Jun struggling to rise from the ground, the prince felt puzzled and glanced at the baton in his hand, pressing the power button. Crackle, it works perfectly. Why isn't he unconscious? Could it be that he possesses exceptional talent? No, it's the leather jacket. He.s. wearing a leather jacket. Realizing this, the prince understood the situation. The thick motorcycle leather had shielded Tang Jun from the baton's electrical discharge. The earlier blow was akin to being prodded with a stick, merely a powerful push, with the baton's true effect unutilized. It seems the equipment requires further enhancement. The discharge mechanism could be made sharper for improved efficacy, as insulated clothing like leather or rubber would not withstand piercing from sharp metal. Improving the baton is a minor issue. The immediate priority is to eliminate Tang Jun and his men. How dare these lowly scoundrels attempt to assassinate him? If they are not taught a proper lesson, the underworld will be filled with those emboldened to challenge him. Once the first strike is made, one must be prepared for death. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and all of Tang Jun's left fingers were blown away, his custom revolver clattering to the ground. Clutching his bleeding hand, Tang Jun screamed in agony, his entire body trembling, his complexion turning pale. Your movements are too sluggish. This won't do. In gunplay, one must be swift, accurate, ruthless, and steady. Hesitation leads to defeat. The prince's storage space was filled with well-loaded firearms, ready for him to become an unstoppable gunslinger at will. His ghostly vision and dexterous control, coupled with superhuman strength, allowed him to disregard the recoil of handguns, making his marksmanship exceptionally precise. Despite possessing physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary men, the absurdity of being unable to hit a target didn't apply to the prince. The so-called athletic talent is merely an inclination in physical attributes and certain unique instincts. While the prince lacked a special affinity for firearms, his exceptional stats more than compensated for any shortcomings. Big brother. Everyone, attack together. Tang Jun's subordinates, who had surged forward with him, finally reacted, realizing the prince had closed in on Tang Jun and swiftly incapacitated him. In that fleeting moment, Tang Jun was rendered useless, prompting his men to roar in fury as they charged towards the prince, seeking vengeance for their fallen leader. To become a master, one must master the firearm. Before Tang Jun's men could reach him, the prince took matters into his own hands, wielding 2 Desert Eagles, powerful, high-recoil guns that suited him perfectly. Most importantly, these 2 weapons were registered with the security company, rendering them legal, albeit slightly over the limit. After all, money talks. Bang, bang, bang. Dejun raised his hand and fired 3 shots. Yet, the prince merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading Dejun's bullets. This is impossible. You bastard. Fall flat. Though the situation felt surreal, Dejun refused to believe it and raised his weapon once more. Bang. With another gunshot exploding before him, Dejun fired again. The prince continued to tilt his head, easily dodging Dejun's bullets. What the hell? Dejun's jaw dropped in disbelief, his astonishment rendering him speechless. No, this is science. Before you even pull the trigger, the changes in your gaze, shoulder posture, and muscle contractions become evident. I don't need to be faster than the bullet. I merely need to anticipate your reaction to dodge it. Chapter 154. You're quite brave? Being faster than you is sufficient. No, this is impossible. Dejun's understanding was shaken to its core, leaving him momentarily unable to think. Yet, he instinctively remembered his purpose. Whether through gunfire or words, he was determined to save his elder brother. As the prince remained still, Dejun placed his hopes on his fellow subordinates, confident that Tang Jun's elite men would triumph. However, when he looked up, Dejun's voice seemed to choke in his throat. The sight before him was too shocking, rendering him breathless as he struggled to gasp for air. As I shifted my gaze to the individuals surrounding me, it became evident that all of Tang Jun's men had already collapsed onto the ground, armed with firearms. It was only natural that the prince's subordinates were similarly equipped. Typically, when the general populace resorts to cold weapons, the prince's security opts for non-lethal alternatives such as electric batons and rubber clubs, adhering to a semblance of decorum. However, with the introduction of firearms, they could hardly be faulted for their response. The prince had an ample supply of compliant handguns and shotguns at his disposal, while even the most unconventional weapons, including rocket launchers, were within reach. Given the prince's involvement in smuggling various contraband into the mainland, it was inconceivable that he would neglect to procure some armaments. The seas were perilous, not only due to fellow smugglers but also fishermen who, at times, posed significant threats. On the vast and desolate ocean, a smuggling vessel could easily fall prey to a fisherman-turned-pirate. Coupled with the multitude of chaotic factions, the firepower aboard the prince's ship was formidable during long-distance transport. Stones, bull testicles, flying fish. The familiar subordinates of Dejun lay strewn across the ground, a significant portion of them bleeding profusely, some even with their brains splattered. At such close range, a shotgun blast to the head was akin to a flower blooming. The remaining individuals were equally grievously injured. The prince had issued orders that, upon the enemy drawing firearms or sustaining casualties, they were to eliminate the adversaries without regard for consequences, with him bearing the repercussions. The prince's security personnel were elite. It would indeed be a tragedy if they perished due to their leaders' blind adherence to rules. Nevertheless, even the prince's security had not emerged unscathed. High-end motorcycle helmets were not bulletproof, and under the direct impact of Black Star's bullets, such meager protection was insufficient to preserve their lives. It was precisely because of the casualties that the prince's men attacked with such ferocity, continuing to fire upon the enemy to ensure their complete obliteration. Those still alive on the ground were cunning enough to feign death, lying flat. Bang! As the prince approached Dejun, he delivered a swift kick, sending Dejun flying to the ground with a heavy thud. This single blow likely resulted in ruptured organs and shattered bones, leaving him with a minimal chance of survival. The prince had never shown mercy to his enemies. With measured steps, the prince made his way toward Tang Jun, observing the approaching figure. Tang Jun grasped his revolver with his uninjured right hand. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as the Desert Eagle in the prince's grip once more shattered Tang Jun's hand. I recognize you, the red stick of Hong Yi. What is your name again? Ah, yes, Tang Jun, isn't it? While I'm uncertain who sent you to confront me, I must commend your audacity in attacking my convoy with just a handful of men. Your courage is admirable. Reveal who orchestrated this, and I can grant you a swift death, ensuring that the upper echelons of Hong Yi accompany you. I trust your camaraderie is strong. Kill me if you must. This matter has nothing to do with Hong Yi. Spare my brothers. I will shoulder the blame alone. The one you seek to kill is me. I will bear all the consequences. Sweat mingled with blood, and Tang Jun's once flowing hair now clung to his face as he glared with bloodshot eyes. Overwhelmed with regret for his moment of negligence that had cost so many brothers their lives. You will bear it? Huh. Ha ha ha. The prince found Tang Jun's naive words utterly ludicrous. What can a mere red stick like you truly shoulder? What gives you the right? Are you relying on your worthless life? Regardless of whether your actions are connected to Hong Yi, the reckoning must be borne by them. You should have contemplated the consequences before taking action. You are of age. It is time you comprehend the rules of the underworld. Farewell, handsome. The prince aimed his Desert Eagle at Tang Jun's forehead, a shot that promised to be exceedingly gratifying. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air, causing Tang Jun's expression to shift dramatically. Initially, he felt a flicker of joy, recognizing who was approaching. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of intense unease washed over him. He sensed that Chili would likely be unable to save him. The motorcycle roared, reaching its maximum velocity as Chili sped toward the prince, her choice of vehicle starkly contrasting her usual style. When it came to cruisers, one could describe them as stylish, stable, heavy, and comfortable, but their speed left much to be desired. While an ordinary person might struggle to react, to the prince, it was akin to slow motion. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Chili's collision, delivering a powerful kick to the rear of the motorcycle. The immense force rendered Chili unable to maintain control, and just a few meters out, she tumbled to the ground along with her bike. After rolling several times, she felt as if her entire body had shattered, pain coursing through her as she struggled to rise, only to find a pair of polished shoes before her. In the next moment, her vision rapidly ascended as the prince hoisted her off the ground by the collar of her shirt. Tang Jun, is this your woman? She displays as much courage as you. Chili dangled in the prince's grasp, unable to muster any strength due to her recent fall. Let her go. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Hey, please don't paint me as the villain here. You approached me with weapons drawn, and I am the one suffering, understand? My men are legitimate security personnel wielding legal firearms. You are the criminals here. When my men perish, it is deemed a heroic sacrifice, and the company will provide compensation. What about you? Your dead are merely stray dogs by the roadside. Let us clarify the situation, shall we? Now, beautiful, please refrain from looking at me with such disdain. If you apply a bit of logic, you'll realize I speak the truth. A beauty like you deserves better than to follow someone like Tang Jun, who possesses nothing but a pretty face. Are you interested in joining me? If you have unflattering words, swallow them down, say them aloud, and I'll break his legs. Chili glared at the prince, her eyes filled with fury, yet she understood the validity of his words. From the very beginning, she had urged Tang Jun not to act impulsively. Regrettably, he was blinded by his emotions and refused to heed her counsel. Chapter 155. The deal is sealed if you remain silent. I shall assume your acquiescence. I am a man of greed. I covet wealth, power, beauty, and all the splendid things this world has to offer. I make no pretense about my intentions. I desire to obtain that which I seek, and I am willing to employ any means necessary. Beautiful lady, shall we strike a bargain? Surely, you don't wish for Tang Jun to perish helplessly at my hands, do you? What do you want? Chili glared defiantly at the prince, her eyes betraying a mixture of fear and disdain. The arrangement is simple. You become my woman, and I shall release him. That is all there is to it. What do you say? Consider it carefully. To me, he is nothing more than an overreaching fool. His life or death inconsequential. My true enemy is the one who incited him to act. If he dies, so be it. If he lives, it matters not. However, you, someone as exquisite as you, are truly a rare gem in this world. Your value far exceeds that of this fool. I am a person who values decorum above all, and it would be pointless to coerce you, as we must coexist long term. Hence, I choose to engage in a transaction, trading Tang Jun's life for your companionship. You. I have never encountered such shamelessness, or perhaps I should say such audacity, as to articulate such despicable acts in such a grandiloquent manner. However, the Crown Prince does make a valid point. He scorns the pretense not out of arrogance, but simply because it is unnecessary. A former gang member who has ascended to the heights of a prosperous entrepreneur sees no need to conceal his true nature. Gazing at Tang Jun, who lay nearby, his hands drenched in blood and his face ashen, the words of refusal that were on the tip of my tongue suddenly faltered. Brother Jun. Observing the contemplative expression on my face, a glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Jun's eyes, quickly replaced by fury. He would not accept trading his own companion for his life. He would rather perish than live in such a manner. Chili, do not acquiesce to him. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to do such a thing. The Crown Prince, with an air of indifference, dismissed Tang Jun's words, treating him as nothing more than a defeated foe, a mere dog, regardless of his frantic cries. You said that as long as I become your companion, you would spare Brother Jun, but what about the others? Little girl, one must not become greedy. The Crown Prince tightened his grip on Chili's collar, choking her windpipe. And within moments, her head lolled, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chili, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. With his hands rendered useless, Tang Jun frantically struggled to rise, only to realize his gait was awry, but he could not afford to dwell on that. He needed to rescue Chili first. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots erupted, and Tang Jun's knees exploded. The deafening gunfire jarred Chili from her stupor, in her dazed state. She beheld Tang Jun and the devastation of his legs. Brother Jun, you must not speak recklessly. There are consequences for your words. Well then, let us continue our business. How do you choose? Very well, I will comply with you. Release Brother Jun, and from this day forth, I shall be yours. Excellent. I appreciate those who understand the situation. Xiong, take Brother Jun away. He will be sent to Southeast Asia tonight. There is a procedure for dealing with individuals like Tang Jun. The Crown Prince would leave no potential threat. How about it? Are you satisfied? Remember to play your role well. Immerse yourself in the performance. Regardless of how much you despise me, you must appear to be a competent companion on the surface. The Crown Prince is merely lustful. He is not truly seeking a romantic relationship. He only requires a person. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Speak louder. I cannot hear you. What should you call me? Crown Prince. I heard you, Crown Prince. From this moment on, I am yours. Excellent. Such spirit. A trace of humiliating tears welled in Chili's eyes, but for Tang Jun's sake, she had no choice but to comply. Clear the scene, contact the authorities. Have the legal team negotiate with the Kowloon police station, and additionally, donate 2 million to the Kowloon police station to ensure everything is handled smoothly. Yes, Crown Prince. Chapter 156. I will not leave beside him. Wei Jixiang nodded. He was now capable of handling matters independently, and this was merely a simple task. Let me go. I will not leave. Chili. On the ground, Tang Jun struggled mightily, watching the Crown Prince embrace Chili as they departed, feeling as though his heart was shattering. Hearing the sounds behind her, Chili's body stiffened. She bit her lip fiercely, forcing herself not to cry. She had already resolved that once Tang Jun was taken away, she would seek an opportunity to eliminate the Crown Prince and then take her own life, ensuring that he would not triumph. Beep, 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 beep. The Crown Prince, holding Chili, retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Boss, what are your orders? I have been assassinated. It was Tang Jun from Hong Yi. Inform the brothers to assemble and wipe out Hong Yi. I want to see their leader kneeling before me tonight. Yes, boss. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. The number the Crown Prince dialed was a direct line to his security team, monitored 24 hours a day. Once connected, it represented the highest command, known only to the Crown Prince. There were several similar measures. The Crown Prince held absolute control over his violent apparatus, a far cry from the organizational structure of the gang. The so-called Big Brother had no real standing within the Crown Prince's security. Wei Jixiang held a core position under the Crown Prince as one of the captains of the security department, commanding thousands of subordinates. However, his authority did not stem from personal prestige. The benefits for his security subordinates came entirely from the organization. The Crown Prince had established control over the entire security system from the ground level. Wei Jixiang's power, prestige, and leadership all derived from the Crown Prince. Should he attempt to rebel, even if some of his subordinates were captivated by his charisma, the majority would still remain loyal to the Crown Prince. This is the allure of a pioneer, possessing both name and means, whether in righteousness or finance. Everything lies in the hands of the Crown Prince, which is fundamentally different from the loosely knit alliances of gangs that rely on personal connections and brotherhood. Listening to the Crown Prince casually declare his intent to eradicate Hong Yi, Chili felt a tempest of emotions within her. Through Tang Jun, she was aware of Hong Yi's strength. Although merely a second-tier gang, It boasted 2,000 to 3,000 members and considerable territory, nearly on par with the former Hong Tai. The unions among Hong Yi, Hong Tai, and 7 other gangs were initially formed to oppose first-tier gangs like Hong Xing and Dongxing, but now, Hong Tai's strength far surpassed that of Hong Yi. Let us go home. What a stroke of bad luck, such a waste of my new car. Chili is it? Quite a fitting name. Indeed. I hope you are as fiery and robust as your name suggests. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince, with Chili in tow, climbed into a passing Cadillac. With the growth of his enterprise, he had long since lost interest in sports cars. He preferred vehicles that could autonomously navigate to a spa, providing him comfort. Once inside the car, the Crown Prince effortlessly lifted Chili and placed her in his embrace. You are not very tall, but you are quite solid. Let me go? Let you go? Very well. The door is right there. You may exit at any time. I am not a kidnapper. Why would I restrict your freedom? You can leave whenever you wish, and I can eliminate Tang Jun at any moment. Go on. The Crown Prince's voice turned frigid, causing Chili to shudder. She understood that he spoke the truth. Eliminating Tang Jun would be a mere word for the Crown Prince. Why yes, I am sorry. Chili murmured an apology, her body ceasing its struggle. Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Why yes, I am sorry. Chapter 157. The impressive chariot of the Crown Prince. The vehicle of the Crown Prince is a custom-made model, featuring a rear seat that is almost entirely separate from the front, connected only by a small window. When the window is closed and the curtains drawn, the back seat is effectively isolated from the front. Moreover, the glass is composed of specially crafted polarized material, coupled with a unique film, allowing for visibility from the interior to the exterior while concealing the inside from outside view. The purpose of such a bespoke design is, without doubt, quite apparent. Chili had not anticipated the Crown Prince's impatience, which completely disrupted her plans. While she was being scrutinized by him, she was also quickly surveying her surroundings. There was nothing, no weapons, no tools to fashion into weapons. It was utterly impossible to ensure mutual destruction. Was she truly to meet her end here? Instinctively, Chili yearned to resist, but regrettably, with her limited strength, even exerting herself to the utmost would not budge the Crown Prince in the slightest. The situation was far from what she had envisioned. She wrapped her arms tightly around the Crown Prince's neck in a desperate attempt to suffocate him. But to him, it merely felt as if she was embracing him more closely. Nothing more, nothing less. The force she exerted was insufficient even for a mere massage. Lethality? It was non-existent. Sensing a slight jolt in the vehicle, the driver smirked, wearing an expression of knowing admiration tinged with envy. The boss truly knows how to save her life. How fortunate, indeed. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to enjoy so many beautiful women. Resolute in his humility, the driver acknowledged that not many could be as exceptional as the Crown Prince. The ability to manage such a multitude of women was indeed a mark of a true dragon among men. As one of the backup drivers, he was well acquainted with the Crown Prince's women. However, he knew that some thoughts were best kept to oneself. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. The Crown Prince's allure was a gift beyond reach, and while he could easily find 10 or 8 women for companionship, their quality paled in comparison to those of the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Tang Jun was taken away by Wei Jixiang. As the legal department of the group arrived at the scene of the confrontation, a specialized technical team arrived with a modified cargo truck, promptly commencing the necessary editing of the recorded footage. With dedicated personnel monitoring, any evidence of the Crown Prince's involvement would be excised, ensuring that no trace remained. In truth, the Crown Prince's actions were defensive, and the firearms he employed had been legally obtained at great expense. Thus, his actions were entirely justifiable. However, the Crown Prince preferred to avoid leaving any evidence behind, and the tradition of retaining advantageous recordings while erasing compromising ones was adhered to by their company, necessitating the involvement of the technical team. Video evidence is a double-edged sword, often beneficial, yet sometimes it can backfire. The Crown Prince was acutely aware of this, reminding himself to remain vigilant in the presence of others, for hubris could easily lead to downfall. He could manage the recordings from his subordinates. But what if a passerby managed to capture something? Such unforeseen circumstances were often unavoidable and unpredictable. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the Crown Prince would never personally engage in violence. To avoid leaving incriminating evidence, at his level, he need not soil his hands. A mere word from him could summon countless loyal followers ready to fight on his behalf. Within the fragrant hall of Hongyi, Lei Wei reclined comfortably in the main seat before the statue of Guan Yu, squinting with satisfaction while holding a cigarette between his lips. Tang Jun, oh Tang Jun, I cannot ascertain whether you are clever or foolish. You dare to take action when prompted. Impressive. I find myself somewhat admiring you. The thought of Tang Jun's impending downfall brought a tinge of regret to Lei Wei. He had meticulously arranged various incriminating pieces of evidence against him, particularly concerning the illicit sale of flour, all of which had been pinned onto Tang Jun. Moreover, He had enlisted specialists to mimic Tang Jun's handwriting, signing numerous documents that established Tang Jun as the legal figurehead of many of his shadowy enterprises. It could be said that Tang Jun had been sold by Lei Wei at a most advantageous price, as long as Tang Jun remained alive. He was not only to bear the blame, but also generate profit and even engage in conflict on Lei Wei's behalf. Contemplating this, Lei Wei found himself reluctant to see Tang Jun meet his demise. Chapter 158. Something awry when you arrive over there. I shall ensure to burn extra paper for you. By the way, Chili, I shall enjoy her on your behalf. What use is a washed-up individual with such a beautiful girlfriend? All they do is engage in violence. Such a lovely woman is wasted on them. With Tang Jun out of the picture, who would be chosen next as the scapegoat? I wonder what benefits could be extracted from Dongxing, and the clues I left should lead the Crown Prince to realize that Dongxing is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Correct? Now it is our turn at Hongyi. What merit does the Crown Prince possess to have attained his current position? The Crown Prince's empire is mine. The territory is mine. The Crown Prince's women are also mine. Ha! Alone in his chamber, Lei Wei set down his cigarette, lifted a glass of champagne, and savored a sip with great satisfaction. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, as if he could already envision Hongyi voraciously consuming Hongtai, kicking Dongxing aside, and subsequently pummeling Hongxing while trampling on Helian Sheng. Gang is mine, Lei Wei proclaimed. The Lei family is destined to be the sovereigns of the Underworld. If Lei Luo can do it, so too can I. Bang! Just as Lei Wei finished speaking, the door to the fragrant hall was abruptly pushed open by a subordinate. The sound of the door colliding with the wall causing his heart to skip a beat, instantly rendering his earlier bravado a mere jest. Damn it! Do you have no manners? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Get out and knock before entering. Big brother, I get out. Did you not hear my words? All right. The subordinate, drenched in sweat and filled with panic, had no choice but to retreat and close the door behind him. Knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Lei Wei, now impatient, responded curtly. Come in, big brother. Damn it. Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? Speak clearly. Where is your confidence? Where is your presence? Big brother. Our territory has been swept clean. Many brothers are dead or injured. The entire gang is on the brink of collapse. What? Damn it. Why did you not say this sooner? Upon hearing this, Lei Wei slammed his palm onto the table, springing to his feet, shedding his earlier demeanor. With 3 strides to 2, Lei Wei swiftly approached his subordinate, seizing him by the collar. What on earth is going on? Explain yourself. Boss, it's the Crown Prince's men. They suddenly stormed our territory, attacking without a word. The brothers were caught completely off guard and were overwhelmed. They are not human. Our brothers' knives had no effect on them. Yet their electric batons could take us down in an instant. Our men fired guns. But it was all in vain. The Crown Prince has made a proclamation, accusing you of sending your subordinate, the formidable Jun Gu, to assassinate him. Furthermore, Jun Gu has indeed fired his weapon, resulting in the Crown Prince sustaining injuries. His men managed to repel Jun Gu, but not without suffering considerable casualties. Enraged, the prince has ordered the complete annihilation of all our establishments under the Hongyi banner. It is rumored that many of Jun Ji's men perished in the encounter, and it appears that the authorities have also intervened. Brother, what shall we do? The brothers can no longer withstand this. Useless. All of you are utterly worthless. By the way, Crow, if Dongxing is involved, the Crown Prince will surely reconsider his course of action. Lei Wei had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation with the Crown Prince and Hongyi. His jealousy of the prince has made him acutely aware of Hongtai's formidable strength. The mere presence of Hongtai's faction alone could easily overpower the Hongyi, and they would still have surplus strength to spare. Should the Crown Prince's security forces join the fray, even a coalition of the remaining 5 factions would stand no chance. The dynamics of a coalition are fraught with hidden agendas, and cannot be compared to the unified might of the Crown Prince's security. Lei Wei has been able to operate from the shadows, using a scapegoat to conduct business while maintaining his grip on the faction until now, indicating that he possesses a sharp mind. Yet, his greed has clouded his judgment, and he has underestimated the Crown Prince's resolve. Lei Wei believed that since the prince was so intent on redeeming his image, engaging in legitimate business, severing ties with factions, and making charitable donations, he would be particularly protective of his reputation, even in the event of an assassination attempt. Lei Wei thought the prince would simply need to assert that Tang Jun had betrayed the faction and that the assassination was solely his own idea. In Lei Wei's mind, the Crown Prince would spare him and Hongyi. Lei Wei never anticipated the prince's ruthlessness, his precision and ferocity, catching him completely off guard. This cannot stand. I cannot remain in Gonko any longer. The Crown Prince's decision to act against Hongyi signifies a blatant disregard for my power, a declaration of all-out war. I must flee, or I may face dire consequences. Lei Wei has a foreboding sense that no one, not even those of the elder generation, will be able to protect him today. Chapter 159. Resolute without hesitation, Lei Wei sprang to his feet and dashed toward the office at the back of the hall, where the faction safe was located, containing millions in cash, along with account books and other documents. He had long been siphoning funds from the faction, amassing considerable wealth, though he wouldn't claim billions. Tens of millions were certainly within his grasp. He had hidden his fortune so well that even his father, Lei Bao, was unaware of the depths of his deceit before his passing. Even if he were to flee abroad now, he would still be set for life, living in luxury. The purpose of using a scapegoat was precisely this. When the authorities eventually came for him, he would have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, the one pursuing him now is not the authorities, but the Crown Prince, a harbinger of doom. Bang! Crash! Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed from the hall, sending chills down Lei Wei's spine. Damn it! Something has gone awry. With no time to spare for the remaining money, Lei Wei grabbed his luggage and made a beeline for the back door, never once considering resistance. He could manipulate Tang Jun, a reckless fool, from the shadows with confidence. Even if things went awry, Tang Jun's methods of retaliation were limited, and he had no fear of them. He could easily crush Tang Jun at any moment. But facing the formidable Hong Tai, he knew he had no chance of resistance. No, that is not entirely true. There was a slim opportunity. If the Crown Prince were to appear right before him, and he could land a bullet from his large-caliber armor-piercing round straight into his head, then he could still turn the tide. Alas, the Crown Prince is preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving no time for him. Lei Wei, how dare you send someone to assassinate our prince? Don't hide like a coward. Come out. If you are a man, stand and face us. How can you claim to be a leader without any sense of responsibility? Hearing these taunts from within the hall, Lei Wei had stealthily reached the back door, his hand resting on the doorknob. You think you can catch me? Not in this lifetime. A sneer of disdain crossed Lei Wei's face. He had arranged for a boat at a secluded dock, a means of escape that would ensure his departure from this place. Within a few hours, he could reach Southeast Asia, where he had prepared a safe haven, complete with a new identity and passport. Those who fail to plan for the future will surely encounter tribulations in the present. Crown Prince, this time you may have won, but I have not lost. Pushing open the door, although it led to a dark alley, Lei Wei perceived it as a gateway to hope. Mr. Lei, where are you in such a hurry to go? Why not join us for a cup of tea and a chat? The action of Lei Wei opening the door froze in place. In the darkness of the alley stood a Hu with a group of henchmen, mockingly observing him. It was futile to attempt to escape through the back door. Such a ruse could not possibly elude these thugs. They had seen it all, even the digging of tunnels. Damn it! Bang! 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 Lei Wei's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew a revolver from his waist, firing off all 6 rounds. The armor-piercing rounds combined with the large-caliber bullets possessed a brutal potency that could penetrate even the most advanced bulletproof vests, let alone the scales worn by the Crown Prince's security. Just moments ago, Ahu had been filled with bravado, but now his left arm hung limply, a significant chunk of flesh visibly missing from his shoulder. Had it not been for the armor's slight deviation of the bullet's trajectory, that shot would have severed his entire arm. Damn it, kill him. My arm. Ahu gritted his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his face. The pain was overwhelming. Even adrenaline could not suppress it. Fortunately, they were numerous. Lei Wei had only 6 bullets, and he could not reload in time. In those 6 shots, Ahu's group suffered 2 injuries and 4 fatalities, and this was without Lei Wei aiming carefully, showcasing his impressive marksmanship. Kill that scum. Attack! The henchmen charged at Lei Wei. Faced with the oncoming throng, Lei Wei was no longer paralyzed by fear. Instead, he adopted a stoic expression. With a slight crouch and a forward lean of his upper body, he raised his arms in front of his chest. In the next moment, his fists flew like the wind. He dodged the electric baton swung by the Crown Prince's subordinate with a deft movement, landing a solid punch to their throat. This punch was steady, precise, and fierce, striking the most vulnerable point of the fully armed Crown Prince's security, though they wore armor and helmets. A baseball bat's impact would struggle to injure their heads, let alone a mere knife or fist. However, even in such a fully armed state, their necks were a defensive weak point. After the previous skirmish, that area had already suffered significant damage. Yet, the cost of equipment is a reality. Vulnerabilities are to be expected. Lei Wei threw 3 punches, and 2 members of the Crown Prince's security collapsed. The third, quick to react, ducked, causing Lei Wei's fist to crash against the visor of his helmet. Bang! Crack! With a sweeping kick, Lei Wei sent the assailant tumbling off balance, following it with a kick in midair that propelled him away. Do you really think I'm a mere footnote? Come on, keep going. The imposing presence of Lei Wei is matched only by his extraordinary skill. It is widely rumored that Tang Jun possesses the ability to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Yet these claims are mere folklore. In contrast, Lei Wei not only boasts innate strength, but also possesses exceptional martial arts prowess. mastering various combat techniques that truly enable him to confront 10 adversaries at once. The premise of Tang Jun's act of concealing his true strength is contingent upon his genuine capability to overpower a tiger. Lei Wei's lack of fear in taking risks stems in part from his unwavering self-confidence. In terms of both physical prowess and intellect, Lei Wei utterly eclipses Tang Jun. Under such circumstances, barring an extraordinary stroke of bad luck, how could he possibly be defeated? Bang bang bang, a series of faint explosions echoed, followed by Lei Wei beginning to tremble uncontrollably at the spot. Attached to his body were over a dozen small electrodes, through which high-voltage currents surged, causing him to convulse, flail, and roll his eyes back in agony, with smoke rising from his head. The explosions previously heard were the latest weapons employed by the security personnel, high-voltage stun guns. With a single shot, 2 electrodes were deployed, effective within a 10-meter radius, with a voltage sufficient to incapacitate a wild boar instantaneously, though in practice it typically required at least 3 shots to bring down a full-grown boar. Lei Wei's reaction was so swift that Ahu was caught off guard and struck before he could respond. The crackling sound of electricity resonated clearly in the quiet alley, as Lei Wei lay on the ground, twitching violently. Some of the underlings still clutched their triggers tightly, unwilling to relent. All right, that's enough, don't kill him. Lei Wei may still be of use. The orders from above are to capture him alive, so the underlings below will naturally refrain from recklessness. The crackling ceased, yet Lei Wei continued to twitch sporadically, clearly affected by the electric shock. Take him away. Yes. Lei Wei was dragged away like a lifeless dog, as the Hong Yi gang was thoroughly dismantled from top to bottom by the prince's subordinates. Similar scenes unfolded across the various territories of Hong Yi. Its members crumbled like tofu, maintaining their shape until struck, at which point they shattered completely. Previously, having developed ties with the prince through business dealings and co-owning a fast food establishment, Hong Yi had enjoyed a significant influx of funds. However, now all of that was lost. Once captured by the prince's security, the nature of the territory would inevitably change. The prince's operatives were unlike traditional enforcers. They operated under legally binding contracts. Once the territory fell into their hands, they would employ every means to identify the true owners, and if that proved impossible, they would seek out those who could take charge. This would be followed by the signing of numerous contracts. The prince's group was well versed in such matters, possessing templates for every conceivable type of contract. In addition to the establishments, the surrounding vendors would not be spared either. Once contracts were signed, they would become part of the prince's domain, free from the harassment of random extortionists. Beyond the territories, the impact on individuals was equally significant. Each time new territories were acquired, the prince's subordinates would adjust their manpower accordingly. If internal personnel were insufficient, they would naturally recruit from the outside. Many former members of Hong Yi envied the treatment afforded to the prince's underlings, who received salaries and benefits that amounted to over 3 times their own income. Without even mentioning insurance, the allure of wealth was irresistible. Faced with such overwhelming prosperity, they needed only to abandon resistance and await the opportunity to fall into their laps. A confluence of factors led to the current situation, wherein Lei Wei's subordinates were reluctant, unwilling, and somewhat fearful of resistance, often surrendering outright without putting on a show. The truth was that they could not win. However, should they inadvertently inflict harm on the prince's subordinates during a rebellion, they risked being eliminated in future internal selections, which would be a significant loss. The events unfolded in an eerily smooth manner, capturing Lei Wei, sweeping the territory, and assimilating the underlings within mere hours. Hong Yi's domain had been transformed into a direct stronghold of the prince. As the underlings tidied up the situation, the prince remained preoccupied with his game of chili peppers, reveling in the excitement. Little did he anticipate the ease with which events would unfold. In the vehicle, he sought not only thrill but also the ability to swiftly maneuver to address any arising issues. However, after several consecutive phone calls reporting nothing but good news, he decided to focus solely on his enjoyment of the game. 2.5 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Finally, the prince opened the car door and stepped out slowly. After adjusting his shirt, he lit a cigarette. Chapter 161. Deception. There was an unsettling sense that everything was proceeding too smoothly. Could it be that I am destined for greatness, succeeding in all endeavors? Ha ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must merely be luck. The prince stifled the burgeoning sense of arrogance, and with the acquisition of Hong Yi's territory, he even entertained the thought of simultaneously taking down the other 4 gangs within the alliance. However, he quickly suppressed that notion. His current size was already considerable, drawing the attention of both foreign and mainland powers. With Hong Xing, Dongxing, and Lianxing restraining him, along with the substantial bribes he dispensed each month, Hong Tai had managed to evade the foreign powers' scrutiny. If he were to swiftly conquer the remaining 4 gangs, he would grow into a behemoth even larger than Dongxing and Hong Xing. and not just the foreign powers, but even the mainland would find him intolerable. Black remains black. And even if he were to wash it clean, the underlying color would still be dark, not to mention, he had yet to cleanse it at all. As a tool, Hong Tai could prove useful, yet it could never sit at the table of power. The prince's independent faction would similarly be affected, to become a true multinational conglomerate. He still faced numerous challenges. May my fortune continue to flourish. With further development, the prince's security would soon venture into Yao Ma Ti. For such a substantial prize should not be monopolized by just a few. The matters concerning Hong Yi still required the prince's attention. He had already savored the chili peppers, and there was no rush to relish them further at this moment. Within the territory of Hong Yi, resistance had nearly ceased entirely. It must be said that the strength of the prince's security had now created a significant gap with the existing gangs. When it came to actual combat, it was a complete rout. Should the prince wish to inflict harm upon the enemy, few among these thugs would likely survive. Once power surpasses a certain threshold, combat ceases to be a matter of resistance. It transforms into a one-sided slaughter, where the members of Hong Yi could barely muster any semblance of resistance. Captain. Yes, understood. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. An underling from security, who appeared well acquainted with the gangsters, reinserted the walkie-talkie into his shoulder strap and turned to his companions, instructing, "Bring them all along. Leave half of our men to watch the area and patrol. The boss has ordered that there can be no disturbances on the streets today." Understood. Team leader. The captives of Hong Yi were taken away, heading towards the direction of Saigon. Naturally, it was the prince who had to take charge of these individuals. Decisions regarding personnel within the organization ultimately rested in his hands. Even ordinary employees were subjected to his scrutiny. Although it posed some inconvenience, it was ultimately a matter of safety. With Madonna's assistance and his own extraordinary vigor, the increased workload was merely a trifling concern. Arriving before his subordinates was Hong Yi's leader, Lei Wei. Within one of the group's bases in Saigon, Lei Wei was brought in with a hood over his head, a towel stuffed in his mouth, and his arms and legs bound. Secret bases and training grounds of the prince's organization were quite common in Saigon, Kuntong, and Wong Tai Sin, numbering in the double digits. Some of these locations had been officially sanctioned by the organization, while others were unregistered and remarkably discreet. Lei Bao had indeed sired a fine son, yet it was unfortunate that his luck ran out upon encountering me. I freed him from his bindings. As the prince's subordinate untied Lei Wei, he gently rubbed his wrists, glaring at the prince with a mixture of indignation and rage, almost wishing to charge at him and end his life on the spot. "Prince, a man must bear his own burdens. It is Tang Jun who has wronged you. Is it truly fair to treat us, Hong Yi, this way? My father has only recently passed, and my time in leadership is fleeting. I have not been strict with my subordinates, and I share in the anger towards Tang Jun's actions. However, it is indeed beyond my control. Regardless of what Tang Jun has done, I am willing to bear the consequences. As brothers in life, his affairs are mine." At this moment, Lei Wei presented himself as a quintessential leader, exuding an air of deceptive charm. Chapter 162. Feng Yuxiu. Lei Wei remained unflappable, adaptable, and ruthless in his dealings. Recognizing no kinship, had he not encountered me, he might have found success. A person like you, unfit to be a brother, a leader, or a boss. For the right price, everyone around you would be sold off. To achieve greatness, countless lives must be sacrificed. I find a certain admiration for you. Lei Wei was taken aback by the prince's unexpected appraisal, momentarily feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yet, that sensation was swiftly replaced by dread. Only someone who could so easily see through him could possess the same cold, selfish nature. It was through this resonance of kindred spirits that his true character was laid bare. Had he been in the prince's position, he would never allow a person like himself to survive. Regardless of his connection to Tang Jun's actions, he would have to pay the price. Realizing this, Lei Wei's anxiety surged. "No, I cannot die yet. I have yet to spend my fortune and fulfill my countless desires. This world is too beautiful for me to leave so easily. There must be a chance, there must be a way." A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Lei Wei's brow as his eyes darted around, his mind racing to devise a solution. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the prince. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Only 3 meters separated him from the prince. If he could seize control of the prince in that moment, he might just find a way to escape alive. With resolve, Lei Wei thought, "I can subdue him in a second. The prince is close enough. And I gamble that his subordinates will hesitate to fire." Lei Wei was decisive. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his trepidation, and leapt towards the prince. Years of martial training had endowed Lei Wei with remarkable agility, and in terms of skill, Tang Jun was no match for him. Even if he were to fight with one hand, Lei Wei was confident he could dispatch him within 5 moves. Success. As he beheld the prince in such proximity, a brilliant spark of hope ignited in Lei Wei's eyes. Yet, just as he was about to reach the prince's neck, his wrist was suddenly seized by another pair of hands. Who dares? At this critical juncture, the emergence of an obstacle sent a chill down Lei Wei's spine, his blood vessels throbbing with a surge of murderous intent. While skilled, this individual was now my employer. No one could harm him without first passing through me. A somewhat hoarse voice emerged beside the prince, followed by a booted foot that kicked Lei Wei squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. Feng Yuxiu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the prince. In his usual routine, Feng Yuxiu primarily trained the prince's security team in various martial arts techniques. When tasks arose, he would temporarily serve as the prince's bodyguard. Although the prince possessed immense confidence in his own abilities, it would be beneath him to intervene against a subordinate of an enemy. Such an act would be a significant reduction of status. In this instance, the fierce and skilled Feng Yuxiu commanded a formidable presence. His strength was not merely due to his prowess, but also his mastery of ancient martial arts, which imbued his strikes with a unique elegance. Each movement, each attack, was a culmination of centuries of martial excellence, and the prince regarded it as an art form, deeply admiring his skill. Moreover, the vehicle was equipped with an array of weapons that Feng Yuxiu excelled in, such as the 8 Directions sword, the Wild Goose feather blade, the Plum Blossom spear, and the Qi Mei staff, crafted to ensure a visually stunning combat experience. The prince himself, in pursuit of ultimate lethality, had equipped himself with an oversized titanium alloy knuckle duster, balancing aesthetics and practicality. Feng Yuxiu stood before Lei Wei, while the prince's security personnel formed a circle around them, creating an arena. Come! Feng Yuxiu beckoned to Lei Wei, igniting the latent fighting spirit within him. A martial enthusiast, a fervent practitioner, Feng Yuxiu had nearly lost himself to his obsession with combat had it not been for his wife's constant grounding influence. However, with his wife's ongoing illness and the growing despair of their circumstances, the madness within Feng Yuxiu had only intensified, waiting for the moment of eruption to obliterate everything. Now that the prince had offered substantial resources to secure her treatment in the best hospital with the finest doctors, despite the slim odds of curing her late-stage cancer, it at least promised to prolong her life and alleviate her suffering. As long as his wife remained, Feng Yuxiu's madness was contained, but with this opportunity at hand, he was ready to unleash it. Sensing Feng Yuxiu's murderous intent, Lei Wei's brow furrowed deeply. This man is insane. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Feng Yuxiu charged forward. Lei Wei's fighting style leaned towards modern striking arts like kickboxing and sanda. Although he had dabbled in some ancient martial arts, they were not his forte. Compared to Feng Yuxiu, his movements were simpler, more direct, lacking the intricate variations that characterized his opponent's style, a straightforward approach that possessed a certain numerical beauty. Chapter 163. Sea Burial. What a thrilling encounter. More please. After just a few exchanges, Feng Yuxiu had confirmed that Lei Wei was a rare master. An opportunity to engage in such exhilarating combat was indeed a rarity. He had sparred with the Crown Prince before, but that overwhelming sensation of being crushed was rather disheartening. Battling an evenly matched opponent was an entirely different experience. In the blink of an eye, Lei Wei and Feng Yuxiu had already exchanged dozens of blows. Feng Yuxiu's movements were increasingly agile. Although he was slightly weaker in strength compared to Lei Wei, his technique was far more refined. Conversely, Lei Wei's strikes were powerful and forceful, albeit lacking in variety. His stamina surpassed that of Feng Yuxiu's, yet his slower speed allowed Feng Yuxiu to land several punches. Some of these attacks were indeed perilous. Although Feng Yuxiu's strength did not match Lei Wei's, he possessed an exceptional understanding of human anatomy. And with the skills of ancient martial arts, he could inflict lethal damage without excessive force. These seemingly light punches had already caused internal injuries to Lei Wei. As a result of these injuries, his adrenaline surged, rapidly alleviating the fatigue and pain in his body. Suddenly, Lei Wei's arm was brushed aside by Feng Yuxiu, revealing an opening. An opening. Lei Wei's fist surged forward like a battering ram, striking Feng Yuxiu's chest with a force that sliced through the air, causing Feng Yuxiu's hair to stand on end. Danger! Bang! With a muffled thud, Feng Yuxiu was propelled over 2 meters by Lei Wei's punch, landing on the ground and sliding back several steps before finally coming to a halt. Ha! I've won. Your turn, Crown Prince. After that punch, Lei Wei felt he had triumphed over Feng Yuxiu. Victory seemed all but within reach, and in his moment of excitement, he momentarily forgot his surroundings. This surge of hormones had rendered this normally stealthy serpent momentarily irrational. Cough, cough, cough. What a heavy fist. Truly impressive. Among all the opponents I've faced, aside from the boss, you are the strongest. No, impossible. That punch would have shattered even Stallone's sternum. How could you possibly be unscathed? Watching Feng Yuxiu step forward once more, Lei Wei's expression became somewhat despondent. He held a great confidence in his own strength. Had that punch landed on an ordinary person, they would not only be unable to stand and speak, but would likely be lying on the ground bleeding profusely. Rip. Feng Yuxiu casually tore off his outer garment, revealing the armor beneath. At the center of the chest piece, a deep dent appeared on the heart-protecting mirror. Although this felt somewhat unfair in our company, this constituted a uniform. Despite my reluctance to wear it, I had no choice, as not wearing it would result in a pay cut. My apologies. Though Feng Yuxiu uttered these words of apology, his expression bore no hint of embarrassment. He was no longer just a martial arts enthusiast. He needed to earn medical expenses for his wife, making his personal safety paramount. To sustain a steady income for the best medical care for his wife, he needed to avoid injuries at all costs. Feeling exhilarated? If so, then it's time to dispose of him. Yes, boss. The Crown Prince was indeed considerate. Had he not allowed Lei Wei to indulge in a bit of combat with Feng Yuxiu, Lei Wei would already be dead. Feng Yuxiu, now thoroughly engaged, was prepared to abandon any semblance of martial ethics. Before Lei Wei could finish his sentence, the electrodes of 2 stun guns had already struck him. The surge of electricity caused his vision to darken, rendering him unconscious. For individuals like him, the Crown Prince naturally intended to eradicate any potential threats, including Tang Jun, who was to be sent to Southeast Asia. Even if his hands were rendered useless, the Crown Prince would leave no room for risk. After all, he had promised Chile that Tang Jun would be sent to Southeast Asia. Whether he arrived alive or dead was never specified. To eliminate these threats, the Crown Prince had even acquired a series of businesses, including nursing homes, hospitals, funeral homes, crematoria, and pet hospitals. Next, Lei Wei would be taken away, and after processing, he would be directly cremated in a mobile incinerator, with his ashes scattered into the sea. Having muddled through life, ending up with a sea burial could be considered a decent fate. Chapter 164. Expansion. The Crown Prince has made a move against Hong Yi. I have also received the news that Hong Yi's red stick, Tang Jun, for reasons unknown, attacked the Crown Prince with his subordinates, resulting in the deaths of several of the Crown Prince's men, which incensed him greatly, prompting direct action against Hong Yi. Tang Jun. I know him. He was already on the rise when a Bao was still around. He is far superior to Hong Yi's inept son and is quite loyal. It's surprising that he would do such a thing. The specifics are unclear, but from the information circulating now, it does seem to be Hong Yi's issue. Even if Hong Yi has problems, the solution is to eliminate those causing trouble. Why go to such lengths as to sweep away Hong Yi's territory entirely? If he can clear Hong Yi's territory today, tomorrow he could very well clear yours, and the day after, mine as well. At that point, what of the 7 family alliance? They might all fall under Hong Tai's dominion. Old Ma, tread carefully, there may be ears in the walls. Piao, what are you afraid of? This is my territory. Inside and out, my people are everywhere. How could the Crown Prince possibly place spies here? All right. I've gathered you old fellows today to discuss how to handle this matter. Xuanqing is already under the Crown Prince's control. Hong Tai belongs to his father. And now Hong Yi is gone too. Don't think I'm being alarmist. Judging by the current situation, it seems we might all be in danger. Indeed, the Crown Prince is quite rule-abiding and dutifully filial, allowing us to conduct business together, effortlessly earning millions each month. However, I am fearful. I am aging. In a few years, I will need to retire, and I can no longer endure the violence of the underworld. Especially when I must guard against betrayal from within my own ranks. I can barely sleep. Today, I have no other requests. I merely hope the Crown Prince can consider the bigger picture and spare Lei Wei, allowing a Bao's legacy to endure. As for Hong Yi's territory, it cannot all fall into the Crown Prince's hands. Otherwise, if this trend continues, we may not even retain the qualification to collaborate with the Crown Prince. That makes sense. You make a valid point. Let us proceed with this plan. I will contact Uncle Mei. Then I shall approach the Crown Prince. The leaders of several organizations quickly reached a consensus. Although this time the Crown Prince had not directly involved their interests. The principle of a rabbit's death brings sorrow to the fox was inescapable. These second-tier organizations had cooperated for many years, harboring both grudges and debts, with their interests intricately intertwined. Yet, despite their scheming, they had never truly eliminated one another. The alliance of these organizations was originally formed to counter the first-tier factions. At least when facing external threats, they remained united. Previously, the Crown Prince had used Wang Fengyi to gain control over Wang Dong's influence, taking over Xuanqing's territory and personnel. According to the rules, they could not object. They had to allow the Crown Prince to act as he pleased. Subsequently, the Crown Prince expanded his influence through legitimate means, signing contracts, paying salaries, and providing insurance. Although they wished to obstruct his progress, they had no valid grounds to do so. After all, it was not Hong Tai who was employing them, and they found it difficult to voice their concerns. However, the nature of this incident is entirely different. Although the Crown Prince is a victim, eliminating the principal offender is one thing. But completely swallowing the entire gang and obliterating their leadership is somewhat beyond their capacity to endure. Soon, both the Crown Prince and Chen Mei received invitations from the 4 gang leaders. Chen Mei had long grown accustomed to such invitations, ever since the Crown Prince's rise. He had been either taking calls or on his way to take calls daily, dealing with either the police or the elder generations of various factions in the underworld, thus honing his mentality. As for the Crown Prince, he paid little heed to the four gang leaders. After receiving their invitations, his mind was solely occupied with one thought. Should he seize this opportunity to directly devour their territories as well? By uniting the strength of 7 second-tier gangs, coupled with my Crown Prince's security, even the likes of Hung Hing, Dong Xing, and Lian Sheng would be beneath me. Moreover, the primary domains of these 7 second-tier gangs are concentrated in Kowloon. If I were to conquer them, nearly half of Kowloon would fall under my control. Once I resolved the Kowloon city fortress, with the exception of the Yao Mati area, Kowloon would be mine to command. Chapter 165. Ambition, at times, is not an inherent trait. When one ascends to a position of power, authority, and strength, ambition inevitably burgeons. The notion of annihilating 4 gangs took root in the Crown Prince's mind, sprouting like wild grass, growing uncontrollably. No, I must not act recklessly. My current influence is already conspicuous. If I were to act impulsively, it could easily provoke a backlash from the foreigners. Yet, these foreigners, who fear the strong and bully the weak, cannot always be given too much face. With the manpower of the Crown Prince's security, as long as the firepower is adequately positioned, even the foreign troops, combined with the police, may not necessarily be my match. The Crown Prince had a clear understanding of the cowardly essence of these foreigners. Their logic is simple. The winner takes all, the victor is king, while the vanquished become slaves. As long as you inflict pain and instill fear, they will kneel, perceiving you as a divine punishment sent to them. And they will accept it willingly, never resisting. Likewise, regardless of their misdeeds, they will not feel guilt. They will simply await their divine reprieve, believing that their sins will be borne by a higher power. It is precisely for this reason that the Crown Prince's bribery scheme could be so effortlessly implemented among the foreigners. In the entire Kowloon Police Department, aside from the top brass, nearly all the mid-level and lower-level leaders and frontline foreign police officers had loans from the Crown Prince's lending company. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. The mere act of swallowing 4 second-tier gangs could potentially awaken the vigilance of Hung Hing and others. The opportunity lies before me. If those old geezers speak out of turn, I'll simply eliminate them and send them off to retire in the Netherlands. It's merely a power grab. There's no need to eliminate them entirely, especially since the 4 of them have no direct enmity with the Crown Prince. If action is to be taken, it will be done discreetly. However, given their advanced age, the chance of a resurgence is virtually non-existent. The Crown Prince had never contemplated the possibility of failure in his ambitions. He only considered whether the timing was right. After some time in business dealings, the timing had nearly matured. The benefits bestowed upon the Crown Prince's subordinates had already spread throughout the entire Hong Kong gang scene. Who does not envy it? Who does not covet it? Everyone is in this for the money. Following a generous leader opens doors to earning opportunities. Aligning with a powerful figure means a lifetime of being in the shadows, and one could easily find themselves scapegoated one day. The gangs that collaborated most closely with the Crown Prince were also the ones most acutely aware of the treatment his subordinates received, and they were the most envious. We all engage in the same work. If you earn 8,000 while I earn 2,000, who can accept that? Now, an opportunity where one of them could earn 8,000 is right before them. Will they not be tempted? The answer is evident. The Crown Prince could not guarantee that all of them would be swayed, as there are indeed bonds of brotherhood and the code of the underworld that restrain them. However, it is likely that most would not exert their full effort and would secretly hope for the Crown Prince to prevail over their own leader. Such is human nature, seeking profit while avoiding harm. With this mindset in tow, the Crown Prince made his way to the gathering orchestrated by the 4 gang leaders. In the restaurant, the entire second floor was occupied by but a single table, dimly lit, where Uncle Piao, Old Ma, and the other 4 leaders sat. The table bore only a large basin of food, and while the surroundings were modest, they carried an imposing aura. The Crown Prince's father had already arrived, silently taking a seat opposite the 4. Uncle Piao, Uncle Ma, the Crown Prince entered without hostility, instead greeting them with politeness. Tai, you're here? Have a seat. Chapter 166. Enlightenment. Tai, this matter was ill-considered on your part. You must recognize that Hung Yi is, after all, one of our own. You've swept out their 3rd tier. Infighting among our own is hardly a good narrative to spread. Indeed. Why cannot we sit down and discuss matters? We are all brothers. Amicability fosters wealth. Wouldn't it be better to earn together rather than resort to violence? Tai, you have always been the most respectful of the rules. We have always valued that about you. According to the code of the underworld, since Lei Bao is dead, Lei Wei, as a junior, should not be exterminated entirely. Let him serve you tea and apologize. I believe this matter can be amicably resolved. Brother Ma is right. May uncle, you should also weigh in. That kid, Wei, You've seen him grow up. You can't just stand by and watch brothers harm each other, can you? Upon hearing this, Chen Mei sighed and turned to look at the Crown Prince. Just as he was about to speak, the Crown Prince raised his hand to silence him. Father, allow me to address this. Rest assured, I can handle it. Very well. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Chen Mei fell silent. After all, the Chen family was now entirely under the Crown Prince's command, and he had long contemplated retirement. The Crown Prince had his own ideas. He simply needed to listen and follow. So you agree then? I always knew Atai was the most sensible. Where's Lei Wei? Let us first release him and go from there. Right. And regarding Hung Yi's territory, it's rather unreasonable for you to occupy so many of their domains. Atai, quickly instruct your people to withdraw. The losses in Hung Yi's territory are not insignificant. When the time comes, let us calculate the damages and deduct it from the compensation Lei Wei owes you. After all, that kid probably has little money left. This matter is settled then. Bring Lei Wei over. And let us all drink and ease our tensions. Tomorrow we can resume our celebrations. Ha ha ha. Listening to the childish remarks of the four gang leaders, the Crown Prince could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Atai, you ha ha. You've made me laugh to tears. After all this time planning and scheming, I end up engaging in back and forth with a bunch of you? I was mistaken. I truly underestimated you. Ultimately, the gangsters are nothing but a band of ruffians, and the foreigners are merely a pack of thieves. Sometimes, when one attempts to develop within the confines of rules, they find themselves perpetually restricted. Your so-called rules are utterly nonsensical, devoid of any value. Indeed, it appears that in this world, one's voice is often conveyed through the strength of one's fist. Those who lack the wisdom to comprehend should adhere to the path of power, employing force to counter force, and subduing others through might. Hearing you old fellows prattle on, attempting to impose your rules upon me? If it were Lei Wei seated here instead of me, and I had truly fallen victim to that lowly pawn, Tang Jun, dispatched to eliminate me, would you still be so insistent on your regulations? You would likely have already succumbed to the temptation of dividing up my business, wouldn't you? Reflecting on the underworld of Yao Gang, I have finally come to grasp a singular notion. Kill. Kill until you instill fear in your hearts. Kill until the outsiders tremble. So that you all must adhere to my rules. This is the resolve that a prince should possess, rather than entangling in petty squabbles with you aged men who are nearing your graves. Prince, how could you speak in such a manner? We are your elders. Chen Mei, look at him. Do not look at me. My son is destined for greatness, and as his father, I must support him. You two are complicating matters. If we engage in conflict, our four associations are not necessarily inferior to your Hong Tai. Indeed, at that point, we would both suffer losses, benefiting others in the process. There is no need for that. Atai, apologize and release Lei Wei. Let us disregard what was just said. Ha ha ha, difficult? Then let us not proceed at all. For so long, the prince has suppressed his true self. Even with an extraordinary martial prowess at his disposal, he still opted for restraint, maintaining a low profile while nurturing his subordinates, refraining from action unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the nature of a person is such that when armed, the desire to kill arises. When one wields a hammer, every object appears as a nail. The prince is not one to hesitate, having decided to engage in a grand endeavor. He would no longer conceal his intentions as before. Holding cards close can intimidate, but only by playing them can one achieve victory and truly attain influence. With a resounding crash, the prince's arm descended upon the table before him like a hammer, splitting the solid wood in two. The centerpiece of the table, a lavish dish, was sent flying, scattering abalone and sea cucumbers across the floor. What do you intend to do, Prince? Silence. Though the four leaders were formidable in their youth, they were still within the bounds of the ordinary. When the prince acted, they instantly lost sight of him. A sharp reprimand from the prince echoed in their ears, and darkness enveloped them as consciousness faded away. Atai, do not worry. Father, they will not perish. Their vast enterprises are too valuable to lose. To consolidate the alliance's power, we still need them alive. Provided they cooperate, I would not mind sending them to the Netherlands for retirement. After all, their upkeep wouldn't cost much. As long as you are aware, you have matured, and I have grown old. The affairs of the society should have long been entrusted to you. Chen Mei felt immense satisfaction regarding the prince's transformation during this period. The child had not only grown but had far surpassed his expectations, which was a source of great joy for him. As for Hong Tai, his position had effectively devolved into that of a mere mascot. He commanded the loyalty of Hong Tai's underlings not due to his title, but because he was the prince's father. Hong Tai had already taken on the prince's form, and even if he wished to intervene, he found himself powerless to do so. On the ground lay the four leaders of the associations, disheveled and incapacitated, while the prince stood among them, deftly retrieving his phone and dialing a number with practiced ease. It is I. Follow my orders. Mobilize everyone and seize the territories of Honglu and Chang'e. Yes, boss. Once the call ended, the majority of the prince's previously dormant forces sprang into action. The prince had a dedicated command center, with high-level authority to directly issue commands to all subordinate departments. This command center, in turn, only accepted his directives. The internal structure of the prince's group was distinctly defined, with minimal overlap between various departments, often connected through specialized companies, ensuring that his power remained unchallenged from within. After all, the heads of the various departments were nearly all on equal footing, each a complete structure in their own right. Aside from the transcendent prince, none had the standing or qualifications to encroach upon the authority of so many departmental heads. The only potential threat could be the prince's secretary, Madonna, yet she merely represented him. With a single command from the prince, her authority would become meaningless. The prince's true foundation lay in the robust underlings he nurtured. Whether from Hong Tai or his own security team, these combatants constituted his essence. As orders cascaded down from above, those scattered across construction sites, renovation venues, fast food joints, entertainment streets, and various territories received their assignments. The command center, populated by numerous personnel, swiftly divided tasks upon receiving the prince's clear directives, with dozens of individuals making calls to relay instructions, ensuring rapid communication. Within minutes, the mobilization of thousands was complete. Tonight, I shall become a dragon. Become a dragon? What about Manu? Hey, Dad, don't ruin the mood. My plan is all set. At the Lule building, you are making quite the spectacle tonight. How do you intend to handle those fellows? Tai, remember, to achieve great things, one must be ruthless. These old codgers cannot be spared. They have many loyal subordinates, and keeping them alive would only lead to future troubles. Tonight, Old Ma and the others set a trap, conspiring with Lei Wei to launch a surprise attack and eliminate us. Yet you and I saw through their scheme, and we fought back successfully. Once your men have cleared their territories, immediately spread the word in the underworld, consolidating forces as swiftly as possible to prevent Hongxing and Dongxing from causing trouble. With Lianxing preoccupied with internal strife, and Di, Lu, and Deng Bo embroiled in their own conflicts, they are of little concern. We only need to keep a close watch on Hongxing and Dongxing. The prince's actions may seem abrupt, but Chen Mei, having navigated through the complexities of the underworld for years, has seen it all. Moreover, his understanding of the other forces in Yao Gang may even surpass that of the prince. The moment the prince chose to act, Chen Mei began contemplating how to shield him from the fallout. He was uncertain of the outcome, but should the prince falter, at least he had a route to escape. Tai, how have you arranged for your woman? I have had her taken to a safe location. Not sufficient. They are not safe in Yao Gang. I have a secret docked ship. I will take your mother and your girl out to sea. If the situation turns dire, you must flee, contacting me via satellite phone, and we will leave directly. I have a sum of money in an external account, enough for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. Upon hearing Chen Mei's words, the prince pondered briefly. Caution is the mother of safety. If he were to be caught by his vulnerabilities, it would indeed become troublesome. After spending so long together, there was a semblance of affection. To abandon them would truly cause him sorrow. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. Shortly, someone will come to escort you. You need only follow them. Chen Mei has an escape route. Could the crown prince not have one? His options are manifold, and he has even prepared several identical vessels for his potential flight. When the time comes to flee, he may even employ a decoy. As for money, he possesses a considerable amount in his storage space, more than enough to ensure stability. Soon, the crown prince's people took Chen Mei away, merging with Madonna and Wang Fengyi in a secluded alley. Luo Huijin, who had been with the crown prince for a short while, was also brought along, as were several siblings from the Feng family. Their presence was inconsequential. Whether one more or one less made no difference. With Chen Mei at the helm, the ship set sail smoothly, and it would not return to the harbor until further notice. Damn, they escaped so quickly that we lost track of them. Hurry back and inform Brother Crow that Chen Mei and his group have fled. Brother Crow had arranged for someone to secretly monitor the crown prince's movements, but due to limited numbers, they could only trail them. Direct intervention was impossible, leaving them to watch helplessly as Chen Mei departed. Meanwhile, Brother Crow received reports from his subordinates. What is the crown prince up to? He has even sent away his father and his woman. Something is amiss, and it feels decidedly off. He must be planning something significant. Damn those useless Hong Yi. They couldn't even take down one person and ended up losing themselves. If Hong Tai is to make a major move, it cannot be overlooked. The crown prince is advancing far too swiftly, and if Hong Tai continues to grow, it could surpass our Eastern Star. By the way, Old Camel, Brother Crow recognized his own inadequacies, realizing that at this juncture, it was necessary to enlist the aid of Eastern Star's Camel. Continue to gather intelligence and keep a close watch on Hong Tai's activities. Understood? Yes, understood, Brother Crow. As Brother Crow set off to find Camel, the Crown Prince had already initiated a comprehensive operation. What are you doing? This is Chang Yi's territory. What business do you have here, Hong Tai? Attack. The Hong Tai individuals wasted no time and charged forward. In terms of numbers, the forces from Chang Yi and Hong Tai were roughly equal. However, when it came to equipment, Hong Tai was fully armed. Even the thinnest armor they wore was more formidable than mere machetes. In terms of strength, Hong Tai's underlings feasted well and trained rigorously, their physical capabilities far surpassing those of the Crown Prince's guards. In terms of morale, Hong Tai's average wage was 3 times that of Chang Yi's. When considering bonuses for operations, their income could even be 5 times greater. With money in hand, they stood tall, exuding confidence. A fierce battle was imminent, and the opposing side was on the verge of collapse. The Crown Prince had overestimated these thugs. At their core, they remained mere thugs, regardless of their growth. Lacking discipline, organization, coordination, or training, their fighting relied solely on raw passion, and their violence was fueled by adrenaline. Only when they confronted the Crown Prince's meticulously trained subordinates did they grasp the true extent of the disparity. Within an hour, all 4 gangs' territories crumbled. Within 2 hours, the members of the 4 gangs were scattered, with the remaining individuals surrendering on the spot, aligning themselves with the Crown Prince. By the 3rd hour, when the police finally arrived, the scene had already been cleared. It was not that the police were slow, rather, the Crown Prince had become a formidable force. His transport company's vehicles had caused a traffic jam, leaving the Kowloon police entirely stuck outside, forced to either wait or rely on their legs. After a few kilometers, by the time they arrived, they would have no energy left to do anything. The police were not foolish. They were merely doing their jobs and were not compelled to risk everything. Chapter 169, Unexpected Developments. Arriving late. What happened? Where are the individuals involved in the shootout? The tardy officers gazed at the eerily quiet street, observing the neatly hung closed signs on the shops, each one of them bewildered. Who emerged victorious? The reports seem unreliable. Could someone have made a false alarm? No, my informants have also reported the situation. Let me contact them. Several officers began reaching out to their informants. As the system of informants and undercover agents had become quite sophisticated, there were double agents everywhere, especially among the lower ranks of gangs, where some, having turned to the white side, would sell out their own fathers for a bit of money, let alone divulge gang secrets. What? They were directly swept aside by Hong Tai? Where are the injured? The dead? What about the leaders of those gangs? Damn it, has the Crown Prince lost his mind? Engaging in battle with 4 gangs simultaneously? Those gangs are useless. How could they not defeat 1 against 4? After receiving reports from the informants, the police confirmed that a shootout had indeed occurred, but it had long since concluded. Based on their analysis, the severe traffic jam they encountered was orchestrated by the Crown Prince. Some officers even wished to return and apprehend those drivers, but they were stopped. Such matters were in the past. Under their jurisdiction, such widespread disruptions to public life constituted a severe dereliction of duty. If the public were to complain, they would be unable to bear the consequences. Damn it, why can't these thugs behave themselves? Send someone to find out the Crown Prince's whereabouts. I want him brought to the police station for a personal interrogation. Yes, sir. The foreign-chief of the Kowloon police was equally furious, not because of the chaos itself, but because he had lost control over the situation. In their plans, these thugs were merely supposed to engage in minor skirmishes, creating chaos among the lower echelons of society, rather than forming a force capable of genuinely threatening them. The foreigners had a clear objective: to thoroughly disrupt the harbor before the return of sovereignty in 97, dismantling manufacturing, destabilizing social order, and allowing organized crime to flourish. They aimed to publicly crack down on the white side, while covertly supporting related businesses. In the process of siphoning off substantial profits, they sought to undermine the social order from its roots. If a figure were to emerge capable of unifying all factions within the underworld, it would pose a significant and destabilizing threat. If this figure aligned with them, they could continue to exert control through power or profit. However, if this individual did not stand with them, their plans could be severely impacted. The station forces could not act recklessly. Even when combining military, naval, aerial, and mercenary personnel, they only totaled around 6,000, while the remainder consisted of over 30,000 police officers. If the Crown Prince merely developed to match the strength of Hong Xing, Eastern Star, and Lian Sheng, that would be tolerable, as their numbers would be around 30 to 40,000, which the foreigners could endure. However, if the entire gang were unified, the total membership would exceed 200,000, and if each individual were armed, the foreigners would be unable to withstand such a force. On the other hand, the Crown Prince was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly events unfolded. The members of Hong Xing, Eastern Star, and Lian Sheng did not intervene. He faced only the 4 gangs themselves, many of whom were filled with defectors, surrendering without even a fight. Gangs are not armies. Imposing strict orders is impossible. In fact, due to the differing interests of various leaders, when significant matters arise, merely avoiding mutual sabotage is a rarity. Chapter 170, Transcending Humanity. Am I truly a genius? Listening to the reports from his subordinates, the Crown Prince found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Has Hongxing made no move? Are the members of Dongxing convening for a meeting? Was Di from Lianxing taken down while fishing for not wearing a helmet? Indeed, fortune favors the bold. It is my time to shine. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted the Crown Prince's contemplations within the secret base. Hello? What is it? Boss. Officer Bai from the Kowloon police station is at the group tower, stating that there are matters requiring your assistance in the investigation. The voice of the Crown Prince's secretary conveyed a hint of anxiety. After all, their organization did not boast a pristine background, and the sudden appearance of a multitude of officers at their doorstep left her feeling quite disoriented. Officers? Put him on the line. Yes, boss. Soon. A familiar voice resonated from the other end. Crown Prince, the commotion you've caused is excessively large. The higher-ups are quite displeased. Do you understand the predicament this places me in? You must accompany me to the police station to clarify the situation and surrender a few individuals to quell this matter. Or do not blame us for being unmerciful. The tone of Officer Bai lacked its usual composure. He could no longer feign indifference. With such a significant incident unfolding in his jurisdiction, as the head of the anti-black unit, he was undeniably the primary responsible party. Mishandling this situation would not only jeopardize his prospects for promotion, but could also lead to his downfall. Difficult? If it's troublesome, then do not pursue it. In this world, power is the ultimate truth. Previously, you were stronger than me, and I accepted that, but the tables have turned. When I was assassinated, no one spoke up. Now that I've retaliated, everyone is eager to assist in the investigation. You'll have to find me first before you can speak. With that, the Crown Prince abruptly ended the call. Playing by the rules is one approach. Disregarding them is an entirely different game. In terms of influence, Officer Bai could wield only a mere pistol, while even the Crown Prince's smallest subordinate could easily overpower him. A meeting? What a farce. Today, I shall ensure you all meet your demise. 5 minutes later, a motorcycle roared away from the secret base as the fully armed Crown Prince charged towards Dongxing's headquarters. After eliminating 4 gang leaders and seizing their territories, the system rewarded him with a staggering 3,000 points of evil value. Such a substantial influx allowed him to push his Iron Cloth skill downwards by 3 tiers. With the 10th tier of Iron Cloth, the Crown Prince gained strength that surpassed human imagination. Bullets from high-caliber rifles merely left faint white marks upon his body. Under his might, rebar and noodles bore little distinction. Once his power exceeded human limits, certain constraints no longer applied to the Crown Prince. For instance, in close combat, numbers held no significance against him. Before his stamina was exhausted, it would take thousands of lives to slow his advance. A being like him was far too formidable to engage in open warfare. Instead, he should strike directly at the enemy as stronghold and eliminate their leaders. And that is precisely what the Crown Prince was doing. At Dongxing's headquarters, Camel sat at the head of the table, with other hall leaders and uncles taking their seats, while the instigator of this gathering, Crow, stood behind Camel. You all must have received the news by now. The Crown Prince of Hongtai has stirred up quite a storm. If he manages to consolidate the territories and subordinates of Hongyi and Changyi, Hongtai's power will soar, potentially surpassing our Dongxing. Moreover, decisions in Hongtai are dictated solely by Chun Mei and the Crown Prince, so we can all surmise what may transpire. Chapter 171. Eliminate them all. In the harbor, such a character cannot be allowed to exist. With the Crown Prince's ambitions, if he swallows those gangs today, tomorrow he will dare to encroach upon your territories. Our Dongxing is vast and prosperous. Yet can you still sleep soundly knowing such a figure is fixated on us? Today, if we unite to take him down, we can eradicate future threats and also claim his business and assets. According to my investigations, the Crown Prince is exceedingly wealthy, possessing billions, and his businesses generate astronomical profits daily. Would you be content to see such lucrative ventures in the hands of a mere upstart? If we eliminate him, we shall reap great fortunes. The harbor is already crowded with the likes of Dongxing, Hongxing, and Lianxing. I've said my piece. I wonder what you, esteemed leaders, think? That makes sense. Just as someone from Dongxing was about to respond, a completely unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in the room. Who dares to speak out of turn? Not noticing the leader is still, Crow's voice abruptly became strangled, as if he had seen something terrifying. See, Crown Prince? What are you doing here? The Crown Prince casually wiped the blood from his hands onto his clothing, his gaze chilling, resembling a butcher eyeing livestock awaiting slaughter. Previously, my mindset was somewhat narrow, but now I see clearly. It is fortuitous that all the big shots from Dongxing are present, sparing me the trouble of seeking you out. Arrogance, Crown Prince. Even if you are strong, there are so many of us here. Do you believe you can take on dozens single-handedly? As he spoke, several individuals brandished their firearms. Though gunplay was not common among harbor gangs, there were still plenty who were fond of weapons. Armed with guns, their confidence surged, emboldened by their numbers. You walked right into our territory. Don't blame us for being ungracious. Kneel before me. Hands on your head. Before Crow could finish, he felt a blur in front of him, followed by a sharp crack in his ears. The Crown Prince now stood beside Crow, whose neck had twisted 180 degrees behind him. Crow, eliminate him. Bang, 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 bang. The room's occupants hesitated not for a moment, opening fire upon the Crown Prince. Facing the barrage, he merely calmly raised his arm before his eyes. His eyelids were fortified enough to withstand cold weapons effortlessly. However, he had never tested his defenses against bullets. But in other areas, it was not even a matter of being injured. An AK could not breach his defenses. Soon, as the last bullets were fired, silence fell upon the room, and the Crown Prince remained standing and scathed. Have you all finished? Now it is my turn. No. Help. The Crown Prince's movements were startlingly swift, and the bodies of these individuals felt as fragile as paper in his grasp. A gentle twist of their sturdy cervical vertebrae would yield a clean break, and even with a skull, a single strike from the Crown Prince could reduce their brains to mush. Within mere seconds, only Dongxing's leader, Camel, remained alive in the room. See, Crown Prince, you can't kill me. Don't you remember? I held you as a child. I am related to your father. You must call me uncle. Crown Prince, can we not sit down and discuss this? As long as you spare me, I shall pretend that nothing has transpired today, and from this day forth, I shall entrust Dongxing to your stewardship. What do you think? Hee hee. Upon hearing this, the prince chuckled softly. Foolishness. Should I eliminate you, your possessions would rightfully become mine. First, I shall deal with you, and then there are the members of Hongxing and Lianxing to address. By the end of this night, I intend to ensure that my voice is the sole one echoing within the underworld of Yaogang. I, the prince, shall ascend to my throne tonight. To partake in such a grand occasion is indeed a worthy end for you. With a swift twist of his neck, the life of the camel was extinguished. He disposed of the corpses one by one into his storage space before departing the scene with remarkable speed. The little brothers outside, having just arrived, were met with the sight of spent bullets scattered across the floor and an empty room. Where's the old boss? Why has Crow brother vanished? My leader is nowhere to be found. What in the world? I didn't see anyone emerge from the incense hall. Something is amiss. The brothers guarding the incense hall have also disappeared. There must be a major incident. With all the leaders missing, even if Dongxing is powerful, it now lacks direction. Akin to a headless fly. Was it the handiwork of Hongxing? Undoubtedly. Demand that they hand over the old boss. And my elder brother. Yes. We must seek out Hongxing for our people. With Dongxing in turmoil, it's evident that Hongxing is the prime suspect, for this is the nature of reputation. Likewise, should anything peculiar occur within Hongxing, they would immediately suspect Dongxing. Such is the nature of their reputation. While chaos reigned in Dongxing, the prince had already entrusted the bodies to the mobile cremation vehicle's little brothers, which had commenced the burning. His next destination was the villa of Jiang Tianxing. With Dongxing convening a meeting, Hongxing must also gather, lest they appear out of sync. Outside Jiang Tianxing's villa, the prince wore a sinister smile, and with a swift maneuver, he leaped directly into the villa. Jiang Tianxing was a connoisseur of life's pleasures. His villa, swimming pool, and beautiful women spoke nothing of the underworld, but rather resembled a successful businessman. The security of his villa was commendable. He and T arranged for any little brothers inside, save for a few servants and his own partner. The commotion caused by Hongtai was so significant that it appeared Hongxing could no longer remain passive. With Liang Kuan having entered, it was a perfect opportunity to diminish his power. Chapter 172. It's Hongxing's turn. Mr. Jiang truly possesses an exquisite taste. His life is vibrant and colorful, and his partner is exceptionally beautiful. One cannot help but envy. Who? A sudden voice from within the villa sent chills down Jiang Tianxing's spine, causing the skin at the back of his head to prickle. It's you. Prince, what are you doing in my home? Where's Fong Ting? What have you done to her? Fear not, Mr. Jiang. I am quite gentle with women. She is merely in a deep slumber. Now, I have some matters for you to assist me with. Prince, how can you demand a favor from someone of my seniority? This is quite troublesome. I detest verbose individuals. The prince produced a firearm from behind him. Now, can we converse amicably? Call your decision-makers in Hongxing and inform them to convene at your villa. That is impossible. I will never betray Hongxing. You dare. A gunshot rang out, and Jiang Tianxing's calf was pierced by a bullet. You. Jiang Tianxing had not anticipated that the prince would truly resort to violence. Please, I do not wish to repeat myself. Very well, I shall call. Be compliant. Follow my instructions precisely, and utter not a single incorrect word. Otherwise, my firearm may discharge inadvertently. Call Chun Yao and instruct him to summon all decision-makers to the incense hall for an emergency meeting. There has been an incident within the organization, and they must arrive within half an hour. Good. Jiang Tianxing, aware of his precarious situation, complied, fearing for his life. On the other hand, he did not believe that the prince could accomplish much once Hongxing's decision-makers gathered. Today, The prince had foolishly intruded into his home and shot him, forging an irreparable enmity. It was clear that the prince harbored intentions of attacking Hongxing next. Jiang Tianxing could scarcely fathom the audacity required for the prince to engage in conflict with Hongxing after just having dealt with 4 minor organizations. Ultimately, he concluded that the prince had lost his mind, and his actions lacked any semblance of strategy. Given this, it would be wiser to acquiesce to the prince's demands, allowing Hongxing's decision-makers to assemble and observe whether it would be them or the Prince S. Hongtai that would fall in the ensuing conflict. Most importantly, Jiang Tianxing's life was in the prince's hands. He had to prioritize his survival. After a phone call, Jiang Tianxing was exceedingly cooperative. On the other end, Chen Yao was puzzled. In times like these, Jiang Tianxing's sudden call for a meeting was clearly unusual. Yet, with little time to ponder the situation, he could only proceed to gather the people. Liang Kuan was currently incarcerated, and with no prominent figures in Hongxing at the moment, Jiang Tianxing's orders were executed smoothly. Chen Yao made a few calls and quickly notified everyone. Prince, I have made the call. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, Hongxing is not to be underestimated. If you leave now, I will act as if today's events never occurred. Jiang Tianxing, clutching his leg, was drenched in cold sweat, yet his expression remained composed. After today, Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing will cease to exist. It is unfortunate you will not witness it. Farewell. You. Jiang Tianxing had yet to finish his sentence when the prince delivered a swift strike to his neck, and with a crack, Jiang Tianxing's head slumped lifelessly. Delightful. Indeed, nothing compares to the satisfaction of direct power plays over the intricacies of scheming and development. Such a long wait has truly been a waste of time. Disposing of Jiang Tianxing's corpse into the storage space, the prince next aimed to deal with the decision-makers of Hongxing. Although his actions today were exceedingly outrageous, there remained a semblance of logic behind them. No one would know he was responsible for the upper echelons of Dongxing, nor would they realize he had targeted the leaders of Hongxing. His identity as the Prince of Hongtai remained intact, albeit one who had just absorbed from minor organizations, amassing a fortune in the billions, commanding tens of thousands, and reaching the zenith of reputation and influence. In such a scenario, with the sudden disappearance of the leadership of both Hongxing and Dongxing, chaos was bound to ensue within the underworld. As these 2 organizations boasted nearly 100,000 members, none could predict the outcome of such turmoil. As for the disappearance of the leadership, the charlatans would serve as the perfect scapegoats. The foreign devils could not linger in Yao Gang for long, and in their final frenzy, any actions taken would be understood. While it was improbable for them to eliminate the upper echelons, as long as there was even a sliver of possibility, clarity would be elusive for quite some time. Under these circumstances, should the prince raise his hand and call upon those willing to stand as targets, there would undoubtedly be a multitude eager to comply. The lower ranks are not particularly clever. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Soon, they would cling to the powerful. All that remained was to withstand the onslaught from the foreign devils, and today's events would be solidified. After absorbing the forces of Hongxing and Dongxing, the threat posed by Lianxing was rendered negligible. They were merely a first-rate gang, internally disunited and fragmented into several factions, which, in essence, was not much different from 3 second-rate gangs. Where is Mr. Jiang? Hey Yao, where has Mr. Jiang gone? Indeed, he summoned us to gather within half an hour. Yet he is now tardy, having entered only after Liang Kuan. Mr. Jiang's arrogance seems to be growing. Perhaps you should speak less. Your words are quite foul. Enough, enough, Yao. Quickly call Mr. Jiang to inquire if something is amiss. Within the fragrant hall, smoke swirled as the 12 decision-makers of Hongxing sat with their trusted subordinates on either side of the table, while the strategist Chen Yao occupied Mr. Jiang's position. In such a gathering, it is customary for the decision-makers to present themselves, akin to Big B, who stood with his subordinates, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji. Suddenly, the door of the hall was forcefully pushed open, and a figure dashed in with remarkable speed. The ghostly finger of No Shadow. The prince's body was the most lethal weapon, his hands becoming blurs as they struck at the necks of the gathered attendees from various unimaginable angles. The frail bodies of ordinary people shattered like glass. A mere touch on their necks could result in broken bones and a swift demise. The cacophony of cracking bones echoed throughout the hall, followed by the sounds of bodies collapsing. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Chun Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man blocking the gun's muzzle with his palm, rendered speechless by astonishment. Quite swift indeed. I never expected you would fire. Your Highness, we can negotiate. Spare my life, and I will assist you in swallowing Hongxing. I have long found Jiang Tianxing to be distasteful. Truly, the strategist is quite perceptive, but alas, it is a tad too late. Chen Yao's mind remained agile, surveying the room filled with corpses and recalling the phone call from Jiang Tianxing summoning him to gather personnel for a meeting. He deduced that Jiang Tianxing had likely fallen into the prince's hands, with slim chances of survival. Though he was loyal to Jiang Tianxing, His desire to survive outweighed that loyalty. Yet, as the prince had stated, recognizing the situation was one matter, but the timing was already unfavorable. The prince no longer had any need for them, and their existence served no purpose. Farewell. The last two words echoed in his ears as Chun Yao's vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness forever. With the upper echelons of Hongxing and Dongxing eliminated, I surmise that Axiong and his associates will encounter little trouble in their operations. Now, we await the news from the traitor within the police force. Such a decisive action is too effective for the prince to reserve solely for Hongxing and Dongxing. The foreign forces have only a few thousand troops, supplemented by tens of thousands of police, but as a violent organization with a clear structure, the substantial casualties among its leadership will inevitably lead to chaos in its operations, potentially rendering them completely non-functional. Even if the foreign forces and police have various emergency plans, they could never anticipate that one day a superhuman assassin would target their leaders. After eliminating all decision-makers of Hongxing, the evil value within the prince's system surged once more. Come on, brother Tongzi, push me beyond my limits. Iron Cloth, level up. With the remaining evil value from before, the prince could elevate his already 10th tier Iron Cloth by 2 more levels. Previously, he could easily withstand bullets from rifles with his bare body. After 2 more evolutions, he could scarcely fathom the new strength he would possess. Yet, with the power of the system, the impossible can become possible. Rip. Amidst the frenzied force, the prince's upper garments were shredded to tatters, and his body, sculpted like a masterfully carved statue, began to pulsate. Once the tumult subsided, he appeared even more elongated than before. Power surged forth ceaselessly. Indeed, this system operates in such a manner. The evil value accrued through honest economic development is simply too meager. Strength is paramount. What is wealth compared to such power? With this might, who would dare oppose me? I do not consume beef. Ha ha ha. The prince could never become a superhuman. At best, he would be a person of the homeland. Yet, this was natural. After acquiring powers beyond ordinary imagination, how many would choose to be bound by mundane rules? With a flourish, the prince gathered the scattered corpses and, eschewing conventional paths, directly crashed through the walls of the Hongxing fragrant hall, emerging forcefully into the open. Simultaneously, Hong Tai's men, accompanied by the newly arrived subordinates from the 4 gangs, surged toward the territories of Hongxing and Dongxing from all directions. Initially, the new subordinates were somewhat timid, and coupled with the long-standing superiority of Hongxing and Dongxing's members, the two sides exchanged blows evenly. Even with the fully armed and well-trained subordinates under the prince, they could not swiftly subdue the forces of Hongxing and Dongxing. However, the stalemate did not persist long. After the members of Hongxing and Dongxing called for help, they soon faced a total collapse. Territory being invaded is a grave matter. Typically, such incidents should be reported up the chain, with the elder brother leading a rescue. However, when they discovered that no matter how hard they searched, they could only find a few minor leaders and could not reach the decision-makers, their pleas for assistance vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The situation was similar for other closely related elder brothers. In the absence of leadership, the resistance of Hongxing and Dongxing quickly crumbled. Those who attended the meeting in the fragrant hall were primarily the trusted aides of the decision-makers, the foremost among the minor leaders. With them all having perished at the hands of the prince, the blow to the gang's communication was catastrophic. Following the chaos, a resounding defeat ensued, as the forces of Hongxing and Dongxing were swept away from their territories, scattered like lost dogs. Even with the police arriving promptly, the sheer number of participants in the turmoil rendered them unable to apprehend anyone, nor did they dare to, even if they filled every cell in the precinct. It would not accommodate the hundreds involved in this chaos. In desperation, the police could only seek to contact the elder brothers of Hongxing, Dongxing, and Hong Tai, just as they had done in the past. They had witnessed gang conflicts before, yet never had any of them eluded their control. Even if those elder brothers wielded power outside, once brought to the police station, even the lowliest officer could reprimand them. However, this time, the situation was markedly different. Dozens of distinct teams surged into the police station after these officers had departed, and with the mass exodus of frontline personnel, the defenses within the station were alarmingly weak, leaving primarily clerical staff utterly defenseless. The squads that stormed the police station swiftly seized the weapons cache, confiscating the officers' armaments. Even if the number of officers from one of the 2 major foreign factions was considerable, without firearms, they transformed into nothing more than toothless tigers. The tactical surprise assault effectively neutralized over half of the enemies facing the prince, leaving him with only the station troops, whose combat capabilities remained uncertain. The prince had devised some strategies to contend with them, though it remained to be seen whether they would bear fruit. The military camp, a critical stronghold, was under tight security, making a direct assault impractical. However, where there are people, there are inevitably vulnerabilities, such as those found with the cooks responsible for the camp's provisions. The prince apprehended the families of several cooks and, with a generous bribe, instructed them to lace the foreign troops' meals and drinks with a potent laxative, at triple the usual dosage. As the prince's forces surged toward the police station, a faint yellow mist appeared to envelop the military camp, echoing with the dispirited wails of the soldiers. Though the prince had never perused the classics, he had certainly paid his dues in the past. Chapter 174, Total Annihilation. Useless. A complete band of incompetents. After nurturing them for so long, they proved utterly worthless at a critical moment. The exasperated foreign governor smashed the phone in his hand against the ground upon receiving news that the police station had been assaulted by unidentified individuals. With weapons seized and the station occupied, he was prepared to deploy the foreign troops, despite the impending expiration of their stay in approximately 10 years. They desired chaos, but only if it remained under their control, allowing them to reap maximum benefits. Now, with the prince wreaking havoc and even incapacitating the officers, the governor could hardly tolerate the situation. Although he was unaware of the identity of the instigators, he believed that with the military under his command, the gangsters were merely a troop of clowns, easily dispatched at his whim. With this mindset, he contacted the military camp, only to receive a shocking revelation. Poo, the camp was filled with such sounds. Initially, a few fortunate souls managed to reach the restroom, but soon the facilities became insufficient. As individuals exited, others rushed in, leading to chaos and disorder. In a situation where the number of people far exceeded the available restrooms, some soldiers had no choice but to seek secluded spots for relief. However, as the effects of the laxative took hold, the number of afflicted individuals swelled, and in a camp housing thousands, it was impossible to find enough discreet locations. When the first soldier succumbed to the urge in the corridor, it was akin to opening Pandora's box, instantly stripping away the last vestiges of their dignity. Brother Tiger, is this really the foreign troops camp? It reeks. TCH, you lack experience. Foreigners are inherently foul-smelling, exuding a strange odor. Otherwise, why would they bother with perfume? No, brother. I've inquired about the foreign stench before. It resembles a mix of cumin lamb, body odor, and the scent of rotten fish. This odor is clearly different. Yes, right. Brother, this smells like feces. The wind is picking up. The stench is intensifying. Damn it, whatever the smell, the boss said he invested greatly to create this opportunity. We must eradicate the foreign troops completely. Do not disgrace me. If anything goes wrong, I won't spare you. Understood, Brother Tiger. I will hold strong despite the stench. Get the weapons ready. Even if it's feces, I'll make those foreigners eat it. Brother Ahu brought around 2,000 men with him. Aside from a small contingent that remained composed, the majority displayed anxiety and a hint of fear. The composed individuals were core members of the prince's security, while the others were recent recruits. Load the bullets and chamber the guns. We will launch a flanking attack. Remember, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Open fire upon sighting the enemy, without hesitation. Yes, Commander. Move out. With Ahu's command, the 2,000 strong surged into the military camp. Ugh, it's feces. Truly. It is feces. Ugh, bang, bang, bang. Eliminate these foul-smelling rascals. The orders from the commander left the subordinates no choice but to comply. A single shot did not produce the same result as the prince's reckless defiance against bullets. The bullet cleanly penetrated the body of an unfortunate foreign soldier, a full-powered round creating a gaping hole in its wake. No one move. Raise your hands. Move again, and you'll be shot on the spot. As they entered the camp, the overwhelming stench became even more pronounced, almost stinging the eyes. Look, I told you they were playing with feces. It's truly nauseating. What a heavy flavor. Eliminate them. Though the odor was overpowering, the mission had to continue, and they had to be cautious. What? You say a large, unidentified force has invaded the camp, and the station troops are utterly unresponsive, completely annihilated? And the stockpile of firearms and ammunition is gone, leaving only the police station? Governor, the police station has also fallen. What shall we do now? Clearly, these individuals were targeting the sun-never-setting empire. The empire is invincible. As long as you hold on for a few days, reinforcements will arrive swiftly. The governor, unable to empathize with the situation, continued to rally his troops, placing his hopes on reinforcements. Little did he know, death had already set its sights on him. The governor's whereabouts were not a secret, but it would take some effort for an ordinary person to locate him. After neutralizing the high-ranking members of the Hongxing organization, the prince's next target was the senior officers of the police force. Having acquired information on some of them, the prince directly sought them out. The decapitation operation was exhilarating, requiring only a small price to reap substantial rewards. The prince's ultimate target was none other than the currently furious foreign governor. At this moment, the streets had descended into chaos, as the prince's subordinates engaged in a fierce gunfight with the officers. Yet the overwhelming firepower wielded by the prince's forces left the officers retreating in disarray. The prince had not only stockpiled considerable munitions, but had also seized many from the police station, rendering the officers incapable of matching the firepower. Most crucially, their ammunition was limited, typically only carrying 2 rounds of 12 shots, totaling 18 shots when including those in their firearms. The quantity was exceedingly scarce. And after a few minutes of intense exchanges, they had nearly exhausted their ammunition. At the governor's residence, the foreign leader was tightly shielded by dozens of subordinates. Hearing a series of disheartening reports, he realized his situation was dire. Having failed in his mission, he would face severe repercussions upon returning home. The foreign government offered no safety net for the aged. If one did not secure enough during their youth, they could only await death in their later years. He is now utterly destitute. The hope of returning home has been shattered, and he finds himself at a loss as to what to do next. Boom, what is happening? Boom, rat-a-tat-tat, run quickly. Escort the governor to safety. The firepower from across the way is overwhelming. Boom, 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 countless grenades rain down mercilessly, with projectiles soaring from dozens of meters away, and they can hardly discern where their targets lie. After hurling 400 to 500 grenades, the prince finally stepped into the governor's residence. Is this all? I truly overestimated them. Now, it is time to cast the net. There shall be no compromise, no negotiation. The prince has decisively exercised hard power to exert control over the situation. Chapter 175. Ambition. Chaos persisted throughout the night. The tumultuous environment has awakened the darker inclinations within many hearts. Fortunately, the prince maintains commendable control over his subordinates, as their families are also in his grasp. Although they have already taken aggressive actions against the authorities and assaulted the station troops, in their minds, the prince remains fundamentally the leader of the organization, and their actions are merely a testament to the extreme growth of their faction. Human cognition possesses an inherent inertia, so their thoughts are quite understandable. As the sun rose, the prince's men had established control over the majority of the region's security. All citizens were instructed to remain indoors temporarily, for the prince required time to restore order and avert further chaos. His objective was to regain control of order, not to obliterate it. 2 days later, leaders from various sectors, finance, healthcare, energy, education, and communications, were summoned by the prince to a designated location. A meeting? A negotiation? No, there was only the prince's decree. This assembly of individuals, who had scraped a living under foreign rule for over a century, had long been indoctrinated with a sense of subservience. Collaborating with them? A jest. Their minds are solely fixated on the foreign oppressors, and any partnership would be tantamount to digging their own graves, with a betrayal probability of 100%. What the prince intended was simple: replace them, all of them. Everything they controlled must be relinquished. Economic collapse? Irrelevant. This place is small enough that any troubles could easily be cushioned by the mainland. The prince is acutely aware of the upper echelon's tolerance for chaos in the port city. As long as he does not cross the line and stands on the right side, he can manipulate the situation as he pleases. The foreign powers? Perhaps decades ago, the sun never set on their empire, and they could still boast. But now, the prince has purged all station troops and foreign high-ranking officials, collectively casting them into the abyss. Given the sycophantic nature of those who catered to the foreigners, news of this must have swiftly reached their homeland. And then what? Warships? An army? A farcical notion. Would they dare to act? Even if they did, could they truly prevail? The military has been dismantled by the organization. Such news would become an international laughingstock, for the foreigners are like a balloon, appearing grand but easily punctured, under the threat of life. These affluent magnates have no choice but to surrender their power and assets. For the ordinary populace, the past few days have brought little change. They were merely confined to their homes, with patrols ensuring their compliance. Upon their release, the first news they received was a tax reduction. To sustain the foreign rule and the bloated bureaucracy, the taxes imposed on ordinary citizens had been considerably high. The prince decisively slashed them by half. Even those with an extreme inclination towards the foreigners would find it difficult to oppose monetary gain. Voting with their feet has become the norm. In addition to the tax cuts, a sweeping wage increase of 10% across all industries followed suit. In truth, the prince could afford to offer more. But he understood human nature. People can easily become demanding. With these 2 carrots dangled before them, the disappearance of the wealthy and powerful did not stir any waves. Business continued as usual, and life went on. Thanks to the prince's collaboration with the mainland, supplies were plentiful, and prices even saw a slight decline. Nevertheless, there were still matters the prince found challenging to resolve. The confiscated foreign banks posed numerous subsequent complications, undermining the status of the financial center and potentially impacting future development and revenue. Yet, the prince remained unperturbed. With a solid foundation, his ambitions grew even more grandiose. Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Australia. The world is vast, and ample space is available for him to spread his wings. Moreover, he possesses a system, standing by the coast. The prince envisioned the Southeast Asia beyond the waves. All of it is mine, all mine. The underground emperor is merely the first step. Next, I shall become the master of Southeast Asia.